The world has entered an ice age, ushering in a cataclysmic end of days, resulting in the demise of 95% of humanity. In his previous life, Zhang Yi, due to his benevolent nature, met a tragic fate at the hands of those he had once aided. Reborn a month before the onset of this frozen apocalypse, Zhang Yi awakens to a spatial ability, igniting a fervent desire to hoard resources. Chapter 1. After the apocalypse, I reborn. Pain, excruciating pain. An indelible suffering permeates every fiber of Zhang Yi's being. This is not merely a sensation, it is a harsh reality unfolding before him. In this moment, he finds himself mercilessly overthrown by friends and neighbors whom he once trusted and assisted, their fists and blunt instruments raining down upon him. In this resource-scarce world, they show no regard for the kindness he had extended to them and turn against him. As he teeters on the brink of death, he catches a glimpse of the woman he idolizes, Fang Yuqing, standing amidst the crowd, her demeanor pitiful as she cries out, "It was I who urged him to open the door. You must share the supplies with me." It is this very woman who deceived Zhang Yi into unlocking the door, ultimately leading to his demise. He gazes at her, his eyes brimming with hatred and regret. He can only blame his own foolishness and kindness for becoming a stepping stone in this apocalyptic world. How he yearns for a chance to start anew. This time, he will show no mercy to anyone. He shall live solely for himself. Suddenly, darkness envelopes him, and he loses consciousness. Yet in the next moment, his eyes snap open, and he sits upright on the sofa. The harrowing scenes of hell he just endured, along with the agonizing pain, linger vividly in his mind. Zhang Yi gasped for breath, his entire body swiftly drenched in perspiration. What is happening? Was I not slain by those malevolent neighbors? Regaining his composure, Zhang Yi began to survey his surroundings. This place was familiar to him. It was his own home. The pleasantly warm air enveloping him struck him as remarkably strange. In December of the year 2050, the blue planet was afflicted by a global Cambrian storm, triggered by the explosion of a supernova located 500,000 light-years away. Temperatures plummeted worldwide, and in Tianhai City, where Zhang Yi resided, the daily temperature lingered between a chilling 60 to 70 degrees below zero. A relentless blizzard persisted for an entire month, submerging the city beneath its icy grip. Reports from northern Huagua indicated terrifying lows of over 100 degrees below zero, with the land completely entombed in ice and snow. A vast extinction of various species ensued, with more than 95% of humanity perishing in this cataclysm. Zhang Yi rose to his feet and retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator, consuming more than half of it. Although the chilled water was frigid, to him, it was akin to ambrosia. During the apocalypse, the sole means of obtaining water was to venture outdoors, braving the extreme cold of 60 to 70 degrees below zero to dig through the snow and melt it for sustenance. Such endeavors could easily lead to one's demise from frostbite. After finishing the water, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone. The screen displayed the date, November 12th. A full month remained before the onset of the apocalypse. It seems I have been reborn. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, swiftly comprehending the gravity of the situation. The experiences of that month were far too vivid to be mere dreams, particularly the excruciating agony of being torn apart, which felt all too real. Raising his head, having survived the ordeal, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Simultaneously, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He remembered distinctly those who had caused his demise in the past. In this life, he vowed to live well and would not extend compassion to those beasts again. Moreover, with his safety as a priority, he was determined to exact a ruthless vengeance on those who had wronged him. However, at this moment, Zhang Yi needed to consider how he could survive in the impending apocalypse that would arrive in a month's time. His living conditions were relatively favorable. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had inherited a 120-square-meter apartment in Tianhai City. He also possessed savings exceeding 2 million, which, in normal times, would be considered quite ample. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, a significant scarcity of resources would ensue worldwide. Relying solely on this modest sum would not sustain him for long. After all, surviving alone necessitated a vast array of resources. With the opportunity to prepare in advance, Zhang Yi not only wished to survive, he aspired for a certain quality of life in the future. He needed to ensure a balance of food and entertainment, for without it, his mental state would surely deteriorate over time. Furthermore, possessing weaponry was imperative. Only then could he safeguard his well-being and fulfill his quest for retribution against his neighbors. At that moment, a beam of white light suddenly appeared before Zhang Yi. He initially thought I was playing tricks on him, so he reached up to rub it. However, an odd notion suddenly surged within his mind. It seemed as though this beam of white light was intrinsically a part of him, and information about the light materialized in his consciousness. With a mere thought, Zhang Yi's awareness instantaneously entered that white light. Upon arrival, he discovered an immense, boundless expanse of whiteness. The area was unfathomable, filled solely with vast stretches of blankness. Is this an alternate dimension? He pondered. It appears that after my rebirth, I have acquired certain extraordinary abilities. A surge of joy filled Zhang Yi's heart. Evidently, the passage of gamma rays had caused a mutation in his body, endowing him with superlative powers. With this vast space at his disposal, storing supplies for the impending apocalypse became remarkably more convenient. Yet, Zhang Yi was eager to ascertain the capacity of this space and whether there were limitations on the objects he could store. His consciousness swiftly returned to his room, and he began to experiment with placing items from his home into the space. He started with a teacup and a basin, both of which effortlessly vanished into the void. Zhang Yi then proceeded to attempt to fit larger appliances within. The refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner, and vacuum cleaner all were welcomed into the white expanse without hesitation. Moreover, with just a thought, Zhang Yi could retrieve items from the space. However, certain objects that were subject to immense external forces and were not singularly existent proved challenging to incorporate into the dimension. For instance, when he attempted to pry a section of the floor from the ground, there was no reaction whatsoever. It seems that this alternate space is governed by numerous rules, which I must gradually explore. However, merely possessing this vast space capable of accommodating objects allows me to store an immense quantity of resources. He licked his lips, a bold plan forming in his mind. Zhang Yi held a position as the supervisor of a warehouse in South China for Walmart. As the largest supermarket in the world, Walmart offers an extensive array of goods. In China, it operates 3 gigantic warehouses located in Central, South, and North China. These warehouses are astonishingly vast, particularly the one in South China. Completed in 2040, it stretches 1,500 meters in length and 720 meters in width, covering an area exceeding 1 million square meters. It is heralded as the largest warehouse in the world. The president of Walmart's Greater China region once lauded it as the 8th wonder of the world. Of course, while only 7 wonders are recognized globally, the designation of the 8th wonder is self-proclaimed, with thousands claimed. Nonetheless, the scale and storage capacity of the South China warehouse undeniably dominate the global logistics landscape. The supplies it regularly stocks can sustain the consumption of millions across several cities for an entire week. This implies that if Zhang Yi were to completely deplete the resources of a single warehouse and transfer them into his own space, he would possess enough supplies to last not just a lifetime, but potentially 10 lifetimes. Crucially, Walmart enforces stringent quality control. Within its warehouses, one will find no substandard or obscure brands. Whether it be food, household goods, or luxury items, they all belong to reputable and well-regarded brands. If Zhang Yi could empty a warehouse at Walmart, he would not only alleviate his concerns about supplies in the face of an impending apocalypse, but also live a life of great ease and comfort. As the warehouse supervisor, he is intimately familiar with every shelf, surveillance device, and employee schedule within the facility. For him, the task of clearing out the warehouse is certainly not a formidable challenge. With his resolve firm, Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, a protest from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Yi patted his belly and glanced at the yellow braised chicken rice he had ordered. After some contemplation, he ultimately chuckled and shook his head, deciding against indulging in takeout. With the end of the world approaching in just a month, I should savor all the delicious food I can otherwise. There will be no opportunity left. Why be so stingy with myself? Having endured a month of cold and hunger, he was now yearning for some warm, delectable food. What purpose does money serve? After the apocalypse, it would merely become worthless paper. It is far wiser to spend it all now and avoid waste. With a carefree demeanor, Zhang Yi turned on his heel, setting off to seek out a high-end restaurant he had previously refrained from visiting, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. Chapter 2. The White Lotus. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home, greeted by a scene of tranquility, brimming with the joys and delights of humanity. Numerous parents, accompanied by their children, frolicked in the community square, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles of happiness. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that in just a month's time, all of this would dissolve into nothingness. He hastened his pace beyond the confines of the neighborhood, where a Michelin 3-star restaurant awaited not far off. A meal there would typically cost no less than 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, a sum Zhang Yi had previously hesitated to spend. However, now he felt no apprehension. Having returned from the brink of death, he deemed it necessary to celebrate in grand style. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Yi chose a seat by the window and proceeded to order the most extravagant dishes on the menu, accompanied by a bottle of Ch. Lafite red wine. The total bill swiftly escalated to 50,000 yuan. Even the waitstaff cast him sidelong glances, perceiving him as a wealthy heir. After all, who but the affluent would indulge in such lavish dining? Unperturbed by their assumptions, Zhang Yi eagerly dove into the feast that was laid before him. Perhaps it was the memory of 6 months spent in a frigid, apocalyptic world that rendered him so emotional upon tasting such exquisite fare that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. His manner of eating became somewhat ferocious, drawing whispers from the surrounding patrons. Yet, Zhang Yi remained indifferent to their murmurs. He understood all too well that in the face of impending doom, individuals might kneel and bow for a mere packet of instant noodles. In such times, all civilization and morality would evaporate into thin air. As Zhang Yi dined within the restaurant, a woman passing by the window halted in her tracks. She was a striking figure, with flowing long hair, exquisite makeup, and adorned in Gucci high heels, clutching an LV handbag. This woman was none other than Fang Yuqing, the one who had brought Zhang Yi to his demise in a previous life. Accompanying her was her close friend, Lin Canning. As the two strolled past the Michelin 3-star establishment, they could not help but steal glances. Both harbored an insatiable yearning for such opulent venues. Yet their financial limitations rendered them unable to indulge in such extravagance. Nevertheless, this did not deter them from surveying the interior, perhaps hoping to spot a promising wealthy heir to ensnare. To Fang Yuqing's astonishment, she caught sight of Zhang Yi within. A lavish spread of gourmet dishes laid out before him. Is that not Zhang Yi? How could he possibly afford to dine here? Fang Yuqing exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Canning also gasped, her hand covering her mouth. I had no idea he was so affluent. As she spoke, a knowing glance exchanged between the two. Lin Canning added with a teasing smile, Yuqing, you are indeed fortunate. That infatuated admirer of yours turns out to be a hidden wealthy heir. Just look at that feast before him. It must cost at least 50 to 60,000. What ordinary person could splurge on such an extravagant meal? Lin Canning's tone carried a hint of envy, for she was aware that Zhang Yi had pursued Fang Yuqing for over 2.5 years. Yet, Fang Yuqing had always kept him at bay, neither rejecting nor accepting his advances. Fang Yuqing is a quintessential gold digger, always believing that she could marry a distinguished second-generation wealthy heir and live the life of a pampered lady. However, she finds it difficult to relinquish Zhang Yi, a modest man with a car and a house in Tianhai City. Thus, Fang Yuqing has consistently regarded Zhang Yi as a backup option, adhering to a principle of nonchalance, neither initiating, nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Today, witnessing Zhang Yi indulging in a luxurious meal worth tens of thousands alone, a flicker of doubt began to stir within her. Could it be that Zhang Yi is, in fact, an invisible rich heir? Fang Yuqing propped her chin on her hand and pondered. The more she considered, the more plausible it seemed. Indeed, aren't there often characters in television dramas who, despite their wealth, choose to masquerade as ordinary individuals in search of true love? Fang Yuqing found herself convinced by her own thoughts, her eyes sparkling with hope. If that were true, she could save herself considerable effort. After all, Zhang Yi had been persistently pursuing her. She believed that with the slightest nod, he would immediately propose. Lin Canning, beside her, urged, Yuqing, let us go inside and find Zhang Yi. In truth, she had her sights set on the delectable spread before them. This was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, where the lavish cuisine was something ordinary people might never have the chance to savor in their lifetime. Fang Yuqing hesitated momentarily, but then shook her head, saying, that might not be appropriate. It could lead him to think I am a materialistic woman. She proposed, let us wait outside and pretend we happened upon him by chance. Fang Yuqing was no fool. She would not lower her stature for a mere meal. Even if Zhang Yi were truly affluent, she intended to maintain her goddess-like demeanor. Only in such a manner could the two of them, in the future, be together, allowing her to exert control over Zhang Yi, ensuring he remained her devoted admirer. Thus, they concealed themselves not far from the restaurant, awaiting Zhang Yi's emergence. After indulging for over an hour, Zhang Yi contentedly patted his round belly. The Michelin 3-star cuisine was rather ordinary. However, for one who had just been reborn from a post-apocalyptic world, it was a delectable feast that stirred profound emotions within him. Subsequently, he intended to procure some supplies from a nearby supermarket, a precautionary measure to assess the storage capabilities of the alternate space, lest unforeseen issues arise in the future. Although he was highly confident in transporting goods from the Walmart warehouse, prudence is the mother of safety. After all, he had endured hunger and could not afford any mishaps. Zhang Yi paid with satisfaction, stepping out of the restaurant under the attentive smile of the waitress. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Zhang Yi. What a coincidence. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Fang Yuqing tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobes. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Such a tactic was a classic maneuver of the manipulative. It was precisely designed to subtly entice men. Fang Yuqing, the epitome of a cunning and charming femme fatale, was undoubtedly well-versed in this art. Yet, alas, the Zhang Yi of today was no longer the naive admirer he once was. Just recently, he had been led to a tragic demise by this very woman. Suffering a pitiful death. She had even contemplated breaking his ribs to brew soup. Upon this realization, Zhang Yi's gaze suddenly turned cold, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. Killing her would pose no repercussions. Should he eliminate her? Fang Yuqing felt a chill run down her spine under Zhang Yi's scrutinizing stare. Nervously uttering, Zhang Yi, what is wrong with you? Zhang Yi swiftly reined in his expression, replying nonchalantly, it's nothing, I mistook you for someone else. He had abruptly altered his course of thought. Allowing this woman to perish so easily seemed a tad too lenient. Furthermore, committing murder at this juncture would likely attract the law's retribution, a fate Zhang Yi wished to evade as the world crumbled around him. Instead, it would be more gratifying to let her experience the despair of the apocalypse before orchestrating her demise through cunning means. With ample time to prepare and the advantage of memories from his previous life, he possessed countless methods to ensure her suffering. Thus, there was no immediate need to dispose of her. Currently, the priority was to establish the safest sanctuary, ensuring his own survival amidst the chaos of the impending world. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies. Zhang Yi maintained a distinctly frosty demeanor towards Fang Yuqing. Both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining sensed the oddity in his behavior. Yet under the misconception that Zhang Yi was a hidden wealthy heir, they were not deterred by his indifference. Rather, they approached him with renewed interest. What harm was there in a wealthy individual exhibiting a touch of arrogance? It was simply a mark of distinction. Hey, Zhang Yi, did you just dine at this restaurant? Lin Kaining feigned casualness in her inquiry. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed slightly. This woman was no better than Fang Yuqing, both cut from the same cloth. She, too, bore a share of the responsibility for the food that ensnared him and ultimately led to his demise. Zhang Yi responded coldly, hands plunged into his pockets. As he turned to head towards the supermarket, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hastily followed suit. Zhang Yi, where are you off to? Fang Yuqing inquired with a gentle smile. To the supermarket, Zhang Yi replied, his tone remaining distant and tinged with impatience. Were it not for his desire to let her experience the despair of a post-apocalyptic world, he would have entertained thoughts of ending her life right then and there. Fang Yuqing exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Kaining and quickly added, what a coincidence. We were also planning to pick up a few things. We could go together. At this moment, Zhang Yi understood. They must have seen him dining lavishly at a Michelin 3-star restaurant and consequently assumed he was some hidden wealthy heir. This, he surmised, explained their sudden enthusiasm towards him. He was disinclined to engage with them, continuing his stride toward the supermarket. Yet, the more aloof he acted, the more convinced Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining became of his affluent status. After all, what else could account for such ostentation? The two trailed closely behind him, with Fang Yuqing intentionally brushing against him from time to time. When Zhang Yi glanced her way, she would feign shyness, turning her head and blushing as if overwhelmed with modesty. Zhang Yi internally scoffed at her theatrics. Oh, how well you perform, green tea BTCH. You would undoubtedly win an Oscar for Best Actress if you pursued a career in film. Upon entering the supermarket, he grabbed a shopping cart and proceeded deeper inside. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining hurriedly followed suit, pushing their own carts. Zhang Yi, are you dining with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. Zhang Yi approached the food section and coldly remarked, is it not permissible for me to eat on my own? Fang Yuqing's eyes lit up as she quickly responded, oh, that's not what I meant. I merely thought that the items here are rather expensive. I assumed you were treating someone special. Lin Kaining could not help but inquire. Zhang Yi, your monthly salary is just over 10,000, right? This meal would consume half a year's wages for you. It seems your family must be quite generous. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Kaining a fierce glare, thinking, how could you ask such a foolish question? As a top-tier green tea, the cardinal rule is to discuss emotions with the wealthy and finances with the less fortunate. Realizing her blunder, Lin Kaining quickly amended, I was just joking. After all, we are all good friends. Money is truly of no consequence. Yet, Zhang Yi paid them no heed. He arrived at the food section, gazing at the dazzling array of products as if he had entered a treasure trove. In his past life, he had experienced the sensation of surviving on a single packet of instant noodles for 2 days. Thus, he harbored an insatiable longing for food. Zhang Yi promptly approached the shelves, indiscriminately placing items into his shopping cart. He purchased an abundance of ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and condiments. This action left Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning utterly astonished. Zhang Yi, why are you buying so much food? Are you going camping? Lin Canning queried. MHM. Zhang Yi replied coolly. However, Lin Canning harbored doubts and whispered to Fang Yuqing, would a wealthy second generation really eat like this while camping? Fang Yuqing was somewhat perplexed, however. The thought of that Michelin 3-star feast made her reluctant to abandon the notion that Zhang Yi was a wealthy heir. She approached Zhang Yi with an eager demeanor, inquiring if he required any assistance. With free labor at his disposal, Zhang Yi had no reason to decline. Furthermore, witnessing Fang Yuqing's feigned innocence and cheerful countenance sparked a vengeful thought within him. He had a month to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Crafting a flawless sanctuary to ensure his safety would not pose a challenge. As for essential supplies, he could procure them from the Walmart warehouse. This way, he could guarantee his absolute security and a life of comfort amidst the chaos of the end times. He contemplated deliberately revealing to Fang Yuqing that he had amassed a certain stockpile of resources, anticipating that she would later come pleading for assistance. The concern that she might divulge this information, attracting the ire of those insufferable neighbors, was easily manageable. As long as his safe house was constructed robustly enough, he would not only be shielded from assaults, but could also effectively retaliate against those loathsome neighbors. The thought of their frantic desperation, rendered powerless against him, elicited a slightly deranged smile from Zhang Yi. Indeed, this was an option worth considering. He resolved to consult a security company to construct such a safe haven. If feasible, he would proceed with this plan. If not, he would retreat from the city, seeking a remote wilderness to establish an underground refuge. This represented a dual strategy. A smile curved at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth as he said, "Then, please assist me in pushing the cart." Fang Yuqing nodded in agreement without hesitation. Zhang Yi then instructed Lin Canning to fetch another cart. Despite their hearts being filled with doubt, they complied with his request. Zhang Yi purchased a considerable amount of non-perishable food items, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meats, and canned goods. He also utilized a cart specifically for fresh meat, fruits, vegetables, and some live fish. He was eager to experiment with whether his alternate space had any unique effects on the storage of fresh produce. 3 carts were filled to the brim, and Zhang Yi assigned the cart laden with beef, lamb, and canned goods to the 2 women, which weighed at least 400 to 500 pounds, leaving them drenched in sweat. Fang Yuqing, slightly complaining, pouted and said, "Zhang Yi, how many people are supposed to eat all this? Are you hiding some kind of event from me?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and replied, "The heavens can be unpredictable. What if one day the apocalypse strikes? I prefer to stock up on supplies for survival." While Zhang Yi spoke the unvarnished truth, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. This had been verified by a doctor surnamed Li in the past. Fang Yuqing assumed Zhang Yi was merely jesting and chuckled. "Oh, if you don't want to say, then just don't. Why make such jokes? But since you've helped me so much today, you must treat me to a meal later." Her eyes sparkled with implication, as she anticipated that Zhang Yi might take her to a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Zhang Yi's lips curled slightly, "Sure. But I've been quite busy lately, so I don't have much time. Perhaps next month." Fang Yuqing joyfully exclaimed, "That's settled then." Lin Canning quickly chimed in, "Great. Let's do it together, hee." The prospect of indulging in a lavish meal merely for assisting with a cart filled her with delight. However, noticing Lin Canning's lack of awareness, Fang Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance. Yet, Lin Canning feigned ignorance. Zhang Yi proceeded to settle the bill for the considerable purchase, which amounted to over 10,000 in goods. He paid without a flicker of hesitation. It is imperative to understand that in a post-apocalyptic world, the value of such supplies could multiply by tens of thousands, if not be deemed priceless. For in such dire times, possessing wealth may not guarantee even a morsel to eat. Given the substantial quantity of items Zhang Yi procured, the supermarket readily lent him a shopping cart. Without reservation, he enlisted the 2 women to assist in transporting the goods home. Although he owned a vehicle capable of carrying the items, he saw no reason to forego the opportunity of free labor. The 2 women, despite their constant complaints of exhaustion, were invigorated by Zhang Yi's promise of a sumptuous feast. Thus, the trio set off, pushing 3 large carts brimming with supplies back to their community. Chapter 4. Booking 500 banquet tables at a 5-star hotel. Zhang Yi and his companions returned to their neighborhood, pushing 3 carts laden with provisions. Along the way, numerous neighbors observed the scene, sparking a flurry of gossip. Zhang Yi, however, was no longer concerned about being discovered hoarding supplies. After all, these 2 acquaintances were already aware of his shopping escapades, and the news was bound to spread. If one merely wished to cling to life, he could easily liquidate all his assets and retreat to a desolate place to construct an impregnable fortress. However, How could he exact revenge on those neighbors who had mercilessly torn him apart in his previous life? The anguish in his heart would never dissipate until he had eliminated every last one of them. Thus, one of his apocalyptic strategies was to remain within this community, enacting his vengeance upon all who had wronged him in a far more brutal manner. Of course, this plan hinged on the capability of the security company to provide him with an unassailable sanctuary. Otherwise, he would need a contingency plan, namely, to establish an underground refuge in a remote area. Zhang Yi observed his neighbors, who were chattering gleefully about the purposes of the numerous supplies they had purchased. He could almost envision the scene during the apocalypse, when these neighbors would attempt to storm into his home to seize his belongings. He had already lived through it all. Yet, he felt no fear, for in this life, he would be prepared in advance. He intended to let them see what they could not have, leaving them in a state of helpless frustration. Zhang Yi and Fang Yuqing resided in an apartment building, as Zhang Yi managed the warehouse at Walmart. His neighbors frequently asked him to procure discounted items. Hence, everyone was familiar with Zhang Yi. Upon seeing the three of them return with an abundance of goods, an elderly lady, who had come out to play with her grandson, approached them. Her eyes widened at the sight of the food and fresh beef and lamb in their cart, and she felt a twinge of desire. "Oh, Zhang, how did you manage to bring back so much? Did you get a deal at the warehouse? Such an abundance is unnecessary for you all. Why not share a portion with the neighbors? This is Aunt Lin, who works in the homeowners committee. She often wields her modest authority within the community to dictate to her neighbors, behaving as if she were their superior. In the past, she frequently had Zhang Yi procure discounted goods for her, displaying an insatiable penchant for petty gains. In her previous life, she would resort to unreasonable demands, extracting food from Zhang Yi. Yet, when all the neighbors stormed Zhang Yi's residence to seize his belongings, she not only refrained from intervening but exhibited more vigor than the youth. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, not wishing to provoke this woman, promptly remarked, "These items belong to Zhang Yi. We are merely returning them." Aunt Lin's gaze swiftly turned to Zhang Yi, a smile gracing her face as she said, "Young Zhang, it seems these are items from your warehouse. How about sharing a bit with Aunt Lin?" As she spoke, her grandson, Little Hu, had already climbed onto a cart and reached for a box of chocolates. Despite his small stature, his gaze was menacing. That box of imported chocolates retailed for over 200 at the supermarket. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi snatched the items back, coldly stating, "I'm sorry, but I intend to keep these for myself." With the impending apocalypse looming, he found himself disinclined to engage in pleasantries. Aunt Lin's expression changed abruptly, and she exclaimed, Zhang Yi's blatant disregard for her authority as a self-proclaimed community leader infuriated her. Particularly distressing was Little Hu, who, after being forcefully pulled away from the chocolates, began to wail for them. He even pointed at Zhang Yi, his face contorted with disgust, and shouted, "You scoundrel, return my chocolate at once. Otherwise, I shall strike you down." Zhang Yi regarded him coldly and replied in a low voice, "Utter another word, and I shall slap your face." Lin Xiaohu, frightened by Zhang Yi's demeanor, burst into tears with a wail, collapsing onto the ground in a fit of tantrum. Aunt Lin hurried over to console her grandson, only to angrily chastise Zhang Yi. "How old are you? Why stoop to the level of a child? It's merely a box of chocolates. What harm is there in giving it to him? If not, why don't you give him a box of chocolate? Consider it my purchase. I shall reimburse you later." "Do you think someone is trying to take advantage of you?" Zhang Yi merely curled his lip in disdain. In this age of mobile payments, settling accounts has never been easier. Her promise of reimbursement clearly indicated an intention to renege on her word. "I have stated, this is for my own consumption. If he desires some, let him procure it from the supermarket." Zhang Yi scoffed and beckoned Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning to depart. Just as they stepped away, Aunt Lin's furious shouts echoed behind them, but Zhang Yi remained indifferent. With her son and daughter-in-law working elsewhere, Aunt Lin was left alone to care for her grandson. Typically, she only purchased enough groceries for a day. Thus, when the apocalypse struck, their supplies were the first to dwindle. Initially, Zhang Yi had shown compassion and aided them. However, in this lifetime, devoid of Zhang Yi's assistance, it would be nothing short of miraculous for the unethical old woman and her mischievous grandson, Xiaohu, to survive for 10 days. Zhang Yi had no desire to engage in quarrels with the deceased. It was not a matter of cruelty. Rather, in the wake of that fateful day, merely sustaining oneself had become a formidable challenge for all. The lives and deaths of others, naturally, must come after his own. Once Zhang Yi had transported the 3 carts of supplies back home, he dismissed them. "Zhang Yi, don't forget to treat us." Fang Yuqing playfully winked at him. However, upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He offered a perfunctory response. The 2 women had initially intended to linger, seeking traces of Zhang Yi's hidden wealth, but upon observing his apparent disinterest in entertaining them, they reluctantly took their leave. After their departure, Zhang Yi opened his own alternate space and stored the items within, preparing to observe whether any changes would occur to the supplies in this realm. Once this was accomplished, the night had grown quite late. Zhang Yi did not hasten to rest. Instead, he retrieved paper and pen to meticulously plan the preparations for the coming month. Although he often exhibited a languid demeanor, the instinct for survival could elicit remarkable potential within a person to thrive in an apocalyptic world. The foremost priority was to secure a food supply, which posed a manageable challenge. Aside from the essentials I regularly procure, everything else could be retrieved from the warehouse. However, haste was ill-advised. Thorough investigation was imperative first. Furthermore, provisions should be gathered just a few days before the apocalypse to avoid drawing attention. If captured, enduring a few days in a cell would be most unlikely. Zhang Yi inscribed the word food in his notebook, marking it with a check. Next, he considered warmth. Following the onset of the apocalypse, energy supplies would dwindle drastically, rendering air conditioning inoperable. Thus, the simplest methods must be employed. A fireplace would be the optimal choice. The principles of fireplaces and heated kangs are quite similar, both employing primitive methods for warmth. In the frigid winters of Europe, this approach has been a steadfast means of enduring the long, cold months. This necessitates a complete renovation of the home, ideally incorporating an insulation layer for optimal thermal protection. Reflecting on renovations, Zhang Yi recalled a traumatic incident from his previous life when intruders breached his home, causing a tightening of his heart. He realized the urgent need to transform his dwelling into an impregnable fortress. This would involve fortifying the structure with thick steel plates or alloy materials, ensuring it could withstand typical explosions. In the face of an impending apocalypse, individuals may resort to desperate measures for survival. Thus, one must be thoroughly prepared. Life and safety are not trifles to be taken lightly. Having once tasted the bitter essence of death, Zhang Yi was resolute in his desire to avoid a second encounter. The issue of creating a safe house was readily solvable. In Tianhai City, there exist security firms dedicated to providing protection for the elite, including services for constructing secure residences. Zhang Yi recalled reading about a wealthy magnate abroad who had built a super fortress capable of withstanding attacks from small-scale weapons. Next on his agenda was the procurement of pharmaceuticals. It was imperative to avert the risk of falling ill without access to treatment. Walmart's warehouses contained a plethora of common medications for ailments such as colds and fevers, yet these supplies were woefully insufficient. The Cambrian storm was predicted to last for decades. Thus, comprehensive preparations were essential. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a commendable network within Tianhai City, having worked in warehouse management and knowing several staff members from hospital supply chains. With the promise of ample financial compensation, he could acquire virtually any medication needed. After resolving these issues, Zhang Yi tapped his ballpoint pen against his notebook. There remained but one final dilemma to address. His gaze sharpened with intensity. That was the matter of weaponry. As the apocalypse descended and humanity's essence eroded, skirmishes for resources erupted everywhere. Lives became as inconsequential as blades of grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient martial power. Zhang Yi was no master of combat. Yet even the most skilled fighters could falter against a mere kitchen knife. The key lay in acquiring formidable weapons to mitigate such concerns. Mountain knives, crowbars, and axes were readily accessible. Bows, air guns, and compound bows also had their avenues for procurement. However, the most formidable option remained the American katana. This particular item could only be obtained through the black market within the country. Venturing abroad to acquire one? That was impractical, as the foreign terrain was unfamiliar and a round trip would consume several days. Lacking an overseas firearm permit, purchasing from a weapons shop was out of the question. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, acknowledging that this quandary could not be resolved at present. Yet, with a month at his disposal and a willingness to spend, he believed solutions would manifest. He dedicated 3 hours to devising a flawless plan before indulging in a refreshing hot shower and sinking into the comfort of his bed, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi rose from his slumber. His night had not been restful, plagued by nightmares that jolted him awake on several occasions. Upon awakening, he found himself nestled in the warmth and comfort of his home, which brought him a profound sense of relief. The apocalyptic period had inflicted significant emotional scars upon him. To avoid repeating past mistakes, Zhang Yi resolutely determined to make impeccable preparations. After rising, he prepared himself a breakfast. Subsequently, he ventured into to inspect the state of the supplies he had stored within. To his delight, the meat, fruits, and vegetables he had left overnight showed no signs of deterioration. While the meat might not reveal any immediate changes, fruits and vegetables typically lose their freshness after a night. However, once placed into those fruits and vegetables appeared as pristine as when he had purchased them the previous day. This exists independently of this world. Perhaps the rules governing the passage of time differ here. It is possible that time flows more slowly, or even remains stagnant. This is indeed monumental news. Thus, I can freely store a myriad of items within it. Yet, when Zhang Yi examined the fish he had placed inside, he discovered that they had perished. Remarkably, they remained lifelike without showing any signs of decay. Stroking his chin, Zhang Yi gleaned further insights into the operational rules of the living creatures cannot be stored within. Or if they are, they cannot survive for extended periods. It seems that my notion of residing within is rather impractical. However, this is not a significant issue. The vast expanse of the cannot compare to the comfort of Zhang Yi's own home. As long as I can store items within, that suffices. With this thought, a plethora of ideas flooded Zhang Yi's mind. If fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits can be preserved, what of cooked meals? Although Zhang Yi possesses culinary skills, he still falls short when compared to a professional chef. From now on, he would have to rely on himself for cooking, which would inevitably become monotonous over time. Consequently, Zhang Yi promptly placed a call to Hongfu Tianxia, the largest five-star hotel in Tian'ai City. This establishment also offered takeout, and its culinary offerings were renowned for their exceptional quality, which Zhang Yi greatly relished. Hello, this is Hongfu Tianxia Grand Hotel. How may I assist you? Without hesitation, Zhang Yi responded. I am hosting guests at my home and require a grand banquet over 3 consecutive days, necessitating the reservation of 500 tables of food. The person on the other end of the line was taken aback. Preparing 500 tables worth of meals would take a considerable amount of time, especially for a 5-star hotel where the cost of the most economical banquet could reach 3,000 to 4,000 per table. For 500 tables, that would amount to over $1 million. The staff, hesitant to make any assumptions, quickly replied, "Please hold on a moment while I consult with our manager." After a brief interval, another individual took over the call. Good day, sir. I am Chen Dingfang, the manager of Hongfu Grand Hotel. May I ask your name? Chapter 5. Financing through loans. Zhang Yi replied. My name is Zhang Yi. Is there an issue with my request for 500 banquet tables? The manager was startled. Such a request was unprecedented since the hotel's inception. However, given the magnitude of the order, they were certainly eager to accommodate it. Mr. Zhang, 500 banquet tables will indeed require over $1 million. If you wish to proceed, we will prepare everything immediately, though we will require a deposit of 200,000 in advance. Zhang Yi responded, that is not a problem. Please send me your account details, and I will transfer the funds to you shortly. With money, matters become considerably easier to manage. The manager readily agreed and subsequently added Zhang Yi as a friend, sending him the bank account details. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi transferred 200,000. Once the manager confirmed the deposit with the finance department, he promptly began instructing various departments. Hurry, hurry. We have a substantial order. Let the procurement department expedite the supplies, and the kitchen should refrain from accepting any other delivery orders for the time being. We must prepare the 500 banquet tables requested by the client within a day. On the other end, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi couldn't help but lament. Although this money will lose its value in a month, it is still essential for purchasing goods at present. In his possession were the inheritance left by his parents and his savings, totaling around 2 million. Losing half of it in one go was, to be honest, somewhat painful. However, upon reflection, this could be seen as a blessing. Many hold vast sums of money only to see it turn into worthless paper later on. Not everyone has the opportunity to spend their money wisely. Nevertheless, there were still many areas where funds were required, and I must devise a plan to acquire more. Zhang Yi's gaze fell upon the house his family owned. This property, located in the central district of Tian'ai City, spans 120 square meters and was constructed a decade ago. Based on current market trends, the price per square meter exceeds 40,000. This implies that the house is now valued at over 5 million. Eureka! I can take out a mortgage that would provide me with the funds I need. Zhang Yi chuckled, relishing the thought that this borrowed money would not require repayment, which was undeniably delightful. He immediately left his home and drove to the bank to secure a loan. Along the way, he received a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi. The weekend is so dull. I really wish I had someone to accompany me for a stroll. Zhang Yi glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside. Upon arriving at the bank, he proceeded with the loan application. Given that Zhang Yi was requesting a substantial sum, and with all his documentation in order, as well as having purchased his property outright, the loan was swiftly approved. However, the bank only granted him a loan of 4 million. Zhang Yi did not haggle. After all, it was free money, and he had neither the time nor inclination to negotiate with the bank. After signing the necessary documents, the funds were promptly transferred to his account. After deducting over $1 million for the banquet expenses, he still had around 5 million left. This should be sufficient for renovating his house, but he still required a significant amount for purchasing pharmaceuticals and weapons. He He pondered how to acquire additional funds. At that moment, a young man with dyed hair noticed Zhang Yi lost in thought and approached him with a glint in his eye. "Hey, buddy, do you need some cash?" Zhang Yi looked up at the young man. "Who are you?" The young man's smile widened as he leaned in closer, asking in a lowered voice. "I just want to know if you need money right now, and if the bank is reluctant to lend to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi realized the man's intentions. He was undoubtedly a loan shark. An idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. He sighed, feigning a troubled demeanor, and remarked, "Indeed. My family's business is in dire need of financial liquidity. However, the situation at the bank." Zhang Yi paused, deliberately revealing a look of distress. Huang Mao appeared to comprehend instantly. After all, who in their right mind would resort to usury if they could secure a loan through conventional means? He addressed Zhang Yi. "Yes, borrowing from banks has become quite stringent these days. Numerous regulations and the disbursement process is sluggish. Nevertheless, my friend, if you are in urgent need of funds, I can certainly assist you." Zhang Yi looked at Huang Mao with caution. "You? Can you truly manage this? I require several million." Upon hearing the magnitude of the deal, Huang Mao's eyes gleamed with heightened excitement. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Yi. "Our company specializes in rescuing individuals from financial predicaments. Should you need capital, look no further than us." Zhang Yi glanced at the card, which bore the name Duo Loan Financial Services Limited, and identified Huang Mao as business manager Hu Minghua. Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Can you genuinely lend me money? I need 5 million, if you can help me navigate this predicament. I assure you that I will repay it within 3 months at the latest." Hu Minghua smiled. "This is a negotiable matter. Our company possesses substantial capabilities, specifically tailored to assist individuals like you who are in need of funding. Come, let us discuss this matter further at our office." With a look of eager anticipation, Zhang Yi nodded and followed Hu Minghua to their company. The so-called company resided within a remote office building. Upon entering, Hu Minghua led Zhang Yi to the office of their boss. The proprietor of this lending firm presented a robust physique, yet donned an elegant suit from a prestigious brand, evidently striving to cultivate an image of a legitimate enterprise. However, a hint of hostility lingered in his brow, a sentiment only acquired through years of struggle in the business world. Hu Minghua introduced Zhang Yi's basic information to the boss, stating, "Manager, this is the client seeking to borrow money from us." The boss, named Qin Xiong, greeted Zhang Yi with a smile and invited him to take a seat. "Mr. Zhang, how much would you like to borrow?" The conversation, characteristic of a usury operation, was refreshingly straightforward. Such a company, lacking formalities, operated with minimal constraints, possessing numerous methods to ensure repayment, leaving no room for concerns about defaults. Zhang Yi replied, "I wish to borrow 5 million. Qin Xiong's brow furrowed slightly. "That's quite a substantial sum. However, Mr. Zhang, I must inform you that our interest rates are notably high, so please be prepared for that." Hu Minghua interjected, "Mr. Yang's business urgently requires liquidity. Once the operations stabilize, repaying this amount will be swift, wouldn't it?" The two engaged in a harmonious exchange, all observed keenly by Zhang Yi. Maintaining an appearance of urgency, he asserted, "Indeed, I can repay it promptly. If the interest is high, so be it, as long as you can lend me the funds." A smile spread across Qin Xiong's face. "That is satisfactory. Our interest rate stands at 4%. Should you borrow 5 million, the repayment will amount to 7 million. Therefore, you must first provide me with an IOU for 7 million. Additionally, you are required to present collateral of sufficient value. Properties, factories, or vehicles will suffice." Zhang Yi feigned hesitation for a moment, then, with resolve, produced the property deed from his possession. He had intended to use this for a bank loan, and fortuitously, it was at hand. "This property of mine is valued at over 5 million. Will this suffice as collateral for your bank?" he asserted. "I also possess a Mercedes worth 300,000. Should I fail to repay, you may claim it as well." This was the first time Qin Xiong encountered such an upfront client, and he promptly took the property deed to inspect it. After verifying the details of Zhang Yi's property, he felt increasingly satisfied, as the current market value suggested it could fetch at least 550,000. With the addition of a vehicle, this transaction would undoubtedly be profitable. Nevertheless, Qin Xiong maintained a facade of dissatisfaction. "Mr. Zhang, this property is only worth around 4 to 5 million at most. However, to withdraw 5 million from me seems somewhat disadvantageous." Zhang Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment, and he exclaimed with fervor, "Boss Chun, you must assist me. I am in urgent need of funds. If you can transfer the money today, I only require 450,000. Qin Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with mockery. Their business model thrived on exploiting those in desperate need. The more urgency displayed by others, the more they reveled in their opportunity to profit. "This venture is utterly unprofitable. After extensive negotiations, both parties reached an agreement of 4 million. However, Zhang Yi insisted that the funds must be transferred to his account today. Despite their unscrupulous nature, the lending company indeed boasts remarkable efficiency, perhaps their only advantage over banks. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Yi promptly received 4 million in cash in his account, and he could not suppress a smug smile. For Chen Xiong, this sum was akin to a wasted investment. A futile endeavor. A hint of self-deprecation lingered in his thoughts. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yi departed with the money. Following his exit, the office resonated with the hearty laughter of Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua. Ha ha ha. This business was remarkably straightforward. That foolish lad actually walked away with 4 million. Chen Xiong exclaimed with pride, "We stand to profit at least 2 to 3 million from this deal. Our performance for the month is secure." Leaning on the table, Hu Minghua chuckled, "Boss, with how readily he signed the contract. Could there be some issue with that property?" Chen Xiong, holding the property deed, replied with a smile. "The property deed is legitimate, without any issues. As long as the house is his, he cannot escape. With the deed and that 7 million loan agreement in hand, we will undoubtedly find a way to acquire the property. Moreover, we possess additional strategies to thoroughly exploit Zhang Yi." Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes and elegantly sipped his coffee. If all else fails, one could reach out to a few overseas institutions to ascertain whether there are any valuable components on him that could be sold. We never engage in transactions that result in a loss. Zhang Yi left the lending company with a chuckle, glancing back at the office building with a hint of subtle mockery at the corners of his mouth. "They are all such good people, generously providing me with funds to squander. From this moment onward, Zhang Yi, Chen Xiong, and Hu Minghua shall have no further interactions. In fact, it is quite likely that they will perish in the impending cold wave a month from now." Zhang Yi now possesses approximately 9 million in funds, which is more than sufficient to execute his plans. After all, for any subsequent purchases, he can utilize a deposit payment method. This 9 million essentially translates to a purchasing power of several tens of millions. There is no need to amass further wealth. Although Zhang Yi would not shy away from extracting benefits from various online lending platforms if the opportunity arose. Driving his car, Zhang Yi arrived at the renowned Zhanlong Security Company in Tianhai City. Zhanlong is one of the largest security firms in Huaguo, specializing in providing security services to the affluent and celebrities. On occasion, even high-ranking officials from the government request their assistance during outings. Zhang Yi sought out their services because he had heard in his past life that Zhanlong had constructed a top-tier safe house valued at $1 billion for the son of a billionaire in Jiangnan province. It was said that this family, which had risen to wealth through real estate, continued to live lavishly even amidst the apocalypse, thanks in no small part to the security house created by Zhanlong. Upon arriving at Zhanlong, Zhang Yi approached the front desk to articulate his purpose. Immediately, a member of the business department invited Zhang Yi to a lounge. The female receptionist presented him with freshly brewed coffee. Shortly thereafter, a robust man with a buzz cut entered the room. Clad in a black suit, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a suit-clad enforcer, raising concerns that his attire might burst at the seams. Nonetheless, one could not deny that the presence of such an individual would instill a sense of security in clients. "Good day, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, the manager of the business department. How may we assist you?" Wu Huiran inquired as he took a seat beside Zhang Yi. After taking a sip of his coffee, Zhang Yi replied, "I require you to construct a safe house for me, the kind that can withstand the apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Wu Huiran's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Such a statement might elicit laughter from others, as few would believe in the concept of an impending apocalypse. However, for the Zhanlong company, this was no jest. The wealthiest and most powerful individuals in the world often harbor the greatest fear of mortality. Some time ago, affluent individuals abroad spared no expense, investing hundreds of millions of dollars into the creation of doomsday bunkers. In recent years, many wealthy individuals globally have begun to emulate this behavior. Some may genuinely fear large-scale natural disasters, while others simply seek to bolster their sense of security due to an abundance of adversaries. Thus, the doomsday safe houses offered by Zhanlong Security naturally emerged in response to market demand. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's intention to construct a doomsday-grade safe house, Wu Huiran immediately adopted a more courteous demeanor. Such substantial contracts were rare for them to secure annually. "Mr. Zhang, we at Zhanlong are a world-class security firm. Your requirements are certainly within our capabilities." Zhang Yi promptly inquired, "If I were to request a complete transformation of a residence at the 24th floor, would you be able to accomplish that?" Wu Huiran's gaze became somewhat peculiar. Typically, such safe houses were standalone villas or underground shelters. It was uncommon for the affluent to opt for safe houses within an apartment setting. Nevertheless, since the client had made a request, their firm would certainly endeavor to fulfill it. With a confident smile, Wu Huiran replied, "That is certainly not an issue." Zhanlong is indeed a top-tier security company. With our expertise, we can easily achieve what you require. Hearing this, Zhang Yi formulated a plan in his mind. In that case, he would transform his own residence into a safe house. He chose to remain, eager to witness firsthand the demise of those who had wronged him. Wu Huairan produced a tablet and presented it to Zhang Yi. Our services are fully customizable. You may select the offerings you desire, complete with corresponding pricing. In this digital age, communication was indeed convenient. Zhang Yi accepted the tablet and began meticulously sifting through the available services. One could not help but admire the professionalism of a specialized firm. As long as the funds were sufficient, Zhanlong Security Company could nearly accommodate any request, including the construction of safe houses 100 meters underground or beneath the sea. However, these projects progressed too slowly for Zhang Yi, as he only had a month to complete them. Chapter 7. Acquiring Equipment. After perusing the introduction to the safe house, Zhang Yi promptly selected his service options. First and foremost was the comprehensive reinforcement of the entire dwelling, which entailed replacing all materials in his house. The walls, ceilings, and floors would be constructed from 200 millimeters thick alloy, directly substituting the original walls. This material, an aerospace-grade substance, weighs merely 1/3 of steel, yet possesses tenfold the strength of high-quality steel. Utilizing this material to craft the safe house would seamlessly integrate it into the building where Zhang Yi resided, without the risk of structural overload. The windows would be fitted with the finest bulletproof glass available globally. Furthermore, the ventilation system would be enhanced with air filtration capabilities, rendering it impervious to any harmful gases from external sources. Lastly, a comprehensive surveillance system would be installed, ensuring meticulous monitoring of both the interior and exterior of the residence, leaving no blind spots. The doors would be replaced with robust, bank vault-grade security doors, impervious even to small explosives. In summary, Zhang Yi's singular demand was to transform his abode into an impregnable fortress. After finalizing these selections, Zhang Yi handed the computer to Wu Huairan. Upon reviewing the specifications, Wu Huairan could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. A mere 120 square meters transformed into a veritable iron barrel. With the addition of weaponry, it would practically become a fortress. Wu Huairan murmured. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Oh, so you have some knowledge of fortifications? Wu Huairan chuckled softly. I once served as a mercenary abroad, and I possess extensive knowledge in military affairs. A spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Yi's mind. He suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, do you have any means to procure firearms? This question rendered Wu Huairan's demeanor serious. In Huabua, private ownership of firearms is strictly prohibited. Mr. Zhang, you must understand that, in principle, such items are not meant for private possession, Wu Huairan replied quietly. Is it that you have encountered some formidable adversaries that instill such fear in you? Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to press on. Indeed, I have offended some individuals from the underworld. They are ruthless and possess firearms. I was contemplating whether I could acquire some for self-defense. Otherwise, I would merely be confined to my home, enduring their assaults, which is hardly a viable option. Wu Huairan chuckled lightly. Mr. Zhang, I fear I cannot assist you with such matters. We are a legitimate company. However, from Wu Huairan's gaze, Zhang Yi discerned that it was not a question of capability, but rather of reluctance to wade into murky waters. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and continued. The security project I am undertaking will cost over 8 million. Should I encounter issues later, it would not reflect well on your company. He fixed his gaze on Wu Huairan and stated emphatically, I merely seek a means of protection. If you can assist me in this endeavor, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. Wu Huairan remained silent, furrowing his brow as he weighed the implications of the situation. He certainly had connections. However, he was unaware of Zhang Yi's background and thus did not dare to introduce him lightly. You may return for now, although I cannot assist directly with this matter. I can inquire on your behalf. Should any information arise, I shall reach out to you. Wu Huairan appeared indecisive at that moment. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi did not press him too hard. Firearms, indeed, require caution. He smiled and said, very well, I shall await your news. By the way, I am in urgent need regarding this matter, so please expedite the creation of a safe house. Wu Huairan replied, we shall complete it within 2 weeks at most. After concluding his discussion with Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi promptly signed the contract, paying a deposit of 1 million yuan. As for the remaining balance, well, it seemed he would never have the opportunity to settle that. Having departed from the Zhanlong Security Company, his accommodation issues were essentially resolved. Next, Zhang Yi returned to his vehicle and called a familiar acquaintance, Lu Yang. Lu Yang operated a hunting ground in Tianhai City, having leased several hundred acres in Xishan, where various harmless animals roamed, providing entertainment for hunters. He possessed numerous legally obtained bows, crossbows, and air guns. Zhang Yi had visited Liu Yang's establishment several times before. Thus he had his contact information. He called Liu Yang to request a bulk purchase, even offering to pay a premium. Liu Yang, being a businessman and having previously sought Zhang Yi's assistance, readily agreed to the arrangement. Brother Zhang, why are you purchasing so much equipment? These items are only suitable for hunting or personal use. One must not wield such things to inflict harm. Liu Yang inquired with a smile. Yet his tone bore a hint of caution. After all, these items had been sold from his hands. Should Zhang Yi use these weapons to cause injury, he too would find himself in a predicament. Certainly, those who can establish hunting grounds in Tianhai City possess a certain background. Nevertheless, there is no necessity for anyone to incur risk on account of an ordinary acquaintance like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily, conjuring a casual excuse. You think too much. I have arranged to hunt with a few friends at a wildlife reserve in Africa soon. Hence, I need to procure more equipment. Liu Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. Well, Zhang Yi certainly knows how to enjoy himself. However, there are numerous lions and hyenas in Africa. Do remember to prioritize your safety? Indeed. So, when can you have the items ready for me? Oh, I have plenty on hand. Just swing by whenever you have time to collect them. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi promptly drove to the Xishan hunting ground and made his purchases. Time was of the essence for him, and he could not afford any delays. He acquired 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 high-grade compound bows, and 300 arrows for both bows and crossbows. Additionally, he purchased 2 exquisite hunting knives, crafted from Damascus steel, renowned for their durability and sharpness. They are exceedingly difficult to damage unless subjected to prolonged use against hard surfaces. Such tools are undeniably effective for self-defense. All these items filled the trunk to capacity. Gazing at the impressive array of equipment, Zhang Yi was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of security. He then transported the entire load back home. Having procured everything through legitimate channels, he had previously obtained a hunting license for recreational purposes. Thus, he felt no apprehension about potential inquiries from the authorities. By the time he returned home, dusk had descended. Zhang Yi ventured out once more, savoring a delightful hot pot meal at Haidaleo. Contemplating the prospect of preparing hot pot himself in the future, he promptly decided to order an astounding 10,000 portions of hot pot base from the restaurant. The staff at Haidaleo were taken aback, initially suspecting that Zhang Yi might be a rival merchant attempting to disrupt their operations. Fortunately, due to the restaurant's commendable service, they refrained from confronting him directly. Eventually, the manager approached, inquiring about Zhang Yi's intentions before graciously accepting the order, albeit with the stipulation of cash payment to avert any potential sabotage. Zhang Yi readily complied, paying over 1,000,000 yuan on the spot. Such a generous gesture brought immense joy to the manager, who even offered an additional 500 portions as a complimentary gift to Zhang Yi. Chapter 8. The supplies gradually arrived. Zhang Yi provided his address for the Haidaleo employees to deliver the hot pot base. As for the food materials, he planned to retrieve them directly from Walmart's warehouse when the time came. The hot pot base, being a specialty item, would not be sold off the premises. Even the packaged hot pot ingredients available in stores paled in comparison to those served in the restaurant. Were it otherwise, patrons would not flock to dine in. After finishing his meal, Zhang Yi prepared to return home when his phone rang with a call from the manager of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. May I inquire if you're available to receive them now? Upon returning home, Zhang Yi awaited the delivery of delectable dishes and fine beverages. The grand banquet of 500 tables would suffice to satisfy his culinary cravings for the next 2 or 3 years. With a substantial sum of 8 to 9 million still at his disposal, he felt no remorse in spending. Rather, he was eager to lavishly indulge. As he pondered on his journey home, he contemplated what other delicacies he fancied. Consequently, he placed orders at several renowned restaurants in Tianhai City, requesting each to deliver 100 tables of food. Encompassing 8 major cuisines, including Western fare, he had ordered thousands of tables in total. This extravagant feast essentially secured his sustenance for half a lifetime. Before long, the catering vehicles from Hongfu Tianxia Hotel arrived at the entrance of the Yulu community. A formidable convoy of 20 to 30 vehicles created a blockade, leaving the neighbors in utter astonishment. Uncle Yu, the security guard, promptly approached to inquire about the purpose of their visit. The hotel manager explained the situation. Yet Uncle Yu insisted that the residents must be present for the gate to be opened. Given the magnitude of the operation and the uncertainty of the contents within the vehicles, he could not allow entry without considering the community's safety. The hotel manager had no choice but to call Zhang Yi. He promptly descended and reached the entrance of the community, where a throng of people had gathered, including neighbors from the building and onlookers like Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Approaching Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Uncle Yu, these are deliveries for me. Please allow them to enter. Uncle Yu, taken aback, responded with astonishment. Deliveries? What on earth are you having that necessitates a dozen vehicles? The neighbors were abuzz upon hearing about the food truck. Goodness, it must require at least several hundred tables. Where on earth does he intend to place them? Is there some occasion at Zhang Yi's home that necessitates such a grand banquet? Could it be that he is getting married? Yet, hundreds of tables seem rather daunting. Have you truly grasped the situation? That is none other than the illustrious Hongfu Tianxia, a five-star hotel. To reserve hundreds of tables, there would undoubtedly cost over $1 million. My word, to spend such an amount on a single feast. Zhang Yi is indeed a man of hidden depths. Previously, we only knew of their affluent background. But it appears he may very well be a tycoon. The neighbors engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes toward Zhang Yi now imbued with admiration and a hint of reverence. On the roadside, Fang Yuqing observed this scene, her lips pressed together in determination to win Zhang Yi's affection. She approached him with a smile, inquiring, Zhang Yi, what has been keeping your family busy lately? You've procured so many items. Zhang Yi paid her no mind, instead offering a cigarette to Uncle Yu. Upon seeing the owner arrive, Uncle Yu opened the gate, allowing the convoy from Hongfu Tianxia to enter the community. Zhang Yi led the way. And though he disregarded Fang Yuqing, she appeared unfazed, following closely beside him, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Is there something at home you can't share with me? Aren't we good friends? In the future, I hope to know you better. Please don't treat me as a stranger. Zhang Yi cast a deep glance at her. A cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, all these items are purchased on behalf of my employer. The last time we dined at that Western restaurant. It was also his treat. With a sigh, he added, if only I were truly that wealthy. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. You must be joking, right? Zhang Yi raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. How could I deceive you? We have known each other for several years. You are well aware of my family's circumstances. My parents have passed away, and I am merely a supervisor at a warehouse. There is no wealth to speak of. His explanation left Fang Yuqing's countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and realization. She had indeed entertained doubts. Considering that a rich second-generation individual would typically hail from a family engaged in considerable business ventures. Although Zhang Yi's parents had left behind some inheritance after their demise years ago, it hardly constituted the life of a wealthy heir. With Zhang Yi's own admission of not being affluent, all her lingering questions were satisfactorily resolved. Subtly, she distanced herself from him. Smoothing her hair while donning a polite smile as she said, regardless of your financial status, we are still the best of friends, are we not? I am certainly not a materialistic woman. She emphasized the word friends with deliberate weight. A scheming individual never burns all bridges. For she still requires a backup and devoted admirers to cater to her needs. Zhang Yi merely curled his lips in response, choosing not to engage further. Meanwhile, employees from Hongfu Tianxia began transporting sumptuous meals to the location designated by Zhang Yi. He was well liked in his social circles, which allowed him to borrow a small storage space in the community's underground facility. Let them first place the items in the warehouse. Although the quantity of food for 500 tables is considerable, once packed into meal boxes, it will occupy a space that does not seem overly extravagant. Zhang Yi has ordered only the finest delicacies, abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, Australian lobster, truffles, caviar, everything one could desire. Transporting the grand feast for 500 tables to the warehouse will undoubtedly take some time. Even the hotel manager, witnessing the scene, was left momentarily speechless. After years of managing, he had never encountered such a colossal takeout order. However, Zhang Yi reassured them to proceed with moving the items into the warehouse. Once the workers had departed, he discreetly stored all the food into his spatial realm. Others might harbor suspicions, deeming Zhang Yi peculiar. Yet in this bustling world, few have the luxury to concern themselves with an unrelated individual. Therefore, whether it be neighbors or hotel staff, they merely exchanged a few remarks. Yet none truly invested their attention. Before long, all 500 tables of sumptuous food had been seamlessly absorbed into Zhang Yi's spatial domain. In the evening, Zhang Yi received a call from Wu Huiran, the manager of Zhanlong Company. Wu informed Zhang Yi that they were ready and could commence the construction of his safe house at his convenience. Zhang Yi promptly replied that they could come over the following day. He planned to move into the hotel for the time being. After discussing the safe house, Zhang Yi awaited further communication from Wu Huiran. He had one more critical matter to address with Wu, securing the equality device. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Huiran lowered his voice and said to Zhang Yi, if you truly have a need in this regard, I can certainly recommend a pathway for you. However, the price may be somewhat steep. Zhang Yi nodded, fully aware of this fact. Money was no longer a concern for him. The only thing that mattered was the quality of the goods. Wu Huiran replied with ease, very well, since that is the case, I will make the introduction for you. I will inform you of the transaction location in 3 days. Chapter 9. The Super Warehouse with the matter of acquiring firearms settled. Zhang Yi felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In the apocalyptic era, possessing such weaponry would instill immense confidence when facing both human and non-human adversaries. The following day, Zhang Yi packed essential items into his personal space. He intended to transform his residence into a secure haven, which necessitated a temporary relocation to a hotel. Early that morning, 3 black vans entered the Yu-Lu community. A multitude of workers from the Dragon Company, clad in uniforms, disembarked and began taking measurements of Zhang Yi's home. Many neighbors observed this spectacle with curiosity. What had Zhang Yi been up to lately? Had he perhaps taken some unusual medicine? A few colleagues even jested. Indeed, just the other day, I saw him at the supermarket buying 3 carts full of food. One might think the apocalypse is upon us with such a stockpile. What a waste it would be if it all expires. Perhaps there is something amiss with his mental state. The others expressed their bewilderment at Zhang Yi's unusual behavior, yet no one cared, viewing him merely as a source of amusement. Even Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining believed that Zhang Yi had lost his wits. Lin Kaining suddenly realized, now it makes sense. No wonder he dined at the 3 Michelin-star restaurant that day. His mind must indeed be unhinged. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brows, feeling particularly discontent. Remembering that day when she had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yi and helped him carry numerous items home, leaving her utterly exhausted, she felt a surge of frustration. What on earth was Zhang Yi up to? Lin Kaining, however, expressed her concern. He promised to treat us to a grand feast. He wouldn't forget, would he? She had been yearning for a meal at the 3 Michelin-star restaurant. Fang Yuqing scoffed, let us forget about that. Given his recent erratic behavior, even if he invites me, I shan't go. What if others see us dining together? It would be utterly embarrassing. She had plans to secure a wealthy husband and could not afford to tarnish her reputation. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, Lin Kaining felt a pang of reluctance but ultimately conceded, having no choice but to abandon the notion. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi remained indifferent to how his neighbors perceived him. In a month's time, they would come to realize who the true fool was. Zhang Yi stepped out of his home and drove to the Walmart warehouse. It was Monday, time to return to work and, in the process, conduct a thorough investigation within the warehouse to facilitate his future plans. The Walmart warehouse is situated in the economic development zone on the fringes of Tianhai City. Due to the relatively low land prices in this area, numerous large corporations have established their warehouses here, including some pharmaceutical companies. This proximity facilitates Zhang Yi's acquisition of certain essential medications. Upon arriving at the Walmart warehouse, Zhang Yi dutifully clocked in for work. As the warehouse supervisor, he is exceedingly familiar with this place, knowing each warehouse and even every shelf intimately. In the past, his visits here would often be marked by a sense of monotony. However, today, as he gazes upon the colossal warehouses and the vast array of goods worth tens or even hundreds of billions, he is overwhelmed with exhilaration. Soon, these items will be taken by him, transforming into vital resources for survival in the impending apocalypse. As the central warehouse for South China operations, the volume of supplies here surpasses anyone's imagination. Just the stock of cola amounts to tens of thousands of cases. The entire warehouse spans over 1 million square feet, filled to the brim with various essential goods. In addition to food, clothing, and hardware, there are even automobiles, drones, diesel generators, and barrels of gasoline. It can be said that anything permitted for sale in a supermarket can undoubtedly be found here. Having worked here for many years, Zhang Yi possesses an intimate knowledge of the layout of every shelf. He is also acutely aware of the scheduling and the locations of the surveillance cameras. Despite the stringent monitoring in place, he knows the vulnerabilities well enough to incapacitate the entire surveillance system within 10 minutes. Utilizing the capabilities of the system's space, he intended to take everything here. However, Zhang Yi refrained from acting hastily. There was ample time, and he wished to avoid alarming the unsuspecting. After casually wandering around the warehouse, he departed, carrying a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, and made his way to the adjacent warehouse of Ruining Pharmaceutical Company. Given that he regularly worked in the same vicinity, he was quite familiar with the staff there. Upon arrival, he sought out Zhou Hairan, a manager in the warehouse. Their mutual familiarity was well established, as the large corporation's warehouse inevitably attracted individuals who exploited its resources. Zhou Hairan, whose brother-in-law was the vice president of Ruining Group, often pilfered medications from the warehouse for personal gain. After engaging Zhou in conversation, Zhang Yi subtly hinted at his intentions, expressing a desire to obtain several boxes of emergency treatment medications. Initially cautious, Zhou Hairan's demeanor shifted when Zhang Yi proposed to pay double the market price for the drugs. The promise of such a lucrative offer proved irresistible, and they ultimately struck a deal for 5 boxes of medicines at the price of 3 million. For an average person, The total instances of illness throughout a lifetime would not even come close to that amount. With the acquisition of the medications, Zhang Yi had nearly prepared all the necessary supplies for the impending apocalypse. With less than a month remaining until the predicted doomsday, he found little motivation to continue his work. He arrived at the warehouse manager's office, fabricating a story about the death of a distant grandfather from his hometown. Seeking a leave of absence for 20 days to attend the funeral, Zhang Yi was well-liked and maintained a good rapport with the manager. Therefore, although the duration of his leave request was somewhat outrageous, he faced no obstacles and was granted time off with ease. In the following days, Zhang Yi planned to luxuriate in a 5-star hotel, awaiting the arrival of the supplies he had procured and the completion of his safe house. As he exited the manager's office, he caught sight of Fang Yuqing, her back turned as she poured herself a cup of coffee at the machine. It must be said, this woman possessed a certain allure, exuding an undercurrent of seduction. As she poured her coffee, she couldn't resist a little wiggle, effortlessly drawing the attention of several young admirers nearby. One young man, grinning broadly, extended an invitation to Fang Yuqing to attend Jay Chou's concert, waving his tickets flamboyantly. This man was Zhou Ping, and Zhang Yi had a distinct impression of him, as they resided in the same neighborhood. Furthermore, he was a devoted admirer of Fang Yuqing. And among those who had wronged Zhang Yi in a past life, he was included. Chapter 10. Confronting the sycophant Zhou Ping lavished attention on Fang Yuqing. Yet it was evident that she had little interest in a man like him. In terms of financial standing, Zhou Ping fell significantly short of Zhang Yi, even renting his accommodation. Nevertheless, Fang Yuqing continued to smile graciously as she replied, "Thank you, Zhou Ping. However, I happen to have plans with friends that evening." What a pity. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Zhou Ping's face. He had expended an entire month's salary for these 2 concert tickets. He had originally hoped to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings to Fang Yuqing during the concert, but alas, his plans had come to naught. Zhang Yi, witnessing this scene, wore a smirk of mockery. He was well aware that Zhou Ping, the ever-adoring suitor, would ultimately gain nothing from his endeavors. However, Zhou Ping, amidst his dejection, caught sight of Zhang Yi's smiling countenance, which ignited a surge of anger within him. In an attempt to divert his own embarrassment, he strode over to Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, your actions are utterly disgraceful. As a grown man, how could you have a woman assist you in moving things? Do you have no shame? Yuqing has been complaining about her sore back since she came to work today. I hope you refrain from troubling her in the future." Zhang Yi cast a glance at Fang Yuqing, realizing that it was this woman who had spread the word. Fang Yuqing feigned innocence as she chimed in, "It's nothing serious." "Really? In truth, she's not unwell. She simply struggles with heavy lifting and seems to have slightly strained her back." As she spoke, she pinched her own lower back and furrowed her brows, displaying a pained expression. In a bid to assert his masculinity before Fang Yuqing, Zhou Ping boldly pointed at Zhang Yi, declaring, "You should promptly give Yuqing 500 yuan for medical expenses." To his surprise, Zhang Yi's gaze turned icy as he glared at Zhou Ping and retorted, "She volunteered to help me move. I did not solicit her assistance. Besides, who do you think you are to dictate terms to me? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance?" Zhang Yi's scathing rebuke left both Zhou Ping and Fang Yuqing utterly bewildered. Zhou Ping, merely a mundane clerk in the warehouse, wielded neither power nor influence. His audacity to reprimand Zhang Yi stemmed solely from Zhang's typically amiable disposition, which disinclined him from engaging in disputes. However, upon witnessing Zhang Yi's genuine fury, Zhou Ping's confidence waned swiftly. "Why are you shouting so loudly? I was merely trying to discuss something with you," he stammered. Zhang Yi scoffed derisively, turning on his heel to depart. He found no desire to engage in futile discourse with Zhou Ping. At that moment, Zhang Yi regarded everyone as though they were mere phantoms, for he foresaw that within a month, 99 of those around him would succumb to the frigid tempest of the apocalypse. Why waste words on the dead? Once Zhang Yi had left, Zhou Ping hurried to Fang Yuqing, whispering, "Yuqing, I told you that Zhang Yi is no good. You should keep your distance from him." Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow, perplexed by the recent transformation in Zhang Yi's demeanor. He no longer approached her to greet her, nor did he initiate their nightly conversations or bid her good night. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Later, after work, Zhang Yi drove to a 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, specifically to the restaurant he had previously reserved, Hongfu Tianxia. Upon learning of Zhang Yi's arrival, the manager greeted him with a beaming smile and promptly arranged a guest room. The cost of a night in such an establishment exceeded 1,000, yet Zhang Yi exhibited no concern whatsoever. Nonetheless, with several millions still at his disposal, he would only perceive it as wasteful if he were unable to exhaust those funds. That very evening, Fang Yuqing, the epitome of innocence, surprisingly took the initiative to message Zhang Yi. "Fang Yuqing, Zhang Yi, I passed by your house today and noticed that renovations are underway. Zhang Yi smirked slightly, responding, "Indeed." Fang Yuqing continued, "You seem rather peculiar lately, hoarding items and renovating your home. Is something significant about to happen?" Zhang Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, this White Lotus was far from foolish. It appeared that his recent odd behaviors had indeed piqued her curiosity. However, Zhang Yi was indifferent. The opinions of others held no significance for him. "Nothing much," he replied coldly, tossing his phone aside. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing, observing Zhang Yi's lackluster demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Yi had always treated her with great kindness, consistently inquiring about her well-being and seeking various reasons to engage her in conversation each night. Yet, recently, he seemed to have transformed entirely. His demeanor now aloof and devoid of the initiative to communicate with her. This shift left Fang Yuqing feeling quite unsettled. While she could feign disinterest in Zhang Yi, she would not permit him to lose interest in her. To her, that signified a fish escaping from her pond. Although Zhang Yi was not born into wealth, he represented a quality middle-class individual. Should she fail to find a wealthy partner in the future, there might still be an opportunity for her to secure Zhang Yi's affections. Fang Yuqing picked up her phone and sent another message, feeling that their communication had diminished recently, leaving her with a tinge of loneliness. However, after waiting for half a day, she received no reply. Biting her lip, a sense of agitation began to brew within her. What on earth was wrong with Zhang Yi? How dare he ignore my message when I took the initiative to reach out? Nearby, her roommate Lin Caning, having overheard Fang Yuqing's complaints, approached with a playful smile. Indeed, Zhang Yi had been acting rather oddly lately. Who knew why he was hoarding so much food and drink, not to mention the numerous banquet reservations he made at hotels? It was as if he anticipated a looming scarcity of supplies. Fang Yuqing frowned slightly upon hearing this. She turned to Lin Caning and asked, "Ning Ning, do you think something might actually happen soon? Is it possible that Zhang Yi has received some kind of news and is stockpiling supplies?" Lin Caning paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. "Yuqing, are you out of your mind? If something were truly about to occur, the authorities would certainly issue a notification. We should simply remain at ease. If he is hoarding supplies, people will just think we are foolish." Fang Yuqing chuckled self-deprecatingly at this, acknowledging the truth in her words. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had been holed up in a suite at a 5-star hotel for several days. He had not ventured out at all during this time. Instead, he had been busy procuring lavish banquet arrangements from various hotels, while also dedicating his time to practicing with a compound bow and crossbow within the confines of his room. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had a fondness for hunting in the past, which provided him with a solid foundation. Now, within a range of 15 meters, his accuracy is remarkably high, particularly with a professional-grade compound bow in hand. Such modern equipment enables an ordinary individual to shoot arrows comparable to those of ancient archers. Not only is it effective against humans, but it can also inflict significant harm on wild boars, wolves, and large dogs. Chapter 11. Completion of the safe house. 3 days later, through the introduction of Wu Huairan, Zhang Yi successfully acquired 2 firearms and 100 rounds of ammunition. Though the price was somewhat steep, Zhang Yi harbored no reservations. With such substantial possessions, he felt a heightened sense of security amidst the apocalypse. Furthermore, he had concluded a transaction with Zhou Hairan, obtaining 5 crates of imported, high-quality medication essential for survival. A week passed, and Wu Huairan called Zhang Yi to inform him that the safe house had been constructed according to his specifications, inviting him to return for an inspection. Zhang Yi then departed from the hotel where he had resided for quite some time and drove back to the Yuelu community. Wu Huairan personally guided Zhang Yi through the inspection of the house. Upon entering, Zhang Yi could not help but be taken aback. The Zhanlong Company truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier security firm in the country. The speed and quality of their safe house construction were beyond reproach. The entire house had been reinforced with 200 millimeters thick alloy plates, and from the outside, it appeared unchanged. Wu Huairan patiently explained each detail to Zhang Yi. The ventilation system is of military-grade quality, capable of filtering any harmful gases, thereby preventing any potential gas attacks from external sources. Furthermore, the entire heating system has been completely redone, utilizing specialized materials from the Arctic Scientific Research Institute. In addition to crafting a fireplace according to your specifications, it effectively insulates against 99.5% of thermal loss. At this juncture, Wu Huairan flashed a mysterious smile at Zhang Yi. To further ensure your safety, we have installed a comprehensive surveillance system throughout the building, comprising a total of 300 cameras that allow you to monitor every floor. Zhang Yi, upon hearing this, was left in awe, at a loss for words. He could only marvel at the undeniable advantages of wealth, which affords services beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. As he stepped onto the balcony, he discovered it had been transformed into a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiren elaborated, stating that the materials used for the windows are bulletproof and blast-resistant, even sturdier than a 200mm alloy plate. Additionally, they facilitate ample natural light and necessary external observation. Zhang Yi was exceedingly pleased with this safe haven. It seemed that unless confronted by an army wielding heavy weaponry, no one could forcibly invade his home. Even in the event of the entire building collapsing, it was unlikely that his room would sustain any damage. I am very satisfied with the safe house you have created, Zhang Yi remarked with a smile to Wu Huiren, who reciprocated with a beaming expression. He produced a document for Zhang Yi to sign and added, "If there are no issues, we kindly request that you settle the remaining balance within 3 months." Zhang Yi nodded with a smile, affirming his thoughts. However, he realized that he would never be able to pay the remaining balance. The mere fact that he had only spent 1 million as a deposit to acquire a safe house valued at nearly 10 million was simply exhilarating. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi surveyed his near-perfect sanctuary. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he recognized that he had overlooked a crucial aspect, the source of life itself. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed in dismay, how could he forget something as vital as water? In the wake of the impending ice age, although the outside world was frigid, one could obtain water by drilling through ice. Nevertheless, the temperatures would plummet to -60 or 70 degrees, and venturing outdoors would invariably entail peril. Zhang Yi could not abide such a significant flaw in his sanctuary. After a brief contemplation, he promptly placed an order through a delivery platform for 100 large water storage barrels, each capable of holding 500 cubic meters of water, ample to sustain him for several years. Additionally, he could retrieve bottled water from the warehouse, thus perfectly resolving the issue of water resources. True to form, the delivery personnel were remarkably efficient. Just a few hours later, the packages arrived at his door. Zhang Yi approached the entrance of the community and requested Uncle Yu, the security guard, to grant passage to the delivery driver. Observing Zhang Yi purchasing such an array of peculiar items, the neighbors began to murmur amongst themselves. Is there something peculiar about Zhang Yi? One wondered. Indeed. He's always acquiring such strange things. A few days ago, their home was undergoing renovations, and I observed numerous individuals carrying steel plates that were at least 10 centimeters thick. Perhaps they have lost their senses, attempting to emulate the construction of a safe house as depicted in movies. I have also encountered videos abroad showcasing wealthy individuals engaging in such frivolities out of sheer boredom. Is this not a case of unnecessary alarm? Moreover, they have recently purchased an abundance of water barrels. Could they possibly believe that Tianhai City will face a water shortage in the future? How amusing. But Tianhai City is situated by the sea. Amidst the mocking gazes of the neighbors who seemed to relish the spectacle, Zhang Yi felt no inclination to engage in debate. He merely chuckled inwardly, for when the day of the ice apocalypse arrives, they will comprehend the extent of their folly. Zhang Yi had no interest in enlightening them, as these individuals would merely view him as a fool, disregarding his sound advice. They might even twist his words, accusing him of spreading rumors and disturbing public order, which could lead to his arrest. Uncle Yu, the security guard, was engaged in conversation with Mr. Tang, a neighbor. With enthusiasm, Uncle Yu approached and inquired, "Young Zhang, what on earth are you doing with so many water barrels? If you need any assistance, do let me know, and I shall lend a hand." As Zhang Yi gazed at the well-meaning Uncle Yu, he felt a twinge of emotion. Uncle Yu, a retired soldier with no children of his own, had dedicated over a decade to his role as a security guard in the community, performing his duties with unwavering commitment. In a previous life, he had selflessly donated his last bit of food to save a starving mother and daughter, ultimately succumbing to hunger himself. He was one of the rare beacons of humanity that Zhang Yi had encountered in an otherwise desolate world. Thus, Zhang Yi addressed Uncle Yu, saying, "Uncle Yu, this year's temperatures have been rather unusual. I have insider information suggesting that this winter will be quite difficult. To be on the safe side, it would be wise for you to stock up on food and drink, lest prices soar later on." Uncle Yu, who had a cordial relationship with Zhang Yi, recognized the young man's earnest and kind-hearted nature. Moreover, being of an older generation, he was naturally inclined to harbor concerns about potential hardships. Consequently, upon hearing Zhang Yi's warning, he furrowed his brow. "Xiao Zhang, is this true? Is the information reliable?" Zhang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Just look at how much I've already prepared. You should consider stocking up on instant noodles and bottled water. These items are safe to buy in excess." Uncle Yu promptly agreed. Living alone, he had already developed a habit of keeping a supply of instant noodles and sausages for convenience. Since Zhang Yi had taken the time to caution him, he resolved to purchase a few more items, if only to ease his mind. After all, these provisions could be stored without concern for overpurchasing. However, nearby, Grandpa Tang approached Zhang Yi and cautioned, Xiao Zhang, you must refrain from spreading such talk. Our society is currently stable and peaceful. How could we possibly face a shortage of supplies? Be careful, or you might find yourself reported for spreading rumors. You could end up having an unwelcome visit. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. He had offered his advice, and whether they chose to heed it was entirely their decision. Chapter 12. Emptying a warehouse worth billions. Zhang Yi instructed the delivery man to bring 100 giant water barrels to the warehouse, which he subsequently placed within his space, transporting them back home. Upon returning home, Zhang Yi commenced the task of turning on every faucet in the house, filling buckets with water. At this rate, it appeared that he could fill all 100 buckets within a week. Days passed, and Zhang Yi was relentless, sparing no expense in his endeavors. He dined daily at the finest restaurants, purchasing copious amounts of gourmet meals to store in his alternate space. During this time, he frequented the shooting range in Tianhai City, honing his skills in archery and firearms, striving to elevate his proficiency. While it was unrealistic to transform himself into a master combatant within a month, the combination of a bow, a firearm, and a fortified safe house would render him impervious to any impending peril. Naturally, such actions did not go unnoticed. However, those around him regarded Zhang Yi as a figure of ridicule, believing him to be unhinged, and privately mocked him. Even Fang Yuqing deliberately distanced herself from him, reluctant to engage in conversation. As time continued to slip away, more than 20 days passed, drawing nearer to the anticipated apocalypse. Zhang Yi had amassed a vast array of supplies, including food, weapons, and heating equipment. Yet, these provisions failed to instill a sufficient sense of security. He resolved to target the colossal warehouse of Walmart. Securing this stronghold would grant him access to an inexhaustible supply of resources for a lifetime. The reason for not waiting until the final day to take action stemmed from Zhang Yi's recollection of a particular incident from his previous life. He had faintly gleaned that the higher-ups had received advance notice regarding the impending arrival of gamma rays. Consequently, they had subtly begun to relocate substantial amounts of essential supplies long before the ordinary populace was aware. Zhang Yi dared not gamble. He had to act preemptively. Moreover, considering this line of reasoning, even if the stock at the Walmart warehouse were to vanish entirely, the anxious higher-ups would be too preoccupied with seeking shelter to devote much effort to an investigation. This provided Zhang Yi with a suitable buffer period. Thus, he returned to the warehouse and resumed his duties as usual. The Walmart warehouse was monitored around the clock, though the night shift comprised only 10 personnel. Zhang Yi resolved to employ the simplest and most direct method. He would discreetly introduce a sedative into their tea. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, he feared no repercussions for his actions. Given that these individuals were well acquainted with him, Zhang Yi succeeded effortlessly. Once the sedative took effect and they fell into a deep slumber, he made his way to the surveillance room and disabled the entire warehouse's cameras. He knew this place too intimately. He could envision every corner with his eyes closed, and with countless plans and rehearsals replaying in his mind. He executed his scheme with remarkable efficiency. Having completed these tasks, he exchanged his shoes for a pair 2 sizes larger, donned gloves, and swiftly made his way to the warehouse. Gazing upon the vast expanse before him, Zhang Yi inhaled deeply and began to collect the supplies. As his right eye scanned the shelves, with a mere thought, the entire array would materialize within his alternate space. Zhang Yi was the first to arrive at the beverage section. Here lay an astonishing quantity of mineral water, drinks, and spirits, including numerous bottles of exquisite red wine and fine liquors. Without any discernment, Zhang Yi hastily filled his warehouse with all of it. In no time, the thousands of cubic meters of beverages vanished entirely. Next, he proceeded to the fuel section for daily necessities. This area was stocked with vast amounts of smokeless coal and barrels of gasoline and alcohol, intended for household reserves or outdoor excursions. There were tens of thousands of boxes of smokeless coal alone, not to mention the solid alcohol and gasoline barrels. The sheer volume was enough for Zhang Yi to last several centuries. He did not contemplate leaving a portion for others, knowing full well that in the face of apocalypse, these supplies would never reach the common folk. Thus, he unhesitatingly gathered all the provisions. Utilizing his extensive experience in storage, he meticulously allocated areas for them in the alternate space, ensuring ease of access for his future use. In his third step, he ventured into the food section, which was even more abundant, boasting a staggering weight of tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were crammed to the brim, resembling small mountains. Canned goods, packaged roasted chicken, and duck, puffed snacks, instant foods, and gourmet treats. Truly enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Zhang Yi mused, displaying no pickiness in his selection. He took whatever was available. After gathering the food, he made his way to the sports equipment section. His safe house required essential fitness gear as well. Regular exercise would fortify his body and ensure his health, potentially proving life-saving when necessary. Although the space within the safe house is limited, he is not one to shy away from taking what he can. After all, the expanse of the other dimension is boundless, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Among the items he gathered, there are particularly practical tools, such as baseball bats and fencing swords, which serve as excellent weapons. During the collection process, Zhang Yi stumbled upon an array of exceptionally useful gear, including skiing and mountaineering equipment, featuring professional-grade cold-resistant clothing suitable for national athletes. These garments can withstand temperatures plunging to -100 degrees. They represent the pinnacle of technology as of 2050. Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are the ultimate protective apparel against the impending ice age. Without hesitation, he swiftly collected dozens of top-tier cold-resistant outfits and sleeping bags from the warehouse. After a full 2 hours, he had completely cleared the vast expanse of the Walmart warehouse, covering over 1 million square feet. Upon completing this task and gazing at the immense, empty space, an indescribable sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Now, even in the face of the harshest glacial era, he felt confident in his ability to live comfortably. Zhang Yi returned to his post, removed his gloves and shoes, and placed them into the other dimension. He then sipped a bit of tea laced with sleeping pills and laid his head on the table, drifting into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was abruptly roused by someone shaking him urgently. Supervisor! Supervisor! Something terrible has happened. Wake up. Slowly, Zhang Yi opened his eyes, staring in bewilderment at several of his colleagues. What happened? A warehouse worker, trembling, pointed towards the storage area, exclaiming, "It's unbelievable. Our warehouse has been completely emptied." What? Zhang Yi exclaimed, astonished, as he abruptly rose from his seat, striking the table. He theatrically made his way to the warehouse, where he naturally beheld an utterly empty scene. Deep down, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of what had transpired. Nevertheless, his legs weakened, and with a trembling voice, he inquired, "What on earth has happened? Why has all the stock vanished from the warehouse?" The employees surrounding him wore expressions of tension. Indeed, the inventory within that warehouse was worth at least hundreds of millions. Even if they employed large trucks for transport, it would take several days to clear it out. How could it all have disappeared in the blink of an eye? They chose to remain silent about their recent slumber. After all, it was not uncommon for those on night shifts to steal a moment of rest. With a serious countenance, Zhang Yi feigned anxiety and paced back and forth. He then addressed the group, stating, "This situation is exceedingly bizarre. We are ill-equipped to resolve it. We should contact our superiors." Although the employees felt a palpable tension, they were not overly frightened. The gravity of the situation meant that they bore little responsibility. The disappearance of assets worth billions within a mere 2 hours was evidently beyond their capabilities. Earning only a few thousand yuan a month, they had no incentive to jeopardize their positions for the company. Thus, Zhang Yi's suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. Such a mess was better left for the higher-ups to manage. Without delay, Zhang Yi dialed the warehouse manager to relay the news. Upon hearing the information, the manager was rendered speechless, initially believing Zhang Yi was merely jesting with him. Chapter 13. The onset of the Ice Age. Zhang Yi completely emptied the entire warehouse of Walmart's South China branch. Goods valued at hundreds of billions were all transported into his alternate space. Meanwhile, he feigned ignorance and promptly reported the incident to Walmart's upper management. Soon, the news spread throughout the senior executives of Walmart's South China region. A throng of astonished executives rushed to the scene, quickly alerting the authorities to address the matter. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, was rendered pale as snow upon witnessing the desolate warehouse. "Oh my God, how am I to explain this to headquarters?" In fact, the headquarters of Walmart in the United States had already issued a directive demanding the swift return of all goods to the homeland. It was said that this was a directive from the upper echelons of the United States, with ships dispatched arriving imminently at Tianhai port. This was a complete disaster. On the other hand, Zhang Yi remained unfazed by the prospect of exposure. After all, the disappearance of an entire warehouse's worth of goods in just 2 hours was simply unfathomable. Even with the police conducting a thorough investigation, it would be nearly impossible to uncover the truth in such a short time. Moreover, given that Walmart was a foreign enterprise and not a state-owned enterprise, the intensity of the investigation was naturally less stringent. Nonetheless, he continued to feign anxiety and fear, cooperating with the police inquiry. After a night of interrogation, Zhang Yi was released. The police, however, harbored considerable doubts regarding the incident, having scrutinized the surveillance footage from both inside and outside the warehouse. Although the internal surveillance footage had been disabled, the notion of absconding with millions of cubic units of goods without leaving any trace is implausible. However, Upon reviewing the surveillance cameras surrounding the warehouse, no evidence of vehicles passing through was found. This implies that the goods worth billions either vanished into thin air or were part of a cunning scheme orchestrated by Walmart itself. Logically deducing the situation, the latter scenario appears far more plausible. After all, unless a supernatural phenomenon occurred, it is utterly incomprehensible how such a vast quantity of goods could disappear without a trace in a mere 2 hours. As for Zhang Yi and his fellow employees, while they certainly aroused some suspicion, the illogical nature of the goods' disappearance indicates that, even if internal staff were involved, they are not the primary issue at hand. Given that Walmart is a foreign enterprise without any official connections to Huagua, and the enormity of the case, the efficiency of the police response is understandably sluggish. Moreover, due to concerns over international repercussions, the investigation has become a game of passing the buck. To unravel this matter, it would take not just 3 days, but possibly 3 months. Zhang Yi has been ordered to remain in Tianhai City for the time being and must cooperate fully with both the police and Walmart's internal investigation. He complied willingly and was subsequently allowed to return home. Upon arriving home, he glanced outside through the slats of the floor-to-ceiling window. Today is December 10th, just 2 days before the onset of the Ice Age. For the time being, he need only stay at home, refrain from venturing out, and he can effortlessly bask in the ensuing tranquility of his life, contemplating the vast array of resources worth billions, encompassing nearly every necessity of life. Zhang Yi felt a profound sense of security. He returned to his bedroom and reclined, weary from a night of diligent collaboration and interrogation. He succumbed to slumber until the evening, awakening to the news of a theft at the Walmart distribution center in South China. The magnitude of the loss and its bizarre nature prompted a frenzy of coverage from major news outlets nationwide. It was astonishing that such a sizable warehouse could be emptied in mere hours. It was undoubtedly an inside job. The suspicion loomed that high-ranking Walmart officials might have orchestrated the theft to defraud insurance, as the volume of goods involved was staggering. Even with large trucks, it would be impossible to transport everything in a single night. A faint smile graced Zhang Yi's lips. The truth behind this incident would remain concealed until the world met its end. For the next 2 days, Zhang Yi remained within the confines of his home, acutely aware that time was running out for this world. For safety's sake, he refrained from leaving his room. During this period, law enforcement and investigators from Walmart's headquarters summoned him for questioning. Although they harbored suspicions regarding Zhang Yi's peculiar behavior that night, the brevity of their investigation and lack of conclusive evidence prevented them from taking action against him. Meanwhile, acquaintances reached out, inquiring about the details. But Zhang Yi skillfully deflected their curiosity. At last, December 12th arrived. At 2 o'clock in the morning, gamma rays passed through the blue planet. A fleeting moment that nonetheless bore catastrophic consequences for this world. Zhang Yi had meticulously sealed his room hours in advance, with the fireplace already crackling to life. He knew that soon, as energy dwindled, both the air conditioning and heating systems would fail utterly. All means of warmth would revert to the most primitive methods. At 2 o'clock, he sat on the sofa by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, a bottle of beer clutched tightly in hand, his gaze fixed intently outside. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered at the edge of the sky. Though it was the dead of night, the earth was momentarily illuminated as if it were dusk. Yet, this brilliance lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds before descending into silence. Most people had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to this transient shift. However, knowing the implications, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He took a deep gulp of beer, the crispness of the Budweiser offering him a semblance of calm. He tossed a few choice logs into the fireplace and reached for the television remote, watching the flickering screen while awaiting the world's transformation. Mere minutes later, the sky outside began to swirl with a flurry of snowflakes. Initially, the snowflakes were no larger than fingernails, but within 2 minutes, they swelled into a veritable blizzard. The wind outside howled ominously, and the snowfall transformed into a terrifying spectacle in an instant, engulfing the entire city in an unexpected storm of white. Such is the might of nature. When it decides to change, it does so without forewarning. Zhang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety within him. Although he had constructed a remarkably secure refuge, he had previously endured the cataclysm of a frost apocalypse, thus a lingering apprehension remained. He pondered whether this lavishly priced sanctuary, costing a staggering $8 million, could truly withstand the impending plunge in temperatures. However, as the flames in the fireplace roared to life, the atmosphere within transformed into an oasis of warmth, even bordering on the excessive. A glance at the thermometer revealed a comfortable 32.6 degrees Celsius. Looking outside, he saw that a blanket of snow had enveloped the entire city. A sense of calm washed over Zhang Yi. He decided to reduce the amount of charcoal, for an overly warm interior could be quite uncomfortable. Rather than hastily retreating to slumber, he resolved to continue monitoring the forthcoming developments. There would be ample time for rest later, especially since he had no work obligations. Within a mere half hour, the snow had accumulated to a substantial depth on the balcony. Zhang Yi opened his phone to peruse the news, discovering that reports of the sudden drop in temperature had spread like wildfire across the internet. The online discourse was rife with lamentations, with netizens bemoaning the early arrival of winter, lamenting that they had not had time to prepare their winter attire. This wretched weather had plunged to well below freezing. Tomorrow, it seemed, the roads would likely be frozen solid. How could one possibly commute to work? Yet, amidst the complaints, there were those who expressed delight with such a heavy snowfall. They would be spared from work tomorrow, much to their amusement, particularly among some of my friends from the south. There was an exuberant sharing of photographs amidst the heavy snowfall, as they expressed their astonishment at witnessing such a significant accumulation of snow for the first time. Zhang Yi shook his head, recognizing that this was merely the beginning. The snowfall was destined to persist for at least 3 more months, with temperatures steadily declining. Eventually, their delight in the snow would wane. Chapter 14. Extreme Cold. I gaze at the turmoil of the outside world. The Ice Age has commenced. In the southern city of Tianhai, a flurry of snowflakes descended like feathers, igniting a flurry of discussions online. Some lamented the circumstances, while others reveled in their fortune. Yet, none were aware that this snowfall and the drastic temperature drop were not fleeting phenomena. Instead, they were poised to intensify, ultimately leading to an insurmountable catastrophe. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclined on his sofa at home, relishing the comfortable warmth of over 20 degrees in his sanctuary, while savoring a chilled Budweiser beer, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Suddenly, his phone buzzed to life. Upon checking, he discovered a lively chat unfolding within his messaging group, which included former classmates, hobbyist friends, and residents from his community. My goodness. How did it snow so heavily all of a sudden? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night. I rushed to turn on the air conditioning. Let me tell you, our old air conditioner is ineffective at heating. It's been ages, and it's only getting colder. I wonder how long this frigid weather will last. I haven't even purchased my winter clothing yet. The group buzzed with lively exchanges, each person articulating their sentiments. However, Zhang Yi could sense that most people did not take the sudden drop in temperature seriously. Rather, it seemed to evoke a sense of surprise. Deep down, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary phenomenon. He stifled a yawn, deciding not to continue watching. Retreating to the warmth of his plush bed, he nestled beneath a velvety light quilt, comfortably closing his eyes. His bed was exceptionally cozy, a luxurious item procured from a Walmart warehouse. Particularly noteworthy was the mattress, which was said to be a favorite of a certain celebrity, valued at an astounding $3 million. Outside, snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the cold wind howled, while inside, the fireplace crackled merrily, creating a pleasant warmth. In such a comfortable setting, Zhang Yi swiftly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Zhang Yi was awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that it was the delicate Fang Yuqing calling. Disturbed from his dreams, Zhang Yi felt understandably irritable. He picked up the phone and, with a hint of annoyance, inquired, "Hello, what is it that necessitates a call so early?" Fang Yuqing paused momentarily at Zhang Yi's frosty tone. Nevertheless, she quickly replied, "Zhang Yi, it's incredibly cold outside. Did you stock up on supplies because you anticipated this drastic drop in temperature?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were grappling with some unseen burden. Zhang Yi, upon hearing her words, could not help but curl his lips into a sardonic smile. Indeed, this white lotus flower was ever eager to seek him out for trivial matters. He languidly responded, "I merely heard a friend mention it in passing, though I certainly did not expect the temperature to plummet quite so drastically." He threw off the quilt, feeling the warmth of the room, which made him break a slight sweat. Zhang Yi donned his slippers and stepped outside. Upon reaching the floor-to-ceiling window, a familiar scene caused his gaze to sharpen. The heavy snow had enveloped the entire city. The streets and roadside shrubs were obscured from view. Only the outlines of the buildings could be discerned, with many ground floors nearly submerged. The snowfall persisted, with feathery flakes cascading down to the earth, showing no signs of abating. On the other end of the line, Fang Yuqing continued to speak. "No wonder you hoarded so many supplies, Zhang Yi. You ought to have informed me about this in advance. I've been left freezing." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, taken aback by her audacity to complain. He abruptly ended the call, tossing his phone aside. Subsequently, he retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing hot shower. From his storage, he retrieved a premium A5 Wagyu steak, intending to enjoy a breakfast of steak accompanied by pasta. As he dined, he turned on the television. With the recent drop in temperature, there had yet to be any power outages, allowing the television to function normally. However, even in the event of a blackout, Zhang Yi had prepared various backup power sources. alongside dozens of generators and ample gasoline. In terms of energy, he was well equipped for at least 3 centuries. Upon switching on the television, Zhang Yi first tuned into the morning news channel. Despite being a reborn individual with knowledge of the external circumstances, observing the unfolding situation outside served as a form of leisure. The news anchors were clad in thick down jackets, a sight that added a touch of stark reality to the broadcast. It is well known that television stations are not stingy when it comes to central air conditioning, as they are prioritized locations for electricity supply. However, the fact that the anchors are required to don down jackets indicates that the temperature has plummeted to a level that even the central air conditioning cannot fully counteract. The female anchor, addressing the camera with a steady tone, stated, "Last night, a wave of frigid air swept across the globe, resulting in drastic fluctuations in temperature. The general drop in temperature has reached between 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. Meteorological departments are currently investigating the cause of this cold front. In the coming days, we urge everyone to take precautions against the cold and avoid frostbite. If it is not absolutely necessary, please refrain from going outside. The authorities will manage this situation appropriately. And we ask that you remain calm. Do not spread rumors or believe them, and refrain from hoarding supplies. This snow disaster will soon pass." Upon hearing the anchor's words, Zhang Yi scoffed. In the wake of the impending ice age, survival would depend solely on oneself. Remaining idle at home would surely lead to being among the first to perish. In the upper right corner of the television screen, the outdoor temperature in Tianjin City was already displayed at a chilling -65 degrees. It is worth noting that just yesterday, the highest temperature in Tianjin City had been a balmy 15 degrees, indicating a sudden drop of 80 degrees. Zhang Yi shrugged. This extent of temperature decline mirrored that of his previous life. Yet, at this moment, he was clad in pajamas, sipping red wine, and savoring steak accompanied by pasta, completely oblivious to the cold outside. After all, he resided in a safe house that cost $8 million to construct, with an emphasis on insulation, ensuring that the indoor temperature remained virtually unyielding. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone chimed once more. Intrigued, he was eager to discover what the neighbors who had previously mocked him were discussing. The first message he noticed was from Fang Yuqing. "Zhang Yi, why did you suddenly hang up on me? The snow outside is quite severe, and I am unable to go out. Did you not purchase a substantial amount of food? Could you lend me some for the time being? I promise to return it once this snowstorm subsides." Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuqing, the White Lotus, was no fool. She understood that during such a heavy snowfall, provisions would become exceedingly precious. Reluctant to brave the frigid temperatures of -6 or 7 degrees, she sought to procure sustenance from Zhang Yi. However, he was acutely aware that this icy calamity would endure for an extended period, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Moreover, he had no intention of parting with even a morsel of food for Fang Yuqing. In his previous life, he had been ensnared by this deceptive White Lotus, generously offering her much of his own food. Ultimately, she had betrayed him, leading to his demise, and even sought to harvest his ribs for broth. Such a woman now only inspired in Zhang Yi a desire to torment her and witness her wretched downfall. With this thought in mind, a mocking smile graced his lips as he composed a message to Fang Yuqing. "You should have mentioned it earlier. My supplies are nearly depleted. Look, I just cooked a steak this morning." After sending the message, he took a selfie with himself and the steak, alongside a glass of red wine. He intentionally included his attire of pajamas in the shop before sending it off to Fang Yuqing. Chapter 15. The White Lotus seeks provisions at this moment. Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented room, tightly wrapped in 2 blankets. Despite the air conditioner being set to a sweltering 40 degrees, the indoor temperature barely managed to rise above freezing. She trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though the frigid air was seeping into her cocoon of blankets. Upon receiving a photograph from Zhang Yi, her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that, in such frigid weather, Zhang Yi was comfortably clad in a thin nightgown, savoring a steak and sipping red wine? They lived in the same building, yet it felt as if they inhabited entirely different worlds. The sight of that delectable steak and the exquisite bottle of wine on his table made her mouth water. As a connoisseur of luxury, she was well versed in high-end goods. From her knowledge, the steak Zhang Yi was enjoying was undoubtedly authentic, top-tier Wagyu beef. The French red wine beside him was certainly of the Bordeaux classification, worth at least 20 to 30,000 yuan. While she was freezing to the bone, Zhang Yi was reveling in comfort, igniting a fierce jealousy within Fang Yuqing. She promptly messaged him, expressing her desire for steak and red wine as well. She believed her hints were abundantly clear, given Zhang Yi's previous demeanor. She expected him to take the initiative and bring her some steak and wine. However, upon reading her message, he merely chuckled with amusement. Seemingly recalling his past infatuation with her, he leisurely replied, "If you want some, Just go to the supermarket and buy it. Upon receiving the message, Fang Yuqing's expression abruptly stiffened. Wasn't this mere platitude? Outside, temperatures plummeted to a frigid -60 or 70 degrees. Any exposed skin risked frostbite. How could he, knowing her delicate nature, dare to make such an outrageous demand? Gritting her teeth, she retorted angrily, Zhang Yi, you are truly no man. With such a splendid opportunity before you, you failed to seize the moment to make an impression. Humph. At that moment, Fang Yuqing still possessed a semblance of pride. Although she longed for steak and exquisite red wine, Zhang Yi was merely a fish in her pond. Moreover, she believed that this snowstorm would soon pass, lasting no more than a few days. Thus, she steadfastly maintained her aloof goddess persona, refraining from directly asking Zhang Yi for sustenance. Zhang Yi chose to disregard Fang Yuqing further, instead perusing other chat groups, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Upon encountering the residents group of their community, he chanced upon Aunt Lin from the neighborhood committee urging everyone to remain calm and stay indoors. Do not panic, dear residents. This is merely a sudden drop in temperature, and it shall pass in 2 to 3 days at most. Please refrain from hoarding supplies and trust our authorities. The neighborhood committee is here to assist in navigating this snowstorm. Kindly obey orders and follow directions. Do not create trouble for the officials. Some residents voiced their dissent. With such heavy snowfall, who knows when it will cease? It's troublesome to go outside. Should we not stock up on provisions? Indeed. Perhaps we ought to venture out to buy some groceries. I fear that vegetable prices are about to soar once again, Lin Dama declared with heightened urgency. What are you all doing? Are you not just adding to our troubles? Hoarding supplies will only inflate prices, and soon everyone will be forced to pay exorbitant rates for their vegetables. Should anyone dare to stockpile resources and I catch wind of it? Do not blame me for reporting them for inciting public unrest. Zhang Yi observed Lin Dama commanding the group as if she were a leader, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Today marks the onset of the Ice Age, and due to the frigid weather outside, the supplies in the supermarket have yet to be fully depleted. If one were to brave the heavy snowfall, despite the risk of frostbite, there lies a substantial opportunity to amass a sufficient stock of provisions. However, Lin Dama's intimidation tactics instilled a sense of false security in many, preventing them from venturing out to procure groceries. The eventual outcome is all too predictable. At that moment, Lin Dama's ire suddenly shifted towards Zhang Yi. She tagged him in the owner group chat. Xiao Zhang, you have already hoarded quite a bit at home. Now that the snow disaster is severe, you must not become a cautionary tale. Stay at home obediently these days, and if I catch you buying anything again, do not blame Lin Dama for being unyielding. Zhang Yi's expression darkened. This old crone had harbored a grudge since the last encounter when he refused to give her what she demanded. Now, seizing the opportunity, she did not hesitate to deliver veiled threats. However, it was unfortunate for her. To Zhang Yi, this community committee matron was utterly inconsequential. He replied with a cold smile. Aunt Lin, none can predict how long this snow disaster will last. If it drags on, and we find ourselves without food, will you take responsibility for that? Zhang Yi's inquiry resonated with many, as discontent brewed among the crowd regarding Aunt Lin's words. However, due to her position as a member of the neighborhood committee, they hesitated to voice their dissent. With Zhang Yi taking the lead, others soon followed, expressing their concerns. Indeed, if you prevent us from stockpiling supplies, who will bear the blame when we face shortages? Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility? Aunt Lin, witnessing the collective dissent, felt a twinge of panic. Her resentment towards Zhang Yi deepened. How dare he openly challenge her in the owners group? Was this not a grave affront to her dignity? Rest assured, our neighborhood committee will responsibly assure everyone that supplies will not run short. This snow disaster will pass swiftly. And you, Zhang Yi, refrain from inciting public sentiment during such times. Your actions border on the unlawful. Seating in her home, Aunt Lin gritted her teeth and muttered fiercely. That Zhang Yi truly lacks awareness of his place. I must devise a plan to have him detained for a few days. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. Even in these dire times, that woman Lin still clings to her fading authority, wielding her minuscule power with arrogance. It's utterly laughable. Oh dear. Such a lofty accusation is one I cannot bear. Fear not, it's freezing outside. You could not pay me to venture out. Do as you wish. He had long since stockpiled his supplies, rendering any need to venture out and scramble for vegetables in the supermarket utterly unnecessary. However, those who believed in the deceitful words of Aunt Lin would soon find themselves in dire straits. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of sorrow as the apocalypse loomed. He pondered how many souls would perish from cold and hunger. Yet, some met their fates justly, such as the neighbors from his past life who had wronged him. Regardless of whether they lived or died, Zhang Yi resolved to endure. The lives of others held no significance to him. Chapter 16. Aunt Lin's Revenge. Zhang Yi strikes back. Zhang Yi lounged on the sofa, stifling a yawn in his boredom, while others endured the pangs of hunger and the biting cold. He enjoyed a life more comfortable than paradise itself. His home boasted a flawless insulation system and an inexhaustible supply of fuel, ensuring that his sanctuary remained at a consistently pleasant temperature throughout the year. At this juncture, he had no obligations other than to relish each day in joy. The television offered no captivating programs. All live broadcasts had ceased due to the extreme cold. After all, the beautiful hosts he adored could hardly endure temperatures plunging to -60 or 70 degrees, or even over 100, donning tank tops to dance. If such a feat were attempted, Zhang Yi would unreservedly commend their audacity. He activated his alternate space, revealing an extensive collection of gaming consoles and AAA titles. With numerous pristine, unopened units of PS5, Switch, and Xbox, he possessed hundreds of them. As for game cartridges, the collection boasted a staggering multitude, amounting to tens of thousands. Zhang Yi retrieved the latest PS5 and set it up on his enormous 100-inch Sony television, immersing himself in the world of gaming. He was engaged in this year's newest AAA action title, Bayonetta 3. Beside him lay other captivating games such as Elden Ring, The Witcher 3, and Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. All excellent choices for passing the time, for those who find the shorter games unfulfilling. There were also extensive titles like Civilization and Cities, Skylines that could provide endless hours of enjoyment, with no work or social obligations to consider. This existence was even more delightful than life before the apocalypse. Comfortably at home in his pajamas, Zhang Yi munched on snacks while thoroughly enjoying his gaming experience. However, after a while, his phone buzzed. He casually picked it up and discovered that it was the bothersome community committee member, Aunt Lin, tagging him in the group chat. Zhang Yi, the roads outside are completely blocked by snow. Please gather your tools and come out to help clear it. Her tone was undeniably commanding. Zhang Yi noticed that she was rallying others in the group to join in the snow-clearing effort, but the response was notably sparse. To his surprise, she had directly called upon him. Glimpsing out the window at the thick snow blanket, he saw that the entire first floor was nearly covered, with 3 meters of snow. The idea of clearing it by hand was utterly preposterous. Moreover, Zhang Yi was aware that the snowfall would likely persist for at least another 3 months. Clearing snow now would be futile, as it would fall faster than they could shovel it. He promptly declined, stating in this frigid weather, one would turn into an ice pop after just a short while outside. Even regarding snow shoveling, it is only sensible to wait until the snowfall has ceased. Below, others echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments, asserting that with the temperature plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero outside, even a brief exposure could lead to frostbite. We are not in northeast China. We lack any substantial winter gear. How can we possibly venture out? Aunt Lin became incensed at that moment. What is this attitude? Shoveling snow is not merely for my benefit. It is for everyone's welfare. You are all young and vigorous lads. In the face of adversity, should you not step forward to serve the community rather than seek to evade responsibility? Her ire was directed squarely at Zhang Yi, who had spearheaded the opposition. Zhang Yi, I command you in the name of the neighborhood committee to go out and shovel the snow. This is a time of crisis. We must unite and heed the organization's directives. Anyone who dares to oppose me is effectively opposing the leadership of the neighborhood committee. Once this snow disaster passes, there will surely be repercussions from the organization. Aunt Lin invoked her status as a committee member once more. The homeowners, though seething with indignation, remained silent. The snow disaster had only just begun, and the existing social order was still in place. None dared to defy it, despite the seemingly limited power of the committee members. Their minor authority, which was closely intertwined with the daily lives of the residents, rendered everyone hesitant to provoke them. The crowd remained taciturn, unwilling to be the first to speak out. Nevertheless, many hoped that Zhang Yi would rise to the occasion and confront Aunt Lin, becoming the voice for the others. Zhang Yi, fully aware of these ostrich's thoughts, allowed a cold smile to play upon his lips, feeling nothing but contempt for them in his heart. However, it was utterly impossible for him to endure in silence. Thus, he resolved to confront Aunt Lin directly. He perused the chat history and noted that the individuals Aunt Lin had tagged were merely the more agreeable young residents of the community. The troublesome troublemakers and those of influence had been conspicuously overlooked. Consequently, Zhang Yi mockingly remarked, Aunt Lin is indeed correct, if this is for the benefit of everyone. The members of the neighborhood committee should take the lead in clearing the snow. Moreover, considering the abundance of vigorous youth in our community, why have you only summoned us few? Do you perceive us as easy targets? You have not even mentioned those affluent individuals or socialites. What? Do you shrink in their presence? The other residents, upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, nodded in agreement, expressing their satisfaction. Zhang Yi is truly my voice on the internet, they exclaimed. Indeed, she has only sought out the docile ones. Why not approach Chen Jinghao and Su Hao? Everyone knew precisely who Zhang Yi was referring to. Living in the same community, they were well aware of the notable figures within. For instance, Chen Jinghao, residing in Unit 601 on the 6th floor. was a well-known figure in the local underworld, managing a substantial construction project with hundreds under his command. Similarly, Su Hao from Unit 802 on the 8th floor had a father who was a prominent developer in Tianai City, with family ties and official positions. Throughout the discourse, Aunt Lin had not uttered a single word about either of them. Zhang Yi had deftly exposed Aunt Lin's tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong, leaving her utterly humiliated. She refrained from mentioning those formidable individuals, undoubtedly due to her lack of courage, and they would hardly pay her any mind. Such individuals typically prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Had Zhang Yi possessed this temperament in the past, Aunt Lin would not have asked him to clear the snow. Feeling a loss of face, she vented her frustrations by sending several lengthy voice messages in the group chat. Shoveling snow is a public service, intended for the common good. Some individuals are overly concerned with trivial matters, displaying a complete absence of a spirit of contribution. Such people are truly the bane of our homeowners group. If you choose not to participate, then simply refrain. There are plenty willing to take on the task. The collective awareness of others far surpasses yours. Furthermore, I am not treating certain individuals with favoritism. It is merely unnecessary to tag each one individually. I hope you grasp this distinction and do not mislead yourselves. Should you continue to disseminate defamatory remarks against me, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities. Aunt Lin's explanations only seemed to exacerbate her predicament. Especially at the end, her threat to call the police elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Zhang Yi. Upon hearing Aunt Lin's words, the more timid homeowners began to feel apprehensive and picked up their tools to clear the snow. However, Zhang Yi remained unfazed by her. Setting aside her unreasonable antics, the police would hardly lend their support. Besides, did she genuinely believe that various societal mechanisms operated smoothly in her favor? Chapter 17. Aunt Lin. The bully of the weak Zhang Yi regarded Aunt Lin's words as mere nonsense. Yet, with nothing better to do, he intentionally sought to provoke this old woman. Oh, Aunt Lin is so bold. If you are so capable, summon Qin Hao and Su Hao to come downstairs and clear the snow. He called out names in the group without any regard for anyone's dignity. Qin Hao, known as Brother Hao, was a notorious troublemaker. He was the one who barged into their home, wielding a mountain axe. Su Hao, an arrogant rich second-generation heir, was the first to draw a knife against Zhang Yi. In summary, apart from a few good souls, the rest of the neighbors had participated in the assault or robbery against Zhang Yi. He could even surmise that after his death in his previous life, each of them had taken a share of his misfortune. Therefore, Zhang Yi showed no deference to anyone, ruthlessly tearing away their facade and repulsing them. Aunt Lin glanced at her phone, her expression changing instantly. Zhang Yi's direct naming left her in a precarious position. Regardless of the arguments, if she backed down at this moment, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Furthermore, no one would heed her commands in the future. With no other choice, she mentioned Qin Hao and Su Hao in the group. Dear family, the community is my home, and we rely on everyone to clear the snow. I hope those who are free can bring tools and join in the snow removal effort. Before long, a message from ID 25602, Qin Hao, came through with several question marks. Subsequently, a voice message was sent to the group. Clear the snow? Are you out of your mind? Can't you see it's still snowing heavily outside? What the hell? Is your brain sick? If you're ill, go see a doctor and stop barking here. If you mention me again, I'll make you regret it. Do you believe that? Qin Hao hurled a string of harsh insults at Aunt Lin, who was mentioned in his tirade, and the homeowners in the group burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs in amusement. Madame Lin has deluded herself into thinking she holds some significance, yet the reality is that she is utterly disregarded. As a mere member of the neighborhood committee, her influence over ordinary homeowners is negligible. Individuals of real societal stature would never deign to acknowledge her existence. Meanwhile, the affluent heir Su Hao has sent a voice message, expressing his indifference. Why should I concern myself with snow shoveling? I don't need to go to work. I can afford delays about at home all day. Following this, he shared an image of himself nestled under thick blankets, embracing a woman. This property merely serves as a haven for his paramours, and he finds himself inadvertently trapped here. When Madame Lin demanded he clear the snow, he deemed her mentally unhinged. Cowed by Qin Hao's rebuke, she hesitated to retaliate, knowing better than to provoke someone truly formidable. Yet, emboldened by Su Hao's blatant provocation, she retorted, regardless, you are still a member of the Homeowners Association. Clearing the snow is your responsibility. Su Hao scoffed in response. Do you think my monthly property fees are paid in vain? Without my money, you committee members would starve. He continued with disdain, you take the homeowners' funds and act as if you are the masters here. It's laughable. None of these wealthy heirs are simpletons. While Su Hao may be idle, he has undoubtedly seen the world and would never regard a humble committee member as significant. He concluded with a self-satisfied sneer. My current status is thanks to my parents' and family's influence. Can you impoverished souls even compare? Hurry up with the snow removal. You still need to earn your living. Only after the snow is cleared can I finally escape this wretched place. As everyone listened to Su Hao's arrogant words, they were filled with indignation yet found themselves powerless to retort. After all, who could dispute the fortune he had in life? Though his remarks were harsh, they bore an unsettling truth. The commotion caused by Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao left everyone disheartened. Aunt Lin's words had become meaningless, and no one paid her any heed. She was utterly infuriated. However, her ire was not directed towards Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao, but rather at Zhang Yi. She believed she had successfully rallied the homeowners, only for Zhang Yi, the troublemaker, to ruin her efforts. In a fit of anger, she messaged Zhang Yi, demanding, "Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to thwart me? What exactly do you intend to achieve? When I asked everyone to go out and clear the snow, was it necessary for each person to step outside? Now look at the situation. They refused to participate. Are we to remain cooped up indoors indefinitely?" Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Ah, someone has come knocking for a scolding? Spare me your pretense. You cowardly bully the weak and fear the strong, yet here you are barking like a dog, too frightened to utter a word when scorned. And now you seek validation from me? Let me remind you, I am not easily intimidated. Continue your yapping, and I shall ensure you regret it." Zhang Yi had a firm grasp on Aunt Lin's character. She was but a useless individual who only thrived on the support of her community position. Indeed, after Zhang Yi delivered his harsh words, Aunt Lin was left trembling in fear. As an elderly woman living with her grandson, it was only her affiliation with the neighborhood committee that afforded her any semblance of respect. However, if others disregarded her status within the neighborhood committee and confronted her recklessly, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, she fell silent, seemingly fearful of truly provoking Zhang Yi. Aunt Lin hastily blocked Zhang Yi, anxious that he might unleash further verbal assaults upon her. Her body trembled, uncertain whether it was from the cold or the fright instilled by Zhang Yi. That scoundrel. He is utterly insufferable, a lunatic. It would be wise not to provoke him further. I shall bide my time and devise ways to make your life miserable. Aunt Lin envisioned a future where she would exploit her position on the committee to torment Zhang Yi. For instance, during the distribution of essential supplies. She might deliberately delay him, or she could withhold information about beneficial community activities. She imagined the regretful expression that would adorn Zhang Yi's face, even envisioning him pleading for her mercy, only for her to coldly shut the door in his face, saying, "Weren't you quite arrogant before? Show me your arrogance now." As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Aunt Lin couldn't help but smile with delight. Sooner or later, there will come a day when you will be the one begging me. For now, I shall not stoop to your level. Satisfied with this sense of psychological victory, Aunt Lin proceeded to rally others in the group to venture out and clear the snow. Although many held Aunt Lin in contempt, the majority had to consider their work commitments, and thus, a few earnest souls armed with tools braved the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees to clear the snow. Little did Zhang Yi know, just as he had sent one Aunt Lin packing, another troublemaker was approaching, this time reaching out to him via WeChat. He cast a glance at the avatar, and to his astonishment, it was none other than Chen Zhenghao from the group. It seemed that Zhang Yi had just mentioned him in the chat, which irked him, prompting him to call and intimidate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi already harbored a grudge against this scoundrel, and upon seeing his name flash on the screen, he immediately narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he secretly hoped that this fool would come seeking trouble. After all, there was no way Zhang Yi could leave this safe house. However, if anyone dared to cause a ruckus, he possessed ample means to ensure that the intruder would meet a dreadful end. Thus, Zhang Yi answered the call. Chapter 18. Who's afraid of whom? As soon as the line connected, a torrent of vicious curses erupted from the other end. "Are you looking for death? Who gave you the audacity to mention me in the group? You dare provoke me, Chen Zhenghao? It seems you have a death wish." Chen Zhenghao was notorious in Tianhai City as a local tyrant, commanding a gang of several hundred men, and he had a history of serious criminal charges, including homicide. Consequently, all the residents in his neighborhood avoided him, fearing his wrath. To establish his dominance, Chen Zhenghao adopted a ruthless approach. Anyone who dared to offend him, even slightly, would pay a hefty price. This was the so-called face of a society figure. Therefore, even though Zhang Yi merely mentioned him in the homeowners group, Chen Zhenghao perceived it as a provocation. On the line, he growled menacingly, "You truly seek death. You talk a big game, don't you? Using my name to stir trouble." Zhang Yi certainly would not indulge him. He scoffed coldly and rebuked. "What are you? A mere nobody. Spare me your pretentious antics. You social scum, a worthless wretch. When I call for you, you better respond." As he unleashed his tirade, Zhang Yi felt an immense sense of relief brewing within him. This was the perpetrator who had once brazenly invaded his home and caused his demise in a previous life, and he had long harbored a storm of resentment against him. On the other end of the line, Chen Zhenghao was taken aback by Zhang Yi's audacity to retort. Enraged, he hurled even more vitriol. Zhang Yi shot back. "You are nothing but a useless loser, merely playing with words, aren't you? Who are you trying to intimidate? Why don't you just go eat dirt? After delivering his scathing remarks, Zhang Yi promptly terminated the call and blocked him. The thought of Chen Zhenghao seething with rage on the other end brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. He approached the television and activated the surveillance cameras. When the Zhanlong security company had constructed his safe house, they had installed cameras throughout the entire floor. It could be said that he now had the entire building under his watchful eye. Zhang Yi focused on the 6th floor where Chen Zhenghao resided, and indeed, the door to their apartment was soon flung open with ferocity. Clad in a down jacket and wielding a baseball bat, Chen Zhenghao stormed out, brimming with bravado. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he instinctively recoiled from the frigid air. The temperature outside plummeted to well below 70 degrees. And in his attempt to project an image of toughness, he had merely donned a down jacket over a thermal shirt. Deliberately leaving the zipper undone to showcase his tattooed chest, the biting cold swiftly imparted a lesson he would not soon forget. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, Chen Zhenghao hastily rubbed his hands together and hurriedly entered the elevator. Zhang Yi, leisurely seated on the sofa, retrieved a hand crossbow from beneath the coffee table. This particular crossbow was designed for hunting, capable of penetrating the flesh of a 300-kilogram wild boar with its 20-centimeter bolts upon a successful hit. As he hummed a tune, he skillfully prepared the bolts. Through dedicated practice over time, he had mastered the use of the crossbow, within a range of 15 meters. He could consistently strike a target the size of a watermelon without deviation. As the elevator ascended, Zhang Yi, armed with the loaded crossbow, approached the door. His formidable security door featured a shooting aperture positioned 2 meters high. Standing on a chair, he opened the door covering the aperture, which could only be accessed from the inside. He aimed the crossbow towards the corridor outside. For added security, he had also stowed a pistol in his pocket. Even if Chen Zhenghao were a titan, misfortune awaited him today. Before long, the sound of the elevator echoed, and Chen Zhenghao emerged, cursing vehemently. Thanks to the information from the owner's group, he easily located Zhang Yi's residence. Upon reaching the door, he brandished a baseball bat, shouting as he struck the door. "Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out," he bellowed. "Weren't you quite impressive just now? Now that you have the chance, come out and see how I'll deal with you." Chen Zhenghao spat venomous words as he forcefully battered the door. However, the security door, a solid 20 centimeters thick and reinforced with ballistic metal, boasted a level of defense surpassing that of some armored vehicles. Nature is not something that Chen Zhenghao can shatter with a mere baseball bat. Rather, the force reverberated through his hand, causing him pain. Cursing under his breath, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted by a crossbow bolt. Zhang Yi observed Chen Zhenghao's menacing demeanor, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His crossbow was aimed directly at Chen Zhenghao's head. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shifted his aim. In this apocalyptic setting, everyone within the building, aside from himself, was destined to perish, and Chen Zhenghao was no exception. To eliminate him now would be lackluster. After all, in a past life, he had been mercilessly devoured by these deranged neighbors. A wicked grin spread across Zhang Yi's face. He would not allow such scum to meet an easy demise. Thus, he redirected his target. A faint sound of air being sliced through echoed, and the sharp bolt struck Chen Zhenghao's leg, piercing through his calf with the force capable of bringing down a wild boar. A piercing scream escaped Chen Zhenghao's lips as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony, and temperatures plummeting below 70 degrees. Such a penetrating injury would undoubtedly render his leg useless. Moreover, with a lack of medical supplies, infection was an inevitable consequence. Soon, he would meet a tragic end, suffering in the biting cold. In this moment of excruciating pain, Chen Zhenghao realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. In truth, these ruffians thrived on their fearlessness and reckless abandon, banking on the notion that the honest would not dare to resist them. However, when faced with someone as ruthless as Zhang Yi, even their hearts trembled with fear. Chen Zhenghao was utterly terrified, his fear palpable as he failed to discern the origin of the arrow that had struck him. However, true to his reputation as a hardened individual, he managed to drag his injured leg back to the elevator. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, chose not to pursue further aggression. His reasoning simple: he wished to allow Chen Zhenghao a bit more time to live. After all, he was not a demon. Once back in the elevator, Chen Zhenghao was drenched in cold sweat as the frigid temperature, plummeting to below minus 70 degrees, caused the moisture to freeze almost instantly. Yet, at that moment, his heart felt even colder than the air around him. The merciless attack he had just endured left him acutely aware of the blatant intent to kill. In a society like this, anyone bold enough to shoot a crossbow at another is certainly not to be trifled with. Gazing at his injured leg, Chen Zhenghao realized with horror that the crossbow bolt had completely pierced through his calf. Blood had stained half of his pant leg, which had now frozen solid. In such extreme cold, his pain was somewhat dulled, but this did little to alleviate his dread. Instead, it sent chills down his spine. He understood that if his leg remained untreated, it would be rendered useless within half an hour. Chapter 19. A cold water bath at last. Chen Jinghao felt the grip of fear. He retrieved his phone and dialed emergency services, but the line remained busy. For over 2 minutes, he attempted to connect, only to be met with incessant busy signals. His heart sank. Outside, the world was engulfed in a frigid grip, and even the hospitals had come to a standstill. Even those that remained operational could not dispatch ambulances due to the heavy snowfall that had paralyzed the city. Despite the dire circumstances, Chen Jinghao was resolute. After much deliberation, he made the audacious decision to perform surgery on himself. At the very least, he had to extract the arrow from his leg. After a grueling return home, he retrieved a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and hemostatic medication from his drawer. Having frequently engaged in brawls, his home naturally stocked these essentials. Chen Jinghao used the knife to slice open the pant leg, and upon seeing the wound, his face turned ashen with shock. In the frigid cold, the injury on his leg had already begun to freeze. Although this momentarily staved off the bleeding, the area around the wound had started to turn a deep purple, and his calf had lost all sensation. Overwhelmed with despair, Chen Jinghao realized he could only rely on himself for salvation. Fortunately, being a hardened individual accustomed to the underworld, he contemplated for a moment before performing surgery on himself. The severe frostbite had dulled his pain considerably in the low temperatures, allowing him to complete the procedure successfully despite the absence of anesthesia. However, the excruciating experience nearly caused him to lose consciousness. It was evident that his calf was irrevocably damaged. Chen Jinghao lay on the sofa, gasping for breath, his heart filled with an intense hatred for Zhang Yi, the one who had shot him. Zhang Yi, you little brat, I will surely kill you, no doubt about it. Chen Jinghao's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He was not jesting. He genuinely intended to eliminate Zhang Yi. Otherwise, how could he possibly navigate the underworld of Tian'ai City in the future? Chen Jinghao picked up his phone, but since Zhang Yi had blocked him, he resorted to tagging him in the homeowners group chat. Zhang Yi, you wretched pup, just wait. If I don't kill you, I shall write the name Chen Jinghao backwards from now on. The homeowners were, in fact, quite oblivious to the unfolding events. However, upon learning that Zhang Yi had offended Chen Jinghao, they couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over them. Chen Jinghao was a notorious thug, known for his ruthlessness. Yet, had they known that Zhang Yi had shot an arrow at him, rendering him incapacitated, they would likely have been left speechless in terror. Nonetheless, some individuals were rather exhilarated. For instance, Aunt Lin, who had previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, gleefully remarked, "It's best when dogs bite each other. Neither of them is a good person. I hope that rogue Chen Jinghao beats Zhang Yi to a pulp. Let that wretched creature curse me." Meanwhile, by Lianhua, Fang Yuqing also caught wind of the messages circulating in the group. She curled her lip, secretly wishing for Zhang Yi to receive a thorough beating from Chen Jinghao. After all, Zhang Yi had been so indifferent to her, even failing to offer her a morsel when she, a goddess in her own right, requested it. However, no one in the group dared to voice their thoughts, fearful that the matter might implicate them. Zhang Yi, upon reading the messages, burst into laughter. As long as he remained within the confines of his safe house, he had no fear of 100 Chen Jinghaos. Zhang Yi then sent a voice message, declaring, "What are you even worth? Just a barking dog. If you provoke me again, I'll ensure that the other leg is rendered useless." The homeowners were taken aback upon hearing this voice message. They could hardly believe that Zhang Yi had the audacity to stand up to Chen Jinghao. Moreover, it appeared he had even injured Chen Jinghao's leg. Chen Jinghao gripped his phone tightly, nearly crushing it in his fury. "Damn it, Zhang Yi, just you wait. I will make sure you pay dearly." Zhang Yi was equally unrestrained, daringly challenging, "Come at me if you have the guts. Let us see who meets their end first." One must concede, in the wake of the apocalypse, Zhang Yi had cast aside inhibitions. Freed from the shackles of societal norms and moral constraints, he felt liberated, reveling in the sheer thrill of the moment. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao was seething with rage, his frustration palpable. Upon returning home, he leaned against the meager comfort of the air conditioning, slowly regaining his senses. Yet, the excruciating pain in his leg made him grimace. Moving now required the aid of a cane. After a moment of reflection, Chen Jinghao concluded that eliminating Zhang Yi was not an insurmountable task. He believed the arrow that had struck him was merely a consequence of negligence. Now, with vigilance in his favor, he could summon his underlings to storm Zhang Yi's residence and exact his revenge. After all, with the frigid weather outside, hospitals and police stations were rendered ineffective. This was the opportune moment to eliminate someone. Chen Jinghao swiftly contacted his subordinates, instructing them to arm themselves and come assist in dispatching Zhang Yi. Many of his followers resided nearby, and upon receiving Chen Jinghao's command, they armed themselves with machetes, baseball bats, and steel pipes, hastening to his home. Upon witnessing the injury to Chen Zhenghao's leg, they clamored to avenge their leader. Chen Zhenghao coldly remarked, "I am not gravely injured. In a few days, once the snow melts, I shall recuperate in the hospital. However, this scoundrel dared to shoot me. Is he not courting disaster? If I do not eliminate him, how can I, Chen Zhenghao, continue to navigate this world?" One of the underlings spoke up, "Brother Hao, tell me his room number, and I'll go deal with him right away." Chen Zhenghao nodded, revealing that they resided in room 2401 of this building. However, he warned that this little brat was quite cunning, armed with a hand crossbow, which he had used to ambush him. An underling, brandishing a steel pipe, exclaimed, "This person lacks any sense of honor, resorting to ambushes." Chen Zhenghao cautioned, "Be careful as you approach. I know he is alone in his home. As long as you avoid his shots, break down the door and dispose of him without hesitation." Chen Zhenghao's subordinates were reckless and fearless, fully aware that Zhang Yi possessed a weapon, yet their excitement only grew. In the wake of the snowstorm that had locked down the city, they felt emboldened to engage in open violence. The malevolence inherent in human nature was unleashed unabashedly among them. Armed, they set off towards Zhang Yi's residence, intent on forcing their way inside. Zhang Yi, however, was unfazed by the impending confrontation. He remained at home, engrossed in his game, while simultaneously monitoring the activity within the entire building through split screens. He could see clearly when Chen Zhenghao's little ruffians approached. His table was laden with equipment, all prepared to deliver a fitting response once they arrived at his doorstep. After all, these societal miscreants were deserving of their fate. And Zhang Yi harbored no softness in his heart. Soon enough, a dozen of Chen Zhenghao's henchmen arrived at Zhang Yi's door. They were aware that Zhang Yi possessed a crossbow, so they approached with a degree of caution. Several small karami wielded wooden boards as makeshift shields, positioning themselves at the forefront. Upon arriving at Zhang Yi's doorstep and finding no immediate threat, they finally decided to take action. "Open the door. How dare you shoot at our brother Hao? Today we shall ensure your demise. This time next year will mark your day of reckoning. Open the door." As they hurled insults, they began to assault Zhang Yi's front door with hammers and iron rods, intent on breaking in to deliver a severe reprimand before handing him over to Chen Zhenghao for further punishment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was engrossed in a video game, unfazed by the commotion outside. He was currently stuck on the first-level S-boss, having failed 7 or 8 times, which left him in a rather foul mood. Hearing the cacophony of curses and the relentless pounding on the door, Zhang Yi shouted irritably, "Can't you muster a bit more strength? Have you not eaten?" The small karami, incensed by Zhang Yi's audacity, intensified their assault. Yet, the security door, forged from 20 centimeters of alloy, proved impervious even to minor explosives. Their primitive attempts at breaching it were futile. After laboring for what felt like an eternity, only a few minute white specks appeared on the metallic surface, merely paint chips. Not only did they fail to breach the door, but they couldn't even manage to create a dent. The small karami stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What on earth? This door is pure metal, and so thick. How are we supposed to break it? Good grief, how many enemies does this person have?" A sense of disbelief washed over the group of small karami. However, when they arrived, they had made a solemn promise to Chen Zhenghao to bring Zhang Yi back, half dead. Now, unable to breach the door, they found themselves in a predicament, unable to return and report back. Hence they continued to pound and shout outside. Zhang Yi's in-game character had met its demise once more. Listening to the incessant yelps of the small karami outside, he finally grew irked. He made his way to the kitchen, connected a hose to the faucet, and then clambered up to the shooting window. The small karami outside remained oblivious to the imminent deluge above them, continuing their raucous barking. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle, turned on the faucet, and directed the stream at them. The surging water cascaded through the narrow corridor like a torrential downpour, instantly drenching them. Chapter 20. Embracing a life of leisure. Can you fathom the sensation of being doused in frigid water at a temperature exceeding -70 degrees? Zhang Yi wielded the hose, unleashing a torrent upon the small karami outside. With a temperature differential of around 100 degrees between the indoors and outdoors, the water surged forth, steaming. Yet upon contact with the individuals, it rapidly froze into ice. In the biting cold, clad in down jackets and sweaters, they were soaked to the skin, feeling as though they had been thrust into an ice cellar. "Damn, it's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death. Ah, stop pouring, stop pouring." In such moments, they would rather endure a severe beating than suffer this icy torment. Each one of them, their lips turning blue, some even succumbing to the extreme cold and fainting on the spot. Acting on instinct, they hastily fled from the threshold of Zhang Yi's home. However, in a mere span of seconds, they were utterly drenched, their clothes rendered rigid by the cold. Zhang Yi, observing their hasty retreat, finally turned off the water faucet. Initially, he had contemplated using a crossbow to teach them a lesson, but the loading process proved too slow. with the risk of counterattack through the shooting hole. The deluge of water, however, proved to be a far more effective strategy. After being thoroughly soaked, the young rascals found their lips turning a shade of blue from the cold. They hurried back to Chen Zhenghao's residence. Upon witnessing their disheveled return, Chen Zhenghao was incensed. "Where is that little brat? Did you manage to capture him?" Meanwhile, his subordinates frantically searched for blankets and sheets to warm themselves, their clothes soaked through, leaving them as cold as ice. A dozen individuals scrambled for garments and bedding in the cramped space. However, with so many present and insufficient supplies to go around, a few of the younger men, in desperation, resorted to shedding their clothes and huddling together for warmth. The scene was undeniably peculiar. This sight infuriated Chen Zhenghao, who pounded the table in frustration, demanding, "Who will explain to me what on earth transpired?" As a few of his subordinates regained some warmth, they trembled as they recounted the events. "That Zhang Yi is despicable. He doused us with a water hose. We simply couldn't withstand it. We had no idea how thick the door was. After hammering for ages, we barely chipped off a bit of paint." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhenghao's brow furrowed deeply. When he forcefully approached the door, he indeed sensed the substantial solidity of Zhang Yi's entrance. It appeared that a direct assault would prove somewhat challenging. However, he soon scoffed with derision. No matter how impenetrable their abode may seem, there must inevitably be a flaw. Besides, I refuse to believe that he could remain confined within those walls for eternity. You few, keep vigil in the vicinity, the moment he steps outside. Ensure that you eliminate him without hesitation, Chen Zhenghao declared fiercely. His subordinates, reckless and audacious, shivered yet managed to feign a sinister grin at his words. Though they were thoroughly chilled to the bone, they felt compelled to maintain an intimidating facade. Little did they realize that Zhang Yi had no intention of leaving the sanctuary of his home. Outside lay a hellish realm, while his room was akin to paradise. What logic is there in traversing from heaven to hell? After dispatching Chen Zhenghao and his cohorts, Zhang Yi returned to his pursuits, indulging in his games. Aware that these ruffians would not relent easily, he also knew they lacked the audacity to breach his domicile. As for stepping outside, Zhang Yi would never entertain such a notion. Even with a minuscule fraction of risk, he would not dare take that chance. Why not relish the comfort of his home? Before long, Zhang Yi approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the outside world. Indeed, he spotted individuals wielding tools to clear the snow. He seemed to have caught sight of Uncle Yu, the forthright and well-meaning retired soldier, who was always the first to respond in times of need. Among the group of a dozen people below were some of the more agreeable young residents from the Homeowners Association. However, the members of the neighborhood committee, including Aunt Lin, had not been seen at all. Faced with thick layers of snow reaching 2 to 3 meters, they labored to excavate. Yet, Zhang Yi knew that their efforts were utterly futile. To clear a pathway from the building to the entrance of the community would require an entire day of digging. But even if they succeeded, what would it matter? The roads outside were completely buried as well. Such a thick blanket of snow could only be gradually cleared by professional-grade snowplows, which were non-existent in the southern regions. Venturing outside had become an impossible endeavor. Moreover, with temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees, they could not endure for long. Their inadequate cold weather gear and poor physical resilience rendered them ill-equipped to handle such frigid conditions. Remaining outdoors for even half an hour posed a risk of frostbite. Zhang Yi shook his head. These earnest souls were indeed quite pitiable. However, their choices were their own, and he could hardly be bothered to comment. After all, at this moment, nothing concerned him but his own survival. As afternoon approached, Zhang Yi felt a pang of hunger and retrieved a sumptuous meal from his spatial storage. The fare was rather simple, a plate of Australian lobster, a serving of Wellington steak, accompanied by 2 Huangshan pastries and a bottle of cola. Such culinary delights were abundant in his space. Now, confined to his home, Zhang Yi's schedule had become blissfully flexible. In essence, he slept when tired and ate when hungry, without the need to distinguish between day and night. Outside, the snow continued to fall relentlessly. Zhang Yi took a moment to glance down at the community building. The snow removal crew had all returned. After expending considerable effort, the clearing they achieved was swiftly enveloped by the heavy snowfall. They likely realized that their strength alone could not contend with the forces of nature. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, clad in autumn attire, basking in the comfortable warmth of the room, where the temperature reached a pleasant 27 degrees. He switched on the television, watching the programs that unfolded before him. Currently, numerous television stations across the nation had ceased broadcasting, with only a few provincial channels and the CCTV still airing. The content primarily consisted of official propaganda and slogans encouraging the populace. At this moment, our gaze turned towards Xinjiang, where officials strategized and orchestrated a final assault against the snow disaster. Reports indicated that in the United States, inadequate measures against the snow disaster had led to the suffering of 200 million individuals and the loss of millions of lives. Conversely, our nation's snow disaster was deemed to be under control, with circumstances improving steadily. It was urged that everyone remain calm and trust in the strength of the authorities. Zhang Yi shook his head. The magnitude and terror of this snow disaster were beyond human comprehension. Although the officials were striving to address the issues, humanity's power was woefully insufficient in the face of nature's wrath. In the homeowners group, one could still hear Aunt Lin incessantly chattering. Have you all seen the news? Our country possesses the strength to effectively manage this snow disaster. There is no need for alarm. All problems will be resolved in due course. If anyone requires supplies, those who are able should lend a hand. After all, this snow disaster will soon pass, and there is no need to hoard resources. However, the responses to her were few and far between. Clearly, after 2 days, the snow disaster showed no signs of abating, causing a growing sense of concern among many. Fang Yuqing sent another message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, are you all right? Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Fang Yuqing likely felt that Qin Zhenghao had dealt with her. Nevertheless, he did not believe Fang Yuqing was acting out of genuine concern. I'm fine. Oh, that's good. Fang Yuqing felt a twinge of disappointment within. However, she quickly added, We've run out of food at home, and I recall you bought quite a bit. Could you spare me some? You know, someone might invite you to dinner later. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk coldly. Indeed, this woman must have an ulterior motive for seeking him out. He remembered that during their last trip to the supermarket, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had also bought some items. Although their purchases were not as plentiful as his, it was hard to believe they could run out in just 2 days. Ah, you're referring to something from quite a while ago. I didn't keep those things at home, and truthfully, I don't have much left. Fang Yuqing persisted. Well, could you at least give me a few packs of instant noodles? You're in charge of the warehouse. Surely, you can spare a little? Zhang Yi remained blunt. I truly have no instant noodles left. Look, this is all I can eat. He took a picture of the Australian lobster and steak on the table and sent it to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the photo, Fang Yuqing's brows furrowed in anger. Damn Zhang Yi, what do you mean by this? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Beside her, her close friend Lin Kaining peeked out from under the covers. Due to the biting cold, the two had ended up sharing a bed. Upon seeing the delectable dishes in the photo, Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with envy. These little fairies rarely cooked. They typically ordered takeout or relied on men to treat them to meals. However, the recent heavy snowfall had locked them in, leaving them to subsist on instant noodles and canned food, which they seldom enjoyed. Witnessing Zhang Yi indulge in Australian lobster and steak only fueled their frustration and envy. They were incensed that Zhang Yi feasted alone, without a thought to share a morsel with them. Lin Kaining immediately expressed her irritation. Wow, Zhang Yi is truly outrageous. How could he have such delicious food at home and not think of you? He used to claim he liked you. I see through his false affections. Fang Yuqing also felt discontent. This was not the first time Zhang Yi had sent her such photos. She recognized that he was deliberately provoking her. Yet, she believed he still harbored feelings for her, albeit attempting to elicit her compliance through this means. How foolish. Just a trivial matter of food. And he thinks it will make me his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you are incredibly naive. Fang Yuqing scoffed internally. As a proud woman, she was determined to maintain her dignified image. Nonetheless, as she gazed at the photos Zhang Yi had sent, the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. Lin Kaining, of course, understood her perfectly. She then remarked, Yuqing, why not suggest to Zhang Yi that he join you for dinner? However, he must provide the meal. By doing so, you would preserve your dignity while indulging in delectable Australian lobster and steak. I am confident he would be thrilled to agree immediately. Fang Yuqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. To her, Zhang Yi was merely a high-end backup option. Although he was handsome and possessed some wealth, he fell significantly short of her ideal of a wealthy and attractive partner. Under normal circumstances, it would be utterly impossible for her to lower herself before him. Yet now, she could no longer endure the monotony of instant noodles and canned food. Perhaps granting him the opportunity to dine together would suffice. With a slight pout, Fang Yuqing reluctantly declared. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yi. It has been a while since we all gathered. How about coming over for dinner tonight? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi chuckled. Are you inviting me for a meal? Wonderful. Thank you. This response left Fang Yuqing on the other end of the line pale with indignation, though it could also be due to the cold. Irritated, she exclaimed to Lin Kaining. This Zhang Yi is utterly ungrateful. I offer him the chance to treat me to dinner, and he expects me to foot the bill. Lin Kaining was momentarily taken aback. She seemed surprised that the Zhang Yi who had persistently pursued Fang Yuqing in the past could suddenly be so inconsiderate. How strange. Could it be that a sycophant might one day possess some self-awareness? Fang Yuqing, in her frustration, tossed her phone aside. She said angrily, that Zhang Yi. I had initially intended to keep him as my backup, but now his position in my life has been demoted. I am truly furious this time. From now on, I shall not utter a single word to him. Even if he comes to plead with me later, it will be of no use. Although Lin Canning was tempted, she added fuel to the fire. Just look at your own character. Wanting to pursue you while being so stingy, such a man deserves to be single for life. The two continued to berate Zhang Yi for quite a while. During this time, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone, expecting Zhang Yi to send a message of apology. However, not a single message came from him, further darkening her expression. Meanwhile, Lin Canning began to entertain mischievous thoughts. She discreetly sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, how can you be so foolish? Yuqing is upset now. Do you realize how serious the situation is? Upon receiving the message, Zhang Yi glanced at it out of habit. For him, checking various chat groups had become a source of amusement. What could be more fascinating than human nature in the midst of an apocalypse? Discovering that the message was from Lin Canning, he chuckled to himself. One plays the villain, while the other plays the hero, right? You two are truly theatrical. Zhang Yi had long seen through this duo of green tea and white lotus. Typically, whenever Lin Canning intervened, it was to assist Fang Yuqing, who needed to maintain her image as a pure goddess. Thus, requests for gifts and subtle hints for men to spend money on Fang Yuqing were always conveyed by Lin Canning. Chapter 22. The convenience of being a backup. Zhang Yi feigned confusion and inquired, "What is the matter? I have not committed any wrongdoing." Lin Canning retorted, "Are you foolish? The heavy snow has sealed off the city, and our supplies are nearly depleted. If you were to send over some delicacies at this time, it would clearly demonstrate your loyalty to Yuqing. If I were in your position, I would send over fine steaks and lobsters. When Yuqing is moved by your gesture, wouldn't your chances significantly increase?" Zhang Yi, upon reading Lin Canning's message, could already envision the gluttonous expression of that gold digger. He scoffed inwardly. What difference was there between such behavior and begging? The absurdity lay in the fact that, should he offer them food, it would appear as if they were bestowing upon him an opportunity. This hypocrisy incited a desire within Zhang Yi to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. How despicable! Zhang Yi resolved to toy with these two cunning women. He replied, "But our supplies are limited as well. They are merely sufficient for my own sustenance." Lin Canning frowned and immediately chastised him. "Foolish! How long can this snow disaster last? If you endure a couple of meals without food, you will win Yuqing's heart in the end, and that would be a significant gain. If you are so reluctant to part with such trivial provisions, I suspect your feelings for our Yuqing are far from genuine." Zhang Yi laughed even harder. These two women played their roles to perfection, one the ardent supporter, the other the critic. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Yi had been reborn and had long since seen through their shameless facades. Confronted by Lin Canning's CPU, he merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," subsequently casting his phone aside, disregarding her entirely. The utterance of that single syllable ignited a tempest of frustration within Lin Canning. "Oh, what does your "oh" signify? After all this time spent conversing, this is the attitude you present? Hurry and bring me the food. I too desire steak and Australian lobster." Lin Canning, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, had not indulged in delectable dishes for days, and witnessing Zhang Yi feast on a sumptuous meal left her salivating. Initially, she intended to exploit Fang Yuqing's name to deceive Zhang Yi into delivering the culinary delights to her. However, the unfolding events diverged starkly from her expectations. That solitary "oh" nearly shattered her composure. Could it be that he had lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, that is utterly impossible. Lin Canning recalled Zhang Yi's unwavering attentiveness to Fang Yuqing over the past few years and promptly shook her head. He must simply be experiencing a fleeting lapse of judgment. Irritated, Lin Canning sought out Fang Yuqing, embellishing her tale with exaggeration. Naturally, she conveyed to Fang Yuqing that her pursuit of Zhang Yi was solely to procure resources on her behalf. Fang Yuqing, her expression frosty, replied coolly, "Humph. Who is Zhang Yi? Do I know him? Do not mention him in my presence again." Now, for Zhang Yi to regain his position as her devoted admirer, he must offer a sincere apology for recent transgressions and expend considerable effort to win back her favor. Lin Canning prodded Fang Yuqing, remarking, "This Zhang Yi is quite obtuse. Do you not have other admirers at your disposal?" Their community housed numerous colleagues employed in the warehouse. Among them was Fang Yuqing's other suitor, notably Zhou Ping, who was quite obsequious in his affections towards her. Fang Yuqing was well aware of whom Lin Canning was referring to. She disdainfully curled her lip. Zhou Ping was hardly worthy of being considered even a backup option. Although he had previously worked at Walmart, he did not possess a home in Tianhai City and continued to rent. Fang Yuqing merely exploited him for minor conveniences. Harboring no genuine affection for him, Lin Canning advised, "It's so cold outside, and the snow is falling heavily. We can't go out to shop. So why not make use of him to run some errands for us?" Fang Yuqing's gaze wavered, recognizing the validity in Lin Canning's suggestion. Thus, she sent a message to Zhou Ping. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, he appeared. brimming with enthusiasm and carrying a backpack filled with food. Having worked in the Walmart warehouse, he often took home discounted items, resulting in a small stockpile at his residence. With a mere hint from Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng was as eager as a puppy, selecting the best items to present to her. Moreover, he patted his chest and assured her, "Yuqing, just tell me what you need. You know I would do anything for you." Fang Yuqing rarely smiled at Zhou Peng, but this time she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're truly wonderful." With a few sweet words, she dismissed him. Once back inside, her demeanor swiftly changed. With your pitiful state, you dare to have thoughts about me? Perhaps in your next life. Within the entire building, the atmosphere has begun to take on an increasingly peculiar quality. The extreme cold has rendered the indoor temperature, despite the constant operation of the air conditioning, below freezing. This has proven unbearable for the southerners of Tianhai City, who are unaccustomed to such conditions. Furthermore, their lack of habit for stockpiling supplies has resulted in their refrigerators being nearly emptied after 2 days of being trapped in ice. Although Aunt Lin continues to insist that everything is fine and the snow disaster will soon pass, everyone harbors their own concerns deep within. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi observes this all with a sense of satisfaction. In this apocalyptic scenario, he is remarkably well prepared, finding his days even more comfortable than before the catastrophe loomed. He feels like an outsider, quietly watching the grand spectacle unfold outside. After being taught a lesson by Zhang Yi, Qin Zhenghao and his minions have temporarily ceased their attempts to trouble him, fully aware that Zhang Yi's household is not easily breached. Moreover, with Qin Zhenghao's legs severely injured, without medical attention, it is only a matter of days before he becomes permanently disabled. As for the other minor thugs, having been drenched, they have all succumbed to colds and fevers. Lacking any means of warmth, they drag their ailing bodies, likely to perish not from food shortages, but rather from high fevers. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi occupies his time at home by playing video games and engaging in discussions within chat groups. When he finds a moment of leisure, he also dedicates time to fitness, utilizing the plethora of high-end exercise equipment available to him. Alternatively, he immerses himself in various professional books downloaded from the internet, such as the Barefoot Doctor's Manual and Militia Training Handbook. Preparedness is the essence of prudence. Possessing such specialized knowledge may render itself unnecessary, yet in the event of an emergency, it could very well save one's life. Outside, snow cascades in a flurry, and the sky is shrouded in clouds, rendering the distinction between day and night nearly indiscernible. On the morning of the third day, Zhang Yi rises from his bed, savoring a delectable roast duck from Bianca Fang while glancing at the clock. The time has nearly arrived. The grand performance is about to commence, he remarks casually. At that moment, the chat group on his phone erupts in a frenzy. Chapter 23, Water and Power Outages. 3 days after the onset of the apocalypse, the grand spectacle officially begins. Zhang Yi is well aware of what this day holds, having foregone sleep the entire night in anticipation of the unfolding drama. The events that transpire are, in essence, quite straightforward. The electricity throughout the entire Yuelu community abruptly ceases. Shortly thereafter, due to the cascading effects of the power outage, the water company is rendered incapable of providing a stable water supply. The water system falters, leaving households without running water. All of this aligns perfectly with Zhang Yi's expectations. After all, at the onset of the apocalypse, no one could foresee the duration of this extreme cold disaster. The authorities are still striving to address the snow calamity. Yet as the days progress, it becomes increasingly evident that this predicament is beyond human resolution. Amidst the bitter cold, hydroelectric power plants gradually shut down, and thermal power plants are incapacitated due to the inability of personnel to operate. Once the cities across the nation exhaust their stored electricity, power outages become an inevitable reality. At this juncture, it appears that only a handful of nuclear power stations continue to function. However, the generated electricity is entirely supplied to the official departments for their use. The cessation of water and power has plunged the lives of ordinary people into a profound darkness. Zhang Yi, having anticipated this, had already activated 2 silent generators, initiating power supply for his residence. After completing this task, Zhang Yi glanced at his phone, where numerous messages in various chat groups read, "Do you have electricity at home? We are without power." Furthermore, the water supply had also ceased. What could possibly be the cause of this? Our household is devoid of both water and electricity. In such frigid weather, the air conditioning was rendered useless, and there was no means to utilize a heater. How are we to endure this? Why isn't the official response addressing the situation? If this continues, it may well lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yi silently shook his head at this moment. The authorities were overwhelmed and unable to attend to everyone. To survive, one must rely solely on oneself. He understood that the apocalypse, in its true sense, had only just begun today. With the loss of modern society's electricity and food supplies, humanity would inevitably face a catastrophic demise. Contemplating these thoughts, he cast a fearful glance at his home. Upon witnessing the warmth akin to spring within his secure abode, fortified as if encased in an ironclad fortress, and the seemingly endless supplies in the alternate space, a sense of profound reassurance welled within him. In the community owner group, the atmosphere was rife with anxious complaints. Were it not for advanced technology, where mobile phone batteries no longer succumb to the cold, they would have been rendered incapable of using their devices altogether. Yet, without electricity, the phones would ultimately become obsolete. How long will this snow continue to fall? The air conditioning is rendered useless, and the temperature inside the house has plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero. If this persists, we may truly face the dire threat of freezing to death. The water supply has ceased. Are we to subsist on melted snow? Our food supplies are dwindling, and with the heavy snow barricading our doors, we cannot venture to the supermarket. What are we to do? Some have begun to reach out to Aunt Lynn. Aunt Lynn, did you not previously assure us that everything would be fine? Indeed, it was your words that led me to refrain from procuring supplies. How shall we resolve this? When will help arrive? Please, say something. Aunt Lynn, confronted by the anxious inquiries of her neighbors, felt a surge of urgency and trepidation within her heart, far surpassing that of those around her. The residents remained oblivious to the exact nature of the assistance that was to come. However, Aunt Lynn had received some advance information through the neighborhood committee. A cataclysmic snowstorm is engulfing the entire world, an unprecedented calamity that occurs once in several decades. Perhaps we are on the brink of another mass extinction, an apocalyptic scenario. Although the authorities are striving to manage the situation, it is impossible to cater to the needs of over 1 billion people in our nation. Major cities across the country have already succumbed to the chaos. To survive, we must rely solely on ourselves. It is imperative to stockpile supplies, particularly food and heating resources. I have commenced a campaign to gather provisions from household to household. Under the auspices of the neighborhood committee, isn't this approach harmful? Harmful? If I do not take such actions, our family will likely perish from the cold or starvation within 3 days. I can no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. This snow disaster may claim countless lives, and I must prioritize the safety of myself and my family. Yes, while we still possess some influence, we must urgently gather more supplies. In times like these, survival is of the utmost importance. Aunt Lynn fixated on the messages in the community group, her body trembling violently. Despite the indoor temperature plummeting to over 30 degrees below zero, beads of cold sweat still trickled down her forehead. She lay in bed, swathed in 3 heavy layers of blankets, nearly suffocating under their weight, yet she dared not uncover herself, for the room felt akin to a frozen chamber. At that moment, her grandson, little Tiger, nestled beside her, inquired, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When will Mom and Dad return?" Aunt Lynn's heart sank as she gazed at her little grandson. She had just spoken to her son and daughter-in-law earlier that day. They were working in a distant place. Now trapped in a rented apartment, their situation scarcely better than her own. I must protect the two of us. We must survive. Aunt Lynn bit her lip fiercely, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Little Tiger, it's all right. In a little while, your mom and dad will come back," she reassured him. After comforting little Tiger, she picked up her phone and began to communicate in the homeowners group. "Dear all, this calamity is but temporary. The frigid weather outside has led to water and power outages, which are to be expected. Rest assured, repair personnel are already on the way. The authorities have issued a notification stating that during these extraordinary times, our neighborhood committee will uniformly manage the residents. We hope everyone will cooperate with our efforts. Should anyone refuse to comply, leading to severe consequences, we will subsequently involve the police for arrest and interrogation." Aunt Lynn's words were weighty and left a profound sense of dissatisfaction among the residents. They had not anticipated that during such a time, the committee would not only fail to explain their own shortcomings but would instead resort to intimidation against the homeowners. Yet, a sense of trepidation loomed over them, and no one dared to voice their dissent. Zhang Yi, leisurely gazing at Aunt Lynn's messages on his phone, raised an eyebrow and let out a derisive laugh. He was well aware that Aunt Lynn was deceiving them. In his previous life, she had employed such despicable tactics to swindle numerous supplies from others. However, he had no intention of exposing her ruse. After all, the fate of his neighbors held no significance for him. Zhang Yi turned on the television and resumed playing his game. Water and electricity shortages? It mattered not. His storage was brimming with an abundance of spare batteries, generators, and fuel, as well as solid alcohol. As for water, he had stockpiled 500 tons of tap water, not to mention several tons of mineral water and beverages in his warehouse. Furthermore, when necessary, he could extract water through snowmelt. In summary, whether it be fresh water or energy, he lacked for nothing. Chapter 24. Aunt Lynn's Threat. Zhang Yi indulged in imported snacks while immersed in his game, savoring a life rich in flavor. The entire Tian'ai city, or rather more than 99% of the world, has succumbed to a state of water and power outage. The issue of water shortage is somewhat more manageable. Those who find it unbearable can venture outside to dig through the snow for water. However, the power outage is truly the most intolerable predicament. The bodies of modern individuals are exceedingly fragile, and enduring temperatures plummeting to minus several degrees is nothing short of life-threatening. This predicament cannot be entirely blamed on the authorities, as the majority of power stations are not inoperative, but rather, the workers are unable to reach their workplaces. Zhang Yi recalls that there were still periods of power supply each day, for the officials did not wish for the populace to perish entirely. Nevertheless, the electricity generated by the nuclear power plants and renewable energy stations of the 21st century is woefully limited. At best, it allows for a brief charge of mobile devices or the boiling of water. The notion of utilizing high-powered appliances such as air conditioners or heaters is utterly out of the question. Meanwhile, neighbors are lamenting in the homeowners group chat, fear compelling them to seek solace and solidarity, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Chen Zhanghao, who previously had his leg broken by Zhang Yi, now drags his injured limb, nearly succumbing to the cold within his home. Already afflicted, enduring such frigid temperatures has inflicted compounded suffering upon him. His small pets fare even worse. Although Zhang Yi merely drenched them with a hose, in such temperatures, there exists no means of warmth. The indoor temperature gradually approaches that of the outside, reaching a chilling minus 50 or 60 degrees. Several individuals have begun to experience high fevers, with the lowest temperature reaching 39 degrees, while several others have surpassed 40. Due to their lack of foresight in preparing medication, their homes are devoid of ibuprofen. Given the frigid weather, venturing out to procure medicine is simply out of the question. Consequently, they are left with no choice but to endure their plight. This explains why Zhang Yi refrained from eliminating them at that moment. Allowing them to perish slowly in despair is far more gratifying than a swift demise. Seated on the carpet, Zhang Yi is deeply engrossed in his gaming. Outside, the world is cloaked in a chilling winter, with howling northern winds mingling with heavy snowfall. Yet, within his room, the temperature is a comfortable 27 degrees. Illuminated by bright lights, devoid of worries regarding food or drink, and equipped with ample entertainment. If one were to pinpoint a deficiency, it would perhaps be the absence of a woman to share his company. However, Zhang Yi is not the sort to succumb to impulsive desires. Having learned from past experiences with women, he now prioritizes his safety and quality of life above all else. Unless under absolutely secure conditions, he would never permit anyone to enter his sanctuary. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is an unpredictable variable. He has witnessed firsthand a woman brutally murder her husband over a mere packet of instant noodles. At that moment, Zhang Yi's phone illuminated once more. With curiosity, he reached for it and discovered that Aunt Lin was addressing everyone in the homeowners group. The ongoing blizzard has significantly impacted their lives, and according to official announcements, the snowfall is expected to persist for a short duration. In the spirit of solidarity during these trying times, it is imperative that every individual can live with dignity despite the challenging circumstances. Henceforth, the neighborhood committee will gather the supplies from each household to facilitate a unified distribution. This directive has been issued by the authorities, and it is crucial for all families to comply. Failure to adhere to this organizational arrangement may result in repercussions for those who act selfishly and defy the collective effort. Do not presume that your individual capabilities grant you the right to oppose our organization, for each household possesses its own vulnerabilities. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly, recognizing the familiar tactics from a past life. Although Aunt Lin, a member of the neighborhood committee, wields limited power, she possesses more channels of information than an ordinary individual. It is evident that she was aware of the impending apocalypse long before, as the authorities in Tian'ai City have already succumbed to a state of paralysis. Thus, she resorts to deception and intimidation to extract supplies from the residents. However, her methods are rather rudimentary. After all, she is merely an elderly woman with a secondary education. A discerning individual would quickly perceive the flaws in her statements. Even if the authorities were to implement centralized control, such a command would be implausible. Nonetheless, within this building, home to over 50 families, there will inevitably be some timid souls who, out of fear, will heed Aunt Lin's words. Zhang Yi had no intention of intervening. He merely wished to observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, as Aunt Lin's insistence to confiscate the supplies grew more forceful, some residents began to feel cornered. Wang Min, residing on the 15th floor, is also a colleague of Zhang Yi. As a frugal housewife, she often brings items home from the warehouse, a fact well known among the neighbors. Aunt Lin has taken it upon herself to collect supplies from each household, and it is certain that Wang Min's family cannot escape this obligation. Wang Min expressed her frustration, With the heavy snow blocking our doors, we can scarcely venture out, and each household struggles to secure enough food for themselves. Is it reasonable to gather these supplies for redistribution? Another resident, Sun Jichao, echoed her sentiments. Everyone is facing hardships. It's not easy to set aside food. To confiscate it seems excessive. Aunt Lin, gritting her teeth, pressed the voice button firmly. I have stated before that these are extraordinary times, necessitating extraordinary measures. The snow disaster will soon pass. There is no need for concern. We are merely facilitating a redistribution of resources. Many households are lacking provisions. Are you truly so selfish? Failing to consider your neighbors? Some families have stockpiled supplies, while others are in need. Naturally, those who are short will support Aunt Lin's initiative. After all, we are neighbors. Isn't it only right to assist one another during such times? It's merely food and drink. Under normal circumstances, this would not be an issue. It's just these past few days that are exceptional. This is an organizational decision, and if you choose not to comply, the consequences are not something everyone can bear. Within the WeChat group, a heated debate ensued between two factions. Zhang Yi remained silent, while Bai Lianhua, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning also chose not to speak. Within her household, a considerable stock of provisions remained. However, given their disposition, they would resolutely refuse to part with any of it. Zhang Yi's anticipation of witnessing the unfolding drama was soon shattered. Although he remained silent, Aunt Lin took the initiative to send him a private message. Dear Zhang, you work at the warehouse, so your home must surely be stocked with plenty of food and drink, correct? I still recall the last time you procured 3 large carts of supplies. Now that everyone is facing difficulties, it's time for you to step up. Rest assured. Once the snow disaster has passed, we will return what we borrowed, and everyone will remember your kindness. Aunt Lin first incited panic among the timid members in the group chat, then began to methodically approach individuals. If she could deceive even one family, it would grant her and her grandson a few more days of survival. Zhang Yi, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, had also caught Aunt Lin's attention. Chapter 25. An outburst against the old woman. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. In his previous life, he had misjudged the severity of the snow disaster. Eager to extend a favor to his neighbors, he had foolishly distributed some of his stockpile. Yet what was the outcome? Instead of gratitude, his neighbors assumed he had an abundance of supplies. Ultimately, he met a tragic end, his home invaded and his life taken, becoming mere sustenance for others. It was evident that the death he suffered in his past life was closely intertwined with that old woman named Lin. A smirk grazed his lips as he lazily recorded a voice message. How wonderful. Our supplies have also run out. Aunt Lin, when you gather supplies, please share a little with me. Aunt Lin, infuriated, began to scold immediately. Huh, who do you think you're fooling? Your family must have hoarded plenty of things. Humph. After working in the warehouse for so many years, I refuse to believe your hands are clean. Her conviction stemmed from the fact that Zhang Yi often assisted neighbors in purchasing discounted items from the Walmart warehouse. For instance, products with damaged packaging and near-expiry food were sold at remarkably low prices. As an internal employee, he had the privilege of priority purchasing. Occasionally, the warehouse would even distribute such items as employee benefits. With a grim expression, Aunt Lin clenched her teeth, unwilling to give up. She was convinced that Zhang Yi was a source of great opportunity. If she could pry open his lips, she and her daughter could obtain a substantial amount of supplies, enough to sustain them for at least another week. Taking a deep breath, Aunt Lin attempted to adopt a tone that was both gentle and stern. Little Zhang, do not jest with me. Everyone knows you are the supervisor of the Walmart warehouse. How could your household lack food and drink? This is an order from the organization, and you must comply. You have contributed to the community, and everyone, including the organization, will remember your kindness. Be obedient, and send all the supplies from your home to me. Set an example. Zhang Yi picked up a toothpick to dislodge remnants from his teeth after a lunch of roasted leg of lamb. In a languid tone, he replied, I truly am not deceiving you. We have consumed everything at home. In these times, even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. Aunt Lin, could you send me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you ought to take the lead and embody the spirit of responsibility. Zhang Yi retorted. Observing that Zhang Yi was impervious to reason, Aunt Lin realized that a gentle approach would not suffice. She intensified her tone, her voice growing somber. Zhang Yi, is it impossible for us to converse amicably? Do you believe I am speaking to you on a personal basis? I represent the organization. Your refusal to surrender the supplies in your possession is tantamount to opposing the organization, and I will ensure you are dealt with accordingly. Zhang Yi scoffed. Huh? Representing the organization? You truly mistake a feather for a sword. You are nothing more than a mere functionary of the neighborhood committee. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are a civil servant, nor even a staff member with a formal designation. You merely pacify the elderly. And now you attempt to assert authority over me? Are you out of your mind? If you have the audacity, feel free to act. I shall await your arrival at home. Zhang Yi ruthlessly exposed Aunt Lin's true nature. The committee staff were merely social workers, without any formal employment status, and certainly not civil servants. Aunt Lin was merely a lowly aide within the committee, far from being any sort of leader. Of course, even if she were a high-ranking official, Zhang Yi would still dismiss her at this juncture. After berating Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi decisively ended the call and blocked her number. Such a loud-mouthed, elderly woman thrived on confrontation, and he had no time to engage in fruitless arguments with her. This maneuver infuriated Aunt Lin to the point of near explosion. Zhang Yi had repeatedly opposed her, relentlessly rubbing her face in the dirt. How could she, who prides herself as the leader of the community, endure this? Zhang Yi, you wretched being. I truly wish to see you perish. Grandma Lin shouted in fury. Yet, she could only utter a few curses. In reality, she was struggling to ensure her own safety and could not truly harm Zhang Yi. She contemplated removing Zhang Yi from the owner chat group, but upon reflection, such an action would inflict no real damage upon him. She also considered rallying the group to collectively condemn Zhang Yi, but doing so would expose his refusal to contribute supplies. If others followed suit, her deception would be thwarted. Regardless, at this moment, she found herself powerless against Zhang Yi. The more she pondered, the more infuriated and distressed she became. However, she had no means to vent her frustration and could only swallow her indignation. For her, the immediate priority was to deceive others. She must seize the opportunity to procure their supplies before they regained their senses. In the following 2 days, Grandma Lin employed both coaxing and intimidation, successfully acquiring supplies from several households. Yet, not everyone was gullible. In this apocalyptic era, each individual primarily focused on the survival of themselves and their families. Some chose to ignore Grandma Lin, adopting a cold indifference. Others, with more fiery tempers, outright chased her away when she came to demand supplies. As for those like Qin Zhenghao and Su Hao, who were not to be trifled with, she lacked even the courage to approach them. All of these events were clearly observed by Zhang Yi through the surveillance cameras. However, he continued to indulge in his own pleasures, seeing no necessity to involve himself in the affairs of others. It has been 5 days since the blizzard descended upon us. A typical household would stockpile only enough provisions for 3 to 5 days. Here, however, some individuals are employed at the large warehouse, resulting in a slightly larger supply of resources at home. Yet, due to the severe drop in temperature, the need for fuel and food for heating has accelerated the depletion of supplies. Over the past few days, a palpable sense of discontent has begun to permeate the chat group. Initially, the homeowners, who were honest and patient, awaited the official rescue, have shifted their mindset due to the lack of energy for heating and food. Particularly, those families who were previously deceived and coaxed by Aunt Lin into relinquishing their provisions have finally reached a breaking point, questioning her in the group about the distribution of the supplies after they were taken. 25-1 Unit 1502 Lin Xuanxia, Aunt Lin. You promised that the supplies would be distributed uniformly after being collected. Our food has run out, and it has been 2 days. Please give us some. Yes. You promised a uniform distribution so that everyone would have something to eat. The homeowners clamored, including those who had not previously taken anything, hoping to seize this opportunity to partake as well. Yet, Aunt Lin seemed to have vanished, offering no response. She could undoubtedly see these messages, but at this moment, she had no intention of distributing any supplies. Only she and Zhang Yi truly understood the gravity of the situation. Outside, chaos had ensued. Survival was contingent upon having resources, or else one was merely awaiting death. Clutching her grandson, she curled up under 5 layers of blankets, gritting her teeth and muttering, "The supplies I toiled so hard to acquire will never be returned to you." Chapter 26. Black eats black. Upon encountering Aunt Lin, no matter how they called out to her, she remained unresponsive, prompting the neighbors to realize that they had fallen victim to her deceit. In an instant, the chat group was filled with affectionate greetings directed towards Aunt Lin. However, from the moment she decided to deceive the neighbors, she had long abandoned any concern for her reputation. She certainly did not care how they disparaged her. Yet, someone had set their sights on the ill-gotten goods in her possession. For instance, the notorious Qin Zhenghao. Although 5 days had passed since the apocalypse began, the true state of the outside world remained unknown to the general populace. Thus, the situation had yet to escalate to a point where they would fight fiercely over resources. In Zhang Yi's recollection, Qin Zhenghao later led a gang of followers, plundering others' belongings and even resorting to murder. Nevertheless, at this moment, he had not yet opted to seize the neighbor's supplies through force. After all, not all of those in the underworld were devoid of sanity. He possessed a modicum of intelligence. Even Zhang Yi, who had once shot off his leg, was cautious enough not to storm into Zhang Yi's home without absolute certainty of success. Their own supplies had dwindled considerably as well. This type of individual did not typically hoard resources at home. while the refrigerator held an ample supply of beer. It had long succumbed to freezing, rendering it unsuitable for sustenance. One could only smash the ice to consume it. Aunt Lynn's actions, however, sparked his interest. She had proclaimed her intention to collect resources for unified distribution, although he had scoffed at her words. It was now evident that she had acquired a portion of the neighbor's supplies through her cunning. He then had a perfectly justifiable reason to seize it. Even after the ice and snow had melted, should matters escalate, Aunt Lynn, feeling guilty, would not dare to retaliate. Thus, Chen Jinghao picked up his phone and called Aunt Lynn. At that moment, Aunt Lynn was at home, delightfully sharing cookies with her grandson, Little Tiger. The instant noodles would have to wait until the brief daily phone call to boil water. Suddenly, the phone rang insistently. "Grandma, it's a call," Little Tiger exclaimed, pointing at the phone. Aunt Lynn scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. She assumed it was one of the neighbors who had been deceived out of their supplies. She felt no remorse for those fools, regarding them as utter simpletons. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller's name, a look of fear crossed her face. Chen Jinghao? What could he want with me? Chen Jinghao was notorious in the area, not only commanding a large group of underlings but also reputed to have formidable backing. He was certainly not someone a mere community committee worker like her could provoke. Aunt Lynn answered the call. Chen Jinghao's voice came through. "Hello, Aunt Lynn. You've certainly managed quite well to gather all the supplies into your possession." Upon hearing the word supplies, Aunt Lynn became immediately alert. She cleared her throat and replied, "Ahem, as a committee worker, it is my duty to manage the supplies for everyone." Chen Jinghao let out a cold chuckle. "Well, that is perfect. My family is currently in dire need of supplies, so please send them over quickly." Aunt Lynn's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this rogue would come to her door to extort her supplies. It seemed she had forgotten that she, too, had employed unscrupulous methods to acquire provisions from her neighbors. Although Aunt Lynn dared not provoke Chen Jinghao, she was unwilling to relinquish the supplies she had secured for her and her grandson's survival. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "I still need to organize these supplies. Furthermore, some households have not yet contributed, so distribution cannot proceed at this time." Chen Jinghao was growing increasingly impatient. This Aunt Lynn truly did not comprehend the gravity of her situation, attempting to evade him with such dismissive words. He scolded angrily, "You old hack. How dare you show such insolence? You must have hoarded all those items for yourself, haven't you? Let me make this clear. Hand over the supplies willingly, or else, well, I shall simply come to collect them myself." Aunt Lynn's face turned pale with fear, trembling and at a loss for words. She had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. She was obstinate and overbearing with ordinary residents. Yet, she had no idea how to deal with someone like Chen Jinghao. Summoning her courage, she said, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am an officer of the neighborhood committee." Chen Jinghao laughed even more heartily. "Ha! What nonsense! Do you truly think so highly of yourself? If you refuse to comply, I shall simply come to your door and take what I need." With that, Chen Jinghao hung up the phone. Due to the biting cold of recent days, he had summoned several of his underlings to his home. On one hand, the presence of numerous individuals offers warmth. On the other, many have fallen ill after Zhang Yi doused them with cold water and require care. Furthermore, Chen Jinghao, as a person of society, possesses a certain level of acumen. He has already sensed the unsettling turn of events and has chosen to consolidate his manpower when the moment calls for it. Having a loyal following will grant him absolute authority. However, with so many people, the necessity for sustenance arises. He ended the call and summoned his subordinates, resulting in a formidable group making their way to Aunt Lynn's residence. Leaning on a mop as if it were a cane, Chen Jinghao brandished a baseball bat, advancing aggressively to Aunt Lynn's doorstep. This spectacle was clearly captured by the surveillance cameras, allowing Zhang Yi to observe every detail. Seated comfortably with his legs crossed on the coffee table, he munched on potato chips while enjoying the program on television. "Ah, it seems a dog-eat-dog scenario is about to unfold." Zhang Yi chuckled. It was merely the 5th day since the apocalypse had begun. Yet such an entertaining drama was already unfolding, with both parties being individuals he thoroughly despised. Zhang Yi's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Suddenly, he recalled the foolish neighbors deceived by Aunt Lynn. Drawing from his memories of a past life and his understanding of these neighbors, he realized that even after this incident, more would inevitably fall victim. Unfortunately, humans often harbor a sense of luck, and due to millennia of Confucian thought, the people of Hua country instinctively choose to comply with representatives like Aunt Lynn. Thus, they would continue to be systematically exploited. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, pondering the potential reactions if he were to share the events occurring here in the group chat. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a mischievous smile, promising an exceptional spectacle. He promptly pressed the recording button. Upon arriving at Aunt Lynn's residence, Chen Jinghao began to bellow, demanding that she open the door. The Yuelu community is a mid-range neighborhood. where every household is equipped with security doors. However, it is well known that these doors are designed to deter thieves, proving ineffective against determined intruders. Aunt Lin's home was certainly not Zhang Yi's, though it was evident that Aunt Lin desperately attempted to barricade the entrance. Her security locks were no match for the ravenous band of thugs. Armed with baseball bats and steel rods, they forcefully smashed the locks, swiftly rendering them inoperative. It was clear that this was not their first endeavor of this nature. Once the locks were breached, the table and sofa that Aunt Lin had used to block the door offered no resistance. Through the camera lens, Zhang Yi beheld Aunt Lin's pale visage, etched with terror. Chapter 27. A fierce kick to Lin Xiaohu. Before long, Zhang Yi was startled by the blood-curdling screams of Aunt Lin, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Upon storming into the house, Qin Zhenghao delivered a resounding slap to Aunt Lin's face, exclaiming, "Old hag, you deceived your neighbors out of their resources. I am here to enact justice." Qin Zhenghao laughed heartily. Aunt Lin fell to the ground, dazed and speechless. Qin Zhenghao commanded his subordinates, "Search this place thoroughly. We shall take every morsel of food and drink. These are the hard-earned belongings of the neighbors, and we shall not let her benefit from them." The subordinates, with smirks and sly expressions, infiltrated the kitchen and bedroom, rummaging through every conceivable hiding spot within Granny Lin's residence. Before long, they unearthed a substantial cache of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and bottled water. Granny Lin, in tears, crawled over and clutched Qin Zhenghao's leg, pleading, "You cannot take everything. Those are our own supplies. If you take it all, how will my grandson and I survive?" Qin Zhenghao coldly glared at her and scoffed, "I couldn't care less. Get lost." With that, he delivered a forceful kick with his intact leg, striking Granny Lin squarely in the face. A horrified scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, escaped her lips as she toppled backward. At that moment, a shout erupted from the bedroom. "You bunch of bastards, get out of here." It was Xiaohu, Granny Lin's grandson, who had discovered that his secretly hidden chocolate biscuits had been uncovered, igniting a furious blaze in his eyes. In a fit of rage, he retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer and plunged it into the backside of a small thug. In such extreme cold, any injury could prove fatal. The thug yelped in pain, only to turn and find that the assailant was a mere child, which only fueled his anger further. "Damn it. If word of this gets out, how will I ever show my face again?" He fumed. Infuriated, the thug unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Xiaohu's abdomen, a force that far exceeded what a 6-year-old could possibly withstand. He let out a piercing scream and was unexpectedly propelled into the air, crashing violently against the wall before tumbling to the ground like a discarded piece of refuse. There exists a saying that likens striking someone to the act of hanging a painting, and this scene epitomized that expression perfectly. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Zhenghao and the others erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha, old five, when did you hone such remarkable leg skills? You actually sent that little brat flying. Impressive, indeed." The individual known as Old Five, a young man named Kalami, proudly withdrew a knife from his backside and proclaimed, "Am I not dashing? You all should have captured that moment on film." Aunt Lin, nursing her own injuries, initially intended to feign death on the ground. However, upon witnessing her beloved grandson being struck so severely, she cried out in despair, "Xiaohu, my grandson," and rushed towards him. In contrast, Qin Zhenghao pointed at Aunt Lin, declaring with righteous indignation, "This is the price you pay for deceiving the neighbors. I am merely enacting justice." With that, the group erupted into laughter, leaving Aunt Lin's home with their spoils. This brutal scene caused Zhang Yi to raise an eyebrow. Seeing the despicable Lin family receive their due punishment brought him a sense of gratification, devoid of any sympathy. Yet, this moment also signified the beginning of cracks in the previously established rules of civility within the residential complex. Henceforth, increasingly ruthless events would unfold. For once the integrity of the ice is compromised, the fissures will inevitably widen. Alas, it is regrettable that such matters bear little relevance to me. As I observed them fighting fiercely for a mere handful of supplies, I found myself languishing at home, utterly bored. Zhang Yi reclined on an imported sofa, a smile gracing his lips as he expressed his sentiments. Subsequently, he shared the video he had captured in their residential group chat. In the group, the deceived homeowners were still vehemently denouncing Aunt Lin. However, upon viewing Zhang Yi's video, which depicted Aunt Lin's home being vandalized by Qin Zhenghao and his accomplices, followed by her and her grandson being brutally beaten, and the supplies obtained through deceit being seized, the homeowners erupted in delight. "Ha ha ha, the great swindler. He got what he deserved. Brother Hao is magnificent. Such scoundrels deserve nothing less than a thunderous response. This is the price of deception. He, attempting to steal a chicken but losing grains instead, truly laughable." Though the homeowners who had been robbed of their supplies understood that the goods taken by Qin Zhenghao would never be returned, witnessing Aunt Lin's brutal beating brought them genuine joy from the depths of their hearts. For a moment, Some even regarded Qin Zhenghao as a hero, extolling his virtues. Brother Hao is indeed formidable, a true leader of society filled with a sense of justice. Were it not for Brother Hao, we would be utterly helpless against such shameless scoundrels. Brother Hao, be cautious. This old wretch is quite unscrupulous. Watch out for her reporting you. Some even expressed concern for Qin Zhenghao, devising strategies for his protection. In this instance, Qin Zhenghao reaped both fame and fortune, avoiding a collective backlash from the homeowners while acquiring a substantial amount of supplies. Zhang Yi observed the conversations among the homeowners, curling his lip in disdain and shaking his head in derision. These homeowners remained blissfully unaware of a pressing issue. If Qin Zhenghao could brazenly invade Aunt Lin's home today, he could just as easily breach their own sanctuaries tomorrow. As despair gradually settled in the hearts of the populace regarding the external world, such occurrences would swiftly become a reality. However, witnessing the homeowners engaging in lively discussions within the group chat indicated a significant truth, that they still possessed a modicum of resources. The circumstances of most households were not as dire as they professed. Many residents of Yuelu community were employed in the warehouse district and had cultivated a habit of stockpiling supplies. Even those not working in the warehouses would procure discounted goods through various channels to keep at home. A single box of near-expiry instant noodles could sustain a family of 3 for 4 to 5 days with careful rationing. Thus, despite the current challenges of securing sufficient food and warmth, a little frugality could enable them to survive for a time. In his previous life, Zhang Yi had managed to endure for an entire month before being overwhelmed by starving neighbors who stormed his door, ravenously dividing his meager provisions. The wisdom of keeping one's wealth concealed was well understood among them. Their lamentations of poverty were merely a fade, born from the fear of others seeking to borrow their supplies. Of course, they were merely scraping by. Any notions of quality of life bore little relevance to their current existence. Zhang Yi turned away from the group chat messages, retrieving a target from the alternate realm and affixing it to the wall. He then picked up his hand crossbow and compound bow, commencing his practice of shooting techniques. Even though his safe haven was as solid as a steel fortress, in a world ravaged by apocalypse, one could not afford the slightest complacency. Only through relentless daily practice of survival skills could one hope to endure until the end. Moreover, practicing marksmanship served as a rather enjoyable pastime for Zhang Yi. As for his shooting technique, he deemed further practice unnecessary. He possessed a membership card from the Shooting Association and was knowledgeable about the use of firearms. While he could not claim to be an expert marksman, the mere presence of a gun in hand wielded considerable intimidation. With only 100 bullets at his disposal, which could not be retrieved like arrows, it was prudent to conserve them. Chapter 28. A pack of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan. Aunt Lin was robbed of her supplies by Qin Zhenghao, and both she and her grandson, Xiaohu, endured a brutal beating. The old woman, clinging to a thread of life, still managed to move. However, her 6-year-old grandson, Xiaohu, had been mercilessly kicked in the stomach by a thug named Xiao Kalami, leaving him unable to bear the pain and suffering from internal injuries. In her desperation, she turned to the community group for help, hoping someone would come to her grandson's aid. Yet, due to her previous deceit in acquiring supplies, she faced widespread disdain, and no one was willing to assist her. I know what I did before was wrong, but my grandson is innocent. He is just a child. Please, save him. Aunt Lin cried out in despair within the group, her voice fraught with hopelessness. Yet, the residents showed her no sympathy. Instead, some mocked her. Who could tell if her pleas were genuine this time? Indeed, we are not physicians, nor do we possess the capacity to assist you. Had you not deceived everyone regarding the supplies, would Hao have resorted to such actions? Ultimately, this predicament is of your own making. In a fit of despair, Aunt Lin wept uncontrollably, proclaiming, all the blame lies with me. If you can save my grandson, I would gladly bow before you. At that moment, a woman named Zhou Kuer sent a message. Allow me to examine the child. However, I cannot guarantee a cure. Upon reading Zhou Kuer's message, Zhang Yi's mind conjured an image of a tall, striking woman with a long ponytail. Zhou Kuer is a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In her previous life, she utilized her medical expertise to save numerous lives, distinguishing herself as one of the few benevolent souls among the neighbors. Typically aloof, she seldom engaged in discussions within the residence group. However, upon learning of Xiaohu's peril, she felt compelled to speak up. Aunt Lin recalled the presence of this doctor in the community and hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she sent the child over. Half an hour later, Aunt Lin's anxious voice resonated once more in the group chat. Does anyone have hemostatic agents, shock medications, or antibiotics? My Xiaohu requires surgery. I implore you all to assist. I would bow to you. Xiaohu had sustained grave injuries, with a blow that ruptured his liver. Although Zhou Kuer was a doctor, her household lacked an adequate supply of medications. The residents, upon hearing Aunt Lin's plea, exchanged knowing smiles but remained silent. as it was absurd to expect anyone to stock such specific medications at home. Chen Jinghao continued to make sarcastic remarks in the group. How does one bow? Do you do it in the group? A wave of laughter erupted in response. Aunt Lin's voice was tinged with sorrow. If you all can assist. I will bow right now. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, he possessed all the necessary medications in his alternate space. However, he had no intention of offering assistance to Lin Xiaohu. Firstly, in this apocalyptic world, medicine was as crucial as food, and he did not wish to expose his resources. Secondly, he harbored a deep disdain for Aunt Lin and that spoiled little brat. Furthermore, given the severity of the injury, even if he were to save the child, survival through the harsh winter seemed bleak. It would be wiser to retain the medications for his own use. Despite Aunt Lin's desperate pleas in the group, no one stepped forward to assist her. After a considerable time, Dr. Zhou Kuo finally sent a message in the group, stating that she had temporarily stabilized Lin Xiaohu's condition. But it was merely a stopgap measure that would not last long. Surgery at a hospital was imperative for the child's survival. She also offered her assistance for any urgent medical issues. The responses quickly filled with flattery. Even Shen Jinghao and the wealthy heir Su Hao were eager to praise Dr. Zhou's compassionate nature. In the past, the group had shown little interest in the aloof doctor, but in these dire times, fear of death compelled everyone to curry favor with her. Zhang Yi remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. In recent days, Fang Yuqing had not reached out to him. He was content with the peace, yet he knew that this white lotus would soon come seeking his aid. At present, she refrains from seeking him out, merely desiring to maintain her pitiful sense of vanity. She has always perceived herself as a woman of lofty stature, unwilling to bow to any man, with the exception of the affluent. However, what lies ahead? The snow continues to fall, completely engulfing the first floor. At this juncture, leaving the community is out of the question. Even reaching the community gate necessitates confronting snowdrifts towering 4 to 5 meters high. The depletion of supplies is an inevitable reality. At that time, with her delicate disposition, she will undoubtedly approach Zhang Yi to demand assistance. It has been a week since the onset of this apocalyptic scenario. 7 days may seem neither long nor short, yet for those enduring the bitter cold, confined to their homes, it feels even more protracted than 7 years. Initially, they were filled with hope, but now, nearly everyone has come to grasp the stark reality. The prospect of awaiting rescue has dwindled to a mere flicker. As news through the internet reveals that the world is grappling with an unprecedented snow disaster, a calamity not seen in hundreds of thousands of years. The entire globe is submerged beneath relentless snow, with temperatures plummeting to over 100 degrees below zero in some northern cities, where blizzards have overwhelmed many urban areas. Although the authorities continue to encourage unity and mutual assistance through limited channels, the sight of the frozen city outside has extinguished any remaining hope in their hearts. The issues arising from scarcity of resources have become increasingly acute. Aunt Lin's household has been stripped bare of food by Chen Jinghao, while her grandson lies on the brink of death, plunging her into a state of despair. All day long, she clamored in the group, proclaiming herself as the leader of the neighborhood committee, demanding that everyone must hand over their supplies to her. However, the residents have grown wise to her antics and paid her no heed. Suddenly, a message from Xiao Lime, a mother living on the 12th floor, pierced through the chatter. Is there anyone with food at home? My child and I haven't eaten for 2 days. I can pay a high price. This message instigated a subtle shift within the homeowner group. Previously, everyone believed that the disaster would soon pass and the city would be reopened. Thus, while there were transactions for food, prices were only a few times higher than usual. Yet now, more and more households found their supplies completely depleted. In such dire circumstances, food became synonymous with life itself, a glimmer of hope for survival. Shortly thereafter, someone remarked, I still have a few packs of instant noodles at home. I can sell them to you if you need. However, each pack will cost you 1,000 yuan. The notion of paying 1,000 yuan for a single pack of instant noodles would have been inconceivable in the past. They likely did not anticipate the profound impact this transaction would have on the entire residential building. Zhang Yi rested his chin on his hand, gazing at his phone, and remarked nonchalantly, extraordinary events are about to unfold. Xiao Lime remained silent, clearly still hesitant. For now, people still clung to a flicker of hope, believing that the snow disaster would eventually subside. Life would resume, and the pursuit of income would continue. At that moment, Su Hao, a wealthy heir who had long been silent in the group, suddenly interjected, I'll pay 2,000 yuan for each pack. How many do you have? I'll take them all. Chapter 29. The 10th day, a remark from the affluent heir Su Hao sent the entire chat group into a frenzy. What? A packet of instant noodles costs 2,000 yuan? Am I hearing this correctly? Please, do not inflate prices like this. I am quite frightened. Some individuals trembled as they spoke. The snow disaster will surely pass, right? There is truly no need for such extremes. He sent a voice message. Yet his quivering tone revealed the turmoil within his heart. People had not entirely relinquished hope. Every morning, they awoke yearning to see the snow cease, the sun rise, and life returned to normalcy. However, the incident of the mother, Xiaolime, and the wealthy heir Su Hao purchasing food at exorbitant prices struck a deep chord within their already fragile spirits. Someone feigned calmness and remarked, "Stop joking. A packet of instant noodles for 2,000 yuan? Do you genuinely believe it is the end of the world? Haha, it's merely a bit of heavy snow. Winter has arrived earlier this year. It's not like we are besieged by zombies, for goodness sake." Zhang Yi read this message, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Zombies besieging us. Do not compare such trivial matters to this impending ice apocalypse. While zombies may be terrifying, they are still within the realm of human capability to combat. In contrast, when faced with the wrath of nature, humanity appears as insignificant as insects against the vast forces of the universe. They remain blissfully unaware of the dreadful calamity that looms ahead. Su Hao boisterously declared in the group, "Do not concern yourselves with such trivialities. I am wealthy enough to purchase peace of mind, am I not? If you are willing to sell, just message me privately. If not, then forget it." Su Hao feigned indifference. However, Zhang Yi discerned that his nonchalance was merely a facade, for deep down, he was already gripped by fear. Otherwise, he would not have audaciously offered an exorbitant price of 2,000 yuan for a single packet of instant noodles. This situation is not difficult to comprehend. Although Su Hao possessed immense wealth, with assets amounting to several hundred million, in the current apocalyptic scenario, he could hardly indulge in the luxurious lifestyle of the affluent, let alone order takeout. The wealthy are not necessarily benevolent, but they are certainly not foolish. Aware of the severity of the crisis, Su Hao began to procure supplies from his neighbors at inflated prices. Mother Xiaolime exclaimed in distress, "How can you do this? Our family has no food left." Purchasing sustenance is a matter of survival. Su Hao retorted bluntly, "I am not robbing you. I am simply offering a higher price. It is their prerogative to sell to whoever they choose. Who are you to dictate?" Seeing that Su Hao ignored her, Xiaolime took to the group chat, pleading, "Please, everyone help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I cannot provide her with milk. We are both on the brink of starvation." In the homeowners group, there was an unsettling silence in response to Xiaolime's words. At this moment, the selfish nature of humanity was laid bare. Su Hao was offering a staggering 2,000 yuan for a packet of noodles, while Xiaolime's offer was merely half of that. It is worth noting that the average salary in Tianhai City is only 5,000 yuan. Who would willingly part with their hard-earned supplies at such a low price? Many had already begun to privately converse with Su Hao, initiating discussions about transactions. Xiaolime seemed to grasp the gravity of her situation as she continued to lament in the group, imploring everyone for assistance. Yet, not a single soul uttered a word, not even a gesture of comfort. After all, once one speaks up, Xiaolime might perceive it as a sign of weakness and subsequently latch onto them. This helpless mother, in her desperation, wept uncontrollably. With an 8-month-old child in her arms, she found it arduous to care for herself, let alone tend to an entirely dependent infant. Zhang Yi's mind conjured memories of Xiaolime from his previous life. His impression of her was rather shallow, as she had always presented herself as a frail mother, leveraging this facade to elicit sympathy and procure resources for survival. However, one aspect struck him as peculiar in his recollections. She and her daughter had managed to thrive until later stages. At this thought, a flicker of insight sparkled in Zhang Yi's eyes. This woman was undoubtedly not as simple as she appeared. Beneath every rosy exterior lay shadows of darkness. After his own demise, it was highly probable that she had also partaken in the spoils. Zhang Yi understood that in an apocalyptic world, a bleeding heart was often the greatest catalyst for death. Thus, he chose to remain silent, observing Xiaolime with a detached demeanor. Too many had perished in this desolate era. He was solely focused on his own survival. Indifferent to others, if they perished, so be it. Nonetheless, Xiaolime's pleas eventually bore some fruit. Uncle Yu, the security guard, softened and ultimately agreed to share some food with her. Xiaolime expressed her profound gratitude, vowing to remember his kindness for a lifetime. Through surveillance, Zhang Yi noted that Su Hao, utilizing his monetary prowess, had managed to acquire supplies from numerous neighbors. The quantity may not be vast, yet it suffices for him and his girlfriend to survive for several weeks. Zhang Yi scoffed, remarking that this was the last flicker of warmth money could offer in the apocalypse. Before long, people would discover that as supplies dwindled, currency would render itself mere paper. It is tangible resources that reign supreme. At that juncture, countless individuals would surely rue their decisions to sell essential goods. It must be noted that Su Hao indeed set a detrimental precedent within the owner's community. Furthermore, as many residents of the 25 apartment buildings were friends and colleagues, Su Hao's extravagant purchases of supplies had a ripple effect on those around him. Once he established exorbitant prices for necessities with real money, everyone became acutely aware of how scarce resources had become. Each person now gripped their possessions more tightly. At the onset of the blizzard, some would still amicably share and barter supplies with neighbors, but now they had become more miserly than Scrooge himself. Even when approached by their closest friends seeking a morsel to eat, they would concoct various excuses to decline. On the 10th day of the icy apocalypse, in the home of Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, their provisions had nearly run out. Once individuals with discerning palates who relished gourmet food, now they could bicker over a single packet of instant noodles. The previously stocked food, along with the meager offerings from the lovesick Zhoping, had dwindled to almost nothing. If the current situation persisted, they would face starvation within a week. The two of them huddled under a blanket on the sofa, their faces pale, with a packet of open compressed biscuits lying forlornly on the coffee table before them. Lin Caning cast a glance at the last pack of compressed biscuits and turned to Fang Yuqing, saying, "Yuqing, this is our final pack of compressed biscuits." Fang Yuqing's eyes were filled with anguish. In the past, she would have never allowed such coarse food to cross her delicate throat, even under duress. Yet now, she consumed every morsel with fervor, unwilling to discard even the crumbs that fell to the ground, determined to pick them up and eat them. Chapter 30. The quality backup. Lin Caning continued. "We still have 5 packs of crispy noodles and 3 bags of instant noodles. There's half a bottle of Lao Ganma in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and noodles have long been consumed." Fang Yuqing clutched her head in despair. Crispy noodles. Crispy noodles. That stuff won't fill us up at all. Lin Caning fixed her gaze intently on her. "Yuqing, the situation outside is exceedingly dire. Do you think this heavy snowfall might never cease?" Fang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback before turning her gaze toward the window. Through the glass adorned with frost, she could faintly see the snowflakes swirling down from the sky. For 10 days, the snow had fallen relentlessly without a moment's pause. The second floor was completely submerged, rendering any attempt to go outside futile. The streets in the distance lay in utter silence, devoid of any noise from snow plows dispatched by the authorities. Fang Yuqing's heart sank into the depths of despair, overwhelmed by hopelessness. She had no idea how long this snow disaster would last, nor whether it would ever come to an end. Covering her eyes, she cried out in anguish, "Ningning, what are we to do? If this continues, we shall starve." Lin Caning bit her lip and inquired, "Is there any food left with Zhoping?" Fang Yuqing shook her head and replied, "I have asked him several times, even pretending to want to befriend him. However, he has truly been drained dry. Not a single morsel remains. The last time he brought me 2 packets of instant noodles. That was his final sustenance. He has become as emaciated as a zombie and surely has no food left." Lin Caning, unwilling to accept this fate, clenched her fists and asked, "Is there anyone else we could try?" She continued, "Look at us. We are both so beautiful. Surely, with just a little effort, we could captivate some men." Fang Yuqing shot her a disapproving glance and said, "Are you being foolish? Everyone values their supplies as if their lives depend on them. Even if they were to feel a spark for us, it is highly unlikely they would readily share their provisions. Moreover, with the weather this frigid, even if we were to offer ourselves to them, they would likely be too weak to respond." As she spoke, a shadow of anguish flickered in Fang Yuqing's eyes. Unbeknownst to Lin Caning, Fang Yuqing had already attempted such a strategy, hoping to exchange her beauty for resources. However, her standards were excessively lofty, demanding a partner who stood at least 185 meters tall, was a civil servant, and earned a monthly salary of 50,000. Consequently, even the 60-year-old neighbor had lamented, "You were too late. Had you come a fortnight earlier, I might have been able to rise to the occasion." Lin Caning bit her lip tightly, a profound fear settling in her heart. As a woman of modest beauty, she initially intended to rely on her allure as her final means of survival. However, the chill in the air evidently served as an excellent remedy for her desires. Suddenly, a man's silhouette emerged in her thoughts. She turned to Fang Yuqing and remarked, "By the way, Yuqing, have you forgotten that you still have a devoted admirer?" Fang Yuqing was well aware of the individual Lin Caning referred to. She pursed her lips and declared with defiance, "Humph, that insufferable man. Unless he comes to me, bowing his head and begging for my forgiveness, I shall never reach out to him first." Previously, she had approached Zhang Yi several times, hoping to offer him a chance to bring her gifts and win her favor. However, Zhang Yi's demeanor had been excessively aloof, even sending her provocative photos deliberately. This infuriated Fang Yuqing, leading her to vow that she would make Zhang Yi come to her, groveling at her feet. If she were to initiate contact with him now, wouldn't that shatter her image as a cool and untouchable goddess? No, such a notion was absolutely intolerable for Fang Yuqing. Once her image was tarnished, how could she ever attract a wealthy heir? Lin Caning interjected, "Have you forgotten that Zhang Yi's family had stockpiled quite a bit of food? Even with a month past, They undoubtedly have more than an average household. Once you reach out to him, he will surely agree to deliver provisions to you immediately. Upon hearing the mention of food, Fang Yuqing felt a flicker of temptation within her. However, she hesitated, saying, "But when I sought him out before, he was so indifferent." Lin Canning replied, "You foolish girl. He must believe he is unworthy of you, which is why he seems ready to give up. After all, not long ago, you were rather indifferent towards him." Fang Yuqing immediately became agitated. It's entirely his own doing. He is merely a small middle-class individual, yet he pretends to be a wealthy heir, causing me to squander so much emotion in vain. Lin Canning cheerfully remarked, "But now he can be considered a quality backup, can't he? The purpose of a backup is to be called upon when needed, right? Just show him a hint of kindness, allowing the flicker of hope within him to reignite. Then won't he be at your beck and call?" Chapter 31. Zhang Yi's family is extravagantly wealthy, causing the White Lotus to weep with envy. After listening to Lin Canning's counsel, Fang Yuqing found it quite sensible. The primary reason was her overwhelming hunger. Just the thought of the images Zhang Yi had sent her, the steaks, Australian lobsters, and delectable fruits, made her mouth water. All her reservations could be temporarily cast aside for the sake of a meal. Thus, she took out her phone, located Zhang Yi's WeChat, and endeavored to send a voice message in the gentlest tone possible. At home, Zhang Yi sat on the couch watching a television program. Although most major television networks around the world had suspended broadcasts, he had long since downloaded numerous classic films and variety shows to pass the tedious hours. Ding dong. The phone chimed. Zhang Yi picked it up and saw it was Fang Yuqing. A sly smile crept across his lips. This woman, that minuscule shred of pride she possessed, could no longer endure. He opened the voice message and immediately heard the tremulous quality of Fang Yuqing's voice. "Humph, Zhang Yi. You insufferable younger brother. It has been so many days since you last sought my company. You truly are incorrigible. Was it not merely a few days ago that I chided you? I regretted it almost immediately. However, as a lady, I felt too bashful to initiate conversation. You, my detestable brother, have no sense of empathy whatsoever." Fang Yuqing, with her beguiling charm and innocent demeanor, possesses a remarkable talent for coquetry. Otherwise, in her past life, she would not have succeeded in mesmerizing Zhang Yi so completely. I must admit, upon hearing her dulcet tones, even Zhang Yi felt his resolve weaken. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this little minx. If only he were not aware of her malicious nature, he might have been tempted to surrender to her wiles. Zhang Yi replied with a message, explaining that he had been feeling unwell lately, likely due to illness, and thus had been neglecting WeChat. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing promptly inquired, "Are you sick? Have you caught a cold in this weather? You must take care to keep warm." "Not exactly. I have heat stroke," Zhang Yi retorted. Reading his message, Fang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. "Heat stroke? Are you jesting?" The temperature in her home had plummeted to a chilling -5 or 6 degrees. Every day, she had to wrap herself in blankets, huddling with Lin Canning for warmth, struggling to sleep soundly in the cold. "Heat stroke, you say? Zhang Yi, do not make light of such matters." Zhang Yi responded with a curious expression. "Cold? Oh, I have a fireplace in my room, so I hardly notice it. The heat from it can be quite overwhelming. I suppose I fell ill after dozing off by the fire a few days ago." Zhang Yi spoke as he captured a photograph of the roaring fire in the fireplace with his mobile phone. In the image, he inadvertently included his bare legs, along with the heaps of snacks on the coffee table and the remnants of lamb chops and chicken legs. He then sent the photograph to Fang Yuqing. Upon seeing the image, Fang Yuqing felt a pang of jealousy ignite within her, whereas previous photos merely made her feel a twinge of longing. This one set her eyes ablaze with envy. The fireplace. It was a marvel of warmth. Even in the distant north, having one at home rendered the frigid outdoor temperatures, often plunging below freezing, utterly inconsequential. The heating prowess of such a device surpassed that of conventional radiators, given its proximity to the flames. Over the past 10 days, she had felt nearly numb from the cold. Apart from food, her most fervent desire was a means to warm herself. Just days prior, she and Lin Canning had resorted to burning a chair in their quest for warmth. Though the blaze provided only a fleeting heat for a mere 10 minutes, the intense temperature had overwhelmed her emotions, bringing her to tears. However, the meager resources available for burning were all but exhausted. Once burned, she could only reminisce about that fleeting sensation. Who would have imagined that Zhang Yi possessed such a luxurious feature in his home? Tianhai City, being a southern metropolis, rarely required winter coats, so who would install a fireplace indoors? Fang Yuqing had no time to ponder this question. Her gaze was fixated on the photograph. Her heart consumed by a singular thought, she yearned to visit Zhang Yi's home. Observing Zhang Yi carefree demeanor as he lounged with his bare legs exposed, amidst an abundant spread of food on the table, he had transformed into Fang Yuqing's greatest hope. Meanwhile, tucked under the blankets, Lin Canning noticed the change in Fang Yuqing's expression. She leaned in for a closer look and quickly found herself in a state of astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens! This photo can't be real, can it? How is it possible for anyone to live so lavishly at a time like this? This place is nothing short of paradise." In that instant, Fang Yuqing experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, everyone else was enduring hunger and cold at home. What justified Zhang Yiguang's comfort? Perhaps this photo, along with those that preceded it, had been digitally manipulated. An idea struck her, and she decided to place a video call to Zhang Yiguang. The truth would reveal itself with just a glance. Lin Canning also leaned in, fixated on the screen. Upon receiving the call request, Zhang Yiguang's expression bore a hint of mockery. He was intrigued to witness the humble desperation of this pure-hearted individual seeking his favor. How could he truly honor the memory of his own tragic demise in a past life without witnessing her despair? Thus, he reached out and accepted the call. As the connection was established, both parties beheld each other's circumstances. Zhang Yiguang had just concluded a workout, reclining languidly on the sofa with his torso bare. The room was brightly lit, adorned with fitness equipment, and the kitchen was filled with a variety of ingredients. Occasionally, he prepared meals for leisure, which explained the casual assortment of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone scattered about, alongside instant noodles and gourmet delicacies such as caviar and truffles. To him, these items were merely fast food to be savored occasionally. However, for the two women on the other side of the lens, they represented the most exquisite delicacies of their dreams. In stark contrast to Zhang Yi's ease and comfort, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning appeared exceedingly disheveled, wrapped in thick blankets. The frigid temperature rendered many cosmetics unusable, leaving them looking somewhat haggard and far from their usual refined selves. Upon seeing Fang Yuqing, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Yi's gaze. The goddess he had relentlessly pursued seemed rather ordinary without her makeup, at best a mere 6 out of 10. Reflecting on his obsession with the allure of Asian enchantment, he inwardly cursed, "Shake it off, you old nag." The two women remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's expression. At that moment, their eyes were completely captivated by the items in his home. His bare upper body indicated that the indoor temperature in Zhang Yi's residence was undoubtedly quite comfortable. The bright lights, a luxury they could scarcely fathom given the daily power cuts lasting less than an hour, were a stark reminder of their own deprivations. After all, regulations prohibited the use of high-powered appliances. Violation would result in enforced power cuts, particularly in the kitchen. The towering piles of food sent waves of envy through the two women, who had subsisted on compressed rations for far too long. Chapter 32, The White Lotus Relentless Pursuit. Through the video call, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning were granted a glimpse into Zhang Yi's current lifestyle. The warmth and abundance of his surroundings left them utterly astounded, as if they had stumbled upon a slice of paradise. They could scarcely imagine that 10 days after the apocalypse, there were still individuals living so comfortably. Zhang Yi casually inquired, "How have you been lately? I see you've both lost weight. Congratulations." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning felt an urge to curse under their breath. Did they wish to shed pounds? No, they were simply starving. Presently, they dared to consume only 1 packet of instant noodles per day. Otherwise, their household supplies would have long been depleted. Lin Canning's eyes fixated hungrily on the food in Zhang Yi's home as she swallowed hard, greedily asking, "Zhang Yi, how does your family have so much food? Did you stockpile it during our last shopping trip?" Zhang Yi glanced at the kitchen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, those are merely junk foods. I eat them when I'm too lazy to cook, but I hardly indulge in them regularly." His words were bluntly truthful. Within his unique space, delectable dishes were piled high. After all, he had ordered countless delicacies from various restaurants. Moreover, within the vast resources of the Walmart warehouse, there were hundreds of thousands of food items. To him, it was a casual remark, yet to Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, it was an unabashed display of wealth. After all, a single packet of instant noodles had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan in their community group. Zhang Yi could clearly see their throats moving, a telltale sign of their salivation. Yet, he said nothing, simply reveling in the intensity of their longing gazes. Zhang Yi's family has so much food. How impressive. Many people outside are struggling to find a meal. Giggled one. Hee, you are indeed clever. No wonder you bought so many things back then. It appears you had a plan all along. Fang Yuqing said with a laugh, her address for Zhang Yi unexpectedly transforming into Brother Zhang Yi. A faint smile graced Zhang Yi's lips. "Oh, it's nothing. Merely good fortune." Fang Yuqing inquired further. "Brother Zhang Yi, your home seems so warm. And since it's not the power supply time, why is your house so bright?" This question revealed her deepest curiosity. Nothing is more coveted than warmth in the midst of extreme cold. Zhang Yi smiled lightly, turning the camera of his phone to face the fireplace. "We have a fireplace. It's incredibly cozy. The room becomes almost uncomfortably warm." He added deliberately, "By the way, you both look quite cold. Is it really that frigid outside?" I haven't stepped out in over 10 days and have no idea what the situation is like out there. His words seemed to fuel resentment. How could he possibly be unaware of the external conditions? Just by observing the homeowners' chat group, he could see the dire circumstances others faced and learn how low their temperatures were. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning felt a pang of jealousy. They understood that Zhang Yi was intentionally saying this, yet they couldn't help but envy his residence in paradise, endowed with such lavishness. Fang Yuqing's singular desire now was to move into Zhang Yi's home. Given his apparent abundance of food and the warm environment, who could resist such allure? Fang Yuqing immediately adopted a feeble and pitiable demeanor, fluttering her eyelashes as she sweetly said, "Zhang Yi, you are so impressive. I truly admire you. May I visit your home? It has been so long since I last saw you, and I miss you dearly." Fang Yuqing believed her strategy would undoubtedly succeed, for she had previously employed this tactic to make numerous admirers obedient to her whims. Moreover, Zhang Yi had once pursued her. She assumed that as a goddess, a slight display of charm would compel him to eagerly acquiesce to her request. Once she gained entry into Zhang Yi's abode, she felt confident in her ability to establish her presence more assertively. After all, she could always offer him a taste of sweetness. Aren't men all rather predictable? However, she was unprepared for the revulsion Zhang Yi felt upon witnessing her coy antics from across the lens. He began to question his past judgment, wondering if he had been somewhat unhinged to ardently pursue such a woman for 2 years. Back when they worked in the warehouse, female employees were scarce. Fang Yuqing's ability to act cute and her penchant for dressing up had, over time, elevated her to the status of a goddess in his eyes. In the throes of infatuation, she transformed into his idealized figure. Yet, ever since he had been betrayed and met his demise in his previous life, that goddess illusion had vanished entirely. Observing the barefaced Fang Yuqing through the camera, Zhang Yi felt not a single ripple of emotion within him. Instead, he found her antics contrived, eliciting a shiver of discomfort. A hint of derision curled at the corner of his mouth. Leaning against the sofa, propping her chin on her hand, she languidly remarked, "On such a frigid day, it is far better to rest comfortably at home. One should refrain from wandering about. Although I am uncertain of the exact chill outside, your appearances suggest the temperature must be quite low." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were likely unprepared for Zhang Yi's rejection. Both were momentarily taken aback, their eyes brimming with incredulity. Fang Yuqing's gaze was particularly suffused with shock and grievance. To her, Zhang Yi was merely a reliable fallback. With a mere beckon of her finger, he would dutifully attend to her needs. Now, having taken the initiative to visit Zhang Yi's residence, she was met with an outright refusal without a second thought. This severely undermined her self-assurance. What troubled her further was Zhang Yi's condescending tone. No, she could not accept such an outcome. It was utterly intolerable to know that within her own apartment building lay a haven of warmth and abundance, while she was forced to endure hunger at home. She absolutely could not abide by this. After all, she was a goddess. Fang Yuqing's expression stiffened momentarily before she managed to recompose herself with a forced smile. "Zhang Yi, do not jest with me. Were you not always so kind to me before? Why, when I wish to see you, do you refuse? I am not asking for anything improper." Pouting her lips, she adopted a pitiful expression that was truly heart-wrenching. Any ordinary man would likely feel a surge of compassion, succumbing to the patriarchal impulse to acquiesce to her request. Yet, Zhang Yi was the exception to this rule. Since the betrayal by Fang Yuqing that led to his demise, he harbored no sentiments towards her aside from resentment. Zhang Yi remarked, "In the past, whenever I invited you to my home, you would always conjure up various excuses, claiming that as single individuals, it would create an unfavorable impression if word got out. I believed you were right. Given that we had no relationship, maintaining a distance was indeed appropriate to avoid gossip." When Zhang Yi pursued Fang Yuqing, he would invest considerable effort just to arrange a simple dinner or a movie, preparing gifts and surprises, and securing reservations at upscale restaurants to have a chance. Yet, whenever he sought to take their relationship further by inviting her to his home, she would invariably find some pretext. Now, Zhang Yi mockingly recalled her earlier words and returned them to her. Chapter 33. A humbling revelation. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. She was, after all, somewhat aware of her past actions. However, how could the enchanting maiden feel any sense of shame, especially in the presence of the backup option she deemed as her plaything? Even though Zhang Yi's demeanor remained frosty towards her, Fang Yuqing was convinced he was merely employing a strategy of feigned indifference. She resolutely believed that Zhang Yi harbored feelings for her and that with a little more effort, she could undoubtedly win him over. Thus, she adopted a coy demeanor, saying, "I only acted that way for your sake. Zhang Yi, don't be so petty. Let us just say that Qing'er was at fault, shall we? I shall now come over to apologize." As she spoke, she gently bit her lip, a blush unexpectedly rising to her cheeks. "At the very least, I could give you a massage or rub your shoulders." Zhang Yi could not help but exclaim in disbelief. On such a frigid day, it was rare for her to showcase such exquisite acting skills, embodying the essence of a bashful young girl. It would indeed be a pity for such talent not to aspire to become a leading actress. However, Zhang Yi was not swayed by such flattery. How could that be? She declared with a stern expression, "We are not in a romantic relationship. I cannot accept such intimate gestures." Fang Yuqing was nearly infuriated by Zhang Yi's words. She was practically offering herself on a silver platter, yet Zhang Yi chose to maintain her reserve. Did she truly require such blunt declarations? All Fang Yuqing desired was a chance to stay at Zhang Yi's home, promising numerous benefits and advantages in return. The possibility of progressing their relationship was not entirely out of the question. Realizing perhaps her previous words lacked clarity, she disregarded Lin Caning's presence and boldly stated, "Zhang Yi, dear brother, I have always held a special fondness for you. Considering a romantic relationship in the future is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. After all, feelings can blossom over time." As she spoke, she feigned shyness, covering her face and exclaiming, "Oh dear, how embarrassing." Did she truly need to be more explicit? Her coy demeanor, combined with her flirtatious glances, was undeniably alluring. In a previous incarnation, Zhang Yi would have succumbed to such temptations, allowing her entry without hesitation. One must admit, not everyone can master the art of seduction. Such finesse requires years of dedicated practice. Zhang Yi swiftly contemplated within his mind the dilemma of whether to permit Fang Yuqing, the embodiment of innocence, to cross the threshold of his home. Let there be no misunderstanding, he is no saint. Rather, he simply felt that having pursued her for 2 years, should the opportunity arise to engage with her, it would serve as a form of closure for the past. However, this fleeting thought was promptly dismissed with resolute determination. In these apocalyptic times, he must eliminate any potential risks entirely. Thus, he would not open his door to allow anyone into his fortress-like abode. Survival, above all, remains paramount. Zhang Yi scoffed softly, his gaze towards Fang Yuqing laced with mockery. "Fang Yuqing, have you perhaps misconstrued something?" he said, raising his hands in feigned innocence. "I concede that there was a time when our relationship was rather amicable." Leaning closer to the camera, he added with a teasing smirk, "You wouldn't presume that I have any affection for you, would you?" For a self-assured green tea princess, the impact of such words was indeed formidable. As anticipated, Fang Yuqing's countenance shifted dramatically, revealing her distress. Lin Caning, standing nearby, surreptitiously cast a glance at her, her eyes gleaming with barely concealed delight. Indeed, friendships often mask a semblance of camaraderie while concealing a plethora of hidden schadenfreude. Fang Yuqing confronted him. "Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Weren't you once quite fond of me?" Zhang Yi chuckled derisively. "Let there be no misunderstanding. You do possess a certain allure, being a rather beautiful young woman. However, I have never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with you. At most, it is merely a fleeting amusement. Given my standing, Zhang Yi, finding a girlfriend in Tian'ai City who is both attractive and graceful is certainly not a daunting task. You, what gives you the confidence to believe that I am desperately chasing after you?" Zhang Yi wore an expression that barely concealed his amusement. His words held a kernel of truth. As a local of Tian'ai City, possessing a household registration here, he owned a property valued in the millions and had several million in savings, along with a stable job yielding a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly a prime catch in the matchmaking market of Tian'ai City. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing would not have chosen him as her first pick after her unsuccessful attempts at fishing for a wealthy partner. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's previous life of innocence and kindness, had he possessed even a modicum of cunning, he would have long since been surrounded by countless women. His words struck Fang Yuqing like daggers, piercing directly into her heart. For someone who prides herself on being a goddess, the most unbearable truth is the lack of recognition of her allure, for that is the very essence of her existence. In the past, she regarded Zhang Yi as nothing more than a backup option, a lovesick fool. She believed she could dangle him along while seeking richer suitors among the second-generation affluent. Yet, in the end, Zhang Yi revealed to her that she was merely a fish in the pond. This was something Fang Yuqing could not accept under any circumstances. Her voice, now laced with fury, transformed. "Zhang Yi, you are crossing the line." Zhang Yi sneered, intensifying his words. "Enough with the pretense of being a pure and innocent maiden. I have long seen through your faade. You are nothing but a gold digger. Constantly dreaming of ensnaring a wealthy suitor, do you truly believe that affluent individuals are mere fools? Moreover, allow me to disclose another matter. You have gained notoriety within the circle of the affluent in Tian'ai City. Today you flatter young Master Zhang, and tomorrow you pursue young Master Li. They merely indulge in your company for a fleeting moment. Do you genuinely believe you can ascend to the status of a wealthy family's matriarch? Do you know what they privately call you? Public transport, public socket." Zhang Yi mockingly derided Fang Yuqing. while she fancied herself charming enough to captivate Zhang Yi and secure a life of luxury in his household. Fang Yuqing's complexion turned ghostly pale, her body trembling with unrestrained fury. When had she ever endured such blatant humiliation? Moreover, this scorn came from someone she deemed a mere backup, a sycophant. It was as though her self-esteem had been ruthlessly trampled into the ground. Zhang Yi, silence yourself. Fang Yuqing bellowed. Zhang Yi scoffed. Am I not merely speaking the truth? Why are you so agitated? Aren't these actions of yours entirely self-inflicted? Truly hypocritical. After uttering this, Zhang Yi cut off the call, denying Fang Yuqing any chance to retaliate. Chapter 34. The mischief of the ugly Zhang Yi unleashed a tirade against Fang Yuqing, exposing her essence as a gold-digging, duplicitous woman. This struck a profound chord within her. Although she reveled in materialism, promiscuity, and the manipulation of men's affections, she still considered herself a good girl. Zhang Yi's scorn shattered her confidence irrevocably. After all, even someone as pretentious as Zhang Yi holds her in such disdain, indicating that her allure is utterly insufficient, leaving her with no prospects of alluring a wealthy heir or becoming a pampered wife. Once Zhang Yi ended the call, he swiftly received a barrage of voice messages from Fang Yuqing. Without even listening, he knew they were filled with vitriol aimed at him. But did Zhang Yi care? Certainly not. In this apocalyptic world, this so-called pure and innocent flower would wither away day by day, succumbing to the relentless cold and hunger. Zhang Yi merely reveled in her misery, deriving a sense of satisfaction from her plight. How could he possibly be angered by someone already condemned to a life of despair? On the contrary, witnessing her frantic demeanor brought him a delightful sense of exhilaration. Ha! Zhang Yi laughed heartily. He made his way to the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of Roman e Conti from the refrigerator. This exquisite wine, valued at 200,000, had been stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet at Walmart's warehouse. Such fine wine was a rarity in his possession, with only a few dozen cases available. Feeling particularly jovial today, he decided to bring one out for a celebration. His home would never lack electricity. The circuitry had been upgraded during renovations, connected to a backup power source and a silent generator. He was in no short supply of energy. He proceeded to the living room, meticulously laying out a sumptuous feast. French garlic snails, tomahawk steak, starry sky, and Jinling saltwater duck, all complemented by a bottle of 200,000 Roman e Conti. In this world of desolation, the conventional rules of society swiftly evaporated. Zhang Yi was unconcerned with culinary etiquette, indulging in whatever he desired and pairing dishes as he pleased. He could even treat caviar as a meal in its own right. Such a luxurious life, in the present world, is perhaps unparalleled. The sudden onset of the apocalypse caught even the most powerful and wealthy individuals unprepared. Take Su Hao, for instance. His father was a renowned tycoon in Tianai City. Yet, in Zhang Yi's memory, his father perished merely half a month into the cataclysm. After all, his wealth had turned to worthless paper, and that corpulent old man lacked the essential skills for survival in the face of disaster. At this moment, in the shared residence of Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, Fang Yuqing's composure was crumbling. She furiously smashed objects and cursed Zhang Yi. Under ordinary circumstances, she might not have been so enraged. However, it was precisely now that she witnessed the blissful existence within Zhang Yi's home, akin to paradise. The warm and comfortable environment, along with the abundance of exquisite delicacies, represented the most precious treasures amidst the frigid apocalypse. The paradise was within arm's reach, yet she found herself unable to enter an unbearable reality. Zhang Yi, you despicable creature. How dare you insult me? Fang Yuqing spat, her teeth clenched in fury. Meanwhile, Lin Canning, seated on the sofa, watched her with a glint of disdain in her eyes. Isn't it because of your past choices that we now miss out on those sumptuous meals and the warmth of a fireplace in Zhang Yi's home? Fang Yuqing snorted in response. What is he, really? Just someone with a house and some savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am destined to marry into a wealthy family and become a lady of luxury. Lin Canning furrowed her brow, yet at this moment, Zhang Yi was surrounded by an abundance of food, and his home was warmed by a fireplace. This was far superior to the privileges of the wealthy second generation. She gazed out the window, where heavy snowflakes danced down, showing no signs of abating. Over the past couple of days, the news she gleaned from her phone indicated that the entire world was enveloped in a blanket of ice and snow. With a sense of foreboding, she voiced her concern. Will this snowstorm persist endlessly? The television displayed the few remaining official channels, encouraging the populace. Experts clad in thick down jackets shivered as they proclaimed that the calamity would soon pass. We, the people, possess strength. Perseverance leads to victory. Yet, in the face of the current reality, there was no indication that the disaster would soon relent. Lin Canning hugged herself tightly, contemplating, if the snow does not cease, we may perish not from the cold but from starvation within our own homes. Lin Canning's words transformed Fang Yuqing's inner rage into sheer terror. They had been confined within their home for 10 days, an eternity that felt longer than a decade. Unless one has endured such an ordeal, they could never comprehend the torment it brings. It could even lead to a disarray of the mind. Although Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining presented themselves as delicate and graceful, as women in their 20s, they were equally vulnerable. Faced with the relentless snowfall, thoughts of death crept into their minds. Fang Yuqing curled up on the sofa, her mind drifting back to Zhang Yi's warm and well-stocked home. In a fit of sorrow and indignation, she lamented, "This is profoundly unjust. Why should Zhang Yi enjoy such comfort while I, being so beautiful, must endure such hardship?" Lin Kaining cast a glance at Fang Yuqing, remaining silent. She enveloped herself in the blanket and retrieved her phone, searching her contacts for Zhang Yi. Soon, Zhang Yi received a message from Lin Kaining. At that moment, he was savoring a fine red wine paired with an extravagant meal. Upon noticing the incoming message, a teasing glint sparkled in his eyes. In this apocalyptic world, witnessing the agonizing struggles of women like them was indeed more riveting than a cinematic experience. Zhang Yi glanced at the message sent by Lin Kaining. "Zhang Yi, I just saw you berate Fang Yuqing, and I cannot express how delighted I am for you. I have long suspected that Fang Yuqing is a materialistic woman who never truly valued you. I always hoped that one day you would see through her fade. How wonderful. Congratulations on your awakening." Zhang Yi chuckled softly. Truly, these plastic sisters were quick to betray Fang Yuqing. However, this was to be expected, as the saying goes. Birds of a feather flock together. Neither Lin Kaining nor Fang Yuqing were of noble character. He replied nonchalantly, nothing much." Lin Kaining continued. "Watching you pursue Fang Yuqing in the past brought me considerable sorrow. Zhang Yi, to be honest, I have always harbored feelings for you. Did you know? Now that you have moved on from Fang Yuqing, let us be together." Zhang Yi nearly spat out the fine wine he had just sipped. Goodness, this woman was remarkably straightforward. He shook his head, marveling at the stark reality of it all. It seemed her past 10 days had been quite miserable, especially since Lin Kaining had previously treated Zhang Yi with indifference. Although her own circumstances are far from favorable, it does not diminish her self-perception as a fairy. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi's rejection of Fang Yuqing and observing the high quality of life in Zhang Yi's household, she immediately seeks to seize the opportunity. Chapter 35, Plastic Sisters. Zhang Yi sighed, pondering whether this woman truly believed him to be a mere scavenger. While Fang Yuqing may embody the traits of a green tea bitch, at least she knows how to be coy and alluring, not to mention her skills in dressing well. What does Lin Kaining possess aside from her self-absorbed vanity? Yet, out of a wicked sense of amusement, Zhang Yi smirked and remarked, "Oh, is that so? However, I just had quite the heated exchange with Fang Yuqing. You two are such close friends. If you were to pursue me, wouldn't that jeopardize your bond?" Lin Kaining's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing an opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Friends? We merely share a living space." In an effort to gain Zhang Yi's trust, she divulged all the dirt she had on Fang Yuqing. "You have no idea how much I disdain her. This woman is extraordinarily lazy. She claimed to be cold for the past few days and wouldn't even go to the restroom. She resorts to using a mineral water bottle for urination. It's utterly disgusting. Despite her facade of purity, she frequents nightclubs in search of men. When she encounters a wealthy heir, she does everything she can to ingratiate herself. When funds run low, she resorts to selling herself. Otherwise, how could she possibly afford cosmetics and designer handbags on a meager monthly salary of 5,000 yuan? Earning just 500 yuan for a night is quite disgraceful. I have no respect for such a woman." Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that Fang Yuqing had such a side profession. He gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly that this world was utterly absurd. Fortunately, he was not foolish. Although he pursued Fang Yuqing, he was not like Zhou Ping, who demeaned himself as a pitiful sycophant. In an effort to gain Zhang Yi's trust, Lin Kaining continued to divulge Fang Yuqing's scandalous secrets. Despite her pretense of innocence, she had already terminated several pregnancies. During her university years, she had been supported by several contractors for 4 years. Zhang Yi silently observed, recording her words discreetly. It was evident that Lin Kaining harbored a strong disdain for Fang Yuqing. After all, Fang Yuqing was not only more charming, but also more beautiful, relegating Lin Kaining to the role of mere ornament in her presence. In this world, how many women willingly choose to be mere supporting characters? Otherwise, why do you think that in universities, the beautiful goddesses often have friends who are typically unattractive and overweight? After venting her frustrations about Fang Yuqing, Lin Kaining turned her attention to professing her feelings to Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, do you know how painful it has been for me to watch you pursue Fang Yuqing all these years? Now, I finally have the opportunity to confess my feelings to you. Please allow me to be your girlfriend. I promise to love you well." At this moment, she hinted to Zhang Yi that having a woman by his side could bring him comfort and assistance in many ways. However, Zhang Yi was unfortunately uninterested in such a proposition. He promptly forwarded their conversation to Fang Yuqing. Then, addressing Lin Canning, he said, "Although I am quite touched, perhaps we should let this matter rest." Unyielding, Lin Canning inquired, "Why? Do you not need a woman at this moment?" Zhang Yi, suppressing the nausea in his stomach, replied to his phone, "Indeed, I have an affinity for women. However, you are simply too unattractive." After uttering this, Zhang Yi silenced his phone and cast it aside. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice message, Lin Canning's face flushed with rage. He had the audacity to call her ugly? This was a grave slander. Each time she posted her retouched photos online, countless admirers hailed her as a stunning beauty. Just as Lin Canning was seething with indignation, a furious scream pierced her ears. "Lin Canning, you wretched woman." Fang Yuqing, incensed by Lin Canning's disparaging remarks, erupted in wrath. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, tugging at each other's hair and pinching each other's arms. They only ceased their scuffle when exhaustion set in, yet their eyes continued to glare menacingly at one another. Were it not for the biting cold and the necessity of sharing a roof, they might have entertained thoughts of murder. Lin Canning was acutely aware of the situation and harbored a deep resentment towards Zhang Yi. Nonetheless, akin to Fang Yuqing, her envy towards Zhang Yi perhaps outweighed her hatred. At that moment, if Zhang Yi were to grant them entry into the room for some sustenance, they would readily forfeit their dignity and crawl over like dogs. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to lead a simple, unadorned, and monotonous life of affluence. Each night, he would switch on the television to watch news that he had previously never cared to view. Although the news broadcast still contains a considerable amount of embellishment, it does offer some glimpses into external developments. The official announcement from Tian'ai City states that, in order to meet the public's demand for electricity, power supply will be available daily from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. High-power appliances will not be operational. Only low-power devices, such as kettles and mobile phones, will be permitted to function. Currently, all major power plants are inoperative, resulting in a severe energy shortage. And citizens are urged to consciously reduce their electricity consumption to avert large-scale and prolonged blackouts. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow upon reading this news. In fact, over the past few days, there had been intermittent power supply, typically lasting under an hour, and at times, electricity was available for merely a few minutes. In such circumstances, the authorities' willingness to provide power, albeit briefly, to the general populace could be seen as their utmost effort. With the majority of power plants worldwide at a standstill and energy resources diminishing before the onset of a new ice age, the situation is dire. However, what captured Zhang Yi's attention was not the content of the news itself, but rather the tone of the female anchor and the manner in which the news was presented. This time, the anchor's demeanor was notably grave, and the broadcast was no longer centered on comforting the public. This shift signifies that the authorities have abandoned attempts to conceal the extent of the nationwide disaster. When control is no longer feasible, the only recourse left is to fully disclose information, allowing the populace to recognize the reality of their circumstances and seek ways to salvage their situation. As expected, upon opening his phone, Zhang Yi found that various chat groups had erupted with fervent discussions. There are those who vehemently criticize the officials for their inaction, those who weep in despair, and many more who are engaged in the exorbitant purchase of supplies. The price of instant noodles has surged from 2,000 yuan per pack just 2 days ago to an astounding 5,000 yuan per pack. Zhang Yi feels utterly speechless. The inherent greed of humanity is laid bare. Despite the knowledge that the world is on the brink of collapse, money holds little value in the immediate future. Yet, they are still willing to exchange food and drink for cash. Zhang Yi remains silent, observing everything like a detached spectator. Life must continue, even in the face of hopelessness. No one truly wishes to perish, even if it means merely surviving. Thus, despite the curses and the clamor, the following day they will still strive desperately for their existence. Chapter 36. The malicious woman. Due to the water pipes being frozen, access to water in the community has become a significant challenge. To obtain drinking water, one must brave the frigid temperatures outside, plunging to over -70 degrees, to collect snow from the first floor. However, once the snow is retrieved, melting it poses yet another dilemma. The indoor temperature hovers around -50 to 60 degrees, rendering solid ice as hard as concrete. Some residents, driven by extreme thirst, resort to licking the ice with their tongues, only to have them painfully frozen in place. During these days, Zhang Yi has observed through surveillance cameras that the group under Chen Zhenghao's command comes daily to spy. Clearly, they believe Zhang Yi will eventually venture out for water, intending to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Yet, despite the passing days, they have not caught a glimpse of Zhang Yi stepping outside his door. They could never fathom the abundance of resources within Zhang Yi's home. As long as he so desired, he could thrive in this room with all his needs met until the end of his days. Is Chen Zhenghao still alive? He certainly possesses remarkable resilience, Zhang Yi mused. Chen Zhenghao had sustained an arrow wound to his calf. Without effective treatment, his leg was doomed. Moreover, due to infection, his very life was in jeopardy, let alone in such extreme cold, where even the slightest injury could trigger a high fever. Surviving was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that the frigid temperatures inhibited the survival of the virus, thus sparing his life? Zhang Yi, not well versed in medicine, could not discern the reasons behind Qin Zhenghao's continued existence. Yet, he was indifferent. The life or death of others outside held little consequence for him. Qin Zhenghao's demise was merely a matter of time. The following morning, upon awakening, Zhang Yi groggily reached for his phone. His greatest pleasure now lay in perusing the messages in the chat group and checking the forums for updates on the world beyond. In this apocalyptic era, he found amusement in witnessing others struggle desperately against the bitter cold, while he reveled in a life akin to paradise. This stark contrast provided Zhang Yi with immense satisfaction, alleviating his inner tedium and occasional solitude. Compared to those who perished from the cold and hunger, or who teetered on the brink of death, he felt profoundly fortunate. Upon unlocking his phone, he was taken aback to find a message from Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning awaiting him. Fang Yuqing wrote, "Zhang Yi, I apologize. I may have been too cold yesterday, which affected my mood. I should not have lost my temper with you. You were right, in the past. I was too naive and lacked understanding. I failed to recognize who truly cared for me. It is only now that I realize the person who has been the most benevolent towards me is you. In truth, I have always held deep affections for you. Will you find it in your heart to forgive me? Let us strive to live harmoniously together from now on. I long to be your woman, living alone. Do you not feel lonely? I can come to keep you company, so you are not alone in these dark times." Zhang Yi felt a twinge of irony. The previously aloof Fang Yuqing, who had always maintained an air of superiority, had finally cast aside her dignity and arrogance in the face of catastrophe. Even when subjected to Zhang Yi's merciless ridicule, she was compelled to abandon her pride and choose to grovel before him. TSK. Zhang Yi shook his head, reflecting on his past foolishness. Had he known she was of such a character, he would have easily taken advantage of her. Fang Yuqing, with her worthless demeanor, pretended to be a lofty goddess, while in reality, she was quite base, feigning purity. Zhang Yi replied, "Though a rotten pear may quench thirst, I am not yet so parched as to resort to that." After all, he was a man with inherited skills. If worst came to worst, there were ample tools available in the alternate dimension. Those were high-end products, meticulously crafted in the land of cherry blossoms. Alas, it was not Zhang Yi's desire. It was simply that Walmart's inventory was exceedingly comprehensive. After closing Fang Yuqing's chat window, Zhang Yi opened Lin Canning's conversation. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. She perhaps understands that her beauty pales in comparison to Fang Yuqing's, rendering her competitive efforts futile. Thus, she resorted to taking several selfies, each laden with suggestive undertones. In contrast to Fang Yuqing, she is far more uninhibited. Had this been in the past, such actions could have led to her social demise. Zhang Yi swiftly replied, his heart unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. He chose to disregard her further attempts. He was well aware that after experiencing the comforts of his home, these two women would go to any lengths to gain entry into his life, having already cast aside their dignity to plead with him. Their future tactics would undoubtedly become increasingly unscrupulous. Yet, what of it? Zhang Yi had invested heavily to transform his home into a fortress, prepared for any eventuality. Upon receiving Zhang Yi's response, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning erupted in furious tirades. They had abandoned all sense of pride, humbly beseeching Zhang Yi, particularly Lin Canning, who had exhausted every possible angle and pose for her photographs. The fact that Zhang Yi claimed to find amusement upon viewing her images was an egregious affront. Although she currently lacked the time and energy to adorn herself, and her appearance and figure were somewhat lacking, she was, after all, a woman. Did she not deserve some semblance of dignity? The two women found themselves increasingly resentful. Their current existence felt akin to hell, enduring not only hunger but also the biting chill. Zhang Yi's home represented their last glimmer of hope. Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, a fierce glint igniting in her eyes. If all else fails, she would storm into his abode. I must live in their home. I cannot bear the pangs of hunger any longer. If all else fails, killing Zhang Yi would be inconsequential. As long as she could reside in Zhang Yi's house, she would be willing to do anything. However, despite her thoughts, she remained a woman. If she were to storm into Zhang Yi's home, she would surely be no match for him. With that in mind, Fang Yuqing cast a cold, piercing gaze at the neighbor. She and Lin Canning had severed ties, their once bonded friendship now irreparably torn. Yet, at this moment, Fang Yuqing found herself in need of assistance. Thus, she approached Lin Canning and declared, "That despicable and contemptible Zhang Yi dares to watch us suffer from hunger and cold, refusing us entry into his home. We cannot remain passive any longer. Such a splendid residence is unworthy of him. Let us devise a plan to seize his house." Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's suggestion, Lin Canning's eyes gleamed with determination. If begging Zhang Yi proved futile, then they must resort to deceit and theft. Very well, I concur with your sentiment. That scoundrel has no right to dwell in such a fine abode. He deserves to be cast out, to perish in the cold, or to be torn apart by wild dogs. It is only fitting that we take residence in his home. Chapter 37, A Reckoning. Fueled by their shared animosity towards Zhang Yi and yearning for his home, the two former friends momentarily united in their cause. However, they needed to strategize on how to wrest Zhang Yi's house from him, realizing that they might not be able to overpower him alone and would require external assistance. Even during ordinary times, the two of them were no match for Zhang Yi, let alone now, when they were both cold and hungry. While Zhang Yi was invigorated and carefree about food and drink, Lin Canning clenched her teeth and suggested, "What if we call a few neighbors to join us?" Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glare. "Are you foolish? No matter how abundant Zhang Yi's supplies are, they are insufficient to be shared among so many people. Hence, the fewer who know about this, the better." Lin Canning anxiously inquired, "Then what do you propose we do?" Fang Yuqing smugly replied, "We can summon Zhou Peng." Zhou Peng was her devoted admirer, utterly obedient to her every whim. Although Zhang Yi had also fawned over Fang Yuqing, he possessed at least a modicum of sense and would not be easily manipulated by her. However, Zhou Peng was completely devoid of intelligence. He would likely go to any lengths, even risking his life, for Fang Yuqing. Thus, she planned to enlist Zhou Peng's help in seizing Zhang Yi's residence. Lin Canning clapped her hands in delight. What a splendid idea. That devoted admirer is indeed quite useful. Without hesitation, Fang Yuqing called Zhou Peng. At that moment, Zhou Peng was ravenously thin. As a warehouse employee, he initially had a fair amount of food at home, but most of it had been given to Fang Yuqing. He remained oblivious to the fact that she was merely toying with him, lost in self-delusion, believing that his sacrifices would surely earn her hand in marriage. The moment he saw Fang Yuqing's name on his phone, he was so exhilarated that he forgot all about his hunger and the cold, rushing over eagerly. Upon his arrival at Fang Yuqing's residence, she immediately approached him, her face contorted with grievance as she lamented how Zhang Yi had treated her with such frivolity. "Oh, Zhang Yi is truly a beast. I merely asked him for something to eat, and he dared to suggest I accompany him to bed." Zhou Peng. "You know I am not that sort of woman." Zhou Peng, observing Fang Yuqing's tearful demeanor and recalling how she had sought him out after being wronged, felt an immense sense of delight within. "Look at this. Why does she turn to me in times of trouble instead of others? It signifies my unique standing in her heart. This must be love." He thought it was the perfect moment to showcase his masculine prowess, perhaps even to win Fang Yuqing's affections in one bold stroke. With a resolute pat on his chest, he declared, "Zhang Yi is truly despicable. How dare he treat you in such a manner? I shall not rest until he is dealt with." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging how easily Zhou Peng could be manipulated. They had prepared numerous lines to employ, yet before they could speak, Zhou Peng had already taken it upon himself to confront Zhang Yi. Fang Yuqing grasped Zhou Peng's arm, her eyes sparkling with allure. Zhang Yi's home is stocked with plenty of food. Moreover, it boasts a fireplace, making it particularly cozy. How can such a wretch reside in such a fine house? Zhou Peng, let us devise a plan to claim his home for ourselves. We could live there together. What do you think? Zhou Peng had long harbored disdain for Zhang Yi, primarily due to the latter's superior looks and wealth. In the past, both individuals harbored feelings for Fang Yuqing, who naturally displayed a more favorable attitude towards Zhang Yi than towards him. Now, as Zhou Peng felt Fang Yuqing's arm around his, the faint touch permeating through layers of clothing, a sense of triumph welled up within him. He immediately proclaimed, "Haha, splendid. Yuqing, rest assured. I shall take full responsibility for this matter." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's agreement, Fang Yuqing added, "However, you must exercise caution. Zhang Yi, being the selfish and shameless person he is, might retaliate if we attempt to seize his property. Thus, we should arm ourselves and ideally strike first." Lin Canning chimed in from the side, "If it were up to me, we should simply eliminate him." Her animosity towards Zhang Yi was profound, stemming from the incident where she had shared intimate photos with him, only for him to dismiss her by calling her unattractive. The thought of such humiliation being exposed filled her with despair. Consequently, Zhang Yi must perish. Zhou Peng hesitated at her words. The act of taking a life sounded deceptively simple, yet all of them had lived in a civilized society for over 20 years. Initiating such an act was no trivial matter. Observing Zhou Peng's reluctance, Fang Yuqing's expression darkened. "What is this? Are you not in agreement? Zhang Yi has bullied me to such an extent, and you still show him mercy. It seems your past declarations of love for me were mere fabrications." Humph. Seeing Fang Yuqing's anger, Zhou Peng's ingrained tendency to please resurfaced. He hurriedly replied, No. Yuqing, please don't be upset. I will heed your wishes." The prospect of winning Fang Yuqing's affection was enough to compel him to commit such a drastic act. In this apocalyptic era, the moral principles of humanity are gradually deteriorating. Fang Yuqing remarked, "Very well, time is of the essence. Let us proceed at once." They devised a plan to deceive Zhang Yi into opening the door. Once he did, they would. She mimmed a throat-cutting gesture. Lin Canning brought forth the prepared tools, 2 kitchen knives and a steel pipe, which he had disassembled from a clothes hanger. Zhou Ping took a knife, concealing it within the thick fabric of his down jacket. Once the group was adequately equipped, they approached Zhang Yi's residence with a palpable air of menace. Upon reaching Zhang Yi's doorstep, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning, armed and positioned out of sight, sought to evade detection through the peephole. They exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Ping, signaling him to knock and lure Zhang Yi outside. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Ping touched the knife hidden within his clothing, bolstering his resolve. He rapped on the door, calling out, Zhang Yi, are you home? It's Zhou Ping." Hearing the voice from outside piqued Zhang Yi's curiosity. Zhou Ping. Although they both worked in the warehouse, their relationship was far from amicable, marred by past conflicts over their mutual affection for Fang Yuqing. Surely, this fellow had no benevolent intentions, for in this world of desolation, good news had become a distant memory. Zhang Yi refrained from opening the door. Instead, he turned on the television to check the surveillance. Indeed, the screen revealed the scene outside. 2 women, lurking beside the door with knives and a steel pipe, their countenances radiating hostility. A chill ran down Zhang Yi's spine. Despite his meticulous preparations, the malevolence of these 2 women still caused him to draw a sharp breath. "Do you wish to kill me? Do you believe you are worthy?" Zhang Yi scoffed, his ebony eyes radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Who shall slay whom remains uncertain. Chapter 38, Drenching You in Liquid Gold. Zhou Ping, noticing the lack of response, began to knock more vigorously on the door. Zhang Yi, it is Zhou Ping. Please open the door. I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you." With a cold chuckle, Zhang Yi retrieved his firearm, the sound of the safety being disengaged echoing ominously. Approaching the door, he inquired, "Who is it?" Hearing Zhang Yi's voice, Zhou Ping quickly gestured for Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning to prepare themselves. The 2 women, embarking on their first murderous endeavor, felt a pang of anxiety. However, the thought of eliminating Zhang Yi and consequently residing in his warm, comfortable abode, abundant with provisions, steeled their resolve. Zhou Ping implored, "Zhang Yi, it is Zhou Ping. Our supplies have been depleted. As a gesture of our camaraderie, could you spare some food?" His face bore a pleading expression, yet his hand subtly descended, poised to draw a blade at any moment. Leaning against the door, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "We have no food either. I am unable to assist you in this matter." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning internally cursed. How could you possibly be out of food? There are several boxes of provisions in your kitchen, including dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone. Are those mere fabrications? Nevertheless, they had anticipated this scenario. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and withdrew a box of medicine from his pocket. "Zhang Yi, I shall not take advantage of you for naught. I offer you a box of ibuprofen in exchange. In these frigid times, many are afflicted with colds and fevers. In such circumstances, medicine can be a lifesaver, its value rivaling that of sustenance." To entice Zhang Yi to open the door, Zhou Ping presented his treasured ibuprofen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood behind the door, contemplating how to handle the intruders. To eliminate them? That would be a simple task. Whether with a firearm or a crossbow, he could ensure their demise. Yet, merely killing them seemed dreadfully monotonous. In this apocalyptic world, death is a form of release. It is existence that feels like an unending hell. He certainly would not grant these scoundrels an easy fate. After some reflection, an idea began to form in Zhang Yi's mind. He approached the trash bin and retrieved a pulsating bottle. Having just consumed several cans of beer, the urge to relieve himself arose. He turned the bottle's opening and let the stream flow forth. Ibuprofen? This is quite desirable. Allow me to ponder this further. As he relieved himself, he lazily engaged in conversation with Zhou Ping. The group outside could faintly hear the sound of flowing water, yet they remained oblivious to Zhang Yi's actions. However, upon sensing that Zhang Yi might be amenable, excitement flickered across their faces. Zhou Ping eagerly interjected, Yes, indeed. Open the door, and let us make our exchange. I ask for little, just 2 packets of instant noodles will suffice. Given the current prices in the neighborhood, ibuprofen could easily fetch at least 5 packets of noodles. Zhou Ping deliberately offered a low price to manipulate Zhang Yi into opening the door. 2 packets of noodles? I fear that would be too generous. Such a deal would be most inappropriate. As Zhang Yi concluded his bout of mischief, he found himself in possession of a bottle of chilled iced red tea, brimming and adorned with a frothy white foam. Zhou Ping, believing Zhang Yi had nearly succumbed to the bait, leaned against the door and proclaimed, It's all right, I'm absolutely famished. Since we are colleagues, it is far better to benefit you than to let others take advantage. He urged, Hurry, open the door. Zhang Yi climbed onto a stool and positioned himself at the shooting hole in the door, then proceeded to douse the three individuals outside with the warm, freshly brewed iced red tea. The sudden deluge startled Zhou Ping and his companions, eliciting shrieks from Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. "What is this?" they exclaimed, realizing it was hot water, still steaming. Initially, the warmth brought them a sense of comfort, but within seconds, a peculiar, pungent odor reached their nostrils. This is urine," they screamed in horror. As the warm liquid cascaded over them, the two women shrieked as if slaughtered. Collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching, Zhou Ping, his rage ignited, pounded on the door with fervor. "Zhang Yi, you, come out this instant. I swear I will end you." Yet, the solid metal door remained impervious to his assault, leaving his fists sore. From within, Zhang Yi's boisterous laughter echoed. "How does my urine smell? Is it refreshing? You foolish ones thought you could deceive me. Do you even deserve such a chance?" In that moment, Zhou Ping and the others realized they had been thoroughly outsmarted by Zhang Yi. A few individuals, filled with both astonishment and fury, stood outside the door. Unleashing a torrent of invective towards Zhang Yi, Zhou Ping exclaimed, "Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted my breath on you. Just wait. I'll make sure to end you once I get inside." He discarded any pretenses and drew a kitchen knife from his clothing, striking ferociously at the door. Typically, wooden doors can be breached by damaging the lock. However, Zhang Yi's door was constructed from a solid alloy, capable of withstanding the impact of an RPG. When Zhou Ping swung the knife, it met the resistance of steel. The door remained unyielding, and the tremendous recoil sent the knife flying from his grasp. The blade grazed past Zhou Ping's head, leaving a deep gash in its wake, while the shock caused blood to pour from his palm. A small piece of biological knowledge reveals that human skin is particularly fragile in winter, intensifying the sensation of pain. Zhou Ping was momentarily paralyzed by fear. Had the knife veered just a fraction, it would have struck his face. However, his stupor was abruptly shattered by the excruciating pain. "Ah!" Zhou Ping cried out in agony. Witnessing this, the two women, gripped by terror, abandoned Zhou Ping and fled in haste. Within the confines of his room, Zhang Yi observed the scene, weighing the gun in his hand as he contemplated whether to step outside and fire a shot at each of them. He thought, while he might not kill them, at least he could leave them with a mark, ensuring their survival in this frozen apocalypse would be a living hell. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he relinquished this plan. Why? Because outside lurked 3 rabid dogs. Although there exists a significant probability that he might injure them by opening the door, there remains a minuscule chance of being retaliated against. Zhang Yi would never jest with his own safety. Indeed, he is the sovereign of survival, living his life so comfortably. Why would he act rashly? No matter, he shall bide his time and observe their demise in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi, unfazed, returned to the sofa and resumed his gaming. Zhou Ping and Fang Yuqing hurried back home, where Zhou Ping sat on the sofa, shivering uncontrollably. He had narrowly escaped death moments ago, and the memory still haunted him. Fang Yuqing, noticing the urine that had dripped onto the sofa from him, immediately shrieked, "Ah, get away. Who allowed you to sit on my sofa?" Chapter 39, Stench Bomb. Fang Yuqing lamented over her beloved sofa, simultaneously repulsed by Zhou Ping's state. After all, he had been at the door, receiving the brunt of the deluge. She promptly shouted at him to vacate the sofa. Zhou Ping felt deeply aggrieved. He had only sought out Zhang Yi's trouble upon Fang Yuqing's suggestion. Now, drenched in urine and trembling from the cold, not to mention bearing injuries, he could hardly believe Fang Yuqing's reaction. However, a devoted admirer is still a devoted admirer. Zhou Ping reconsidered and found merit in Fang Yuqing's reproach. He had failed in assisting her, and being in such a filthy condition, how could he desecrate the sanctity of the goddess's home? The more he pondered, the more he felt justified in accepting her scorn. He quickly stood up and apologized to Fang Yuqing. "I'm sorry, Yuqing. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry." Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, in a state of urgency, waved him off, urging, "Please leave. We need to change our clothes." Zhou Ping, feeling the weight of their demand, swiftly exited Fang Yuqing's home. Once back in their room, the two hastily discarded the garments sullied by Zhang Yi's actions. Yet, even after changing, the acrid odor lingered in the air, for it was not only their clothes that bore the stench. Their hair and skin were tainted as well, with some of it even trickling down their necks. The frigid weather rendered bathing akin to courting disaster, leaving them too fearful to attempt it. Thus, they could only endure the nausea. Their plan had failed, and they had been subjected to humiliation, fueling their animosity towards Zhang Yi. What could they do? Zhang Yi was exceedingly cunning and formidable. Infuriatingly, they resolved that they would seize his house at all costs. Let us devise a strategy. He must have a weakness. Just as the two women were plotting their counterattack against Zhang Yi, a message from him arrived for Fang Yuqing. This time it was urine. Next time, I might just throw feces at you. Zhang Yi's hasty preparations this time spared them from worse indignities. But they could only imagine the horror if he had been given time to prepare. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining turned pale at the thought. Being doused in excrement was a fate they could hardly bear. Zhang Yi, dismissing the conversation, ceased to engage with the messages from Fang Yuqing. Although he had muted the notifications, the number of unread messages continued to climb rapidly, a clear indication that they were not filled with kind words. He glanced into the homeowners group chat and was immediately greeted with a spectacle unfolding before him. Since the home invasion by Chen Jinghao, Aunt Lin's mental state seems to have deteriorated. She incessantly inundates the group with voice messages, demanding that everyone relinquish their supplies to her. I am the head of our community committee. Who dares to disregard my commands? Once the snow melts, I shall have you all apprehended. Have you heard me? Respond to me at once. You must deliver all your food to my residence today. However, this time, very few people paid her any heed. As the days passed, everyone became acutely aware of the current dire circumstances. The authorities were utterly preoccupied with larger issues, and Aunt Lin's so-called committee held no sway whatsoever. She could no longer intimidate anyone and became the subject of mockery instead. Damn old woman, why don't you just go die? You conned us out of a whole box of instant noodles, and I haven't settled that score yet. Some brought up the initial events surrounding the snow disaster. If it weren't for your insistence that there was nothing to worry about and your admonitions against stockpiling supplies, we wouldn't be in this predicament today. The mere mention of this ignited the collective fury of the group. When the snow first fell, despite the biting cold, some still wished to venture out for shopping. Yet, Aunt Lin had continuously proclaimed in the group that the disaster would soon pass, warning that anyone hoarding supplies would face consequences. Consequently, no one dared to go out. Days later, the heavy snowfall rendered all roads impassable, making any attempt to leave impossible. Had it not been for her, everyone could have at least stocked up for another fortnight. Damn old woman, look at the havoc you've wreaked. It's all your fault. The neighbors unleashed a torrent of abuse towards Aunt Lin, while the affluent heir, Su Hao, made his appearance in the group. He offered exorbitant prices for supplies, declaring, I will pay 10,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles and 5,000 for a bottle of mineral water. The price of instant noodles had skyrocketed to an astronomical figure. Su Hao was truly desperate. If he did not utilize his wealth now, it would soon become worthless paper. Zhang Yi shook his head, pondering the absurdity of attempting to purchase goods at such a time. Just as Zhang Yi's words hung in the air, someone eagerly interjected. I have some food at home. I can sell it to you. Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, there would always be those driven by greed, willing to risk their lives for money, even amidst the faintest glimmer of hope. Some continued to gamble on the notion that this snow disaster would not endure for long. Yet, only Zhang Yi understood the chilling reality that this calamity would persist for an exceedingly long time. Even after the snow ceased, the world would require an extensive period to recover. Money had become less useful than scrap paper. At least the latter could serve a practical purpose. As Zhang Yi contemplated this, a rather macabre thought crossed his mind. His warehouse was overflowing with toilet paper, while his neighbors likely did not possess such a luxury. If their supply ran out, how would they manage their hygiene? He quickly dismissed the notion, reminding himself that with their persistent hunger, their needs would be minimal. However, this foreshadowed the imminent fracture of the fragile harmony they had managed to maintain. Zhang Yi knew that once food was entirely depleted, humanity would reveal its terrifying, primal nature. The following day, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining once again found themselves at Zhang Yi's doorstep, pleading fervently to be let inside, lamenting that they were on the verge of freezing to death. Zhang Yi, however, paid them no heed. The notion of their demise due to the cold was precisely what he wished to witness. Observing their lack of response, they resorted to invoking past camaraderie, suggesting that even a morsel of food would suffice. Through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi noted that they had arrived armed with umbrellas, evidently still haunted by the previous day's humiliation. Yet, Zhang Yi was not foolish enough to open the door. If his instincts were correct, they likely bore weapons, poised to take their own lives and subsequently seize his home and supplies. Contemplating the situation, Zhang Yi opened his spatial dimension. Inside the warehouse lay an assortment of miscellaneous items, typically unused but now proving fortuitously useful. He retrieved 2 stink bombs from the toy section, intended for pranks. When ignited, they emitted an overwhelmingly foul odor, nearly impossible to cleanse with water or detergent. Listening to the voices of Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining outside, a grin spread across his face as he grasped the stink bombs and moved towards the door. Chapter 40. Gunshots. Zhang Yi ignited the stink bombs and swiftly hurled them through the shooting hole above the door. Upon hitting the ground, the bombs unleashed a thick plume of black smoke, and a repugnant stench rapidly permeated the corridor. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining were overwhelmed by the noxious odor. akin to opening a sealed can of excrement that had languished for a decade, prompting them to retch uncontrollably. Ugh, what is that? Ugh, Zhang Yi. How shameless you are. The stench in the corridor intensified, compelling the two women to hastily flee. However, Zhang Yi remained unperturbed by the foul air infiltrating his abode. After securing the shooting hole, the entire apartment fell into a semi-sealed state, although the air could still circulate. The residents had been equipped with a specially designed air filtration system during construction, ensuring that no unpleasant odors or harmful air could permeate within. Observing the two women's disheveled retreat through the surveillance camera, Zhang Yi erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, his amusement was soon interrupted by a complaint from a neighboring couple. Zhang Yi, what on earth did you throw outside your door? It reeks. Could you please consider the feelings of your neighbors? The couple had been residing next door for 2 years, but Zhang Yi had hardly interacted with them, exchanging only nods in passing while taking the elevator. At such a time, he had no inclination to maintain any neighborly relations. In this apocalyptic reality, his every action revolved solely around his own safety. He was utterly indifferent to the plight of others. Indeed, one might say that as long as he could live safely and comfortably, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. In the midst of calamity, any semblance of a benevolent mindset must be eradicated at once. Come and confront me if you dare, Zhang Yi declared, promptly blocking the neighbor's contact. The sentiment remained unchanged. He was disinclined to engage in futile arguments, wasting breath on trivial matters. Soon, Zhang Yi discovered that his neighbor was disparaging him amidst a throng of people. Regrettably, others were utterly indifferent to their trivial matters. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, relishing the absence of moral restraint. That afternoon, he was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a cacophony. A resounding bang echoed through the hallway, swiftly reverberating throughout the entire apartment building. Zhang Yi's expression turned grave. The sound resembled that of gunfire. Was there truly someone armed within their community? Uncertain whether it was a gunshot or merely firecrackers, he hastily made his way to the living room to check the surveillance footage. What confronted him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. Before the door of the third-floor residence, Chen Jinghao, with a severed leg, clutched a black pistol. The menacing sheen of the weapon could easily instill trepidation. The door of that residence stood ajar, and from the surveillance angle, 2 pairs of legs were barely discernible. Meanwhile, the small contingent of followers surrounding Chen Jinghao emerged with food and candles in hand, their faces alight with mirth. It was evident that the occupants of the third-floor apartment had met their demise. Even if they had survived the gunshot, deprived of all resources, they would scarcely endure for long. It was 10 in the morning, a time when households typically ventured out together to gather snow from melting into drinking water. This communal effort momentarily elevated the temperature of the hallway, preventing it from becoming too frigid. No one could survive without water, making this daily ritual indispensable. Chen Jinghao had astutely seized this opportunity to commit murder and plunder supplies. Ding dong. The phone rang. Zhang Yi glanced at his phone, noticing a message from the group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice note. The city was now engulfed in heavy snowfall, leaving them all reliant solely on themselves. I, Chen Jinghao, shall take on the responsibility of the building manager for Block 25. From now on, everything here will be dictated by me. If you comply, I can ensure your survival. But should anyone dare to stand against me, well? Immediately following this, Chen Jinghao sent 2 images. One depicted the gun he held in his hand, while the other showed a resident from the 3rd floor lying in a pool of blood. The once vibrant group chat fell silent, stunned into a state of shock by the gruesome reality before them. It was evident that fear consumed the hearts of most residents. They had never witnessed such brutality in times of peace, nor could they have ever imagined it. Yet now, the stark and bloody truth lay bare before them. Within this building, isolated by the blizzard, others became hell. No one dared to challenge Chen Jinghao. The fear of death loomed large. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his admiration. Chen Jinghao is truly remarkable. No wonder he thrives in society. Chen Jinghao employed a mix of persuasion and intimidation, not merely resorting to threats against the residents. He possessed only 1 gun, and the number of bullets was uncertain. Zhang Yi understood that the quantity was likely limited, given the strict regulations surrounding firearms in the country. Initially, he had spent a considerable sum to acquire merely 100 rounds. Furthermore, Chen Jinghao's small cadre of followers numbered only 5 or 6. The entire building houses around 50 families, comprising over 100 individuals. Should the pressure escalate, a mere cripple would stand no chance against them. Thus, employing both coercion and persuasion becomes the most effective strategy to ensure compliance among the residents. Human nature has always been governed by a fear of death, even if they comprehend that Chen Jinghao could eliminate the residents of the 3rd floor today. And tomorrow it might very well be their turn. A glimmer of hope persists in their hearts. For instance, Those residing on the upper floors might think that since Chen Zhenghao has targeted the third floor today, he would not reach them for at least another fortnight. Therefore, they feel no urgency to resist, convinced that those below will surely fight back. This rationale continues downward. Conversely, the inhabitants of the fourth floor may believe that Chen Zhenghao does not necessarily adhere to a sequential order in his actions. The prospect of retaliation seems far more perilous, leading them to prefer a quiet existence at home, hoping that perhaps another will meet their demise first. Zhang Yi shrugged. These matters were of no concern to him. While others may fear Chen Zhenghao, he felt no trepidation. Should Chen Zhenghao dare to appear at his doorstep, Zhang Yi would possess complete control over the outcome. The fate of his neighbors was of little consequence to him. They chose to bury their heads in the sand, unwilling to resist. Zhang Yi had no inclination to play the martyr, sacrificing himself for the sake of others. At that moment, his phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of urgent notifications. Upon checking, Zhang Yi discovered he had been added to a new group. Intrigued, he entered to take a glance. It was discovered that the homeowners of the apartment building had formed a new group, yet this gathering notably excluded Chen Zhenghao and his entourage. The death threats instigated by Chen Zhenghao prompted some individuals to seek solace in unity. Zhang Yi remained silent, confident in his own safety. He merely wished to observe the actions of this assembly. Chapter 41. The neighbors who only shout slogans as soon as the new group was established. Homeowners and tenants alike began to converse in a state of panic. Chen Zhenghao was nothing short of a fiend. He had invaded 3 households, forcefully entering their premises. On the 3rd floor, in apartment 301, lived 2 spirited young men who attempted to resist, only to be ruthlessly shot dead by him. The other 2 households, 302 and 401, upon being intimidated, submissively surrendered their provisions. Alas, in such dire times, lacking food and drink at home meant awaiting one's demise. One individual, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "We must unite to collectively confront this tyrant, Chen Zhenghao." Responses echoed immediately. Indeed, with so many of us, can we truly fear just 5 or 6 of them? As long as we stand together, he becomes insignificant. Yet, some cautioned, but he possesses a firearm. Humph. What of it? How many bullets can one gun hold? If we charge at him en masse, he would be utterly overwhelmed. Another chimed in. With a swift left kick followed by a right roundhouse, I guarantee he would fall to the ground, incapacitated. Now he walks with a limp, rendering him hardly worthy of mention. If he were unarmed, I could easily handle him alone. Whenever the topic of confronting Chen Zhenghao arises, everyone is filled with fervor, as if they yearn to storm his residence and execute him on the spot. However, at this moment, someone interjected, asking, "When shall we take action?" This question ushered in a brief silence. While it is convenient to speak boldly, the reality of risking one's life is a different matter altogether. Not everyone is willing to be the first to face the bullets. Everyone understands the reasoning, yet no one wishes to be the one at the forefront, absorbing the brunt of the confrontation. Such eloquent rhetoric often serves merely to incite others to shield them from danger. Nonetheless, this matter is not insurmountable. We will undoubtedly deal with him. After all, he is a desperate criminal with a few thugs at his disposal, necessitating a careful strategy. Indeed, reckless aggression is the mark of a fool. We must triumph through intellect. Zhang Yi scoffed, having just proclaimed Chen Zhenghao to be of little concern. Now, there are suggestions of intricate maneuvers to counter him. Yet, when the moment of action arrives, the call for wisdom prevails. How ironic. At this juncture, Uncle Yu, the security guard of the community, unexpectedly spoke up. We cannot allow Chen Zhenghao and his crew to continue unchecked. If this persists, we shall all meet our demise. Even if we are not shot, we will be left starving and destitute, which is equally fatal. I can lead the charge. Let us teach these scoundrels a lesson. Uncle Yu is typically reserved, a veteran with an upright character and a heart brimming with passion. In the community, he is held in high regard. Faced with a scoundrel like Chen Zhenghao, a villain who treats human life with contempt, his heart is ablaze with fury. Ah, Uncle Yu is truly formidable. No wonder he hails from the ranks of the people's soldiers. He is indeed impressive. Uncle Yu, I stand with you. Do you require weapons? Our kitchen knife is at your disposal. I also possess a long-one sword purchased during my travels last year, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Allow me to lend it to you. Chen Zhenghao is but a cripple. Uncle Yu sees an opportunity to ambush him from behind, leaving him no chance to retaliate. The crowd fervently lauded Uncle Yu, each offering their own suggestions in a cacophony of voices. Yet, not a single person expressed a willingness to join Uncle Yu in confronting Chen Zhenghao. Uncle Yu found himself somewhat at a loss. With Chen Zhenghao and his 5 or 6 accomplices armed, it would be futile for him to confront them alone. At the very least, we would need a dozen young men to accompany me to ensure safety. I have served in the military and possess some skills. I can lead the charge. Suddenly, the adult male residents of the household fell silent. In contrast, the female residents, such as Fang Yuqing, who lacked adult male support, were invigorated as if electrified. Yes, we women may be delicate and powerless against such scoundrels. Now is the time for the men of Building 25 to demonstrate their masculinity. The men of our building are truly remarkable. You must succeed. It is time to showcase your gentlemanly demeanor. We hope you achieve swift success and protect us. The weaker women. The adult males among the homeowners, naturally, were not pleased. Some of them were unmarried, living alone, or sharing accommodations with friends. While they were not entirely incapable of risking their lives to confront the villains, witnessing the attitude of the female homeowners, who bore the demeanor of female warriors, was disheartening. They seemed to regard the perilous task of battling the evildoers as an obligation for the men. This provoked dissatisfaction among the men. They thought, how could this be? Previously, you advocated for female precedence in all matters, yet when danger arises, you expect us to take the lead. Why should we? Now, when we seek equitable treatment, it is only fair that we face the challenge together. You boast of your online prowess. Why not direct that courage at Qin Zhenghao and his ilk? It is not that I am unwilling to risk my life. I would only do so to protect my own wife and children. The female homeowners, upon seeing the men's reluctance to confront Qin Zhenghao, began to berate them. Are you not men? Isn't this the very moment for you to step up? To suggest that women take the risks. How could you utter such words? You are utterly pathetic. It's disgusting. I vow never to marry someone like you. Originally, the intention behind forming the new homeowners group was to collaboratively discuss how to address the risks posed by Qin Zhenghao. However, inexplicably, the conversation devolved into a quarrel over who should confront him, ultimately escalating into a battle of the sexes. Zhang Yi observed this with utter disbelief. The scenario mirrored that of his previous life. This is also why, in his past life, Qin Zhenghao had killed half the residents of an entire building, yet still managed to command everyone with a single gun, rendering them submissive until their last breath. At the sight of this, Uncle Yu anxiously called for calm within the group. The primary concern was to deal with Qin Zhenghao. In the building, there resided a female homeowner on the 7th floor, named Lu Tiantian. She was a key player in the verbal battles between the sexes, a fresh graduate at the tender age of 22. At that moment, tensions flared within the group as both men and women became incensed. Lu Tiantian would unleash her fury upon any male speaker, regardless of their intentions, even turning her wrath upon the well-meaning Uncle Yu. What are you pretending to be a good person for? You've served in the military, so you should be the first to charge into such situations. With so many men in our building, if you all took action, others would be safe. In today's society, it is us women who are more important, while men exist solely to serve us. I hope the men in this group remember this and do not make me repeat myself. Chapter 42, Provisions. Lu Tiantian's remarks were met with derision from a group of male homeowners. It's the end of the world. And who still indulges you little fairies? They scoffed. Do you really think you hold any significance? You expect us to risk our lives to protect you? Do you think you deserve that? Uncle Yu, being scorned, found himself at a loss for words. He could not comprehend why, despite his good intentions for everyone, they responded with such disdain. Having a reserved nature, he found himself unable to retort effectively, and thus chose to remain silent. Zhang Yi observed the lively exchanges within the group chat, finding amusement in the unfolding spectacle. After all, the avenues for entertainment were quite limited these days. In essence, his conclusion was simple. The vast majority of individuals in this homeowners group were deserving of their fates. The verbal skirmishes grew increasingly intense, perhaps due to the prolonged repression, as everyone finally found an outlet to vent their frustrations, unleashing a torrent of venomous and unsavory language that became unbearable. In the end, they lost sight of the original purpose for which the group was formed. Setting his phone aside, Zhang Yi made his way to the kitchen. Although the alternate space offered an abundance of ready-made meals, he occasionally yearned to prepare something himself, savoring the simple pleasures of life. He retrieved fresh ingredients from the alternate space. The potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic appeared as if they had just been unearthed. The beef brisket was equally enticing, its vibrant red hue igniting one's appetite. Walmart, as the world's premier supermarket brand, undoubtedly provided products of exceptional quality. Zhang Yi simmered a pot of potato and beef brisket stew, and following a recipe for clay pot chicken, he affixed some bread around the edge of the pot. Once finished, the bread absorbed the rich broth, becoming particularly delectable. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered messages from Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, filled with desperate pleas. Their tears were evident, as they were clearly shaken by Qin Zhenghao's horrifying actions. Two delicate green tea blossoms possess no means to resist the malevolence of the wicked. Thus, they are likely to become the next targets of Qin Zhenghao's impending assault, especially after witnessing the formidable security of Zhang Yi's residence. They feel an overwhelming sense of safety within its walls, longing to take refuge there. Zhang Yi, Regardless of the past grievances between us, you once harbored affection for me. Did you not? You cannot simply stand idly by as I perish, can you? I am aware that you project a tough exterior, yet your heart is tender. I implore you, save me. Lin Caning, lacking any sense of restraint, pleads even more fervently than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I do not wish to die. If you permit me to reside in your home, I am willing to comply with any of your demands. But please, do not let me fall victim to those vile individuals. Zhang Yi can sense the dread that envelopes their hearts. To speak candidly, had his house not been fortified, living in such a desolate and food-scarce environment would render his despair no less than that of the two women. However, will he extend pity towards them? Certainly not. For this very scenario is precisely what he yearns to witness. The deeper their despair, the greater his exhilaration. He remains silent, leisurely recording a video for them to view. In the footage, a large pot of beef brisket stew with potatoes simmers before Zhang Yi, while a roaring fire crackles in the nearby fireplace. The atmosphere within the abode is one of warmth and tranquility, standing in stark contrast to the howling blizzards and swirling snow outside. This, undoubtedly, serves as a profound provocation for the two women, for at this moment, not only is a hearty meal beyond their reach, but even the prospect of survival hangs precariously in the balance. The two individuals subsequently uttered a multitude of pleas for mercy, imploring Zhang Yi to allow them to enter the room and reside together. Zhang Yi opted to disregard their entreaties, neither acquiescing nor explicitly refusing. He intended to leave them with a flicker of hope, compelling them to approach him despite their awareness of its futility, to grovel before him. Thus, the day passed in tedious monotony. After seizing a considerable amount of resources, Chen Zhenghao and his associates were not in haste to continue their aggressive actions. They understood that excessive force could incite a united resistance from all the residents. The most prudent strategy was to consolidate a faction, pacify another, and eliminate a third. However, that evening, Zhang Yi detected unusual movements from Chen Zhenghao through the surveillance monitors. Throughout Tian'ai City, the power was out, leaving only Zhang Yi's household illuminated. Unnoticed by the other residents of the same building, Zhang Yi observed several of Chen Zhenghao's subordinates carrying two corpses out of the door. Upon closer inspection, he found the two figures somewhat familiar. He remembered them distinctly, as he was acquainted with nearly all the residents of the building. Yet, the appearance of these two individuals was evidently not from their unit. Hence, they must have been summoned by Chen Zhenghao's men during the recent snowfall. After some contemplation, Zhang Yi deduced the situation. On the day Chen Zhenghao's group attacked his residence, Zhang Yi had repelled them with a powerful water hose. In such frigid temperatures, plunging to -60 or 70 degrees was exceedingly perilous. Thus, these two individuals must have succumbed to the cold. It was not surprising that exposure to such low temperatures could lead to illness and fever. Without a comfortable environment and medical interventions like ibuprofen, death was a plausible outcome. Otherwise, why was the average lifespan so short in ancient times? The two corpses had been stripped of all their garments and discarded at the foot of the stairs. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, initially perplexed by the intention behind such an act. If the goal was merely to dispose of the bodies, they could have simply been thrown out the window. The heavy snowfall would conceal everything. Why place them at the entrance? However, as his thoughts shifted, a chilling realization struck Zhang Yi, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Could it be that Chen Zhenghao left their bodies behind as a reserve source of sustenance? This notion sent shivers down Zhang Yi's spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. Yet, this explanation was indeed the most plausible. In the frigid cold, the world transformed into an immense icebox, alleviating concerns about food spoilage. Contemporary perceptions of apocalyptic scenarios are largely influenced by films depicting such themes. In those narratives, cannibalism is not an uncommon occurrence. Historical records of humanity reveal that during catastrophic years, instances of cannibalism, such as the practice of exchanging children for sustenance, are terrifyingly documented. Perhaps the years of peace have caused some to forget the stark realities inscribed in black and white. Until, that is, the arrival of the apocalypse. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, his rapidly beating heart soon settling. Compared to the average person, he adapted to this grim reality more swiftly. After all, he had previously endured an apocalypse and had been consumed as food. He understood that when one reaches a state of utter desperation, hunger can drive humanity to commit the most heinous acts, consuming anything that can be devoured. Chen Zhenghao is indeed a ruthless individual. Although Zhang Yi held no fondness for that societal figure, he could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. Many comprehend the rationale, yet very few possess the capacity to regard their brother's lifeless body as mere sustenance before resources are entirely depleted. Such an act verges on the annihilation of humanity itself. Chapter 43. She grew anxious after Chen Zhenghao dispatched the resident of Unit 301. The atmosphere within the entire apartment complex grew palpably tense. Where once there had been a multitude, Silence now reigned as no one dared to utter a word. It appeared that Chen Jinghao had become aware of the clandestine formation of a new residence group behind his back. However, such occurrences are inherently beyond prohibition. He could only resort to various threats and enticements within the residence group. Given the dire circumstances, everyone was primarily concerned with survival. No one wished to resort to violence. Had it not been for the provocations of that individual from Unit 301, I would not have been compelled to take his life. After all, I am not a demon. I sincerely hope that we can coexist harmoniously in the future, and perhaps lend us a modicum of sustenance when the need arises, as long as you comply willingly. I assure you that all shall remain tranquil. Upon hearing these words, some individuals indeed lowered their guard, with a few even contemplating that perhaps, as Chen Jinghao suggested, the demise of the Unit 301 resident was a consequence of his own aggression. This phenomenon is akin to Stockholm Syndrome, where individuals, amidst the despair of mortality, feel gratitude when their tormentor offers even the slightest gesture of goodwill. Zhang Yi remained an observer, maintaining a detached gaze, refraining from judgment or involvement. Nevertheless, within his heart, he harbored an increased wariness towards Chen Jinghao. Although his home was fortified with ample defenses, the few individuals led by Chen Jinghao, armed with only a worn-out firearm, stood no chance of breaching it. Nonetheless, in a world wrought with chaos, an excess of caution is never unwarranted. Should I be provoked? I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him, Zhang Yi remarked coolly. This fleeting tranquility was shattered the following day. Though fear of Chen Jinghao kept households indoors, the necessity of venturing outside to break ice for water was paramount for survival. Thus, some individuals discreetly opened their doors, intending to excavate snow while avoiding detection. Unfortunately, they were caught red-handed by Chen Jinghao's vigilant sentinels. The supplies pillaged on the first day had been entirely consumed by the ravenous thugs, who now, with their eyes aflame with hunger, regarded the entire building's residents as their prey. Capturing anyone would warrant no courtesy. They would strip them bare. In a new chat group, urgent cries for help echoed. Zhang Yi opened the chat and was immediately amused. The one in distress was none other than Lu Tian, a resident of the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao resided directly beneath her on the 6th floor. That morning, she had intended to stealthily descend in the cover of darkness to gather snow for water, only to be caught in the act. Living alone, her situation required little effort to address. She was already on the radar of Chen Jinghao and his cohorts. Additionally, with the confinement lasting nearly half a month, both Chen Jinghao and his gang were growing restless, yearning to find a woman to relieve their pin-up frustrations. While Lu Tian may not have been conventionally attractive, her youth and decent figure sufficed amidst their limited options, leading them to forego any further scrutiny. Thus, the group of little Karamis approached with wrenches and iron rods, their faces alight with glee. Lu Tian hurriedly shut the door, and in her despair, thought to seek help from her neighbors. "Oh, please, someone come to my aid. They are battering down my door. I beg you, I will be killed by them," she cried out. "Uncle Yu, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? Surely, they cannot overpower you. These people are utterly untrustworthy and ferocious. We must unite. If something were to happen to me, you would be next." Lu Tian's voice trembled with distress as she sent message after message in the group chat. Yet just yesterday, she had been audaciously confronting a group of male homeowners with bravado. Uncle Yu responded, "My dear, this situation is unexpected, and I cannot face them alone." Though kind-hearted, Uncle Yu would not recklessly throw himself into danger. Chen Jinghao had 5 or 6 men with him and firearms, even with his military background. He could not contend against them. Had they reached a consensus yesterday to form a guard, there might have been hope to frighten them off. Upon reading Uncle Yu's message, Lu Tian felt a chill in her heart. "You can't do this. Are you not able to protect a weak woman like me? What sort of men are you?" She lamented. "If I die, I will haunt you as a ghost." Initially, some had felt sympathy for her, but when they realized she was shamelessly manipulating their morals, their anger ignited. Moreover, following yesterday's incident where Lu Tian unleashed her ire upon the entire building of men, the collective resentment towards her surged. "Ah, indeed, we are all utterly worthless. Oh, Celestial Maiden, you are so formidable. Surely you do not require our assistance. Ha ha, the ethereal being can fight. She will vanquish those scoundrels. Weren't you the one shouting so boisterously yesterday? We thought you were truly formidable, yet here you are, begging for our rescue. Perhaps it would be better if you perished. Your demise would bring happiness to countless households." The chat was filled with jubilant laughter. There was not a shred of sympathy for Lu Tian's dire plight. Rather, there was a palpable sense of schadenfreude. With Lu Tian's home ransacked, at least they were momentarily safe. As Lu Tian beheld the frigid mockery, despair enveloped her heart. She turned once more to implore the female homeowners for assistance. However, their responses were uniformly disheartening. We are all sisters, but in the face of such circumstances, we find ourselves powerless. Sisters, muster your strength. I shall support you in spirit. You must hold on. Otherwise, if they breach the door, who knows what fate awaits you? Indeed, with so many of them, they would surely ruin you. Some offered perfunctory comfort, while others indulged in a macabre jest at Lu Tiantian's expense. After all, the sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Prolonged confinement and the specter of death had begun to warp the souls of many. An increasing number of individuals joined the group chat. Yet the discourse had taken a sinister turn. Dear sister, even in death, you must drag someone down with you. It would be a service to humanity. Indeed, the home has been robbed, and it seems you may not survive either. It would be better to take someone down with you in your final moments. Lu Tiantian trembled with indignation, wanting to say more when suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. In Zhang Yi's home, he watched through the surveillance footage as Lu Tiantian let out a piercing scream, only to be seized by several small thugs, dragged out by her legs. Despite the frigid weather outside, they did not forget to maintain their vigor. Your aggression is rather overwhelming, Zhang Yi mused. However, it is understandable, in the current predicament. No one knows when their time will come. As life nears its end, the instinct to preserve one's lineage becomes paramount. Zhang Yi took a bite of a chocolate bar. Addressing the monitoring screen, at this temperature, any exposed skin poses a grave danger to life. Chapter 44. By what right should I almsgive? The fate awaiting Lu Tiantian is one that, although not witnessed firsthand by everyone, can be surmised. What future could a girl possibly have when ensnared by a pack of wolves? Even if Chun Jinghao and his companions spared her life, having lost all means of survival, she would merely await her demise. Yet, within their hearts, there was little sorrow. Instead, a collective sigh of relief was felt. Lu Tiantian could at least sustain Chun Jinghao and his group for a while. Nonetheless, this served as a wake-up call for the other residents. If things continued down this path, they feared their own survival would be short-lived. That afternoon, Zhang Yi found himself unexpectedly added to a new chat group. He was momentarily taken aback, as in this unstable environment, the sense of suspicion among people had intensified, leading to the emergence of numerous small factions. It seemed that by banding together, they would become formidable. Zhang Yi glanced at the members in the group and noted that there were only 6 or 7 individuals present. Among them were Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, Lin Caning, and a few other neighbors. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of their intentions. However, it wasn't long before someone approached him. Fang Yuqing stated, Zhang Yi, the outside is far too perilous now. Shen Jinghao and his men will eventually come after us. We must unite. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, it's fine. I am quite comfortable on my own. Lin Caning interjected, that's not the point. You are alone. While Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 men and firearms. Therefore, you are indeed in a precarious situation. Zhang Yi smirked. Why don't you ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? Chen Jinghao had yet to dare seek vengeance. He knew Zhang Yi was not easily intimidated. Zhang Yi then inquired, so what do you propose? Fang Yuqing quickly responded, currently, living separately is exceedingly dangerous. Thus, we have decided to move in together, this way. Even in the face of Chen Jinghao, we will possess the strength to resist. Zhang Yi chuckled at this notion. So, you believe that by gathering together, you will no longer fear the firearms in Chen Jinghao's possession? It is laughable. If sheer numbers were truly effective, the 50 or so households in this building, with over 100 people, could easily overpower him with a collective effort. Everyone is merely a coward, gathering together solely for the sake of psychological comfort. Another individual in the group spoke up. His name was Sun Jichao, and Zhang Yi recalled him as a finance professional. With a larger group, at the very least, there would be some caution among them. Moreover, we could unite to secure the entrance, thus alleviating the fear of an intrusion. What we currently lack, however, is a suitable stronghold. Fang Yuqing quickly interjected, Zhang Yi, your home has a balcony, and the security door is remarkably sturdy, making it ideal for countering Chen Jinghao. Therefore, we hope you will join our team so that we can collectively resist him. At this point, Zhang Yi understood the situation. It was evident that Fang Yuqing had informed these individuals of the exceptional qualities of his residence. It was highly likely that they were already aware of Zhang Yi's impeccable insulation system and ample food supply. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. Their intentions were unmistakable. Even from several floors above, without hesitation, he replied, I do not require your assistance, thank you. I am quite comfortable living alone. If you wish to cohabit, find another place. What a ridiculous notion, having 7 or 8 people crowd into his home. At this moment, distinguishing friend from foe was nearly impossible. Did they not realize this could invite danger? Furthermore, Zhang Yi owed them nothing. Why should he comply? Upon Zhang Yi's rejection, the group members were clearly displeased. Sun Jichao exclaimed, Zhang Yi, everyone is in peril. You cannot be so short-sighted. Only by standing together can we survive. Another member of the group, Wang Min, remarked. It is merely because your floor has a balcony, making it convenient to collect snowmelt, that everyone chose your home. She implied that they were not taking advantage of him. In fact, they could also provide him protection. Zhang Yi's smile twisted into a grimace. He sent a message in the group chat. Protect me? The barrage of question marks reflected his inner mockery. Do you even comprehend the life I am currently leading? And you dare speak of protection? Beneath her covers. Fang Yuqing bit her lip and then unleashed a torrent of words. She was acutely aware of Zhang Yi's disdain for her. He would never allow her inside. Thus, she resorted to rallying the others to morally coerce Zhang Yi. She believed that human life was of paramount importance, and despite past grievances between herself, Lin Canning, and Shouping towards him, Zhang Yi should exhibit some magnanimity. Lin Canning interjected, Zhang Yi, fine, I acknowledge that we are in need of your assistance. But consider this, if you permit us refuge in your home, you could save 7 or 8 lives. Can you truly bear to watch us perish at the hands of Chen Jinghao? We have been friends and neighbors for so many years. Among those 7 or 8 individuals, Zhang Yi indeed recognized them, including several with whom he shared a decent rapport, and even a colleague from the same workplace. They all clamored for Zhang Yi to grant them entry, appealing to their past camaraderie. Regrettably, Zhang Yi, having endured persecution and a tragic demise in a previous life, was no longer the benevolent soul he once was. Most of those who had once feasted at his table were present in the group. In the face of apocalypse, what relevance does human nature hold? Only by ensuring one's own survival can one truly thrive. He proclaimed, in times like these, each must rely on their own abilities to endure. You hold no value to me. Why should I be expected to protect you? With that, Zhang Yi promptly chose to exit the group. To think of exploiting his resources was nothing short of a fantasy. He recognized that only by shedding moral obligations could he evade being ensnared. After their conversation, Zhang Yi retrieved a box of chips from an alternate dimension. He approached the window, settled into a plush imported recliner, and savored the chips while gazing at the landscape outside. Setting aside the extreme cold, the snowy scenery was truly exquisite. The earth lay cloaked in a pristine blanket of white, unmarred by any blemish, a sight that delighted the senses. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a swaying dark figure from the 18th floor, accompanied by a piercing scream filled with despair. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a person was plummeting through the air. In an instant, they plunged into a snowdrift measuring 6 or 7 meters deep. With the temperature outside plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, entrapment within such a thick layer of snow was undoubtedly fatal. It appeared that the other apartment units faced a similar plight. As resources dwindled, a fierce competition for supplies commenced, with violence and murder becoming commonplace wherever humans gathered. The atmosphere was evolving into a veritable hell on earth. Zhang Yi continued munching on his chips while contemplating the unfolding circumstances. It seemed that, in addition to being wary of the neighbors in his building, he would also need to exercise caution towards the survivors outside. In this apocalyptic scenario, any mishap was entirely possible. Chapter 45, the decision to launch a strong offensive within the confines of Building 25, Chen Jinghao and his associates had ruthlessly plundered several households, resulting in the direct or indirect demise of 5 individuals. Such dire circumstances prompted numerous residents of the apartment complex to unite in solidarity. Their proposed solution was to remain together, eschewing any dispersion, and to barricade their doors with heavy objects to thwart any intrusion by Chen Jinghao and his gang. As for acquiring water, they resorted to accessing it through the windows. Some residents on higher floors possessed balconies, which also collected the fallen snow. On the other hand, Fang Yuqing and her companions took refuge in the home of Wang Min on the 18th floor. Wang Min, the cousin of Zhou Peng, was an independent businesswoman engaged in the cosmetics trade in Tian'ai City, thereby possessing a certain degree of wealth. Her residence comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, mirroring Zhang Yi's layout. The others present were her colleagues and close friends, for even amidst the apocalypse, trust was paramount when forming alliances. Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining had only gained entry due to Zhou Peng's assurances. The matter of loyalty was intrinsically tied to the situation at Zhang Yi's home. At that moment, a group of individuals gathered in the living room, swathed in thick down jackets, with scarves wrapped tightly around their necks, eager to envelop themselves entirely. Zhang Yi's refusal to share his living space had cast a pall over the group's mood. Wang Min turned her gaze towards Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining. Speaking in a measured tone, the prior agreement to allow you to stay was made out of consideration for my cousin, and you pledged to persuade Zhang Yi to let us reside in his home. Currently, Zhang Yi is utterly opposed. What do you all propose regarding this matter? Zhou Peng is indeed a sycophant, yet Wang Min is quite astute, having swiftly recognized that these 2 young ladies are not easily dealt with. Therefore, had they not leveraged Zhang Yi as a bargaining chip, Wang Min would never have permitted their inclusion. Fang Yuqing hastily interjected. Wang Jie, please hear me out. The resources at Zhang Yi's residence are exceedingly abundant, and he even has a fireplace installed. If we manage to reside in his home, our future days will be remarkably pleasant. After being repeatedly rebuffed by Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing and her companions no longer harbored any illusions about him. Consequently, they resorted to divulging all intelligence concerning Zhang Yi, including the photographs and videos he had shared with them. Lin Canning added, Indeed. You have all viewed the videos and should grasp just how comfortable Zhang Yi's home is. Let us all strive to move into his residence. Not only could we counter Chen Zhenghao, but we could also enjoy a life of comfort. Upon hearing this, Wang Min and the others could not resist retrieving their phones to examine the videos Fang Yuqing had forwarded to them. The footage showcased Zhang Yi's home in a captivating manner, making their eyes gleam with interest. Wang Min furrowed her brow, however. His stance is already clear. He is unwilling to allow us to move in. At that moment, Sun Jichao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted them and spoke in a low voice. Such a person is exceedingly selfish, completely disregarding the well-being of others. We need not be overly courteous to someone like him. I propose that since he lives alone, we might resort to some unconventional methods. As soon as Sun Jichao's words left his lips, the crowd turned their gazes towards him. It was evident that everyone understood the implication of his statement, to invade Zhang Yi's home and compel him to relinquish his property. His friend, Lu Tao, vocally endorsed the idea, asserting, I believe this is a splendid approach. Such selfish individuals, who only consider their own interests and lack empathy for others, have no right to reside in such a fine dwelling. Wang Min furrowed her brow slightly. However, according to Zhou Ping, their security door was quite sturdy. We are not like Chen Zhenghao and his ilk. We are not adept in such matters. Zhou Ping added, Indeed, and Zhang Yi is particularly despicable. The last time we knocked on his door, he audaciously doused us with urine from above. At the mention of that incident, Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning felt a wave of nausea wash over them, nearly retching. Even now, they could still detect the lingering odor left by Zhang Yi on their hair and skin. If it weren't for the cold weather causing nasal congestion, the stench would have driven them away. Sun Jichao adjusted his glasses with a sardonic smile, proclaiming, This matter is quite manageable. As long as we wrap ourselves up warmly, don masks, and carry umbrellas, we need not fear his tactics. As for breaking the door, he cast a glance at Lu Tao, who cleared his throat and replied, I previously worked at a locksmith company, and I am well acquainted with such matters. I can unlock all the commonly used locks available in the market. Upon hearing Lu Tao's assurance, Fang Yuqing and the others were nearly ecstatic, almost leaping with joy. Splendid. As long as we can breach their security door, with so many of us surging in, I wonder how that scoundrel Zhang Yi will dare to resist. Fang Yuqing seethed with rage, cursing under her breath. Previously, she had pleaded earnestly with Zhang Yi, yet he refused her entry and subjected her to various humiliations, kindling a deep-seated hatred within her. Once inside, she vowed to submerge his head in the toilet, forcing him to swallow deeply. Nearby, the sycophant Zhou Ping eagerly chimed in, offering, I'll take care of that when the time comes. Zhou Ping's crude demeanor irked Fang Yuqing, but she still found his utility advantageous. So she replied with a faint cheerfulness, That sounds splendid. Be sure to consume plenty of soy products and onions. The group appeared to revel in their camaraderie, convinced that their collective strength would inevitably overpower Zhang Yi. Thus, they procured umbrellas and bundled themselves tightly, armed with makeshift tools, as they set forth toward Zhang Yi's residence. Zhang Yi's home was equipped with an alarm system, which would trigger at the slightest disturbance on his floor. Therefore, when the group ascended the stairs, Zhang Yi was instantly alerted. Through the surveillance footage, he observed the cloaked figures, mistakenly believing them to be led by Chen Zhenghao. How fortuitous. Zhang Yi mused with a cold smirk. Last time I didn't eliminate you. This time, a lesson is certainly in order. However, he had no intention of dispatching Chen Zhenghao just yet. If Chen were to perish, who would handle the insufferable neighbors in the building? That would deprive him of the spectacle he so desired. The tightly wrapped group soon arrived near Zhang Yi's abode and promptly unfurled several umbrellas. At this juncture, regardless of whether Zhang Yi employed water sprays or noxious gas grenades, he would be unable to drive them away in the short term. All of this intelligence was provided by Fang Yuqing, who naively believed that no matter how many defensive measures Zhang Yi's household had prepared, the resources within a single abode were ultimately finite. The use of water sprays and the deployment of noxious gas grenades were merely Zhang Yi's last resort. Chapter 46. High voltage. The individuals had arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, sheltering beneath umbrellas. However, the Dragon Security Company had installed an abundance of pinhole cameras on this floor, capable of capturing the actions of the visitors from various angles. As a group congregated at the entrance, Zhang Yi observed one person extracting several gleaming metal tools from his pocket, subsequently inserting them into the keyhole of his security door. Lockpicking? Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow, yet remained unfazed. If their security door could be so easily breached, then the professionals from Dragon Security Company would indeed be inept. This door, aside from being of world-class security grade, akin to that of a bank vault, was also fortified with 5 layers of defense. To unlock the outermost lock, one would need to be a master locksmith of unparalleled skill. Moreover, it was further reinforced with physical leverage. The more intricate the mechanism, the simpler the unlocking method tends to be. Conversely, simple designs often pose the greatest challenges. For instance, Zhang Yi's door, as he had no intention of exiting. He had secured it with a steel rod of 10 centimeters in diameter. Unless one were to repeatedly ram it with a vehicle, it could not be breached by mere human force. Moreover, Zhang Yi had contemplated the act of others attempting to pry open the door. Thus he had specifically installed a unique form of defense. As he observed the surveillance footage on the television, he retrieved his mobile phone and opened the control software for the safe house, gently pressing a button. Instantly, a tremendous electric current surged through the security door. Lu Tao, engrossed in his lockpicking, emitted a piercing scream as the powerful current coursed through his body. The individuals nearby turned pale with fright and hastily retreated. Help! Help me! Lu Tao cried out in desperation, his face contorted in agony. The fierce current clamped down on him like a vice, rendering him utterly unable to escape. Fang Yuqing, Wang Ping, and the others stood in shock, unable to fathom the unfolding situation and lacking any suitable insulating tools. Soon, smoke began to rise from Lu Tao's body, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, his clothes reduced to ashes, and the skin on his arms and face charred beyond recognition. It was evident he could not survive. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning shrieked in horror. Witnessing another's death before their eyes was an overwhelmingly profound shock. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, a faint smirk crept across Zhang Yi's lips. Strangely, he felt a sense of grim satisfaction. Yet, who could they blame? To have set their sights on him, Zhang Yi, was a grave error. Wang Min and the others shuddered at the thought, their plans to breach the door having met with utter failure. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao, having been close friends for years, were consumed with rage at the sight of his brother's tragic demise. Zhang Yi, you scoundrel, come out. He seized the iron shovel in his hand and struck it forcefully against Zhang Yi's grand entrance, the resounding clamor echoing for several floors. Yet, the formidable iron gate showed no signs of denting or damage. As the outer paint peeled away, it revealed a robust alloy beneath. Zhang Yi approached the threshold. Hands nestled in his pockets, a mocking expression gracing his face as he quipped, "So you wish to assail my door? Are you truly courting death?" He shook his head in disbelief, lamenting, is living not preferable? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's derisive tone, a few individuals outside were both astonished and enraged. Wang Min bellowed, "Zhang Yi, we initially intended to approach you amicably to discuss cohabitation, yet how could you resort to murder? You are even more malevolent than Qin Zhenghao. You are a veritable demon." Recognizing the voice of a woman, Zhang Yi realized the figures outside were not Qin Zhenghao. However, having slain Lu Tao, he felt no remorse. Such individuals were deserving of their fate. Reflecting on the situation, he promptly discerned the identities of the visitors. None other than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning's entourage had come. After all, they alone were privy to the comforts his home offered. Zhang Yi's expression darkened, and he retorted without a shred of courtesy, "What pretense are you putting on? You are the ones who came to my residence to vandalize, seeking to usurp my property. Your demise is well-deserved. To have the audacity to bark here, it truly amuses me to no end." Sun Jichao feigned composure. "Zhang Yi, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to converse with you. However, you did not even afford us the courtesy of a word before taking the life of our dear brother Lu Tao. Is that not excessive? Do you not intend to provide us with an explanation?" Zhang Yi laughed heartily. "Is this merely a casual visit? To intrude uninvited and attempt to forcibly open my door? This is what you call a conversation? After breaching my door, I suppose the next step would be to either eliminate me or expel me to fend for myself. Then you would revel in the sanctuary I have painstakingly prepared, would you not?" A few of them exchanged glances. Indeed, this had been their initial intention. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper, the tragic demise of his close friend fueling his hatred for Zhang Yi. However, at this moment, the priority was how to break through the door. He inhaled sharply and called out, "Zhang Yi, we offer you one final opportunity. Open the door and let us in. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear." Fang Yuqing also shouted from outside, "Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to share this space with you, to face the calamity together. Do not be so ungrateful." Lin Caning joined in. "Indeed, at worst, we can let you occupy the master bedroom, and the supplies will be at your disposal." They were all exceedingly agitated, for just a wall away lay paradise. A day they had long awaited. Zhang Yi scoffed at their words. "Have you lost your minds? This home rightfully belongs to me. Yet you presume to act as if you are the owners, distributing my possessions. If you possess any capability, by all means, demonstrate it. Let me see if you can breach my defenses. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was not idle. He had already chambered a round in his handgun and held a crossbow in his hands. The time for the hunt is about to commence. Through the surveillance, he can clearly observe everything outside and even hear their hushed conversations. Sun Jichao and his companions are gathered, deliberating their next course of action. Among them, the most timid, Gu Jiaoyang, anxiously inquires, "What should we do? Now that Lu Tao is dead, no one can unlock the door. Should we retreat? It would be disastrous if we attract Qin Zhenghao's attention." However, Sun Jichao retorts, "What is there to fear? We are on the 24th floor. It would exhaust Qin Zhenghao and his group to climb up here. Even if they intend to commit murder and robbery, they will first target those on the lower floors." Wang Min, with a serious expression, remarks, "This Zhang Yi is indeed formidable. His demeanor suggests he has been well prepared, as if he foresaw the impending apocalypse." Chapter 47. The tetanus arrow. Indeed, some have begun to perceive Zhang Yi's peculiarity. In this frigid apocalyptic reality, everyone is suffering from hunger and cold. Even those with supplies at home are finding it exceedingly difficult. Yet, he alone is well-fed and warmly clothed, even opting to install a fireplace in this southern city of Tianhai. Coupled with a sturdy security door, it is evident that he has made preparations for such circumstances. Zhou Ping scoffed, expressing his resentment. If that is the case, Zhang Yi becomes even more despicable. Knowing a snow disaster is imminent, he only thinks of himself and fails to inform the neighbors in advance. Bah! He spat vehemently, due to a personal grudge against Zhang Yi. Zhou Ping never misses an opportunity to disparage him. Meanwhile, Wang Min and the others continue to frown, ignoring Zhou Ping's outburst. After all, if they were in their shoes, their foremost concern would undoubtedly be themselves and their families, indifferent to the fates of others. The question now is, what should we do next? Since prying the door is no longer an option, would it be feasible to break it down directly? Wang Min said this, casting his gaze towards the trio of Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. These three men were among the few in their group, and if force were to be employed to breach the door, they would be the key players. The group murmured amongst themselves, deliberating for a while. Zhang Yi, observing through the surveillance, noted that they had departed the staircase once more, with a gun in his left hand and a crossbow in his right. He leisurely watched their exit. Zhang Yi could have easily taken action, eliminating two of them, yet he felt no urgency. Life had become rather mundane, and he craved a thrill. Thus, he chose to observe how they intended to force the door open, preparing himself for encounters with even more formidable adversaries in the future. After a considerable time, the group returned, this time bringing with them a large, thick piece of wood, seemingly dismantled from a bed. Several women stood nearby, holding umbrellas to shield themselves from any potential cold water Zhang Yi might splatter their way. The three men positioned the wood and charged towards the main door with a resounding crash. The sound was thunderous, and Zhang Yi could feel the walls tremble. However, he remained unperturbed. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate would not yield unless the opposing team boasted a green giant among them. Zhou Ping, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang threw themselves into the assault with all their might. Zhang Yi merely sat on the sofa, his eyes fixed on their efforts to breach the door, while simultaneously monitoring the changes in the structure via a mobile app. This application has been meticulously designed by the Zhanlong Security Company, enabling users to monitor the overall movements within their premises at any given moment. He remained vigilant, wielding his weapon with unwavering steadiness. Should any anomalies arise, he would not hesitate to act. However, despite the relentless efforts of Sun Jichao and his companions, who pounded against the door with all their might, the entire building resonated with their futile attempts, yet the door stood resolutely intact. Aside from a few white specks, it bore no dents whatsoever. 5 minutes elapsed, and the group found themselves utterly dumbfounded. Just how thick could this door possibly be? Surely, even the vault door of a bank could not boast such fortitude. Who among the populace would possess a door of this caliber? Sun Jichao and his companions were nearly engulfed in despair, their furious roars echoing a blend of frustration and hopelessness. Observing this scene through surveillance, Zhang Yi couldn't help but smile softly, feeling a profound sense of reassurance regarding the quality of his safe haven. It was time to impart a lesson. Rising from his seat, he tucked his handgun into his pocket and opened a metal box. Within this box lay 20 crossbow bolts, albeit peculiarly adorned with rust. Logically, such alloy bolts should resist corrosion, yet these 20 exhibited a patchy rust, as though they had languished in a damp environment for years. In truth, the rust was a deliberate fabrication by Zhang Yi. A mere scratch on the skin could pose a risk of tetanus. In this environment devoid of medical assistance, while it would not prove immediately fatal, it would lead to infections that fester and decay. Should one be struck by these bolts, they would ultimately face the grim choice of amputation for survival or endure excruciating pain while awaiting a slow demise. This experience was acquired by Zhang Yi through Qin Zhenghao. Although Chen Zhenghao's leg was rendered useless, he managed to survive through various means. However, if he were to be struck by that tetanus arrow again, Zhang Yi was eager to see how he would endure. A devilish smile crept across Zhang Yi's lips as he ascended to the shooting aperture. Fang Yuqing and her companions, holding umbrellas, could hardly discern the situation below. Unperturbed by their presence, Zhang Yi aimed beneath the umbrellas and released his shot. If they perished, it would be their fortune. If they survived, all the better. Whoosh! The tetanus arrow pierced through the umbrella, followed by a piercing scream echoing through the air. Without waiting for their reactions, Zhang Yi swiftly readied a second arrow, requiring no aim since they were huddled together. The second arrow was loosed, accompanied by yet another anguished cry. Zhang Yi rapidly reloaded and drew his bow. It was only then that the group realized the peril, shrieking as they scattered in all directions. Zhang Yi remained calm and unhurried, taking aim and shooting at them, deliberately avoiding vital spots, targeting their arms and thighs instead. Among the remaining 6, 3 were struck by arrows, and 1 was hit twice. However, due to the slow reloading speed of the crossbow, before Zhang Yi could fire another arrow at them, they had escaped into his visual blind spot. Zhang Yi shrugged. It mattered little, for those few were already as good as dead, destined to perish in excruciating agony. As for the others, Zhang Yi had ample time to entertain himself with them. It remains true that time was on Zhang Yi's side. Even in such dire circumstances, he refrained from rushing out to deliver a coup de GRC. One could certainly say he was composed. Even if there is merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of injury, Zhang Yi would never dare to take such a risk. The depletion of crossbow bolts is a significant concern. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yi began to contemplate long-term strategies. Initially, he had purchased 300 crossbow bolts and an additional 300 arrows. After each use, he found it inconvenient to venture out for retrieval. Although a considerable number remained, one must heed the wisdom that a lack of foresight leads to imminent troubles. After pondering for a moment, an idea struck him. He opened a separate space and began to rummage through it, quickly locating the desired items. Within the repository, he discovered numerous marbles intended for bearings, which could also be launched from a hand crossbow. Additionally, there were toy glass marbles, although their lethality pales in comparison to steel balls. When propelled by a professional-grade hand crossbow, their impact is still formidable. Even if the crossbow bolts ran low, he could repurpose several metal items found within. Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. With these resources, he could sustain himself for a lifetime. While he found solace in this, others were not so fortunate. Fang Yuqing and her 6 companions had initially intended to seize Zhang Yi's residence, relying on their numerical advantage. However, their scheme backfired spectacularly. Not only did they lose 1 member, but 3 others were struck by crossbow bolts, forcing them to retreat in disarray. They didn't even dare to collect Lu Tao's body. Chapter 48. With no medicine, one must await death. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and the others returned like frightened dogs. Once inside their dwelling, they closed the door and were immediately overcome with cold sweat, gasping for breath. The injured, in particular, gritted their teeth in agony, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhang Yi's arrows struck Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang, as they were the primary attackers positioned closest to Zhang Yi's doorstep. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, having previously witnessed Zhang Yi's prowess, deliberately stood further back, thus evading the arrows. Consequently, among the 7 individuals who ventured forth, 4 men either perished or were afflicted by tetanus-laden arrows. Due to the frigid weather, they initially felt little pain. However, upon returning home, they endured the biting cold and had no choice but to grit their teeth and remove their clothing. The sight of their wounds rendered them pale with horror. Had it been a conventional arrow, extraction, disinfection with alcohol, and a course of anti-inflammatory medication would suffice. Yet, these arrows were encrusted with rust, lacking antibiotics. Any infection in the current environment would spell certain doom, and a most agonizing one at that. No, this cannot be happening. Sun Jichao's pupils constricted as he grasped the implications. A paralyzing fear of death enveloped him in an instant. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Wang Min, seething with rage, slapped Fang Yuqing. The injured were her dear friends and family, and all of this chaos stemmed from Fang Yuqing inciting them to seize Zhang Yi's residence. Could she possibly contain her fury? Wretched fool, you are to blame for this. Did you not claim that his door was the only formidable barrier? Why then were there arrows? Were you aware of this danger all along, hence your retreat to safety? Why are you unscathed? Wang Min, possessing a stature significantly taller than both Fang Yuqing and Lin Kaining, struck Fang Yuqing with such force that it left her trembling in fear. Fang Yuqing covered her face, tears streaming down in a display of deep grievance. I truly do not understand, she lamented. The last 2 times we visited, he did not attack us with crossbow bolts. Zhou Ping, having been struck in the arm by an arrow, hurriedly struggled to position himself in front of Fang Yuqing upon witnessing his beloved being harmed by his cousin. Cousin, please refrain from this. I can attest that Yuqing is genuinely unaware. Wang Min, observing her foolish cousin, felt a surge of frustration within her. She pointed at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, exclaiming, "Then why are they unscathed? Humph! I distinctly saw them keeping their distance." Lin Caning, displeased, muttered under her breath, "You were not injured either, yet you have the audacity to criticize us." Fuming, Wang Min retorted with scathing words, "That was merely luck on my part. I was fortunate enough not to be shot. Now we find ourselves in this predicament because of you. Get out of here." However, Sun Jichao interposed his hand to stop Wang Min, casting her a significant glance. "We are all injured. Someone must tend to us," he whispered, his desire to survive compelling him to remove the arrow and fervently hope to avoid infection. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she cast a resentful glance at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. "Why are you not assisting?" With heads bowed, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning exchanged glances imbued with bitterness, yet they proceeded to assist the wounded in treating their injuries. As they unfastened their clothing and beheld the damage wrought by the arrows, their faces paled in horror. Zhang Yi's crossbow bolts were of a professional caliber, designed for hunting wild boar and coyotes. The arrow struck the individual, instantly embedding itself deeply within. There were no professional medical personnel here, nor any specialized equipment to manage the situation. They were utterly incapable of providing assistance. A misstep could result in severe hemorrhaging and death. Wang Min contemplated for a moment and declared, "We can only call Dr. Zhou for help." The Dr. Zhou she referred to as Zhou Kuder, who had previously saved Lin Xiaohu's life when his liver was ruptured. Wang Min stepped aside to contact Zhou Kuder. In a short while, Zhou Kuo arrived. Wang Min approached her, gripping her hand with palpable excitement. "Dr. Zhou, our lives depend entirely on you." Zhou Kuo was clad in a long, black down coat that enveloped her entirely, yet it could not conceal her tall and slender figure. She carried a metal medical box slung over her shoulder. Upon entering the room and assessing the injuries of the individuals present, she immediately furrowed her brow. "Another arrow wound?" Wang Min blinked curiously. "Who else has been shot by an arrow?" A fleeting expression of discomfort crossed Zhou Kuo's face. "No, it's from a previous patient at the hospital." Wang Min found this somewhat peculiar, but there was no time to ponder it now. "Dr. Zhou, please examine them quickly." Zhou Kuo did not waste words, moving to inspect the wounds of the group. By this point, their faces had turned an alarming shade of pale, with the arrow still lodged within. It was impossible to staunch the bleeding, and in temperatures plummeting to -60 or 70 degrees, the situation was dire. Zhou Kuo glanced at the injuries and frowned, declaring, "Their wounds are far too deep. Unless equipped with specialized instruments, I cannot guarantee the success of the operation." Wang Min hastily interjected, "Dr. Zhou, given the circumstances, you must proceed. We have faith in you." Zhou Kuo shook her head. "The arrows are encrusted with rust, which poses a significant risk of infection. I can at best extract the arrows, but without antibiotic treatment, infection is inevitable. If that occurs..." She refrained from voicing the grim conclusion. Yet all present comprehended the implication. In such dire conditions, once infection sets in, survival would be impossible. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Sun Jichao and several others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. In this apocalyptic world, a pervasive sense of insecurity loomed. To lose so many loved ones in a single day would surely lead to despair. What a cruel heart Zhang Yi possesses. He must have acted with malice. How could he be so vindictive? Even if we seized his property, it should not warrant a death sentence. Wang Min lamented bitterly. Zhang Yi? The mention of his name stirred a memory in Zhou Kuo. She recalled having met Zhang Yi on a few occasions, remembering him as a charming and handsome man. However, due to her reserved nature, their interactions were limited. Ultimately, without medication, merely extracting the arrows would still pose a grave risk to life. "I hope you can understand," Zhou Kuo remarked calmly. At this juncture, she no longer felt the need to conceal her thoughts. In this world of despair, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Suddenly, Fang Yuqing appeared to have an epiphany. She exclaimed excitedly, "Medicine? I remember that Zhang Yi has some." Chapter 49. With a bold face, she asked Zhang Yi to lend her medicine. Wang Min and Sun Jichao were instantly stirred upon hearing that Zhang Yi possessed medicine. In moments of impending death, one clings desperately to any semblance of hope. Sun Jichao struggled to articulate, "Is this true? Does he really have medicine?" Wang Min fixed her gaze intently on her. "Fang Yuqing, do not deceive us. Because of you, several of us have sustained severe injuries." Hearing Zhang Yi's name now fills me with trepidation. Fang Yuqing replied, "About a month ago, it appeared that Zhang Yi underwent a transformation. He began hoarding supplies at home frantically. I could see delivery trucks arriving with goods for him almost every day. On one occasion, I witnessed a pharmaceutical company vehicle arriving at the community, and Zhang Yi went to receive it. They carried 2 large boxes into his home. They must contain medication." Zhou Kuo chimed in, "Antibiotics are not particularly rare. If he truly anticipated the impending disaster and stockpiled supplies, He must possess a significant quantity of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. As a doctor, I am quite certain of this. Sun Jichao seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, his eyes gleaming with a frantic light. We must go find Zhang Yi at once. He needs to bring the medicine to save my life. My injuries are a result of his actions, therefore. He must save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, her expression torn. But after what just transpired, he must harbor resentment towards us. How could they bring us medication? Gu Jiaoyang was in unbearable agony, lying on the sofa and emitting continuous groans of suffering. Oh, I feel as though I am on the brink of death. You must think of a solution. Go plead with Zhang Yi. He must save us. Fang Yuqing added, we have not harmed him. And we even intended to leave some supplies for him after breaking in. Yet he remains ungrateful and resorts to violence against us. We are the righteous ones. What is there to fear? Upon hearing the discourse among these individuals, Zhou Kuer grasped the essence of the situation, her eyes flashing with a look of incredulity. However, the matter did not concern her, and she refrained from further comment. Instead, she opened the medicine cabinet, retrieving gauze to stem the bleeding of a few individuals. The cabinet was nearly empty, as the supplies she had at home were merely for emergencies and limited in quantity. Moreover, in recent days, she had assisted several neighbors in need, naturally depleting her stock. If Wang Min and the others were unable to procure medication, she would likely only be able to assist in removing the arrows and offer rudimentary bandaging. At the very least, it would ease their suffering in their final moments. Their words were eloquent, yet they still believed they were blameless. They merely sought to survive. What fault could there be in that? The blame lay solely with Zhang Yi for his selfishness. Why should he monopolize such favorable living conditions? After pondering for a moment, Wang Min suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing and declared, this matter shall be entrusted to you. I am aware that Zhang Yi once pursued you, making you the most suitable candidate for this task. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly expressed their agreement. After all, this entire situation was instigated by Fang Yuqing. Had she not divulged the circumstances of the Zhang Yi family to them and confidently asserted that their defenses were feeble and easily breached, they would not have been so foolish as to venture into such peril. Although Zhou Ping was somewhat reluctant to let Fang Yuqing approach Zhang Yi, the excruciating pain in his arm and the looming threat of death compelled him to side with Wang Min. He said to Fang Yuqing, Yuqing, we are a collective. Are we not? This matter requires your sacrifice. Only by ensuring our survival can we protect you. Fang Yuqing's expression was one of deep conflict, her heart brimming with reluctance. After all, she had previously endured such humiliation at the hands of Zhang Yi. Yet, at this juncture, she found herself devoid of choices. It was solely through her connection with Zhou Ping that she was able to join this collective. Otherwise, as a frail woman, she would be of little consequence in confronting bullies like Qin Zhenghao. Other teams would not consider her inclusion, and even if she were admitted, she might well be relegated to the status of a mere plaything. In a world ravaged by chaos, women, particularly those who possess no skills beyond charm or beauty, are rendered exceedingly cheap. Zhou Kuo picked up the scalpel, acutely aware of the limited conditions that rendered proper sanitation impossible. Even with an alcohol lamp, at such temperatures, the alcohol would congeal. Moreover, without medication, any attempt at sterilization was rendered utterly futile. She instructed Sun Jichao to bite down on a towel and proceeded to extract the arrowhead. In an operation devoid of anesthesia, the air soon filled with screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as Sun Jichao nearly bit through the towel in agony. The room was filled with an eerie tension, prompting Fang Yuqing to urgently seek medication from Zhang Yi. Steeling herself, she dialed Zhang Yi's WeChat voice call. Beep. Beep. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was at home, preparing to eat. Strangely, despite committing murder for the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of calm. There was no fear, only a thrilling satisfaction in having avenged himself. This mindset was essential for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. He had genuinely feared that he might succumb to nausea or insomnia, having endured more dire circumstances than anyone else present. Just then, the phone rang. Zhang Yi, intrigued, glanced at the screen and was taken aback to see Fang Yuqing's name. His eyes widened, and a smile of unexpected delight crept onto his lips. Oh, after being so thoroughly beaten just moments ago, is she calling to berate me now? Without hesitation, he answered the call. The more miserable she was, the more joy it brought him. He switched to speakerphone while preparing lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what is the matter? Zhang Yi's voice was remarkably gentle, as if he were not the same person who had just taken Lu Tao's life and shot at Sun Jichao and others. Yet, the more soothing his tone, the more unsettling it felt to Fang Yuqing and the others. Under their watchful eyes, she spoke on speakerphone, her voice laced with desperation. Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead. And Zhou Ping and the others have been hit by your arrows. They are dying too. Woa. She wept bitterly, seemingly attempting to elicit Zhang Yi's sympathy. However, Zhang Yi merely responded indifferently. Oh, if one must die, then so be it. Whether early or late, death is inevitable. Holding a knife, He leaned closer to the microphone and hauntingly remarked, "Surely, you do not believe you can survive this blizzard?" His voice resonated like an echo from the abyss, sending chills down the spines of Wang Min and the others. Zhang Yi articulated their deepest fears. The heavy snow had sealed off the city, transforming their building into an isolated island. Even if they clung to life now, supplies would soon dwindle, and whether by Chen Zhenghao's hand or through freezing and starvation, their fates were sealed. Fang Yuqing trembled as she wept. "Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It is entirely my fault for not accepting your affections. But now, I wish to change. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Chapter 50. Teasing the White Lotus, Zhang Yi replied coolly, "What do you think?" Beside Fang Yuqing, Wang Min and the others urged her to address the matter at hand. Sniffling, Fang Yuqing lamented, "Zhang Yi, Zhou Ping and the others have been grievously wounded by your arrows. They are in critical condition, and we have no medicine at home. They will succumb to infection. Did you not purchase a considerable amount of medicine previously? I implore you, lend us some. I promise I will never disturb you again." Zhang Yi paused in his cooking, momentarily taken aback by Fang Yuqing's illogical reasoning. "Fang Yuqing, do you not understand why I shot them with rusty arrows? My intent is for them to suffer and perish from infection. You dare come to me seeking medicine? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Yi scolded with a smile. Did Fang Yuqing and the others not understand this? However, at this moment, if they did not muster the audacity to approach Zhang Yi, they could only watch helplessly as several companions perished. Among them, Zhou Ping and his two male companions represented their future hope for survival. Fang Yuqing, with tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Zhang Yi, we were wrong. We beseech you to spare them this time. We assure you we will never trouble you again. Given the current harshness of the world, we should support one another. Please, do not be so heartless. Would their deaths truly bring you joy?" Before Fang Yuqing could finish her words, Zhang Yi curtly replied, "Yes, I am indeed quite pleased." Fang Yuqing was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Wang Min hurriedly approached Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, I am Wang Min. Do you remember that I once treated you to a meal?" Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Previously, when Wang Min had sought his assistance in procuring a batch of goods at a low price from the warehouse, he had accepted a meal from her, but subsequently helped her earn quite a bit. "Do you find this remark amusing?" Zhang Yi retorted with a cold smirk. Wang Min swallowed hard, hearing Zhou Ping's anguished cries echoing from the living room. Upon hearing that, Zhang Yi wore a contented expression, wishing to witness their miserable plight. Wang Min said, "Zhang Yi, we are all in precarious positions, especially with the tyrant Chen Zhenghao endangering lives. It is wise to leave a thread of mercy. Who knows when it might be of use to us in the future? On this occasion, you have provided us with the medicine. I, Wang Min, shall forever remember your kindness and will surely repay you in due time." Zhang Yi retorted disdainfully, "Kindness? Do you take me for a fool? Those few individuals were injured by my own hand, and one of them has perished right at my doorstep. No matter what I do, this vendetta will remain unresolved. Aiding you would only invite your future retribution upon me. How laughable." Wang Min attempted to clarify, "We are not that kind of people. Enough. This conversation is utterly pointless." Zhang Yi scoffed. "Whether or not you are such people is of little consequence to me. What matters is that I do not believe you are. Hence I shall not extend my help. To rescue those who wish to harm themselves? That would be an act of pure naivety. Regardless of how grandiose your words may be, my resolve remains unshaken." Seeing that Zhang Yi was impervious to reason, the others began to grow anxious. Wang Min's brows furrowed in desperation. "Zhang Yi, you must not force us into a corner. Should you insist on our demise? We cannot predict what desperate actions we may resort to." In response to Wang Min's threat, Zhang Yi chuckled derisively. "Haven't you already attempted everything within your power? If you possessed the capability, you would have stormed into my home, killed me, and seized all that I own. I am not easily intimidated. Your tactics are ineffective." Fang Yuqing seized the phone, tearfully imploring Zhang Yi, "Must we truly arrive at this juncture? We once shared such a wonderful bond. Why can we not cast aside our grievances and start anew? In truth, Qing'e has always held you in her heart." At that moment, beside them, Zhou Ping was biting down on a towel while performing surgery. Upon hearing these words, his eyes nearly bulged with disbelief, and his muffled cries grew louder. Faced with such a manipulative woman, Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire her. Her audacity was thicker than the walls of a fortress. Yet, in this environment, it was no surprise. Zhang Yi was akin to a wealthy magnate, and the tenacity of a gold digger clinging to a rich man was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Zhang Yi's mind. He was aware that others were not far off, and Shou Peng could hear their conversation. Thus, he deliberately remarked, "Ah, Yuqing. In truth, I still harbor feelings for you. However, the pain you caused me in the past has left me unable to move on." This statement was akin to a match igniting a spark of hope in Fang Yuqing's heart. Ignoring the furious glares from those around her, she trembled with excitement and declared, "Brother Zhang Yi, I knew you could never stop loving Qing'er. You were such a fool. Qing'er's favorite person has always been you. Those past incidents were merely tests of your feelings. Oh, you dense one. Why can't you comprehend my intentions? The surrounding onlookers, including Wang Min, felt a wave of discomfort, while Zhou Ping was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness from rage. However, they all thought that if Fang Yuqing truly managed to seduce Zhang Yi, she might have a chance to secure his property and resources, so they remained silent. Brother Zhang Yi, please let Qing'er move into your home. From now on, Qing'er will be your woman. Whatever you desire, she will comply without question. Is that agreeable? Zhang Yi smiled faintly. Very well. Fang Yuqing leaped up with exuberance, more exhilarated than if she had consumed a bowl of soy milk. Lin Kainan, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, Take me with you, please. Fang Yuqing cast a frosty glance in her direction, internally scoffing. Zhang Yiqing's icy voice resonated from her phone once more. However, Yuqing, the only person I love is you. Therefore, I can only permit you to come. As for those unworthy individuals, you would do well to maintain your distance from them. Given the current challenging circumstances, we should not allow a multitude to hinder our progress. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted in unison. Initially, they had hoped that Fang Yuqing's association with Zhang Yiqing would benefit them all, yet it appeared that he intended to sever ties with them. At this moment, Fang Yuqing was utterly elated, paying no heed to those around her. She nodded vigorously, eagerly acquiescing. All right, everything is up to you, brother. I will do as you say. Then come here immediately. Do not concern yourself with anyone else. Yes. I will come right away. Please wait for me. Fang Yuqing's face flushed with excitement, and as the thought of escaping her current hellish existence filled her mind, she dismissed all other thoughts. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the door. Meanwhile, Wang Min and the others were brimming with fury. Seeing Fang Yuqing truly abandon them to go to Zhang Yiqing, Lin Kainan reached out and grabbed her. Fang Yuqing turned back, her expression contorted as she roared, Get away from me. Do not impede my path to Zhang Yiqing. I have had enough of this life. As soon as the words left her lips, Wang Min's heavy hand struck her face with great force. You shameless wretch. You brought us such calamity, and now you wish to abandon us? Not a chance. Chapter 51. With no medicine, await infection. Wang Min and the others were seething with fury. It was you, Fang Yuqing, who initially seduced us into attacking the Zhang family. Now, with many dead and wounded, you think you can forsake us and revel in comfort? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping, who was in the midst of surgery, felt his anger escalate upon hearing that Fang Yuqing intended to seek out Zhang Yi. Yuqing, how could you treat me this way? Did you not claim to despise Zhang Yi? Do you not recall your promise to be mine? Having received a slap from Wang Min, Fang Yuqing covered her face yet stubbornly replied through gritted teeth, Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Being with you all is merely temporary. Once our supplies are exhausted, we would merely await our demise. The Zhang residence is so comfortable, with ample food and drink, devoid of the cold. What is wrong with me going to him? She cast a glance at Zhou Ping, whose face was contorted in anguish, imploring him to understand her perspective. Zhou Ping, you are a good man and have treated me kindly in the past. But to love someone means wishing for their happiness, does it not? Although you have aided me, you should not impede my pursuit of a better life. Can you provide me with what Zhang Yi can? Zhou Ping's complexion turned ashen, struggling to find words to counter her. Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow and admonished him, Do not move. Otherwise, if you cut into the carotid artery, it would be fatal. Wang Min grew anxious and hurried over to restrain Zhou Ping. Cousin, do not let this wretched woman provoke such anger in you. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. She took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on Fang Yuqing, stating, Fang Yuqing, if you wish to leave, we shall not impede your departure. But only if Zhang Yi brings the medication in exchange. Lin Canning stood at the doorway, chin raised defiantly, adding, Fang Yuqing, if you were to leave, we shall leave together. Fang Yuqing glared at them resentfully, then reluctantly turned to Zhang Yi, saying, Brother Zhang Yi, you have heard them. They refuse to let me go. Perhaps you could give them some medication? Zhang Yi was enjoying the spectacle from the kitchen. Upon hearing Fang Yuqing's words, he smiled slightly and replied, Medication is exceedingly precious. How can I trust that they are not deceiving me? They might even be using you as leverage to coerce me into giving them what they desire. He added, Qing'er, we must not be fooled. Since the conversation was on speaker, everyone could hear it clearly. Zhou Peng continued to shout in agitation, Yuqing, do not trust him. He is merely toying with you. Indeed, that is how outsiders perceived it. Yet, the participants were often blinded by their emotions, and given the current circumstances, Fang Yuqing's mental state had long been compromised. Zhang Yi had offered her a glimmer of hope. She clung to it like a drowning person grasping at a straw. Even if her rational mind understood it could not save her, she held on tightly, unwilling to let go. She nodded repeatedly. Yes, brother Zhang. You have a point. After finishing her words, she rushed madly towards Lin Kaining, who was blocking the door. "Get out of my way, you wretched woman. Don't stop me." The two women immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. In her desperation to reach Zhang Yi's home, Fang Yuqing had completely lost her sanity. Her eyes filled with rage. She desperately tugged at Lin Kaining's hair, biting her arm with ferocity. Lin Kaining, in pain, retaliated with equal fervor, and soon they were rolling on the ground, resembling two wild lunatics. Wang Min, unable to bear the sight any longer, noticed that there were still several patients undergoing surgery nearby. If they continued their brawl, it could potentially disrupt the operations. Thus, she joined the fray, teaming up with Lin Kaining to subdue the frenzied Fang Yuqing. "Let me go! Let me go!" Fang Yuqing screamed at the top of her lungs, utterly deranged. Wang Min frowned and, with a swift motion, struck her face repeatedly, delivering 6 or 7 sharp slaps. Stunned by the blows, Fang Yuqing finally ceased her struggle. Wang Min coldly remarked, "You wish to leave? Dream on." She picked up Fang Yuqing's phone and stepped aside to call Zhang Yi. "Hello, Zhang Yi. We have Fang Yuqing here with us. If you genuinely wish to rescue her, bring the medicine for a trade." Zhang Yi shrugged. "There are too many of you. I'm frightened. What if you take the opportunity to kill me? So, Yuqing, although your brother desires to live with you, they won't allow it. Please don't blame me." His voice was deliberately loud, ensuring that Fang Yuqing could hear every word. She let out a pained scream, her gaze towards Wang Min and the others filled with malice. At that moment, Zhang Yi decisively ended the call, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The most cruel thing in this world is to offer a glimmer of hope to the desperate, only to make it eternally out of reach. He certainly had no intention of allowing that scheming woman to enter. He merely sought to nauseate those around him. If necessary, they could eliminate Fang Yuqing. Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing had been wailing for some time, eventually dissolving into a fit of sobs. Yet, her anger was not directed at Zhang Yi, but rather at Zhou Ping and Wang Min. She felt that had it not been for Zhou Ping and Wang Min's interference, she would already be in Zhang Yi's home, indulging in exquisite food and basking in the warmth of the fireplace. Wang Min sneered at Fang Yuqing, casting a glance at Lin Kaining, whose recent performance had pleased her. At least she was not aligned with Fang Yuqing. Truly, a good friend, ready to betray in times of crisis. You see, this woman is solely concerned with herself, without a thought for others. If you wish to remain in our team, keep a close watch on her. Do not let her escape, Wang Min coldly instructed Lin Kaining. Lin Kaining nodded fervently. "Sister Wang, I shall heed your words." She glanced at the weeping Fang Yuqing, her eyes filled with hatred, declaring emphatically, "I will not allow her to escape alone. If suffering is to be shared, why should she alone enjoy the fruits of comfort?" In the living room, Zhou Kuo performed a simple procedure on the 3 individuals. Due to the absence of sterilization and anesthesia, the only recourse was to swiftly extract the rusted tetanus arrow, subsequently applying gauze to staunch the bleeding. Tragically, even disinfectant cotton was unavailable, as the frigid weather had rendered the medical alcohol frozen. The sole silver lining was that the extreme cold spared them the agony of consciousness as they fainted. However, the drawbacks were glaringly evident. Such extreme low temperatures could easily lead to tissue necrosis. After completing the procedure, Zhou Kuo wiped the blood from her hands. She closed the toolbox and addressed Wang Min and the others, stating, "This is merely a temporary measure. Without medication, infection is highly probable, so you must prepare yourselves mentally." The eyes of Wang Min and the others were filled with helplessness. Zhang Yi dismissed them, leaving them at a loss for how to procure any medicine. Chapter 52. Identity exposed. Zhou Kuo extended her hand toward Wang Min naturally. She would not assist without recompense. Wang Min, understanding the unspoken agreement, produced a packet of biscuits and handed it to her. Though meager, if rationed, it would suffice for 2 days. Zhou Kuo expressed her satisfaction and departed. Once Zhou Kuo left, the atmosphere in the room grew oppressively tense. The relentless pain from their wounds caused the 3 men to lie on the sofa, cocooned in blankets. Reluctant to move, Zhou Ping gazed at Fang Yuqing on the floor, his eyes filled with sorrow. As for the others, their glances toward her were rife with hostility. Sun Jichao took a deep breath, asserting, "We cannot simply await our demise. We must acquire medication from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, if infection sets in, our fates will be dire." He cast a glance at Wang Min and Lin Kaining, speaking in a somber tone. "You must understand that in this apocalyptic world, survival is exceedingly difficult without the protection of men." The expressions on Wang Min and Lin Kaining's faces were far from pleasant. They recognized the truth in Sun Shichao's words. Otherwise, Wang Min would not have chosen to form a team with them from the outset. However, they felt utterly helpless against Zhang Yi. Wang Min took a deep breath, her face etched with resignation. Having already failed in their attempts to assault him, suffering losses in the process, what other viable options could they possibly have? Sun Shichao gritted his teeth, the pain coursing through his body rendering him reckless. "I do have a potential solution worth considering. The eyes of the group brightened as they turned their attention to Sun Jichao. What is this solution? As long as there is hope, we must attempt it. Indeed, prolonging this situation amounts to waiting for death. It is better to take a risk. Sun Jichao continued. Zhang Yi's home has a fireplace, which indicates he has stockpiled a substantial amount of fuel. Furthermore, from his videos, it is evident that he possesses an ample supply of food. Currently, this information is known only to us. However, it is clear that we are incapable of breaching Zhang Yi's defenses on our own. Instead, we should consider leaking this information, allowing everyone in the apartment building to be aware. Sun Jichao's gaze was as venomous as that of a cobra. If we cannot handle him, surely a few hundred others can. Not to mention the wild card, Qin Zhenghao, who is armed. That group is ruthless and unrestrained. They would not hesitate to deal with Zhang Yi. At that moment, all we needed were some medications and food, which should not pose a significant challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jiaoyong enthusiastically exclaimed, "What a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree." The others did not hesitate for long, nodding in agreement, as they had no better alternatives at that juncture. However, Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted in a vehement tirade against the group. "How shameless of you. How can you contemplate such actions? I intend to live with Zhang Yi in the future. If you ruin him, what will become of me?" With a cold demeanor, Wang Min approached her and struck her fiercely across the face, leaving Fang Yuqing's visage swollen and bruised. Grasping her hair, Wang Min dragged her to the bedroom amidst Fang Yuqing's piercing cries. Then, she called out to Zhou Ping, "Zhou Ping, come here and take care of this." Zhou Ping, despite his injured arm, found his wounds not overly severe, as Zhang Yi had initially aimed to inflict a non-lethal infection upon them. Thus, after extracting the arrow, he was still capable of physical exertion. Zhou Peng paused at Wang Min's command, hesitating as he replied, "Cousin, is this really appropriate? I genuinely care for her. How could I harm her?" Fang Yuqing, trembling on the bed, pleaded for mercy. "No, you cannot treat me this way. Zhou Ping, didn't you profess to love me the most?" Wang Min spat dismissively, "You little vixen, you've brought us such misery. Merely having you share my cousin's bed would be a favor to you." Turning to Zhou Peng, she added, "Silly brother, do not be so naive. Such a woman is utterly degraded, having likely shared the bed with countless others. To put it bluntly, is it not your desire to be intimate with her? This time, I shall grant you an opportunity to fulfill your wish. Let us see how she deceives you thereafter." Women are all too familiar, and Wang Min is well aware of how to deal with Fang Yuqing. If only Zhou Ping were to share a night with her, his novelty towards her would surely wane. Zhou Ping bellowed in fury, rushing into the bedroom, only to push Wang Min aside. "Do not speak of her that way. Yuqing and I share a true love. I would never coerce her," Zhou Ping declared defiantly. Wang Min glared at him, rendered speechless by her anger. "You useless sycophant." She underestimated the unwavering loyalty of a devoted admirer. Zhou Ping insisted, "No, I am not a sycophant. Yuqing is genuinely a good woman to me. I believe that if I invest my time, she will eventually come to love me." As he spoke, he turned to Fang Yuqing, displaying what he fancied was a charming smile. "Do not fear, for I am here." He reminisced about his arrival in the city, youthful and unfamiliar with his surroundings. With only a middle school education, he was often looked down upon by many. Yet, it was Fang Yuqing who bestowed upon him a warm smile, even kindly requesting his assistance in moving her belongings. During his moments of solitude, she granted him the chance to take her out to dinner. The feeling of being trusted lingered warmly in Zhou Peng's heart. He would rather suffer himself than cause harm to Fang Yuqing. Even when she uttered those hurtful words, he believed it to be Zhang Yi's fault, convinced that Fang Yuqing was merely deceived. Indeed, as long as he patiently endures, Fang Yuqing will inevitably come to realize that he is the man most suited for her. Observing Zhou Peng's foolish grin, Fang Yuqing felt a sense of relief within her. Although allowing him a moment of indulgence was not a significant issue, she had always held a disdain for him, which left her feeling somewhat repulsed. Meanwhile, the others in the room were rendered speechless by Zhou Peng's sycophantic behavior. However, their minds were primarily focused on uniting the entire building's residents against Zhang Yi, rendering Zhou Peng's antics inconsequential. Wang Min and the others resolved to disclose the information about the plentiful resources in Zhang Yi's home to everyone. By harnessing the collective strength of the community, they aimed to breach Zhang Yi's residence. Only in this manner could they seize the necessary medications to save Sun Jichao and the others. Consequently, Wang Min shared videos and images of Zhang Yi in the previous residence group chat. The intent behind this was undoubtedly for Qin Zhenghao to take notice as well. Wang Min announced, "Dear neighbors, it has come to my attention that there are those living in such blissful circumstances. This selfish behavior is utterly shameless." The videos depicted the lavish lifestyle Zhang Yi had been enjoying in recent days. Reflecting on the hardships they had endured, she questioned, "Is this fair?" The group deliberated on how to address this situation. Typically, this chat was quite dormant, with only Qin Zhenghao occasionally issuing threats to the neighbors. However, With Wang Min's plethora of videos and images, the attention of the residents was swiftly captured. Consequently, the neighbors began to click on the videos to view them. Upon witnessing the delightful life depicted in the video, everyone was nearly driven to madness with excitement. How could they be lounging in pajamas indoors? Our household is enduring temperatures plunging below -70 degrees. How do they manage to keep warm? The lights in their home are aglow at night. From where do they procure electricity? Is this truly a recent video? Could it not be from the past? Some individuals expressed skepticism. It is unfathomable that, while we all endure hunger and cold, there exist those who indulge in sumptuous, piping hot feasts and reside in warm, comfortable abodes. Chapter 53. The neighbor's desperate plea for Zhang Yi. Wang Min promptly asserted, I can assure everyone that these videos were indeed filmed recently. Zhang Yi's household has long been stocked with various supplies, be it food or fuel. Thus, his current life is akin to paradise. Lin Kaining also chimed in, indeed. I can attest to that. When he went to the supermarket to purchase items, I assisted him. Their family later acquired a multitude of goods. Have you all forgotten? Lin Kaining's words rekindled many memories among the crowd. Indeed, Zhang Yi's home was constantly bustling with deliveries. I had no inkling of his intentions. Could it be that he foresaw the impending snow disaster? That would be utterly shameless. How could he not have informed us? Zhang Yi is truly inhumane. How could he engage in such unethical conduct? We have been neighbors, sharing our lives for many years. He is exceedingly selfish. Everyone seethed with righteous indignation, attributing all their current suffering to Zhang Yi. However, they gave no thought to whether they would have believed Zhang Yi had he warned them of an impending apocalypse. Naturally, such considerations eluded them. They merely felt that Zhang Yi owed them. Immediately, someone proclaimed, Zhang Yi must take responsibility for this situation. Indeed, why should we suffer so greatly while he enjoys a life of comfort? His household is overflowing with provisions, medicines, and energy he must share with us all. Our plight is intolerable, and he bears the lion's share of the blame. All the neighbors were consumed by rage. They could not endure this state of affairs. If everyone else were equally miserable, it might be acceptable, but why should we live in such distress while he revels in luxury? No, if we must perish, we shall do so together. Chen Jinghao and others also witnessed the videos circulating in the group. Chen Jinghao's eyes instantly filled with tears of anger. Zhang Yi, you scoundrel. How can you live so comfortably? One of Chen Jinghao's legs was irreparably damaged, all thanks to Zhang Yi. Thus, among all the residents of the building, his deepest animosity was directed towards Zhang Yi. The reason he refrained from further aggression was twofold. First, Zhang Yi's residence was notoriously difficult to breach. And having suffered a setback before, he was reluctant to act against Zhang Yi unless absolutely necessary. Second, he was entirely unaware of the vast resources Zhang Yi possessed. Had he known, he would have relentlessly pursued an assault on Zhang Yi's home. In the group chat, the messages rapidly surpassed 100. Many began to tag Zhang Yi, demanding an explanation. Zhang Yi, everyone is suffering terribly, on the brink of freezing and starving. Your household is filled with food and fuel for the fireplace. Share a bit with everyone. You see, people will remember your kindness. I hope you do not fail to appreciate what is good. Zhang Yi, we have been neighbors for many years. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Zhang Yi, I am Aunt Wang from the 20th floor, and I previously lent you 2 scallions. Given our amicable relationship, you ought to provide us with some supplies. Brother Zhang, I am your brother Lu Wenxiang. We are as close as kin. How about I move in with you? The current situation is perilous, and I could protect you. A multitude of individuals, each employing moral coercion, pleading, and reasoning, approaches him, but their singular intent remains, to persuade Zhang Yi to distribute his household supplies. The messages keep coming, and naturally, Zhang Yi notices. Everyone in the group relentlessly demands he share his resources, yet he observes in silence, curious to see the true nature of these individuals. Aunt Lin, Zhang Yi, I am the chairperson of our community committee. She promotes herself, which is quite amusing. Moreover, I am an elder in this building. I am in charge. Hand over the supplies, and I shall distribute them to everyone. Mother Bao, Xiaolime, Zhang Yi. My child and I are on the brink of starvation. Did you not previously commend my child's cuteness? Please, save us. I could even have my child acknowledge you as a godfather. Furthermore, if you have other requests, I am open to them. Richer Suhao Zhang Yi. If you allow me to stay at your home, I would be willing to give you all my assets. No, my father has passed away. I would bequeath you our family's fortune of over $1 billion. Zhang Yi watched the performance for quite some time before leisurely sending a single character. Oh. His solitary word instantly ignited a wave of fervor among the crowd. The moral coercion continued unabated, and the pleas for alms persisted. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yi calmly inquired, Are we well acquainted? By what right should the possessions of my family be shared with you? In that moment, despair loomed over everyone. Engaging in rational discourse with them was utterly futile. The instinct for survival could compel them to discard all moral principles of humanity. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of this. He harbored no intention of reasoning with these individuals. His purpose was simply to toy with them. A sinister glint sparkled in his eyes as the frenzied neighbors reminded him of a scene from his past life. Once, out of goodwill, he had opened his door to them. In return, they surged into his home, brandishing an axe. Before he could meet his demise, they eagerly began to dismember him and consume him. He craved vengeance. Hence, he relished the opportunity to manipulate these pitiable yet detestable creatures. In the group, someone swiftly grew agitated. Zhang Yi, are you speaking in earnest? We have been neighbors for so many years. Should we not assist one another? What significance does your survival hold when you live solely for yourself? Young man, do not be so self-serving. You must understand the essence of sacrifice. Were it not for your secrecy and hoarding of supplies, we would not have fallen to such a plight. Indeed, our current misery is entirely your fault. You must atone. Zhang Yi replied. Oh, and then? Beneath, a throng of desperate pleas and veiled threats echoed, reminiscent of shipwrecked souls adrift in the frigid waters of the Arctic, surrounded by lurking sharks. In that moment of despair, they spotted a modest fishing vessel nearby, its captain indulging in a hot pot meal and serenading the air, gliding leisurely past their plight. Driven by a desperate yearning, they swam with all their might towards the boat, hoping to be rescued. As they teetered on the precipice of hopelessness and aspiration, their sanity began to unravel, revealing increasingly grotesque visages. Zhang Yi observed their contorted expressions with a smile. Retrieving a bottle of exquisite Australian yellow kangaroo tail wine from the climate-controlled wine cabinet of an alternate realm, alongside a serving of the finest French foie gras. The pairing of red wine with foie gras is a sublime match. The bitterness of the foie gras melds harmoniously with the tannic astringency of the wine, enhancing the overall flavor, making it palatable even for those unaccustomed to red wine, particularly from foie gras. As Zhang Yi savored the foie gras and sipped the wine, he watched the captivating performances of his neighbors. Numerous private messages and voice calls flooded in, each one piquing his curiosity. One message read from a mother, Xiaolime, imploring, Zhang Yi, please save me and my baby. Just allow us to stay in your home, and you may have your way with me. Another, from a university student named Zhang Xiyu, pleaded, Brother Zhang Yi, I am still young. I do not wish to perish. Please take me. I only ask for a morsel of food. Many other women, some married, also reached out, fully aware of the current market dynamics, recognizing that mere monetary offerings would not sway Zhang Yi. Consequently, they unanimously proposed to barter their bodies for Zhang Yi's protection, hoping at the very least to secure some sustenance. Chapter 54. Zhou. What is Zhang Yi's attitude towards the news of those female property owners? He merely glanced at their amusing little compositions, too apathetic to even respond. However, a few audacious ones boldly sent him private selfies. Zhang Yi perused them briefly, finding little interest. Primarily, these women exuded excessive confidence. Although a handful were somewhat attractive, the majority were rather plain. Unlike the female streamers on certain platforms who have honed their skills in alluring movements, these women offered little appeal. Do they truly believe this will test a man's resolve? How many men can withstand such a trial? As for the selfish motives of some male residents, they were even simpler to decipher. They either called him brother or old pal, pleading for Zhang Yi's assistance, or there were elderly men engaging in moral coercion, demanding his benevolence. The most repugnant was a certain homosexual individual. As for the demands he made, Zhang Yi was disinclined to discuss such matters. After surveying the scene, Zhang Yi grew bored. He procured a phone stand, positioning his device before him, yearning for some innovative inspiration to manifest. Then, he reclined on the sofa, sipping red wine and savoring foie gras while admiring the exquisite snowfall outside. 2 weeks had elapsed, yet the snow continued to fall relentlessly. The entire city lay enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. According to Zhang Yi's recollection, the snowfall persisted for an entire month, submerging all but the 4th floor. As for how much longer it would continue, he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he indeed saw no compelling reason to venture outside. To venture forth is to seek the hope of life. Yet, in these times, none can ascertain where survival might be found, save for Zhang Yi, leaning on his chin. Zhang Yi languidly mused, staying cooped up at home has grown rather tedious. Perhaps it is time to venture out? He contemplated that once the inhabitants of this building had perished in sufficient numbers, he could take a stroll. A thought struck him. He recalled that within his warehouse lay several snowmobiles, originally destined for a nearby city to supply an artificial snow park. Thus, even amidst a snowfall of over 10 meters, he would still possess a means to escape, although it was currently impossible to leave his abode. This newfound method would allow him to breathe the fresh air under safer conditions in the future. Zhang Yi felt a stirring of interest. Remaining indoors can become monotonous, and a brief excursion could indeed be refreshing. Equipped with state-of-the-art cold-weather gear and snowmobiles, he would fearlessly confront temperatures plummeting to 60 or 70 degrees below zero. He continued to idly peruse messages from his neighbors, among which one caught his attention. The correspondence from Zhou Kuo was neither a plea for sympathy nor an intimate photograph. Instead, it was a composed request for a trade. Mr. Zhang, our stock of food and medicine is dwindling perilously. I hope you might extend some assistance. In return, I can offer you medical aid. Zhou Kuo? An image of her swiftly surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind, a doctor from the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. 26 years of age, tall and slender, standing at least 175 centimeters. What leaves the deepest impression on Zhang Yi is not her cool, ascetic beauty, but rather her strikingly voluptuous figure, accentuated by her 36D bust. Particularly during winter, when she dons a black sweater, her elevated silhouette captivates Zhang Yi, compelling him to steal glances whenever they cross paths in the elevator. Truly, as a physician, she embodies rationality, rather than lamenting her plight or seeking pity. She appears intent on barter. Zhang Yi harbors admiration for Zhou Kuo's approach. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, it is only those of value who possess the right to survive. Zhou Kuo has demonstrated her worth through her exceptional medical skills. After all, one must possess significant capability to secure a position at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. In these dire times, medical expertise is an invaluable asset. Although Zhang Yi has stockpiled numerous medicines and has been diligently studying this field, he does not harbor the arrogance to believe he can tackle all ailments alone. The presence of a doctor would undoubtedly bolster his chances of survival in this impending apocalypse. Most crucially, Zhang Yi has scrutinized Zhou Kuo's humanity. In his previous life, her demise stemmed from her choice to share food with Xieli Mei. Whether it was utter despair or genuine kindness, Zhang Yi perceives a glimmer of humanity within her. Adjusting his posture, Zhang Yi rests his left hand at the root of his thigh while cradling his chin with the other. Musing, perhaps I should keep her around to care for me and my dear brother? While his own circumstances are relatively comfortable, his brother's plight is troubling. Zhang Yi, a youthful man brimming with vigor, does not shy away from this concern. Moreover, in a world where morality and law have become utterly obsolete, humanity has no need to live in excessive restraint. It suffices to confront one's desires with honesty. Ha. Suddenly, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. Patting the armrest as he exclaimed, I must admit, I feel a certain thrill, but alas. He gazed up at the ceiling, his tone contemplative. I, however, am quite fearful of death. Although Zhou Kuo is a viable option to consider, without absolute control over her, I cannot allow her to enter my life. Well, let us observe the situation further. Surely there will be survivors in the future with such favorable conditions as mine. Would I truly struggle to find proficient doctors and admirable women? Zhang Yi displayed a remarkable level of acceptance, a testament to his experience as a man who has faced death. He replied to Zhou Kuo, I am currently in good health, and there is no necessity for a doctor. However, I do possess a considerable supply of medicine, not to mention ample food. If you wish to barter, at the very least, present me with something of current value to me, regardless of your status as a beautiful and talented doctor. Do not expect to take advantage of me. When has old Zhang ever made a losing deal? After a prolonged silence on her end, Zhou Kuo eventually responded, could this be considered an advance on my medical fees? I truly cannot endure any longer. Her tone was laced with hesitance and a hint of embarrassment. It was evident that she would not easily beseech a relatively unfamiliar man unless she was utterly out of options. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yi said to her, I can provide you with food and medicine, but you must also assist me with a task. What task? Zhou Kuo inquired. And Zhang Yi replied, these neighbors are likely plotting against me. If you have any insight into their intentions, do inform me. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that these deranged neighbors would inevitably assault his abode. However, he felt no trepidation. When he constructed the steel fortress, he invested an immense sum of money and personally selected numerous features, all in anticipation of this day. At present, his home resembled a war bastion, albeit with slightly diminished firepower. Even a battalion of armed soldiers would find it impossible to breach his defenses without heavy weaponry, let alone this horde of famished, frostbitten, half-dead neighbors who had been enduring hardship for a fortnight. His proposition was merely a pretext to provide Zhou Kuo with an excuse, and having an insider could only serve as an additional layer of security, allowing him to prepare in advance. Chapter 55. The neighbor's threat to Zhang Yi. After much hesitation, Zhou Kuo ultimately acquiesced. Her moral compass and conscience would not permit her to act in a despicable manner. Nonetheless, she deemed the neighbor's envious decision to rob Zhang Yi even more reprehensible. Thus, she chose to assist him. Zhang Yi stated, very well. I must first see your valuable intelligence before providing you with what you desire. Henceforth, it will depend on your performance. Zhou Ke responded, understood. She was a woman of kind heart, yet certainly not foolish enough to expect Zhang Yi's unconditional assistance. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the group chat, where messages continued to flood in, with 99 notifications still ongoing, subjecting him to moral coercion and intimidation. Zhang Yi, where have you disappeared to? Provide us with an answer. Will you surrender the supplies in your possession? Frustration has begun to mount among the group. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed they had resolved to launch an assault on his home. Go to hell. Zhang Yi retorted with a laugh. Instantly, the chat was filled with a cacophony of curses, unleashing the most vulgar of insults. Unfazed, Zhang Yi challenged them. If you have the guts, come at me. Having already tasted the act of murder, he felt no remorse and was indifferent to the prospect of taking more lives. Very well, Zhang Yi. This is your own doing. Do not dare claim that we did not offer you a chance, you despicable and selfish wretch. From this moment forth, you shall bear the consequences of your actions alone. The outcry gradually subsided. It was obvious they had, much like when they dealt with Qin Zhenghao, evaded Zhang Yi and formed a separate group to strategize their assault on his residence. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, a flicker of tension and exhilaration igniting in his gaze, causing his body to tremble with anticipation, even though he knew his home was an impregnable fortress. The prospect of facing an onslaught of over 100 people would naturally stir some anxiety. Yet, that exhilarating feeling ignited the fervor within him. He had longed to teach a lesson to those who had once shared in the spoils at his expense. A flash of white light danced in Zhang Yi's eyes. And soon his weapon materialized in the living room. 5 precision steel crossbows, 3 professional-grade composite bows, over 290 crossbow bolts, and 300 arrows. Additionally, there are 2 large iron boxes filled with steel balls, a machete, a 1-meter-long crowbar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife. All these weapons are displayed on the table, serving as formidable instruments of death. Beyond these physical armaments, there are also pepper spray, stun guns, gasoline, a plethora of chemical agents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails crafted from bottles, rags, and gasoline. Zhang Yi's gaze radiates a chilling aura. Let as many as dare approach. As Zhang Yi anticipated, upon realizing that he would not relinquish the supplies within his home, the neighbors were incensed. Sun Jichao established a new group chat, pulling in all the surviving homeowners except Zhang Yi. They even included Qin Zhenghao. The mere sight of Qin Zhenghao sent shivers down their spines. However, Qin Zhenghao took the initiative to declare, ladies and gentlemen, our primary objective now is to confront Zhang Yi. The supplies in his possession likely surpass the total of all ours combined. If we can bring him down, we stand to gain a substantial bounty of resources. Thus, you need not worry. I will not turn against anyone else for the time being. However, I must insist on claiming half of the spoils from this operation. Having previously suffered at Zhang Yi's hands, Qin Zhenghao was acutely aware of the formidable defenses surrounding Zhang Yi's abode, which included hand crossbows. He dared not launch a direct assault alone and thus planned to rally the other residents of the building as fodder for the attack. He reasoned that with over 100 people, they would surely breach Zhang Yi's stronghold. How many weapons could Zhang Yi possess? How many could he strike down? In the entire building of over 100 individuals, Qin Zhenghao and his mere 6 companions boldly requested half of the supplies. Yet, no one perceived this as unjust. Rather, they regarded Qin Zhenghao as a benevolent soul. Despite possessing a firearm, he was willing to share half with everyone, a truly admirable character. Sun Jichao remarked, indeed, it is imperative for us to temporarily set aside our past grievances. Our primary objective is to breach Zhang Yi's residence and reclaim the supplies that rightfully belong to our collective. With these 2 leading the charge, others naturally rallied in agreement. Upon witnessing the living conditions at Zhang Yi's home, jealousy ignited within them, their eyes ablaze with envy, yearning to eradicate Zhang Yi and seize the lifestyle he currently enjoyed. Weapons in hand, follow me. Eliminate Zhang Yi, seize the supplies. Dispatch that shameless, selfish wretch. They roared with fervor. Only a handful remained silent, such as Uncle Yu and Zhou Ke. The rest, even those who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with Zhang Yi and had benefited from his kindness, cast aside their past affiliations. Nothing mattered more than survival. For the sake of existence, they were prepared to forsake all ethical and moral principles. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was meticulously cleaning his firearm at home. This tool was no stranger to him, having frequently utilized it at the shooting range. Moreover, he had intensified his training a month prior to the apocalypse. Hitting a target at close range posed no challenge whatsoever. At that moment, a message arrived from Zhou Ke. They are planning to come to your house. Zhang Yi, upon reading this, simply replied, oh, understood. Zhou Ke, seated on her sofa, frowned at Zhang Yi's calm response. She tightened the 2 layers of blankets around her and curled her snow-white feet deeper within. It seemed that every household had already heard about it. They had seen your video and had gone mad. Don't you want to find a solution? Zhou Ke believed that, at such a moment, the most rational course of action would be to relinquish a portion of resources to quell the rising anger of the masses. After all, no matter how formidable one person might be, it was impossible to stand against such a multitude. Over 100 people could easily demolish a house. Zhang Yi smiled, offering little explanation. He simply stated, "Remember, you must not come over this time. I remind you only once. Now, sit back and watch the drama unfold." Zhou Ke furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with curiosity. She could not fathom where Zhang Yi derived his confidence from, believing he could single-handedly confront more than 100 individuals from the entire building. This was no trivial matter. If the throng breached his door, the frenzied crowd would undoubtedly seek his life. Was he truly a madman? Zhou Ke murmured to herself. Yet, this was Zhang Yi's choice, and there was nothing she could do. Nevertheless, she heeded his advice and did not join the group in their assault on Zhang Yi's residence. She was a person of moral integrity and would not partake in the bloodshed of others, be they Zhang Yi's or those of the neighboring residents. Chapter 56. The strong assault. Zhang Yi sat quietly at home, awaiting the arrival of the frenzied neighbors. His expression was serious, and an array of weapons lay before him. At that moment, he received a message from Uncle Yu, the doorman. "Xiao Zhang, you should run. They are coming for you." A warmth briefly blossomed in Zhang Yi's heart. In this world, it is rare to encounter good people. He chuckled softly. "Uncle Yu, rest assured, I can handle this." Uncle Yu fell silent for a moment, seemingly comprehending that at this juncture, there was nowhere to flee. Resistance was the sole option. He replied, "Xiao Zhang, I hope you can survive. I apologize, but this time, I may not be able to assist you." A profound sense of shame washed over Uncle Yu. He had indeed benefited from Zhang Yi's kindness. It was Zhang Yi who had prompted him to stock up on supplies, leading him to acquire numerous instant noodles and sausages for his home. Now, his living standards were relatively decent. Yet, as he watched Zhang Yi besieged by so many adversaries, he felt utterly powerless. Zhang Yi calmly stated, "Your decision not to join them already reflects your goodness. It's all right, you need not worry about me." Uncle Yu's choice was undoubtedly the wisest. Had he rushed over to aid Zhang Yi, he would likely have been met with a brutal fate at the hands of the over 100 homeowners. After exchanging a few simple words with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi, cautious as ever, refrained from divulging any details about his household. One must always remain vigilant. Regardless of the individual, he would never extend complete trust. Before long, Zhang Yi sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet. A thunderous noise resonated from outside. They were coming. Zhang Yi remarked quietly. He understood that it was the sound of hundreds of individuals surging up the staircase. However, Zhang Yi resided on the 24th floor. With the elevator out of service, these individuals would surely be exhausted from climbing the stairs. Of course, the incoming crowd was not solely from downstairs. At the very least, Zhang Yi observed through the expansive screen monitoring the entire building that his neighbor from apartment 2402 emerged wielding a kitchen knife and a wrench. The couple next door, a young husband and wife, appeared quite agitated. The woman clutched the knife tightly, cowering behind her partner. Their eyes shimmered with envy as they fixated on Zhang Yi's door, undoubtedly consumed by jealousy upon discovering that he had been living a life of bliss for the past fortnight. A crowd began to swell, obstructing the corridor outside Zhang Yi's home, with several individuals shielding themselves under umbrellas to guard against any cold water he might pour out. It wasn't long before someone could no longer restrain themselves and rushed forward to pound on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi, come out this instant. If you wish to survive, this is your final opportunity. Do not wait for us to burst in. Otherwise, it will be too late for words. Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi noticed the absence of Sun Jichao and his companions, as well as Chen Zhenghao. The fervent knocking at his door confirmed his suspicion that Sun Jichao and Chen Zhenghao had not disclosed the true circumstances of his home to the others. This implied that their intent was to utilize the other neighbors as cannon fodder, exposing them first to Zhang Yi's crossbow fire and high-voltage electric attacks. Zhang Yi decided not to extend any courtesy to them. After all, he had ample energy at his disposal and was in no need of their trivial electricity. He activated the high-voltage switch directly. The young man who had been furiously pounding on the door was suddenly seized by the electric current, his face contorting in agony. The most terrifying aspect was the sheer number of people crowded together, over 100, creating a suffocating atmosphere in the hallway. Thus, upon being electrocuted, he inadvertently transmitted the shock to a substantial number of individuals behind him. It was high voltage. Retreat at once. The people in the rear, as if bitten by a tiger, hastily released their grips. Were it not for their multiple layers of clothing, they would have had no chance to escape. Each person experienced a jolt from the high voltage, their muscles convulsing in agony. The individual who had knocked on the door, along with the 7 or 8 individuals beside him, bore the brunt of the calamity. Having had no opportunity to flee, they were directly scorched by the electricity. The other onlookers gazed at them in terror, yet none dared to rush forward to render aid. After several agonizing seconds, Zhang Yi severed the current. Smoke began to rise from the 9 individuals, as the air became saturated with the aroma of charred flesh and burnt fabric. Bang! The 9 collapsed simultaneously onto the ground. Their bodies blackened, leaving their fates uncertain. However, within the hearts of all present, it was understood that even if these individuals still drew breath, they were as good as dead in the current predicament. Eyes widened in horror, the onlookers beheld the grim spectacle before them. They had never anticipated that so many would perish in an instant, and right before their very eyes. The faces of the electrocution victims contorted in grotesque agony, their eyes bulging in terror. Suddenly, several women in the crowd could no longer endure the sight, shrieking and bending over to vomit. Alas, with nothing in their stomachs, they could only expel bile. Some individuals, gripped by fear, sought to flee. Upon reaching the staircase, they discovered that the corridor had been effectively barricaded by Qin Zhenghao and his henchmen. "What do you think you're doing? Get back," Qin Zhenghao intoned ominously, brandishing a firearm. The corridor was their sole avenue of escape, and Qin Zhenghao blocked this path to compel everyone to confront Zhang Yi with desperation. Their demise would be advantageous for him, allowing Qin Zhenghao to legitimately seize the resources they possessed. Sun Jichao and a few others, despite their ailing bodies, were present at the scene. They gazed at the 9 lifeless bodies with an expression of utter indifference. It was evident that they harbored the same intentions as Qin Zhenghao and his cohorts. Observing the fear in the crowd, Sun Jichao shouted vehemently, "That despicable Zhang Yi is nothing but a beast. He has ruthlessly slain his own neighbors. Brothers and sisters, we must avenge them by eliminating Zhang Yi. Fear not. Let us strike the door with wood, just avoid the door itself. He possesses few tactics and has already exhausted his means. Once we breach this door, a cozy hearth and an abundance of food await us." Sun Jichao's rousing words ignited a fierce determination in many. Having endured hunger and cold for over half a month, they were willing to sacrifice everything for a morsel of sustenance and a moment of warmth. Soon, someone procured a piece of wood, seemingly dismantled from a wardrobe or a bed. "Brothers, charge at my command. Break down the door and eliminate that scoundrel Zhang Yi." A throng of individuals, armed with wood, began their fervent assault on Zhang Yi's door. Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts caused the cups on Zhang Yi's coffee table to tremble. Yet, Zhang Yi felt that this was merely the beginning of his enjoyment. He retrieved a large Sennheiser speaker from an alternate dimension and, upon connecting it to his phone, began to play his favorite song, "Making Love While Working." Outside, the assailants relentlessly battered the door, yet within, the classic upbeat melody resonated, only fueling their fury. "Zhang Yi, you arrogant fool, I will ensure your demise. You shall pay for my brother's life today," they shouted as they lifted wooden stumps, growing increasingly vigorous in their attempts. However, after dozens of strikes, they despairingly realized that the door remained utterly unyielding. Despite the combined strength of over a dozen grown men, amounting to thousands of pounds of force, only faint white marks and nearly imperceptible indentations adorned the imposing black iron door. The neighbor's spirits sank. What kind of door is this, so resilient? At this rate, how long will it take to breach it? Each person was breathless, laboring under the frigid temperature plummeting below 70 degrees and weakened by hunger. Many found their legs trembling, necessitating a rotation among them. Yet, judging by their current pace, it seemed unlikely they would succeed without collapsing from exhaustion. At that moment, one individual approached, gazed at the door for a spell, and suddenly exclaimed, This is a bank vault security door." Having worked at a bank, he discerned the truth upon closer inspection. The surrounding crowd, upon hearing this, felt an even deeper sense of despair. Does this mean it cannot be breached? The bank employee shook his head with a bitter expression. "Let me assure you, even with wooden implements, this top-tier security door cannot be breached, not even with explosives. Without a key, only the most elite locksmith in the world would possess a sliver of chance to unlock it." At this moment, Zhang Yi, wielding a crossbow, approached the shooting aperture. Chapter 57, Heavy Casualties. Observing the crowd outside chattering and devising strategies, Zhang Yi felt no need to aim carefully this time. Since they sought his life, there was no reason for him to show them any mercy. Zhang Yi was no saint. He raised his crossbow and began to fire. Soon, several individuals were struck by his arrows and fell to the ground. It was only then that those outside recognized the potency of Zhang Yi's weapon. "He is armed. Caution." The surrounding individuals screamed in terror and hurriedly attempted to disperse. However, the corridor was too narrow, overcrowded with hundreds of bodies, making escape virtually impossible. In their panic, they stumbled and tumbled over one another, causing a massive pileup. Amidst this chaos, Zhang Yi remained undeterred, focusing intently on his task. The whistling of arrows echoed like a death knell, instilling greater fear in the others, compelling them to desperately cram into the stairwell. Some who fell to the ground were trampled before they could rise, their cries of anguish resounding everywhere. Shen Jinghao stood at the foot of the stairs, gun in hand, aiming at those attempting to flee. What is there to fear? He was but a single man. Everyone, advance. Shen Jinghao's icy gaze and the ominous barrel of his gun deterred the fleeing crowd. His intention was to use them as cannon fodder, to deplete Zhang Yi's defenses. Allowing them to escape was out of the question. In a desperate bid for survival, Sun Jichao and others kept their distance, avoiding the arrows. Zhang Yi unleashed a flurry of crossbow bolts, and in such a densely populated area, nearly every shot found its mark, inflicting great suffering upon the neighbors. However, the latent potential of the neighbors in dire straits proved formidable. Someone soon identified the location of the shooting hole, exclaiming, "There's a hole above the door. He's shooting from there. We just need to block it." Immediately, a few individuals raised their mops and brooms to seal the opening. Others attempted to hurl objects into Zhang Yi's room. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi swiftly closed and locked the iron door behind the shooting hole, which could only be opened from the inside, impervious to external assault. In this manner, he effectively neutralized dozens of foes in one fell swoop. Only when the neighbors realized that Zhang Yi could no longer shoot did they emerge from their state of terror. The ground was strewn with chaos. Many bore wounds from arrows, varying in severity. A few struck vital areas, resulting in immediate fatalities. Yet, when the neighbors beheld the rusted, tetanus-laden arrows, a wave of despair washed over them. They understood that survival was bleak for all those who had been struck. Some mourned their lost kin, weeping and vociferously cursing Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel, you despicable coward. Come out and face me. I challenge you to a duel. You fiend. I shall bring you down. Zhang Yi, I swear to kill you." In response, the only sound that echoed from within was the pulsating beat of raucous music. Only after experiencing love do we truly comprehend its profound depth. Only in the wake of loss do we realize what deserves our utmost appreciation. Outside, a cacophony of insults echoed, while inside, the revelry continued unabated. Akin to Zhang Yi's blatant provocation towards everyone. Indeed, it was precisely that way. Zhang Yi unleashed a flurry of crossbow bolts, his hands slightly weary, before retreating to the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, which he consumed with great satisfaction. Ah, refreshing. Zhang Yi cast his gaze upon the screen, meticulously monitoring the movements of the crowd outside. Meanwhile, the neighbors, witnessing the impenetrable fortress that was Zhang Yi's door, felt a surge of anxiety and despair. What could be done? At that moment, Sun Jichao exclaimed, "Everyone, remain calm. I have a solution." The crowd turned to him, noticing he was limping. One hand pressed against his injured leg. He pointed at the wall of Zhang Yi's house, a smile breaking across his face. "The door is made of alloy. We cannot breach it. However, isn't that wall just brick and cement? I refuse to believe we can't break through." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Indeed, why hadn't they thought of this sooner? If the door was impervious, they could simply dismantle the wall. With so many of them, it wouldn't take long to obliterate it. "Ha! Zhang Yi, you wretched scoundrel, surely you never anticipated we had this strategy." Inside, Zhang Yi noticed the sudden surge of joy among the neighbors and raised an eyebrow. The music was blaring too loudly for him to discern their words. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, choosing to observe the unfolding events with a calm demeanor. No matter the multitude of tactics employed by the adversary, he remains unperturbed, for they cannot surpass his own. After an entire month of painstaking effort, he has constructed an impregnable fortress. Should it be shattered by your casual attempts? Then it would indeed be my fault, Zhang Yi. These individuals have arrived equipped with tools. And thus they swiftly formed a queue before the outer wall of Zhang Yi's residence, wielding hammers and axes with fervor. Bang! A burly man exerted all his strength, bringing his hammer down with tremendous force upon the wall. Instantly, cracks appeared, and a cascade of white dust fell. Witnessing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Believing they had uncovered a weakness in Zhang Yi's defenses, they redoubled their efforts. However, as the sturdy man raised his hammer for a second strike, a resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of metal on metal. Clang. Simultaneously, he emitted a cry of anguish, and the hammer fell from his grasp. He staggered back, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers gasped as they beheld the long gash that had opened on his hands, blood gushing forth, which quickly congealed in the frigid air, presenting a chilling sight. What could possibly be the cause of this? The crowd, bewildered, pondered how such a wall could withstand the force of a mighty hammer. One individual stepped forward, brushing aside the outer layer of dust, and upon revealing what lay beneath, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. This wall is forged from steel. The crowd gasped in unison, converging to witness the revelation. Indeed, once the outer layer of white dust was cleared away, a thick black metallic surface emerged, identical in material to the door. A voice erupted from the crowd, unable to contain his disbelief. Why is this so? Whose house is constructed with steel plates for walls? I cannot believe this dwelling is entirely made of iron. Some individuals, unable to bear the despair any longer, picked up hammers to strike at various spots. A number of them joined forces, hoping to uncover any flaw in the walls. Yet, no matter from which angle they approached, they ultimately discovered only the formidable and weighty steel barriers. In the living room, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip. Could you all conceive of such issues that I could not have foreseen? I apologize, but even the walls of my home are forged from 20 centimeters of high-grade steel. Shells cannot breach them. Why should I fear your feeble hammers and axes? Zhang Yi's greatest virtue is his fear of death, which has compelled him to address every conceivable concern. When the house was inspected, he meticulously examined every inch, striking it with a hammer before feeling reassured. After all, the psychological trauma from a past life, where he was invaded and devoured, loomed too large for him to wish for a repeat experience. The sounds of the persistent banging outside continued, and Zhang Yi, irritated by the noise, activated the room's noise cancellation feature. This was to prevent those outside from utilizing the commotion as a means of attack. After approximately 20 minutes, the clamor finally subsided. The owners of the entire building stared vacantly at the towering metal wall before them, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. It resembled a merciless fortress, isolating them from any hope of procuring supplies. How could this be? Why would someone construct such a house? Someone, covering their face, cried out in despair. Zhang Yi's neighbors, a young couple, expressed their sorrow, stating, "Initially, we were aware of their home renovations, but we never anticipated it would culminate in this manner. In this world, it seems there are scarcely a few normal families who would construct such a dwelling." Sun Jichao and Zhou Ping, their eyes bloodshot, were engulfed in despair. If the residents of the entire apartment building could not breach Zhang Yi's stronghold today, they would be left to await their demise. Sun Jichao bit down on his lips so fiercely that he drew blood, yet he remained oblivious to his own pain. Zhang Yi. He has long foreseen the impending snow disaster. Everything he has done is solely to thwart us. Sun Jichao shouted in fury, gesturing toward Zhang Yi's residence. The neighbors cast a glance at him, weeping as they cursed Zhang Yi in anguish. Despicable wretch Zhang Yi focused solely on his own survival, disregarding the plight of us all. If we perish, what significance is there in your solitary existence? Should you be the last person on earth? Would you not feel a profound loneliness? One day, you shall find yourself engulfed in endless remorse and self-reproach for failing to alert us, for refusing to assist us. Can you truly find rest at night? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Some, realizing their inability to confront Zhang Yi, began to solace themselves with a spirit reminiscent of Akyu. One day, divine retribution will surely befall you, Zhang Yi. If we were to die because of you, your conscience would torment you for eternity, rendering your life a constant agony. They remained oblivious to the joy with which Zhang Yi lived within his own abode, having little regard for these familiar yet distant strangers. Qin Zhenghao stood at the back, wielding a gun in vigilant oversight. At this moment, upon gazing at the wall constructed entirely of metal, he sensed the complexity of the situation. His interest in others had waned, and his sole desire was to seize Zhang Yi's residence. What are you all so anxious about? This is merely the beginning, even if their walls are forged from iron. What about the ceiling? The floor? I refuse to believe he has fashioned a mere tin box. Qin Zhenghao coldly addressed everyone. Zhang Yi, listening through the surveillance, nodded in approval. This fellow's intellect was indeed commendable. He then sighed and shook his head, remarking, "Yet, unfortunately, I am not foolish." Upon hearing Qin Zhenghao's words, the neighbors hastily ascended to both the upper and lower levels of Zhang Yi's home. They wielded hammers, axes, chisels, and wooden sticks. In essence, they employed every means at their disposal. They were a mere 20 centimeters away from their glimmer of hope, their objective being to shatter that very distance. However, they soon found themselves ensnared in a deeper despair. They discovered that Zhang Yi's abode was indeed a veritable iron box. No angle, be it above, below, or to the sides, was left unsealed by thick steel plates. In this power outage, devoid of power saws or drills, their only hope of breaching these walls lay in a year of relentless toil without sustenance. Chapter 58. Despair. Qin Zhenghao and his companions spent the entire morning encircling Zhang Yi's residence, laboring to break through the walls. Yet, upon peeling away the wall and floor coverings, along with the ceiling, they encountered a formidable barrier of thick steel plates. A 20-centimeter thick steel plate was to them akin to a waking nightmare. The notion of overcoming their dire circumstances solely through human effort appears utterly hopeless. After all, working in sub-zero temperatures, without sufficient energy to replenish their dwindling strength, only accelerates their demise. Many are collapsing in exhaustion, the sound of labored breaths filling the air. They caress their emaciated bellies, as hunger threatens to consume them entirely. Yet, there remains little sustenance to be found. Some individuals, catching sight of their neighbors, glimpse the pale flesh through the seams of their clothing. An unsettling thought surges within their minds. Is this not flesh? The moment this terrifying notion arises, a chill envelopes them, and they desperately strive to banish it from their thoughts. However, once introduced, this idea unwittingly presents a grim option in their desperate plight. They likely understand that should the day ever arrive, the horrors of cannibalism would undoubtedly unfold. Is there truly no alternative? Sun Jichao's face is etched with anguish. He feels as if his arm is beginning to fester and decay. Lacking antibiotics and even ordinary anti-inflammatory medications, he is powerless to effectively cleanse his wounds. Presently, his injury is still marred by rust. In such circumstances, death seems almost inevitable. Damn you, Zhang Yi. Why must you be so ruthless? How can your solitary existence hold more value than the lives of so many? What is the harm in sacrificing yourself? What is the harm? Sun Jichao cries out to the heavens, despair contorting his very soul. At that moment, Zhang Yi's neighbor unexpectedly emerges. Perhaps you might consider traversing the balcony. During the renovation of their residence, the balcony was transformed into a grand floor-to-ceiling window, predominantly composed of glass. There may be an opportunity to infiltrate. The other residents are unable to glimpse the rear of Zhang Yi's abode, yet his neighbors certainly can. Building 25 features certain floors that possess a balcony, and coincidentally, the 24th floor, where Zhang Yi resides, boasts a modest platform. He typically utilizes it for cultivating flowers and airing out quilts. Upon hearing the remarks of Zhang Yi's neighbors, a group of individuals teetering on the brink of despair suddenly lifted their gazes. A window? Indeed. Since his home possesses a window, there must be an exit. It cannot be entirely sealed. As long as there exists a window, they can surge inside. Without a second thought, the throng stormed into the neighboring residence of Zhang Yi. In truth, there exists a gap of approximately 15 centimeters between the two balconies, further separated by a railing. However, these obstacles were utterly insufficient to deter the frenzied crowd. Yet, the exterior balcony pales in comparison to the corridor. At present, the corridors are sealed off by each household, creating an airtight enclosure that retains some warmth. Conversely, the outside is beset by howling northern winds and swirling snow, capable of rendering a person frostbitten within mere hours. Qin Jinghao and his companions could scarcely afford to heed such concerns. If they could penetrate Zhang Yi's abode, all would be theirs. A cacophony of shouts erupted as the group, akin to madmen, ascended onto Zhang Yi's balcony. Naturally, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the unfolding scene. The two parties exchanged glances for less than a second before the neighbors brandished their tools and violently struck the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Zhang Yi leisurely dragged his white recliner to the window, reclining at a measured pace and pouring himself a steaming cup of coffee. The modest balcony soon became crowded with a throng of individuals, their pallid faces resembling those of the undead, coupled with their grotesquely contorted expressions, rendering them devoid of any semblance of vitality. Zhang Yi mused that if zombies truly existed, they would likely bear such a semblance. The sound of relentless knocking reverberated against the floor-to-ceiling windows. Bang, 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 clatter. Despite the biting wind and snow, this fervent mob relentlessly assaulted the glass. Even when they accidentally struck their own hands, they felt no pain, allowing blood to flow freely, only to congeal. Moments earlier, when they had been pounding against the wall, their thirst for something more had not been as pronounced. Yet now, separated by merely a layer of glass, they were acutely aware of the opulence of Zhang Yi's existence. Inside, the fireplace blazed with fervor while Zhang Yi, clad in a simple shirt, reclined like a wealthy lord in his white chair. Beside him stood a steaming cup of cappuccino, its frothy top indicating the care taken in its preparation. The coffee table was strewn with an assortment of weapons. Yet that was not the focal point. The true centerpiece lay beneath the table, a chaotic heap of half-consumed snacks. Potato chips, hamburgers, cola, pizza, roasted chicken, Peking duck, and even oil-splashed noodles. It was these delectable items that had driven the neighbors on the balcony to the brink of madness. Having been deprived of them for merely half a month, they were now as exuberant as if they had reunited with a long-lost father. Howls of excitement erupted, as they fervently expressed their fervor, momentarily forgetting the constraints of language in their desperate cries. Then, with relentless determination, they exerted every ounce of strength to shatter the window. Zhang Yi, cradling a cup of coffee, savored the spectacle before him. He remarked nonchalantly, "Who asserts that glass is inherently weaker than metal?" The construction of this wall was extraordinarily costly. Zhang Yi, prioritizing quality of life, had declined the proposal from the Dragon Security Company to employ metal, opting instead to invest significantly in a custom-made wall of bulletproof glass as a floor-to-ceiling window. He recalled the words of Wu Huiren, the manager of the Dragon Security Company. who had once stated that such a thick barrier was designed not just to withstand bullets, but even cannon fire. The bulletproof glass used in the vehicles of Western leaders is composed of such materials, though its thickness is less than half that of Zhang Yi's wall. Inevitably, as the group continued their futile assault, they began to sense something amiss. Initially believing it to be acrylic, they thought that a few vigorous blows would suffice to shatter it. However, after an interminable struggle, not a single crack appeared. What kind of glass was this? Could it truly be bulletproof glass? What? Bulletproof glass? The phrase escaped the throat of a bespectacled man in a hoarse whisper, laden with despair. As if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. If it could withstand cannon fire, how could it possibly yield to their feeble attempts? No. I refuse to believe it. A young man shouted defiantly to the heavens, "My fate is mine to command, not destiny's. I will not accept that I cannot break it. Once I shatter it, the fireplace and provisions within that room will be mine. I must break it, Beneath the frigid temperatures, amidst a tumult of hope and despair, the individuals oscillate between extremes, their minds frozen in the process. They choose to cast aside reason, engaging in a desperate struggle to carve out a future. Zhang Yi applauds their efforts, touched by their fervor. However, he begins to feel a pang of hunger. Consequently, he retrieves an assortment of food from his space, succulent braised pork hocks, caramelized bananas, and a few snacks, indulging in pure cocoa butter chocolate. Chapter 59. Strike with might. Have you not eaten? Just a pane of glass separates him from the outside world, where individuals, braving the biting wind and snow, contort their faces in a furious attempt to smash the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi reclines leisurely in his chair, savoring his delectable feast. This stark contrast incites a frenzy of jealousy among his neighbors outside, their voices rising in curses, eyes ablaze with rage. Zhang Yi, just wait. I will make you pay. The moment I shatter this glass, your doom will be sealed, you selfish scoundrel. Your time to gloat is running out. Today is your reckoning. All that delicious food. The hot coffee, it's all mine, all mine. In response, Zhang Yi raises his cup of coffee in a gesture of encouragement. Go on, keep at it. Soon, the relentless onslaught begins to wane. After all, they are on the 24th floor, where the fierce winds and heavy snowfall rapidly diminish their body heat. They find themselves needing to rotate every 10 minutes. Yet, half an hour passes, and the window bears merely a few faint scratches. Despair deepens in their hearts. However, separated by a transparent barrier, watching Zhang Yi bask in such comfort, jealousy compelled them to cling to their efforts. After half an hour, they were still striving. Among the crowd, Zhang Yi spotted several underlings of Chen Zhenghao, clearly indicating that Chen Zhenghao would not remain inactive during such a moment. Zhang Yi deemed it was time to act. Rising from his reclined position, he approached the coffee table and seized a bottle. The glass exterior was coated with a layer of frost, and the neighbors initially had no inkling of what Zhang Yi was holding, mistaking it for a beverage. Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed him produce a lighter and ignite the contents. Immediately, an opening appeared above them, and a burst of flames erupted forth. As a retaliatory measure, Zhang Yi's residence was equipped with multiple shooting holes, both front and back. The bottle arced through the air in a yellow trajectory, landing on the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, followed by the emergence of a roaring inferno. This was Zhang Yi's homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in the extreme cold, gasoline burned fiercely, releasing copious heat. The gasoline splattered everywhere, igniting into a blazing fire. The balcony, already limited in space, became engulfed in flames as the down jackets and thermal pants of the dozen or so individuals ignited upon contact with the gasoline. A smirk played at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth as he ignited another Molotov cocktail and hurled it outward. Fire, fire. A multitude of individuals huddled together, and given the separated nature of the balconies, it was no simple feat to leap over to the adjacent one. These unfortunate souls were ensnared, their bodies ravaged by flames. Zhang Yi beheld them transformed into grotesque, writhing fireballs. Some attempted to roll on the ground, hoping to extinguish the flames with snowflakes, yet their efforts proved futile. Gasoline, even when doused with water, continues to burn. Others foolishly endeavored to climb over to the neighboring balcony, but in their haste, they lost their footing and plummeted from the 24th floor. A protracted scream echoed, followed by a resounding crash. At such a height, it was uncertain whether the snow below could mitigate the impact. However, according to the principles of physics, even if one survived, they would be left with shattered bones and ruptured organs, effectively rendering them lifeless. Zhang Yi chuckled, remarking that falling to one's death was at least preferable to being consumed by flames. Suddenly, a ghastly visage slammed against the glass, contorted in terror and fixated on Zhang Yi with a malevolent glare. "Help me, please," he cried out, his voice laced with excruciating pain. Zhang Yi raised his coffee cup in a mocking salute. "Rescue you? Not a chance, you worthless fool." The man's voice, filled with despair, faded as he was completely engulfed by the inferno. On the adjacent balcony, a group of 60 or 70 individuals awaited their turn, witnessing the hellish scene before them. Fear drained the color from their faces. "Help! Save me! I don't want to die, I beg you." A person, ablaze, attempted to crawl over in desperation, grasping the railing in a futile effort to reach out for salvation. At that moment, a man nearby did not hesitate, delivering a fierce kick to the hand of another. "Get lost, quickly. You are beyond saving. Do not drag us down with you." As he kicked, the fire-stricken individual refused to let go, gritting his teeth. The man intensified his efforts, kicking down repeatedly, even severing a finger with one brutal blow. The unfortunate soul struggled for a while, ultimately gazing at them in despair before slowly collapsing in front of the fence. The air was thick with a familiar charred scent, reminiscent of summer strolls by the roadside. In a short span, the group of 10 or so perished. Some, initially only mildly burned, attempted to flee but were restrained by their neighbors, who feared the flames might engulf them. Thus, they chose to let these individuals meet their demise. Others, in unbearable agony, leaped from the 24th floor. The raging inferno, paradoxically, offered a flicker of warmth that had long been absent for these people. Gradually, they approached, extending their hands toward the flames, their faces betraying a subtle smile. Wary of being noticed, the fire raged for over 20 minutes before finally subsiding. The neighbors, gazing upon the lifeless bodies, were gripped by fear. In their attempts to confront Zhang Yi, they had already lost 30 to 40 lives. With no viable options left to breach the door, they pondered how to seize the resources held by Zhang Yi. The atmosphere was thick with despair, yet another scent began to permeate the air, growing increasingly potent, causing the neighbors' expressions to shift. Many, starved and unwilling to admit it, felt a burgeoning madness take root within their hearts. Their throats writhed incessantly. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears, exclaiming, "I can bear it no longer." After an exhausting day, the crowd had hoped to easily breach the Zhang family's defenses. But the outcome left them in despair. So many had perished, yet not a single crack marred the walls or the floor-to-ceiling windows of Zhang Yi's residence. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forth, climbing onto the balcony of the Zhang household. Just as Zhang Yi anticipated another wave of individuals intent on shattering the glass, she suddenly fell to her knees before it. "Zhang Yi, I am on the brink of starvation. I implore you, save me. Even a mere morsel of bread would suffice." She was not alone. One by one, others came forth, bowing low and weeping profusely, pleading with Zhang Yi for a morsel of sustenance. The scene was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in all who beheld it. Most of those bowing were women, desperately attempting to elicit Zhang Yi's sympathy. Chapter 60. Bounty on Chen Jinghao. The plaintive cries from outside persisted, the women bowing until their foreheads bled, a sight of utter desolation. Zhang Yi sighed deeply and approached the window, saying, "Please, do not behave this way. It pains my heart to witness your suffering." As he spoke, he raised a bowl of steaming noodles before him. "When I feel distressed, all I desire is to eat." Zhang Yi slurped the noodles with gusto, causing his neighbors to swallow hard. Their appetites peaked. Upon hearing his words, the cries intensified, and their bowing grew more fervent. "Zhang Yi, we have erred. All we wish for is to survive. Just grant us a scrap of food, so we may live like dogs. What do you wish for us to do next? We shall heed your every command, shall we not?" Zhang Yi lowered his head and continued to indulge in his noodles. In moments of hunger, the ability to savor a hearty bowl of noodles is a profound joy. After consuming half a bowl, he carelessly placed the remainder before the floor-to-ceiling window. Right before the eyes of his neighbors, merely a pane of glass separating them, they could see but not taste. Each one pressed their faces against the glass, resembling dogs, as if that would allow them to partake in the noodles. "Do not blame me for not offering you an opportunity. Whoever dares to venture forth and bring me Chen Jinghao's head, I shall feast upon such noodles to my heart's content for an entire week." Zhang Yi, of course, felt no sympathy for these individuals. Their incessant attempts to break through walls and windows were rather bothersome. Thus, it was far more entertaining to let them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario, to annihilate one another. As he uttered this statement, he simultaneously broadcasted it to the entire group, informing every resident of the building. The neighbors at the window displayed expressions of hesitation upon hearing his words. Chen Jinghao wielded a gun. Seeking his head could very well cost them their own. Yet, if they found it challenging to deal with Chen Jinghao, how could they possibly contend with Zhang Yi? The corpses of 30 or 40 lay strewn before Zhang Yi's abode. It was evident that Zhang Yi posed a far greater challenge than Chen Jinghao. Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao observed the unfolding events from his adjacent balcony. He did not catch Zhang Yi's words, but furrowed his brow, contemplating his next course of action. 2 of his men had perished this time. To maintain control over the entire building, he must replenish his ranks. As Chen Jinghao pondered, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He whirled around, raising the gun in his hand, only to discover that the gazes of those around him were laced with peculiarities. What do you all intend to do? Upon seeing the weapon, the crowd hesitated and instinctively recoiled. Get away from me, Xin Zhenghao bellowed. Yet, the strange glances persisted, almost as if they were regarding him not as a person but as prey. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily retreat with a few subordinates. Wait. What about the Zhang Yi family? Sun Jichao inquired from the side. Xin Zhenghao cursed in frustration. Damn it, we can't even breach their defenses. What else can we do? We'll think of something later. With that, he stormed off in a foul mood. Meanwhile, before the windows of the Zhang Yi residence, two groups of people, one begging for mercy and the other attempting to break the windows, could no longer endure the bone-chilling wind and snow, gradually dispersing. Inside, Zhang Yi lay comfortably, awaiting the unfolding drama. After all, in this skirmish, the apartment complex had lost around 40 individuals, and nearly everyone had participated in the intrusion against his home, depleting their physical resources significantly. This scarcity of supplies led to an escalation in conflicts among the residents. Soon, Zhang Yi began receiving numerous private messages. Following this confrontation, the neighbors had thoroughly conceded. Their scant stamina was nearly exhausted, rendering them incapable of mounting another substantial assault on Zhang Yi's home. Faced with the impenetrable defenses of the Zhang Yi family, they had lost all hope. Thus, a multitude of individuals began to plead with Zhang Yi for his compassion, or to propose exchanges of benefit. For instance, the affluent heir Su Hao. He offered to present his girlfriend in her entirety to Zhang Yi, stating, Zhang Yi, I can offer you my woman, if only you could provide me with some sustenance. She is renowned as a model in Tianhai City. Just look at her beauty and visage, truly exceptional. I assure you, you will be pleased. Please help me. Zhang Yi recognized the model without hesitation. Su Hao had purchased a residence here solely to keep her. She typically adorned herself provocatively, akin to a seductive vixen, perpetually exuding an air of allure. In the past, she would scarcely spare a glance for the men around her. Before Zhang Yi, she consistently maintained an air of haughtiness. Yet now, Su Hao was prepared to barter her for mere meals. This woman appeared significantly worn, seemingly more than willing to be exchanged. At the very least, she was aware that Zhang Yi's household was replete with food, hence her fervent efforts during the photo shoots. What a trifling commodity she was. Zhang Yi scoffed. It must be said that the model possessed an enviable figure and striking beauty. However, Zhang Yi would never allow such a shameless woman into his abode. Who knows? One day she might take advantage of his slumber, plunging a knife into him and seizing his home. A woman willing to trade her body for monetary gain surely possesses no moral compass. Zhang Yi disdainfully watched her video 5 times before contemptuously closing the chat window. Other conversations lingered below. The number of men attempting to contact him was notably sparse. After all, they lacked the means to barter food with Zhang Yi. Only Uncle Judah expressed his heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Yi for repelling the enemy. However, it was the women who sought his attention more frequently. For instance, Fang Yuqing excitedly exclaimed, Brother Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable. I knew you would be just fine. I am currently unable to leave, as they are so despicable, keeping me locked inside my home. Rest assured, I will definitely come to find you. Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively, choosing to ignore her. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Dusk now descended around 5 o'clock each day, leading to shorter days and longer nights. The temperature would drop further by approximately 10 degrees during the evening. On the television, the dwindling number of channels continued to broadcast their programs. Thanks to the government's diligent efforts, the snow disaster situation in our country was gradually improving, urging everyone to remain calm as the issues would soon be resolved. The chilling weather advised against unnecessary outings to avoid frostbite, and it encouraged providing assistance to those in need. United in purpose, we shall overcome the current challenges, and tomorrow will undoubtedly be brighter. Zhang Yi found the news far more captivating than any comedic skit. Nevertheless, he was also curious about the whereabouts of these television stations and how they managed to maintain their operations. While listening to the intriguing news, he perused the chat logs, finding amusement in the anguished and desperate messages from his neighbors. Those who cursed him were predominantly those mourning losses in their households. In a light-hearted mood, Zhang Yi would even extend his blessings to them, mockingly congratulating those who had lost loved ones, suggesting they could roast meat for the funeral and mix ashes with rice. His playful jest only incited further curses from them. However, suddenly, he noticed some movement on the balcony. Zhang Yi, filled with curiosity, approached the window. Outside, the abundant light was a result of the heavy snowfall. It was then that he observed individuals stealthily transporting the corpses, more precisely, the charred remains. These figures were wrapped tightly, and upon realizing Zhang Yi's gaze upon them, they were startled. Zhang Yi, we mean you no harm. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. We are merely here to move the bodies. They spoke, their voices trembling, unable to meet his eyes. A slight smirk appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Oh, transporting the dead? Are you their relatives? And as for burial, simply discarding them below would suffice. Surely you do not intend to construct a mausoleum at home? The individuals were at a loss for words in response to Zhang Yi's inquiries. Well, these corpses are of no use to you, so you needn't concern yourself with us. With steely resolve, they hastily dragged the bodies away. Zhang Yi waved a hand toward the glass. You are quite ruthless. Have you truly reached this point? Chapter 61. Zhou Kuter could not bear it the following day. Zhang Yi was startled by the sound of gunfire echoing through the corridor. Bang, bang. The two shots resonated like the detonation of large firecrackers. Undoubtedly, it was a move orchestrated by Chen Zhenghao. Clearly, Zhang Yi's words from the previous day had taken effect. In the face of impending doom, the fear of death among the people began to wane. The promise of a week's worth of unlimited noodles that Zhang Yi had made held an irresistible allure for them. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance, witnessing the eruption of conflict unfold before his eyes. Two men lay sprawled on the ground, wielding wrenches and kitchen knives, their blood staining the corridor crimson. However, Chen Zhenghao was not in a much better state. Leaning against the wall, gun in hand, he wore a visage marked by lingering trepidation. They would intercept those coming to fetch water, yet others could seize this opportunity to retaliate against them. Chen Zhenghao ordered his subordinates to drag the two lifeless bodies away, swiftly following behind them back to his residence. A pistol was firmly gripped in his hand, his last bastion of hope. Upon returning home with the two corpses, Chen Zhenghao gestured discreetly to his underlings, who promptly transported the bodies to the rear of the kitchen. His gaze was cold and calculating. Seated on the frigid sofa, he found little solace. Since his return yesterday, he had seen the messages in the group chat, realizing that Zhang Yi had placed a bounty on his head. This ignited a fury within him. He perceived himself as the hunter, with Zhang Yi merely the prey. How dare the prey attempt to retaliate against the hunter? Yet, he underestimated the madness that desperation could evoke in a person. Early this morning, two desperate young men had come seeking his life. This stirred a sense of impending danger within Chen Zhenghao, but simultaneously, it fueled his madness. Die. I'll kill you all. If you wish for my demise, you shall perish first, Chen Zhenghao bellowed. After a moment of respite, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Summoning one of his subordinates, he requested assistance in identifying the cause. The subordinate glanced and exclaimed, Brother Hao, you've been stabbed in the back. On Chen Zhenghao's stout jacket, a 30-centimeter-long gash was inflicted by a kitchen knife. The blood was not immediately evident against the black fabric, only discernible upon closer inspection. Moments prior, due to the frigid temperature outside and the surge of adrenaline coursing through him in his agitation, he had not felt any pain. However, upon hearing his subordinate's words, a cry of agony escaped his lips. Those two scoundrels dared to ambush me. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he hastily grabbed his phone and called Zhou Kuer. Dr. Zhou, I've sustained an injury. Please come quickly to tend to my wound. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kuer arrived at Chen Zhenghao's residence, carrying a medical kit. As she gazed upon this merciless villain, her eyes brimmed with disdain. Yet, for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to attend to his injuries. In truth, the reason Chen Zhenghao's previous arrow wound had not flared up was due to her earlier treatment. Though she was reluctant, faced with the threat of a villain's firearm, she felt powerless. I shall not assist you without compensation, Zhou Kuter stated coldly. Chen Zhenghao chuckled, pointing towards the kitchen. I'll share my meal with you later. Zhou Kuer inhaled sharply, catching the acrid scent of blood. Her expression shifted. Having worked in the hospital for years, she was well aware of what that odor signified. Struggling against the urge to retch, she replied icily, No, thank you. Chen Zhenghao laughed wickedly. What a time to maintain your lofty ideals, Dr. Zhu. Mark my words. There will come a day when you will partake. Refuse, and you shall perish. I would rather die, Zhou Kuer said, her brow furrowed. Then I shall be most unwilling to part with you. In today's world, having a doctor by one's side is of paramount importance, Chen Zhenghao lamented. Had it not been for Zhou Kuer attending to his leg injury back then, he would have lost not just a limb, but potentially his very life. Rest assured, if the day comes when I must consume you, I shall reserve you for last, Chen Zhenghao declared, his gaze fixed on Zhou Kuer, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. He had long desired this exquisite beauty. Had it not been for her current utility, he would have acted upon his intentions much sooner. Zhou Kuer furrowed her brow and fell silent, opting instead to dress his wound. Before long, the injury was simply bandaged. As she picked up her medical kit, intending to depart, Chen Zhenghao signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly blocked the exit. A sudden alarm surged through Zhou Kuer. What were they planning? Chen Zhenghao replied, It's nothing. You cannot leave until my injury is healed. At that moment, fear gripped him. He was acutely aware of how many wished for his demise and how dire his situation was, lacking essential medicines. The presence of a doctor provided him with a semblance of security. Ignoring Zhou Ke's protests, he adamantly insisted she remain. Shortly thereafter, his subordinate presented a pot of cooked food. The mere thought of what it might contain nearly induced Zhou Ke to retch. Thankfully, her experience working in a hospital and frequent encounters with the deceased steeled her nerves against such horrors. Qin Jinghao insisted she partake of the meal, but she adamantly refused. He scoffed at her defiance, dismissing her objections. He believed Zhou Ke was merely putting on a facade. Inevitably, when hunger became unbearable, she would succumb to the need for sustenance. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. These beasts have begun to rebel against us, which is decidedly detrimental. The only way to ensure our safety is to eliminate that fellow Zhang Yi and seize his family's estate. Their residence resembles a fortress, stocked with ample supplies, sufficient to sustain us for several months. By then, the snow disaster may have passed. Thus, we must devise a plan to deal with Zhang Yi. Qin Jinghao addressed his subordinates. The group exchanged glances, uncertain. Brother Hao, we have attacked Zhang Yi's home on several occasions, yet each time we have met with failure. Their abode is akin to a turtle's shell. It's impenetrable. Qin Jinghao retorted, I refuse to believe their household has no vulnerabilities, and I am equally skeptical that he never ventures outside. Here is what we will do. We shall relocate next door and keep watch over him in shifts. The moment an opportunity presents itself, we will eliminate him. Besides, residing on a higher floor is inherently safer. The group, feeling lost, nodded in agreement with whatever Qin Jinghao proposed. Zhou Ke overheard their conversation and, under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, discreetly messaged Zhang Yi to inform him of the situation. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Yi laughed dismissively. The notion of him stepping outside was utterly implausible. Now that you are aware, continue to observe the situation from your position. Being a doctor, Zhou Ke was not in immediate danger, as Qin Jinghao would not harm her. Zhang Yi remained unhurried in his response. He set a bounty, confident that someone would eventually risk their life to eliminate Qin Jinghao. Qin Jinghao and his companions gathered their supplies and then brought Zhou Ke to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to Zhang Yi were terrified upon realizing Qin Jinghao's arrival. Chapter 62. A feast for the neighbors. Open the door. Open the door. It's Qin Jinghao. We demand to switch rooms with you. Hurry and unlock it, or I shall resort to force. Inside, the young couple clung to each other in fear. What should we do? They're here to seize her home. We might even lose the little food we have left. The wife said, despair etched on her face as she looked at her husband. He, a bespectacled clerk, embraced her and offered words of comfort. Do not fear. It will be all right. If they want the house, let them have it. Quickly, let us hide the remaining food on our bodies. The couple stashed away their meager provisions within their clothing and, trembling, opened the door. Upon encountering the fierce and menacing Qin Jinghao and his group, the man swallowed hard and bowed slightly, saying, Brother Hao, this house is yours from now on. We shall leave at once. As he attempted to step away with his wife, one of Qin Jinghao's henchmen let out a chilling laugh and raised a steel pipe. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, his vision darkening as disbelief filled his eyes. He could not comprehend why, despite his compliance and willingness to surrender the house, they would still resort to violence. The woman watched in horror as her husband lay motionless on the ground. Ah! She covered her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Another stick struck her on the head. Two little thugs approached without uttering a word, rendering the couple utterly speechless. Zhou Ke pressed her mouth tightly, completely paralyzed by fear. This was her first encounter with murder, and no matter how strong her mental fortitude, she could not maintain her composure. Qin Jinghao merely cast her a glance and sneered, It's too cold. They will inevitably perish sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you must acclimate yourself to such occurrences. Having taken many lives, he had entirely lost any reverence for existence. Furthermore, there was a truth Qin Jinghao was reluctant to acknowledge. After being targeted by Zhang Yi and subsequently attacked, a sense of dread had begun to creep into his heart. Thus, he felt compelled to suppress the property owners with even greater cruelty, forcing them into submission. Zhou Ke suppressed her nausea and remained silent. Qin Jinghao nonchalantly entered the house, instructing his underlings to deal with the two individuals. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi was constantly aware of a series of clanging sounds. The noise emanated from next door. He knew it was Qin Jinghao and his cohorts searching for vulnerabilities in his room. Moreover, those men were taking turns surveilling the front door and back window of Zhang Yi's home. Qin Jinghao assumed that Zhang Yi would at least emerge to dispose of garbage or collect melting snow. Seizing any opportunity to eliminate Zhang Yi would allow him to seize everything that rightfully belonged to him. However, he did not realize that Zhang Yi possessed a vast alternate space, rendering access to water a trivial concern. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi found it inconvenient to open the window to discard trash. With Qin Jinghao armed, he was unwilling to take such risks. However, for a reclusive individual, a bit of clutter at home poses no significant issue. When boredom strikes, he immerses himself in video games or indulges in the films and dramas he has pre-downloaded. Within the community group, the daily chorus of pleas directed at him remains incessant, accompanied by fervent outbursts of anger born from unfulfilled desires. Zhang Yi, you heartless scoundrel. You could easily grant us a longer respite. Why must you be so selfish? You are destined to live in solitude for eternity. Do you not possess a heart? By refusing to assist us, you shall forever dwell in guilt and regret. In the face of his neighbor's vitriolic accusations, Zhang Yi's response was rather straightforward. He decided to live-stream his meals directly in the group, documenting his life for all to see. Greetings, dear family. Today, I shall prepare a sumptuous dish of braised pork. With that, he tossed a chunk of pork belly weighing no less than 2 pounds onto the cutting board. The neighbors in the group were incensed. What manner of braised pork requires such an abundance of pork belly? If you cannot finish it, do not waste it. Give it to me, please. Zhang Yi, you are inhuman, nothing but a beast. You do not deserve to savor that piece of pork belly. Zhang Yi, I have not tasted fatty food in a week. I implore you to let me have a piece of the pigskin. I would even settle for a sip of that grease you disdain. Please, I beg you. Those utterly famished possessed no resistance against such rich, oily fare. As Zhang Yi deftly prepared the dish, it seemed that even through the screen, his neighbors could catch a whiff of the enticing aroma of braised pork. However, after cooking for a brief moment, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows. He picked up a piece of pork belly, took a bite, and promptly spat it into the garbage bin. Too much soy sauce. Alas, this pot of meat is ruined. Although Zhang Yi often cooks, he has also prepared grand dishes. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he had added an excess of soy sauce, transforming an otherwise delectable pot of meat into a mouthful of soy flavor. To make matters worse, the caramelization of the sugar had gone awry, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. How could one possibly eat this? Sigh, what a waste, such an egregious waste. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation. He had intended to showcase his culinary skills, only to make a mess of it. Regrettably, there were no dogs at home. Otherwise, he would not have had to waste it. With no other option, he poured the entire pot of pork into the garbage bin. The group chat erupted in chaos as the neighbors went wild. Don't throw it away. My mouth is a garbage bin, right here. Oh dear, why are you discarding it? Why? Quickly dispose of your garbage. I will rush over to retrieve it. Young master, I have arrived late. Do you still require a dog? The kind that helps with garbage disposal. Some were so incensed by Zhang Yi's actions that they nearly fainted on the spot. Their hearts bled for him. In the frigid cold, with the gas shut off at home, cooking was simply impossible. To savor a warm meal had become a monumental luxury, let alone braised pork, which they could hardly bear to dream of indulging in. Yet Zhang Yi, without a hint of frugality, discarded an entire pot. It was utterly outrageous. I might as well just eat something pre-prepared. As Zhang Yi turned the camera, a sumptuous spread of dishes appeared on the immaculate table in his home. The warm glow of the yellow lamps illuminated the table, rendering the food even more delectable. Zhang Yi enthusiastically pointed to each dish, offering a lively introduction. Look everyone. For dinner tonight, we have sawed egg prawns, braised sea cucumbers, exquisite tofu, sweet and sour yellow river carp, 9-tern intestines, wine-braised fish slices, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, blackfish roast soup, and candied yam. My dear friends, the table is set. Let us indulge. Zhang Yi propped up his phone, resembling a culinary host, and eagerly began to feast. The neighbors in the group chat were inundating him with messages. Zhang Yi, share a bite with me. I shall bow before you. Zhang Yi, let my child have a taste of the fish, even if it's just the tail. Zhang Yi, you are my father. Just let me have a sip of the soup. The chorus of pleas was incessant, with some even bombarding Zhang Yi with phone calls. Unfazed by their desperate antics, Zhang Yi savored his meal with delight. Observing the frantic expressions of his neighbors only heightened his enjoyment of the feast. Chapter 63. Infection. Zhang Yi's ostentatious display of wealth caused the other residents of the apartment building to feel a pang of envy. To them, even the discarded scraps from Zhang Yi's home seemed like exquisite delicacies. Yet, he refused to share even that. In the homes of Sun Jichao and his associates, the failure of their previous attempt to raid Zhang Yi's abode left them yearning for the antibiotics they had hoped to acquire. Merely 2 days had passed, and the after-effects began to manifest. The 3 injured individuals experienced an unbearable itch at their wounds. Around the bandage, the blood began to take on an eerie hue, revealing an abnormal yellow. Sun Jichao could not restrain himself and tore the gauze away to inspect the wound. To his horror, he discovered that the injury had begun to fester. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a decaying carcass. No, not like this. I do not wish to die yet. Sun Jichao was overwhelmed with fear and began to weep, tears and snot streaming down his face. Witnessing this, Sun Peng and Gu Jiaoyang were equally stricken with terror. They hesitantly lifted the gauze from their own wounds, fervently hoping to avoid infection. Alas, while aspirations may be beautiful, reality is often harsh. Had their injuries merely been abrasions, perhaps self-healing might have been possible. However, they bore grievous penetrating wounds, with rusty crossbow bolts deeply embedded in their flesh. The combination of their injuries, bacterial infection, and the lack of adequate nutrition and medication rendered deterioration of their wounds inevitable. The anguished cries of the group echoed, resembling the ravings of the deranged. In the room, Fang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably, clutching her phone as she messaged Zhang Yi. "Brother Zhang Yi, they have all gone mad. I am so frightened. Please come and save me. I promise to be obedient when you arrive. I will do whatever you ask." After a moment, Zhang Yi's reply came through. "Qing'er, it pains me to see you like this. However, I cannot leave. Chen Zhenghao is right next door. Perhaps you should come here instead. But be cautious on your way. Do not let them catch you. Yesterday, my neighbor was killed by them, and with your delicate nature, you may become their target." Zhang Yi wore a mocking expression, harboring only one thought as he faced Fang Yuqing, the embodiment of innocence. His intent was to torment her relentlessly, wishing for her to succumb to pain and despair. Indeed, upon learning that Chen Zhenghao was adjacent to him, Fang Yuqing's face twisted with conflict. Chen Zhenghao had taken far too many lives, and she lacked the courage to take any risks. "Brother Zhang, I'm so scared. Could you please come and get me? Don't you have weapons?" Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. What a wretched creature. How dare you ask me to fetch you? He longed to do so, yet the fright he had endured days prior left him feeling unwell. "Let us leave it at this. I'm a bit tired. Goodbye." Listening to the anguished cries outside the door, Fang Yuqing turned pale. However, when she attempted to message Zhang Yi again, he had chosen to ignore her. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi's life remained lavish and leisurely. No longer required to work, he could sleep and rise at his whim, free from the drudgery of existence and the need to appease anyone. Should anyone dare to provoke his ire, he would retort without hesitation, reveling in his delightful existence. Meanwhile, Chen Zhenghao spent each day scheming to eliminate him and seize his property. Yet, for several consecutive days, Zhang Yi remained absent from view. As long as Zhang Yi stayed hidden, Chen Zhenghao found himself without any opportunity to confront him. Ironically, he lived in constant trepidation. Having been placed under a bounty by Zhang Yi, he no longer trusted even his own subordinates, clutching a gun as he slept. Soon, his nerves began to fray. After much contemplation, Chen Zhenghao finally discerned his next course of action. Zhang Yi, through surveillance, meticulously monitored the entire building. Any individual who appeared in the corridor would be seen by him. Over the past few days, he noticed that Chen Zhenghao seemed to be scheming something. Gradually, individuals began to enter Chen Zhenghao's residence. These newcomers were predominantly young, vigorous individuals, all of whom were single and lived alone. Some arrived of their own volition, while others were coerced by Chen Zhenghao at gunpoint. Slowly, Chen Zhenghao's entourage expanded to 10, surpassing his previous numbers. Zhang Yi realized the implications. Chen Zhenghao was fearful and sought to amass a group to protect himself from being murdered for the bounty on his head. However, in Zhang Yi's perspective, this strategy was merely a method of quenching thirst with poison. Zhang Yi had already eliminated over 40 residents in the building, leaving approximately 70 inhabitants. According to predictions from previous experiences, the majority of households had exhausted their supplies. Thus, the forthcoming sustenance would inevitably be human. With Chen Zhenghao rallying a band of subordinates, a massacre of others was imminent. Yet, this also indicated that Chen Zhenghao would need to provide sustenance for 10 individuals. Consequently, even if they turned against one another, survival would be unsustainable for long. Moreover, each person harbored ulterior motives. Chen Zhenghao, despite being a cripple, tenuously clung to his power through the threat of his firearm. However, it was likely that his ammunition was running low. Zhang Yi sent a message to Zhou Kuer, inquiring about the situation concerning Chen Zhenghao. After a considerable delay, Zhou Kuer finally responded to Zhang Yi. Chen Zhenghao and his companions have succumbed to madness. They have consumed all available food and have now resorted to cannibalism. I have not eaten a morsel in 2 days and feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. This revelation does not surprise Zhang Yi. Should he ever find himself facing death from hunger, he would likely prefer to die rather than resort to such an abominable act. Of course, with his current abundance of food and drink, such thoughts are easy to entertain. However, should he ever find himself in a dire situation devoid of sustenance, he cannot predict the lengths to which he might go. Zhou Kuo continued to speak to Zhang Yi, explaining that they have been searching for survivors relentlessly. Whenever they locate a house with inhabitants, they storm in and slaughter the occupants. It is rather ironic that, having depleted their own resources, those whom Zhang Yi once killed have inadvertently granted others a few more days of existence. Nevertheless, they have met with resistance. The survivors have banded together, and casualties have ensued on both sides. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Kuo sent another message. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Upon reading her words, Zhang Yi sensed the vulnerability of this seemingly aloof doctor. It appeared that she harbored little hope for her own salvation. In these perilous times, when everyone's survival hangs in the balance, who possesses the capacity to care for the lives of others? After much contemplation, Zhang Yi arrived at a resolution. Zhou Kuo, this woman possesses value that must be preserved. He cannot allow her to perish so easily. It is not easy to find a chief surgeon from a top-tier hospital, especially one with whom he is familiar. Assist me with a task, he proposed, and upon its successful completion, I shall ensure your survival. Chapter 64. The thrill of being number 6. Zhang Yi is willing to accept Zhou Kuo, but she must first present a declaration of loyalty. His demands are straightforward. She must be useful, pose no threat, and, most importantly, refrain from adopting a saintly demeanor. Zhang Yi is confident in the first two stipulations. Yet he yearns to ascertain whether Zhou Kuo can muster the resolve when it truly matters. Thus, he assigns her a task. Zhou Kuo, at present, remains silent, evidently grappling with her internal conflict. Zhang Yi, however, is in no rush. Time is on his side. Should she fail this trial, he will decisively sever ties with her. After all, Zhang Yi enjoys good health, with little likelihood of falling ill, and he is cautious enough to minimize risks of injury. Yet, the question of how long Zhou Kuo could endure remains uncertain. The following day, Zhang Yi rises from his slumber at 10 o'clock in the morning. He casts aside his velvet blanket and proceeds to freshen up in the bathroom. Donning his athletic attire, he embarks on a workout on the treadmill. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining physical fitness is paramount. A robust constitution is essential for navigating dangers and fending off illness. He sweats profusely on the treadmill, running for an hour before finally pausing to take a hot shower. As the warm water envelopes him, a sense of pride swells within. Such indulgence is a luxury for many in these times. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs resonates from outside. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpens as he swiftly wraps himself in a towel and steps out. He soon hears a cacophony of curses emanating from Zhou Peng. Zhang Yi activated the surveillance, only to behold Zhou Peng outside his door, brandishing 2 kitchen knives, furiously hacking at the entrance. Zhang Yi, come out, he bellowed. You spend all day cowering inside, a mere turtle retreating into its shell, a useless waste of space. Zhang Yi smirked slightly. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. And then what? It's utterly laughable. A worthless creature that cannot sustain itself dares to employ psychological tactics against me? It seems you are the one who is truly desperate. Zhang Yi observed that Zhou Peng was using only his left hand to strike the door, while raising his right appeared to be a monumental challenge. It was evident to him that Zhou Peng's arm had become infected. Upon closer inspection, he could see the arm swollen and distended. Approaching the door, hands casually tucked into his pockets, Zhang Yi remarked coolly, Zhou Peng, you must be experiencing quite the discomfort from that infection. Am I right? I recall during biology class, our teacher elaborated on the perils of wound infections. When the tetanus bacillus from rust enters your wound, it proliferates with the fervor of maggots upon a decaying carcass. Your arm's wound is at least several centimeters deep. The temperature outside is frigid, while your flesh is warm, providing a veritable breeding ground for bacteria, voraciously consuming your tissue. Soon, your wound will fester, seeping black fluid, the bacteria multiplying, causing your injury to expand further. Ultimately, it will travel through your bloodstream, infiltrating your entire body. Zhang Yi vividly painted this grim picture, and Zhou Peng, upon hearing it, felt an intensified ache in his arm. Cold sweat poured down his brow, as the sensation of bacteria crawling all over him overwhelmed him, threatening to consume him entirely. Even though he was aware that Zhang Yi was deliberately trying to intimidate him, the gnawing fear within him was inescapable. Zhang Yi, I will kill you. Zhou Peng had already lost his sanity. His arm was indeed rotting, and he knew he was destined to perish. Thus, he sought to make one final attempt, yet this endeavor was fated to be in vain. In the adjoining room, Qin Zhenghao subordinates, having heard Zhou Peng's frenzied shouts, inquired, should we eliminate him? Qin Zhenghao contemplated for a moment before responding. Haven't you heard he is infected and on the brink of death? Would you dare consume meat from a pig that died of disease? The group exchanged glances and ultimately decided against taking that risk. Zhou Peng continued to pound on the door for a while, unleashing a torrent of curses. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed before Zhang Yi's door, pleading for mercy through tears. Zhang Yi's voice was a haunting whisper. You are doomed. Your wound is festering, terminal, beyond salvation. Rather than languishing in despair, why not seize the opportunity to accomplish what you dared not do while alive? Zhou Peng's eyes brimmed with tears, and upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he sank into a deeper abyss of despair. Was he truly to meet his end? Fear enveloped him like an unfathomable chasm. Yet, soon after, A surge of rage ignited within him, a reckless fury. I am to die. What more is there to fear? He struggled to rise, delivering a furious kick to Zhang Yi's iron door. Initially intending to hurl a curse, he was met with the door's unyielding resistance, causing him to nearly lose consciousness from the pain. Pay no heed to that. He staggered back up the staircase. Upon returning to his dwelling, his gaze was vacant, and through the haze, he discerned Sun Jichao roasting a knife over a candle before applying it to his own wounds. The crackling sound of burning grease rose along with the acrid smoke, and Sun Jichao's eyes bulged with agony as he bit down on the blanket, yet still emitted a wretched howl of pain. He seemed to believe that such actions could eradicate all the bacteria, ignorant and pitiable. Cousin Wang Min watched in anguish as she beheld Zhou Ping, unsure of how to offer solace. She understood that Zhou Ping's time was limited. The stench of decay from several bodies permeated the room daily, though life still resided within him. His body was already succumbing to rot, a torment so profound that ordinary souls could scarcely fathom it. Zhou Ping ignored Wang Min and charged towards the room where Fang Yuqing was confined. Upon seeing Zhou Ping, Fang Yuqing screamed in terror. Zhou Ping? What are you doing? Zhou Ping approached her, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently upon her. Yuqing, would you marry me? This pitiful, infatuated soul, even as his life neared its end, harbored the singular wish of marrying Fang Yuqing. In this apocalyptic world, how ludicrous yet humble such a request seemed. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes brimming with disdain. Instinctively, she pinched her nose. No, I do not wish to. Zhou Ping's heart shattered. He had sacrificed so much for Fang Yuqing, even his own life. Yet, she had never shown the slightest flicker of affection for him. No, you love me. You do love me. I must have you. Before I die, you will be my woman. Zhou Ping lost his sanity, unwilling to accept that his immense sacrifices would yield nothing. If he could not possess it, then he would destroy it. The individuals outside heard the commotion within yet chose to remain indifferent. To them, Fang Yuqing was the architect of their current misfortune. She was deserving of their contempt. No, get away from me. You reek. How repulsive. Fang Yuqing exclaimed vehemently. How dare you call me foul? Zhou Ping retorted, his fury palpable as he suddenly tore away the bandages from his arm. At that moment, his wound was grotesquely swollen, darkened and purulent, a horrifying sight to behold. In a macabre gesture, he clawed at the decaying flesh of his injury and forcefully shoved the putrid matter into Fang Yuqing's mouth. This is for your insults. Take that. Fang Yuqing gagged violently, yet Zhou Ping persisted in thrusting the putrid flesh into her mouth. A sinister grin spread across his face as he reveled in the humiliation of his goddess, experiencing a thrill he had never known before. Chapter 65, Zhou Kuo's resolution. Zhou Ping ripped off Fang Yuqing's clothing, disregarding the frigid temperature of the room, which plummeted to over 60 degrees below zero. Fang Yuqing lay there, devoid of strength to resist, her eyes vacant. However, as Zhou Ping removed his trousers, he was confronted with a harsh reality. He was utterly incapable of rising. The extreme cold was one factor, but his physical condition was woefully inadequate. Even if given the chance, he was rendered ineffective. Get up. You must get up. Zhou Ping desperately employed various methods, yet none bore fruit. It seemed that his body had succumbed to numbness. Observing this, Fang Yuqing sneered mockingly. You truly are useless. A scream of despair echoed through the room, Zhou Ping's anguished roar reminiscent of a teddy bear deprived of its lychee. After a night of profound contemplation, Zhou Kuo ultimately provided a resolute response to Zhang Yi. She recognized that this was a test imposed by him, although fraught with peril. She understood that if she refrained from acting, it would not be long before she met her demise at the hands of Qin Zhenghao and his associates. She had to take a chance. That evening, Qin Zhenghao and his men lounged in the living room, instructing a subordinate to prepare a meal in the kitchen. Zhou Kuo, observing them from a corner, suddenly rose and declared, I shall assist him. Qin Zhenghao cast a cold gaze in her direction, his smile tinged with an unsettling quality. Ha. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist. Zhou Kuo froze, her blood nearly congealing at his words. Qin Zhenghao continued, 2 days without sustenance is unbearable for anyone. Dr. Zhou, for the sake of survival, there is no shame in it. A slight sense of relief washed over Zhou Kuo as she bit her lip and replied. You are right. I do not wish to die. I want to live. Qin Zhenghao, believing she had reached a realization, nodded approvingly. That is for the best. You still possess some utility for me. I certainly do not wish to see you perish so soon. Zhou Kuo inhaled deeply and silently turned to assist in the kitchen. The space was rife with bloodstains, and even with her congested nose, the overpowering stench was unmistakable. She suppressed her inner discomfort and approached the dazed subordinate to lend her aid. He remained silent, merely gesturing toward an axe and the remnants of broken furniture, instructing her to chop wood for the fire. Zhou Kuo obediently complied. In these times of energy scarcity, cooking necessitated burning furniture to create heat. In the kitchen, a makeshift stove had been hastily assembled, with an iron pot perched atop it. As the flames ignited, the snow within began to gradually melt, transforming into water. However, this melted snow was far from pristine. It emerged murky, imbued with various impurities. Nevertheless, having something to eat was a blessing, and no one was inclined to be picky. Zhou kept a vigilant eye on the young man while simultaneously monitoring the commotion outside the kitchen. Her palms gradually became slick with perspiration for the impending action. If discovered, would surely spell her doom. After a while, the young man tossed the ingredients into the pot, carelessly adding a splash of seasoning. With an icy demeanor, he uttered a curt remark before exiting the kitchen. Zhou waited patiently, confirming the coast was clear before retrieving a small vial from her pocket. In a flurry, she unscrewed the cap and poured a generous amount of white powder into the broth. Once this task was completed, she hurriedly stowed the vial back into her pocket. At that moment, she could feel her heart racing like a single-cylinder engine, while her legs trembled uncontrollably from the tension. She swallowed hard, grasped a ladle, and stirred the powder into the pot, ensuring it was well mixed. Although the entire process was fraught with peril, no unforeseen incidents occurred. This was not a film. There were no dramatic twists. The harshness of their environment had rendered everyone numb to the situation. They could scarcely fathom that Zhou might be tampering with their food. At lunchtime, she brought a large pot of dishes to the table, and they immediately rushed over with eager, hungry eyes to gain their trust. Zhou also served herself a bowl of soup before quietly retreating to her room. No one tended to her. Everyone was solely focused on obtaining a warm meal. A hot dish equated to life itself. Each additional bite represented a glimmer of hope for survival. After Zhou returned to her room, she sat on the bed with a bowl of soup in hand, silently awaiting the outcome. She had poured a substantial quantity of sleeping pills into the pot, more than half a bottle. These sedatives acted swiftly. A single pill could induce slumber within 30 minutes. Particularly after a meal, when blood naturally pooled in the stomach, one was prone to drowsiness. With such a considerable dosage, even an elephant would succumb to deep sleep. As a physician, Zhou was acutely aware of the extent to which this dosage would incapacitate them, unless subjected to an extraordinary stimulus. Awakening within a short span was virtually impossible. Consequently, it was not long before she heard the rhythmic sounds of snoring emanating from the living room. Cautiously, Zhou made her way to the living area, where she found everyone sprawled across the sofas and chairs in slumber. Holding her breath, she sent a message to Zhang Yi. I have administered a large quantity of sleeping pills. They are all unconscious now. What are your plans moving forward? Just a wall separated her from Zhang Yi's residence. He had been awaiting her update to ascertain whether she could fulfill the task at hand. Only by demonstrating her sufficient value could she become a pawn in Zhang Yi's game. Upon reading her message, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and instructed her. Drag them out to the balcony. He would not venture there himself, wary of falling into a trap set by the other party. Zhou bit her lip, ultimately responding. All right. For an ordinary individual, the situation would undoubtedly be terrifying. The sudden awakening of Qin Zhenghao and his associates could spell disaster for her. However, Zhou, as a trained physician, possessed a profound understanding of the effects of pharmaceuticals. Complying with Zhang Yi's instructions, she meticulously dragged Qin Zhenghao and the others one by one, depositing them onto the balcony. Despite the biting cold outside, they would remain in their deep stupor for a considerable time. That is the nature of those ensnared in profound unconsciousness. In fact, the frigid temperatures would compel the body to instinctively lower its temperature, thus prolonging life in a state of dormancy. Zhang Yi observed Zhou's every action from his vantage point at the window. He was acutely aware of the number of subordinates Qin Zhenghao commanded, and nothing could evade his keen gaze through the surveillance feeds. Only after witnessing Zhou, breathless from her exertions, successfully drag everyone out did he nod in satisfaction. What else must I do? Zhou inquired, her voice trembling. That's sufficient. Please wait for me for a moment. Zhang Yi replied, placing his phone down before retreating to the bedroom. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a thick, insulated suit from an alternate dimension and donned it. He also secured 10 ropes, each the thickness of a child's arm, around his waist. In his left hand, he held a crossbow, fully strung, while a large machete was slung across his back. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, feeling that this preparation still lacked an element of safety. He then retrieved the handgun he had acquired but never had the chance to use, disengaging the safety and gripping it firmly in his hand. Only after this extensive preparation did he finally feel a sense of security enveloping him. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, for the first time since the apocalypse, he reached out to unlock the door. The process was intricate. The door was secured with a fingerprint scanner, an electronic lock, and a physical lock comprising 3 layers in total. Upon unlocking the door, Zhang Yi stepped onto the balcony. The biting cold wind swept past him. Yet through his thermal gear, he felt no profound chill. Zhang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the superiority of professional-grade winter clothing. Nearby, Zhou stood by the window, hugging herself and shivering as she watched him. "Are you going to kill them?" Zhang Yi smirked, raising the gun in his hand to aim at the thugs below, subtly directing it towards Zhou Kuo as well. He casually tossed the ropes at her feet. "It's not me, it's you." Chapter 66. The Letter of Indemnity. Zhang Yi stood on the balcony, his body leaning against the window frame, ready to retreat to the safety of the room at the slightest hint of danger. Qin Jinghao and his lackeys were sprawled on the adjacent balcony, appearing as though they had fainted. However, Zhang Yi harbored doubts about their true state. What if this was a ruse concocted by them and Zhou Kuo to lure him in? It was entirely possible that if he approached, they would spring to life and eliminate him. Moreover, there was a gap of several centimeters between the two balconies. The stainless steel railing was particularly slippery in the heavy snowfall. If he attempted to climb over, a mere push from Zhou Kuo could send him plummeting from the 24th floor. Thus, Zhang Yi directed his gun towards Qin Jinghao and the others on the ground. "Use these ropes to bind their hands behind their backs. And I recall Qin Jinghao had a firearm. Make sure to hand it over to me." Zhou Kuo wore an expression of utter disbelief. She had not eaten for 2 days, subsisting solely on a sip of water, and had dragged 10 individuals onto the balcony, utterly devoid of strength. Observing Zhang Yi's extreme caution, even his reluctance to assist her, she bit her cracked lips in frustration and exclaimed, "You are being excessively cautious. A prudent approach may preserve a vessel for eternity, but I will not expose myself to even the slightest risk." Zhang Yi replied coolly. With no alternative under the threat of Zhang Yi's gun, Zhou Kuo complied with his instructions. She grasped the rope and securely bound the hands of those individuals behind their backs. As she retrieved the handgun from Qin Jinghao's pocket, Zhang Yi's gun was also aimed at her head. "Remove the magazine and toss it my way," he commanded. Zhou Kuo gazed at Zhang Yi, suddenly biting her lip, and inquired, "How can I trust you? What if, after I do all this, you turn against me?" Zhang Yi replied, "At this moment, trusting me is your sole option. Only by placing your faith in me can you hope to survive in this dire situation." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Kuo recognized that she had no other choice but to trust Zhang Yi. Unable to breach her moral boundaries to resort to cannibalism, she was destined to perish from hunger. Following Zhang Yi's directives, she dismantled the magazine of the handgun and tossed it at his feet. Zhang Yi glanced at it with his peripheral vision, confirming it was indeed Qin Jinghao's gun, before instructing Zhou Kuo, "You may return to the room now." With utmost caution, Zhou Kuo made her way back into the room, her heart racing with anxiety. As Qin Jinghao and his companions risked awakening, Zhang Yi could retreat to the room, but she would undoubtedly meet her demise. Yet, as Zhang Yi had articulated, she had no alternative. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Yi did not hastily cross the balcony. Instead, he retrieved Qin Jinghao's firearm from the ground, glancing at the magazine, which still contained 3 bullets. He cast the gun into a spatial void before re-entering the room to procure a water pipe from the restroom. He then directed it towards the group of individuals on the balcony. The decision to refrain from gunfire was twofold. First, to conserve ammunition, and second, to avoid attracting unwanted attention with noise. With a resounding splash, water gushed forth from the pipe, cascading over the unsuspecting figures 3 to 4 meters away. The temperature difference between the 20+ degrees indoors and the frigid -70 degrees outdoors, approaching a 100-degree disparity, transformed the initially warm water into a vaporous plume as it erupted. However, upon contact with their bodies, it froze instantaneously. Observing this scene, Zhou Kuo instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. To perish in such a manner, encased in ice, was undeniably a cruel fate. At that moment, the icy torrent roused the group from their stupor. The water had seeped into their very beings, enveloping them in a shroud of frost. A young Karami, his lips tinged with a purple hue, emitted a terrified scream. He attempted to rise, but discovered his hands firmly bound behind his back. The ground beneath him was coated with a thick layer of ice, causing him to slip and preventing any motion. Qin Jinghao, too, was jolted awake by the icy spray. He was taken aback, and then suddenly realized that he had been drugged. However, there was no time to investigate the perpetrator, for the icy water cascading over his body plunged him into a frigid abyss, each droplet piercing his skin like 1,000 needles. The others awakened in a state of panic, their terrified screams filling the air. Yet, despite their desperate struggles, they found themselves unable to rise, hindered by the cramped space of 10 individuals on the balcony, each obstructing the other. Zhang Yi. Qin Jinghao roared upon spotting Zhang Yi on the adjacent balcony, the water pipe spraying them relentlessly. At last, Zhang Yi emerged from the room, the once impenetrable window now cracked open. Regrettably, his hands were bound, and his life was slipping away before his very eyes. "You've caused enough chaos. It is time for you to meet your end," Zhang Yi uttered coldly. Qin Jinghao and his companions had slaughtered nearly half of the neighbors in the building, nearly matching Zhang Yi's own toll. Allowing them to remain alive would only lead to an inevitable confrontation. Though Zhang Yi was unafraid, it was prudent to eliminate them to ensure his own survival. What could be more secure than the absence of life? With their last vestiges of strength, Qin Jinghao and the others struggled and shouted in fury. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not rise. The frigid water drenched their faces, flooding their mouths and seeping into their collars. Their garments became soaked, transforming into rigid blocks of ice. After 2 minutes, they lay on the ground, silenced, their bodies turning a ghastly shade of blue and purple as they convulsed. 3 minutes later, they could no longer move, having become 10 solid blocks of ice. 5 minutes later, the mass of ice had grown even larger, coalescing into a solid block of frost. In a bid to conserve water, Zhang Yi refrained from spraying any further. Given the extent of freezing and the absence of modern medical intervention, survival was no longer feasible. Zhang Yi retreated to his room, securing the floor-to-ceiling windows with utmost vigilance. He then changed out of his thick winter attire and dialed Zhou Ke. "You have passed the test. You may come over." In the adjacent room, Zhou Ke, upon hearing Zhang Yi's voice, felt the weight of anxiety lift from her heart. Trembling, she replied, "All right, I'll be there immediately." Grabbing her medical kit, she hastily opened the door, escaping from the hellish confines of her room. Zhang Yi unlocked the heavy security door's quadruple locks and then took 2 steps back, raising his handgun towards the entrance. He glanced at the surveillance monitor to ensure Zhou Ke was in good condition before using a mobile app to disengage the final electronic lock. "You can come in." Zhou Ke, standing outside, heard the call and lifted her cold, pale hand, pushing against the door with all her strength. The door was formidable, and she exerted considerable effort. However, as soon as a crack appeared, a rush of warmth surged forth, enveloping her. A spark of excitement ignited in her eyes. It had been far too long since she had felt such warmth. Thus, she intensified her effort, pushing the door open and stepping inside. At that moment, as she crossed the threshold, it felt as though she had entered paradise. The chilling sensation that had enveloped her body was swiftly dissipating, replaced by an intoxicating warmth akin to a soothing bath. Gradually, she began to feel an unbearable heat. After all, she was clad in 6 layers of clothing, with 2 layers of down jackets alone. In the warm embrace of Zhang Yi's home, where the temperature reached 27 degrees, the heat became intolerable. Thus, disregarding the gun he aimed at her, she hurriedly shed her garments. Chapter 67. Proving your harmlessness. The room was stiflingly warm. Zhou Ke felt as though she were being roasted in an oven, her discomfort palpable beneath the layers of down. Ignoring the gun pointed at her, she swiftly removed the thick down jacket, seeking a semblance of relief. She gasped for breath, tears welling in her eyes, revealing the turmoil within her heart. It was too warm. Such a comfortable indoor temperature was truly conducive to human existence, and she realized it had been far too long since she had experienced this ordinary bliss. "Have you forgotten something? For instance, that this is my home, and that you have yet to fully pass my test," Zhang Yi remarked coldly. It was only then that Zhou Ke remembered the man before her. Zhang Yi's gun remained steadfastly aimed at her. She mustered a faint smile. "You are indeed quite cautious. I have followed your instructions and dealt with your enemies. Is that not sufficient to earn your trust?" Zhang Yi replied blandly. "Those individuals were indeed a considerable nuisance to you. Your elimination of them was not solely for my sake. You had your own survival to consider. By resolving this matter, you merely demonstrated your utility, fulfilling the basic requirements to be my aid. However, the next step is for you to prove your harmlessness." Zhang Yi articulated the crux of the issue. After enduring a prolonged existence in a post-apocalyptic world, he found it difficult to trust anyone easily. For no matter how virtuous an individual might have been in the past, the harsh realities of the apocalypse could strip away their humanity. Thus, he could only rely on himself. Such was the only means of survival in this desolate world. Zhou Ke felt a sense of helplessness. She had complied with Zhang Yi's requests, yet remained uncertain about how to earn his trust. Nevertheless, she was resolute in her desire to remain within this warm abode. "What must I do for you to believe that I pose no threat?" Zhou Ke gazed at Zhang Yi with pleading eyes, her expression bordering on a humble supplication. Zhang Yi scrutinized her, warily inquiring, "You don't have any concealed weapons, do you?" Zhou Ke raised her hands in exasperation. "Look at me. In this state, how could I possibly hide any dangerous weapon?" Zhang Yi's demeanor remained impassive as he brandished the gun in his hand. "Raise your hands." His implication was clear. He intended to search her to ensure she bore no arms. Zhou Ke felt a twinge of embarrassment, but understood that she had no leverage to negotiate. Zhang Yi's home was far too inviting. In stark contrast to the environment she had previously inhabited, it felt like paradise. She comprehended that to obtain certain things, one must be willing to pay an equivalent price. "Very well, I understand." Summoning her courage, Zhou Ke resolved to comply with Zhang Yi's demands. She was a wise woman, aware of what she must offer in order to receive what she desired. Zhang Yi's gaze was fixed intently upon her, vigilant against any sudden emergence of a lethal weapon. This was purely for safety. As a man of integrity, he harbored no ulterior motives. Zhou Kuo slowly raised her hands, placing them behind her head, aligning her body against the door as depicted in television dramas. Zhang Yi cautiously approached, conducting a thorough search. Is it acceptable now? Zhou Kuo inquired after he had completed his inspection. Zhang Yi confirmed that she bore no weapons. Then, casting a glance at the medical kit on the floor, he suggested, I recommend you take a shower first. Zhou Kuo's cheeks flushed deeper. Indeed, it had been quite some time since her last bath, and there might be an unpleasant odor about her, though it was unavoidable under the circumstances. Embarrassed, she hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Zhang Yi rummaged through an alternate space, retrieving some women's clothing, which he tossed outside the bathroom. Here are some fresh clothes for you. Please try them on. I selected a set based on your measurements. If they do not fit, I shall find you something else. Having managed the warehouse for an extended period, Zhang Yi had developed a keen eye for sizes and immediately discerned Zhou Kuo's clothing measurements. From within the bathroom, she responded softly with a muffled HM. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the air. Zhang Yi approached her medical kit, carefully opening it to conduct a meticulous examination. He discovered it contained little more than a few rolls of nearly depleted gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After a moment's contemplation, he took the syringes and placed them into the alternate space before closing the medical kit. He sat on the sofa with a measured calmness, patiently awaiting Zhou Kuo to finish her shower before resuming their conversation. Inside the bathroom, as Zhou Kuo turned on the shower, warm water cascading over her head, tears of excitement welled in her eyes. Only after one has lost something can one truly comprehend the essence of happiness. In the mundane routine of daily life, she had never grasped the significance of the simple things. Yet, when the apocalypse loomed, she realized the value of those once overlooked treasures. After millennia of human civilization, the conveniences and comforts that had emerged had rendered them increasingly fragile. Having gone without a shower for 2 weeks, Zhou Kuo took particular care during this cleansing ritual. After half an hour of rigorous washing, she suddenly recalled that she was at Zhang Yi's residence and hastened her pace, recognizing the preciousness of water resources in these dire times. Zhang Yi, however, offered no objections nor urged her along, for his water reserves were plentiful, even in extreme circumstances. An abundance of snow and ice lay outside, readily available for use. Human activity had hit the pause button, and the natural snowmelt was remarkably pure, even potable. With a soft click, the bathroom door swung open. Zhang Yi glanced over to see a steaming arm emerge from within, reaching for the clothes he had placed outside. Moments later, Zhou Kuo appeared, clad in a delicate nightgown, her damp hair cascading down her back, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Zhang Yi, gun in hand, remained oblivious to such allure, his gaze still laced with caution. Until he could ascertain the trustworthiness of this woman, he would not let down his guard. Regardless of whether they appear delicate or fragile, women and children can pose a lethal threat in a post-apocalyptic world. Thank you, Zhang Yi. I haven't bathed in a long time and have wasted your water. You won't hold it against me, will you? Zhou Kuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being in the home of a stranger, she was inherently cautious, especially since she knew so little about the kind of person Zhang Yi was. In such circumstances, exercising caution and respect was always prudent. She had no desire to provoke Zhang Yi and be cast out. Transitioning from modesty to luxury is effortless, but shifting from luxury back to modesty is a daunting task. Having experienced the wonders of a safe haven, who would wish to return to the frigid wilderness? Chapter 68. All is settled today. Observing Zhang Yi's continued vigilance towards her, Zhou Kuo silently mused. No wonder he can navigate the apocalypse with such ease. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yi gestured towards the adjacent sofa, his firearm having been drawn at some point unbeknownst to her. Zhou Kuo obediently settled onto the sofa. 2 meters away from Zhang Yi, her hands clasped neatly on her lap, resembling a well-behaved child. Listen, he continued. I have permitted you to reside here due to your perceived value to me. However, you must always remember that this is my home, and your presence here is a privilege I bestow upon you. Therefore, you are obliged to comply with all my commands. Should you fail to do so, I will have no choice but to expel you. If you harbor any intentions against me, and I discover them, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. As Zhou Kuo absorbed Zhang Yi's cold words, she couldn't help but think, truly heartless. Although she understood Zhang Yi's reasons for saying such things, she would have been somewhat touched if he had expressed himself more gently. Little did she know that Zhang Yi had been gentle before, but his tenderness had ultimately been squandered. Zhang Yi then pointed to a room. Their home was structured with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Aside from the master bedroom occupied by Zhang Yi, there were 2 additional bedrooms. You will reside in that room. However, it must be made clear that every corner of the house is under surveillance. Thus, you will be perpetually monitored, with no semblance of privacy. The door is a security door, constructed of materials only slightly lighter than the main entrance, yet it cannot be opened by mere human strength. The key is in my possession, and you will only be permitted to leave during designated times. Should you have any objections? Zhang Yi gestured toward the front door. You may leave at this very moment. Zhou would never leave, even if Zhang Yi's conditions were exceedingly harsh. This house represented a sanctuary compared to the brutal world outside. She nodded, affirming, all right, I will comply with your wishes. Zhou submissive demeanor greatly pleased Zhang Yi. Truly. She was a wise woman, making communication effortless. Had it been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, they might have resorted to tears and tantrums. They deserve their fate in this apocalyptic world. Zhang Yi holstered his gun and adjusted the position of another. Looking at Zhou, his tone softened slightly. You are astute. This will facilitate our interactions moving forward. You must comprehend the nature of the hell that exists outside. Aside from relying on me, you have no other means of survival. Therefore, I am about to divulge a secret, so listen attentively. Zhou widened her eyes in astonishment. A secret? You are willing to share it with me? She felt that a person as cautious as Zhang Yi would not easily reveal a secret without significant reason. Zhang Yi replied, I share the secret to ensure your loyalty to me. However, should you disclose it, I am not particularly fearful, for in this world, everyone struggles to protect themselves. I am not intimidated by anyone who may pose a threat to me. He shrugged. Those who previously sought to kill me have already been dealt with. As you have witnessed, Zhou nodded, gazing earnestly at Zhang Yi, eager to hear the secret he had to share. Zhang Yi spoke slowly. I trust you have seen online the reasons behind this snow disaster. It was caused by the explosion of a supernova, leading to a gamma ray burst. Such radiation can have a significant impact on the human body, potentially resulting in mutations. As a result, I have acquired a unique ability, the possession of an independent alternate space. Ignoring Zhou's astonished expression, Zhang Yi continued. The reason I have been able to live so freely until now is that my space is stocked with a multitude of supplies. Otherwise, as you can see, my apartment cannot accommodate much in terms of storage. Hence, my survival allows you to enjoy these resources, providing food to eat and warm water for bathing. Should I meet my demise, this house will soon blend into the indistinguishable mass of others. You would still succumb to hunger. Zhang Yi harbored a profound skepticism towards Zhou, despite acknowledging her inherent kindness. His faith lay solely in self-interest, not in the nature of humanity, which is susceptible to distortion with little effort. Only by conveying to Zhou that her survival hinged upon his own could she fully become part of his shared interests. In an effort to gain her trust, Zhang Yi produced a lengthy sandwich from an alternate realm and tossed it to Zhou. Witnessing this seemingly magical act, her astonishment gradually transformed into a flicker of trust. Superpowers? Could such phenomena truly exist? Gazing at the sandwich in her hands, she swallowed hard but refrained from taking a bite, awaiting Zhang Yi's command. This substantial portion of bread could easily sustain 2 families, not to mention her own 2-day fast. Zhang Yi, with a calm demeanor, urged, Eat, it is for you. Unable to resist any longer, Zhou bit into the bread eagerly. Concerned for her safety as she devoured it hastily, Zhang Yi poured a glass of water and offered it to her. As she devoured the sandwich, once a source of disdain for her, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. My goodness, how could a mere piece of bread taste so exquisite? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi softly articulated the rules of their abode. I do not place great trust in you. Thus you must be more considerate. Tend to the cleaning and cooking without requiring my instruction. The sewer has long since frozen, necessitating the use of a specially designed plastic bag to contain waste, which is then discarded through the dark door of the window. Henceforth, this task shall fall upon you. In other words, you shall become my maid, exchanging labor for a comfortable living environment and sustenance. Do you understand? Zhang Yi's household cannot afford to harbor idlers. Zhou devoured her meal ravenously, nodding repeatedly, I understand. Master, she shyly uttered. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, amused by the young lady's adeptness. It was no wonder she had ascended to the position of chief physician at such a tender age. As he observed her sated countenance, a subtle smile graced his lips. Resting his chin upon his hand, his gaze lingered on her alabaster neck. Do you comprehend why, amidst so many in this building, you and I, despite our relative unfamiliarity, have been chosen? Zhou bit her lip, because I am a doctor. You lack for nothing, yet cannot guarantee immunity from illness or injury. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. That is one reason. Although my health is robust, one must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He retrieved the remnants of a half bottle of red wine from beneath the coffee table, conjuring 2 elegant stemware glasses as if by magic. Pouring 2 glasses, he slid one toward Zhou. Now, do you know the second reason? Zhou accepted the wine, hesitating momentarily before taking a sip. a flicker of understanding illuminating her eyes. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It is because I am a woman, and a rather beautiful one at that. The woman possessed a profound self-awareness. Zhou Kuo set down her goblet and rose to her feet. Before Zhang Yi, she unfastened her bathrobe. Zhang Yi, shedding any pretense of propriety, acknowledged the pent-up negative energy that had accumulated within him over the past fortnight, necessitating a means of catharsis. Thus, today was the day. Chapter 69. A restful slumber this night was destined to be exceedingly lengthy. Zhou Kuo had finally secured the warm refuge she desired, allowing her the rare opportunity to enjoy a peaceful slumber for the first time since the onset of the apocalypse. Zhang Yi meticulously locked the door from the outside, stowing away the solitary key. Business was business, and certain principles must be upheld, even though he recognized Zhou Kuo as a benevolent soul. Permitting her entry and survival was already an act of considerable mercy. For the foreseeable future, he could not afford to lower his guard. After taking a shower, he retreated to the bedroom for rest. He slept soundly for half a day, awakening revitalized, his gaze brighter than usual. The presence of a woman beside him added a touch of enjoyment to his existence. Living in solitude raised concerns of potential mental collapse. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. The stipulation, however, was that Zhou Kuo must be obedient and entirely innocuous. Upon checking the surveillance, he observed Zhou Kuo still deeply ensconced in slumber. She had not enjoyed proper rest for an extended period, and thus her sleep was profoundly undisturbed. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, dressed himself, and proceeded with his morning routine. After completing his cleansing ritual, he made his way to the living room, preparing to indulge in breakfast. From his alternate realm, he procured some provisions, placing them upon the coffee table. He arrived at Zhou Kuo's door and unlocked it. Zhang Yi knocked gently, "Come out and have something to eat." It was somewhat amusing. Despite knowing every detail within the room, he still knocked out of courtesy. After all, if they were to coexist for the long term, a modicum of respect was essential. Zhou Kuo's soft voice floated out, tinged with fatigue. "All right. I'll be right there." Zhang Yi approached the dining table and picked up a beef and cheeseburger, eating it as he walked to the window. After a night had passed, the large block of ice next door appeared even larger, blanketed in fresh snow, and within it, the twisted forms of 10 corpses could be faintly discerned. Zhou Kuo emerged from her room, and upon seeing Zhang Yi, a subtle flush crept across her cheeks. As a proud medical doctor from a prestigious university, she had always maintained a lofty demeanor, often dismissive towards men, which had allowed her to preserve her chastity until now. After all, those in high society placed immense value on such matters. Yet, unexpectedly, she had not reserved herself for her husband, or even a beloved partner. Instead, in this apocalyptic world, she had exchanged such intimacy with a relatively unfamiliar man. However, the sight of Zhang Yi's tall stature and his composed, rationally handsome face brought her an unexpected sense of comfort. Women often harbor a unique sentiment for their first man. Zhang Yi held a certain fondness for Zhou Kuo. Captivated by her beauty, what man wouldn't he be enamored by a stunning figure and a lovely face? Yet, speaking of love, it was far from their current reality. Perhaps, in time, as trust blossomed between them, he would gradually invest his emotions. After all, living in a post-apocalyptic world is exceedingly exhausting for a solitary soul. One inevitably seeks emotional solace. Zhang Yi gestured towards the table, indicating the spread of food before Zhou Kuo. She glanced over and discovered a steaming array of hamburgers, fried chicken, and French fries, an abundance of fast food that Zhang Yi had procured in bulk from establishments like KFC and McDonald's prior to the cataclysm. Thanks to the preservation capabilities of the alternate dimension, these culinary delights remained warm and inviting. Zhou Kuo swallowed hard, unable to resist the allure, and approached to seize a hamburger, devouring it greedily. The fast food she once scorned now tasted exquisite enough to bring her to tears. In less than 10 minutes, she had polished off the entire feast. Reclining in her chair, she let out a satisfied burp. Upon catching sight of Zhang Yi's bemused expression, she shyly covered her mouth in embarrassment. Zhang Yi, however, remained unfazed by her demeanor. "Are you finished?" he inquired. Zhou Kuo tilted her head thoughtfully, responding earnestly, "Not quite full yet. But one shouldn't indulge too much at once, lest it provoke gastric distress. Then that means you're done, right? Come over and get to work." Zhang Yi instructed, pointing his chin towards the outdoors. Zhou Kuo obediently made her way over. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 sets of cold weather gear from the alternate dimension, causing Zhou Kuo's eyes to widen in astonishment. Although it wasn't her first encounter with such wonders, it still felt remarkably enchanting. Her resolve to accompany Zhang Yi solidified further. In a world ravaged by calamity, the number of survivors was scant. Aligning oneself with a formidable individual was the only way to enhance one's chances of survival. Zhang Yi tossed Zhou Kuo a set of cold weather attire for her to don, and he suited up as well. "What are we going to do?" Zhou Kuo inquired with curiosity. Zhang Yi pointed at the block of ice on the neighboring balcony and insisted, "Go and smash that block of ice." Zhou Kuo shivered at the thought. The bodies of those individuals had become one with the ice. Shattering it would undoubtedly result in their remains being scattered. They were certainly deceased. Why pursue such an action? Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it is simply because I harbor a profound disdain for them. Observing Zhou Kuo's astonished expression, he continued with a grin. In this building, nearly everyone wishes to see me dead, eager to seize my room and resources. I must take some action to demonstrate that I am not to be trifled with. He smirked, recalling how they perceived him as merely a timid turtle, content to remain indoors. Of course, I am indifferent to their opinions of me. Yet, over time, it can become rather irksome. It would do them good to remember their place. There was another reason Zhang Yi withheld from sharing with Zhou Kuo. He was a man who believed in settling scores. Qin Zhenghao had made several attempts on his life, and Zhang Yi felt a simmering rage within. Merely allowing them to freeze to death seemed too lenient. Zhou Kuo seemed to grasp his intent, pointing at herself in disbelief. You wouldn't want me to do it again, would you? She was utterly exasperated. It appeared she had been the sole agent in bringing about the demise of Qin Zhenghao and his associates. Now that they were dead, why was Zhang Yi still so hesitant? Zhang Yi replied earnestly, "This is called being prudent. What if I were to approach, and you were to shut the window on me? Although all my supplies are stored safely, I am not particularly concerned about starving. However, having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, who would seek out suffering?" Zhou Kuo rolled her eyes, utterly bemused. Internally, she scoffed at the existence of such a composed individual. She was no fool. How could anyone engage in actions that were detrimental to both themselves and others? Zhang Yi, unfazed by her thoughts, gestured for her to proceed and handed her a baseball bat. Zhou Kuo noticed that as he passed her the bat, his posture was decidedly defensive. Infuriated, she found Zhang Yi's excessive composure exasperating. Yet, despite her verbal reluctance, her body obediently accepted the bat, and she climbed over the railing to the adjacent balcony. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and began recording. Chapter 70. Intimidation. Zhou Kuo raised the baseball bat in her hand, gazing at the enormous ice block before her. Gritting her teeth, she decisively brought it down with force. After all, as a woman with medical training, she was not overly averse to corpses. With a resounding crack, the ice block shattered. The recoil from the impact caused her hand to throb painfully, prompting her to exclaim and drop the bat. Frowning slightly, she rubbed her palm, lamenting its hardness. Without waiting for Zhang Yi to speak, she entered the house and returned wielding a large iron hammer. "This is far more effective," she declared with unwavering determination. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, realizing he might have underestimated the woman before him. Zhou Kuo lifted the hammer and struck down fiercely. Given that the water spread was minimal, the ice layer was not excessively thick, and with Zhou Kuo's considerable strength, she managed to shatter a substantial portion. Zhang Yi, clutching his phone, recorded the entire event. After Zhou Kuo struck the first blow, her courage swelled, dispelling any lingering fear. With a series of cracking sounds, the chunk of ice shattered into countless pieces. At that moment, the contents within were obscured, revealing only a riot of colors. Yet, Zhang Yi knew precisely what lay beneath. Once Zhou Kuo fulfilled Zhang Yi's request, she crawled back. "What purpose does this recording serve?" she inquired curiously while changing her clothes. A sly smile crept onto Zhang Yi's lips as he sent the video to the homeowners group. Zhou Kuo suddenly understood. "You intend to establish dominance in the homeowners group, so they will think twice before bothering you in the future?" Zhang Yi replied with a faint smile. "Not just that. I aim to usurp Qin Zhenghao's position in their minds." The neighbors held a far greater fear of Qin Zhenghao, for he wielded a gun and had shown a willingness to storm in and eliminate them, seizing their resources. Even if Zhang Yi were to eliminate many, he would still be perceived as a cowardly recluse, relying on stealth to kill. Zhang Yi sought to seize the initiative, preparing for the eventuality of stepping outside, which might one day become necessary. Zhou Kuo nodded in support of Zhang Yi's strategy. Zhang Yi reclined on the sofa, resting while glancing at the dynamics of the chat group. Zhou Kuo nestled beside him, her legs elegantly together, resembling a charming little cat. Her head rested gently against Zhang Yi as they both observed the reactions within the homeowners group. The scene mirrored that of a pair of lovers deeply enamored with one another. Zhou Kuo's feelings for Zhang Yi stem from a sense of dependence, a reflection of the innate attraction women often have towards strength. However, for Zhang Yi, her current role still leans more towards that of a servant. As for matters of the heart, those can be addressed later. Should feelings develop, he would not object, though he expects they would not be profound. Recently, the internet seems to have deteriorated somewhat. Zhang Yi uploaded a 1-minute video. Yet it took quite some time for it to fully transmit. It appears that the heavy snowfall has affected local communication towers. Nevertheless, as a nation renowned for its exceptional infrastructure, China maintains a world-class standard in telecommunications. Thus, it has not reached a point of complete communication failure. though long-distance connections may face significant interference. Curious neighbors clicked on the video upon seeing it, and when they witnessed the gruesome demise of Chen Jinghao and his associates, many erupted into uproarious laughter, mingled with tears. Chen Jinghao, that devil, has finally met his end. Xiao Cui, you can now rest in peace. At last. He has finally died. We can step outside. That despicable creature, may he rot. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sab. The neighbors harbored an intense hatred for Chen Jinghao. Had he not instigated the bloody chaos, many within this building would still be alive. Their loved ones, friends, and partners fell victim to the cruel machinations of Chen Jinghao and his cohorts. Such animosity is beyond the realm of mere words. Zhang Yi posted a message in the group. Chen Jinghao is dead. It was I, Zhang Yi, who did it. Beside him, Zhou Kuo cast a wistful glance, silently pondering. Isn't this my doing? Zhang Yi continued. From now on, this building will be under my management. It dawned on the neighbors that the video had been released by Zhang Yi, and within it, Zhou Kuo's presence was unmistakable. Zhang Yi, did you kill Chen Jinghao? You are truly remarkable. Thank you for ridding us of a wretched demon. Zhang Yi, is there any food left in your house? I feel as though I am starving. My son is already dead, and my daughter has also perished. Yet, I wish to live. Zhang Yi, you must have some food at home. Please share a little with me. I will do anything you ask. The neighbors, upon seeing Zhang Yi, clamored together in fervent pleas. To them, the name Zhang Yi was synonymous with abundant resources, a beacon of sustenance. Zhang Yi felt somewhat speechless. Their demeanor suggested they harbored little fear of him. He turned to Zhou Kuo beside him and inquired, I killed Chen Jinghao, yet why are they not afraid of me? Without hesitation, Zhou Kuo replied, because, compared to that madman Chen Jinghao, you are a good person. Zhang Yi, bemused, pointed to himself and said, a good person? Please don't flatter me unnecessarily. Zhou Kuo, however, spoke earnestly, in my eyes, you are indeed a good person, because you have never taken the initiative to kill anyone. As for Chen Jinghao, he met his deserved fate. Zhang Yi smiled without response. He did not consider himself a good person, but at the very least, he believed he was not a bad one at that moment. This is because he has not yet been driven to the brink of despair, thus allowing him to retain the fundamental moral principles of humanity. At this moment, a voice message was sent. Zhang Yi, has Zhou Kuo moved into your house? On what grounds do you permit Zhou Kuo to reside there, but not me? Why am I excluded? She had discerned a significant oversight in the video. Zhou Kuo was seen assisting Zhang Yi. Hence, it was highly probable that the two had become involved. Many were consumed by envy, their hearts aflame with desire to enter Zhang Yi's abode. It was rumored that within, there existed a fireplace, a veritable greenhouse maintaining a balmy temperature of 20 to 30 degrees. The atmosphere was cozy and inviting, with provisions sufficient to last a decade. In the past, they had attempted forceful incursions, but all had ended in failure. However, the situation with Zhou Kuo had ignited a flicker of hope within them. Zhang Yi, whatever Zhou Kuo can accomplish, I can do as well. Furthermore, I assure you I can do it far better. Allow me to enter your home. Zhang Yi, I must confess, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Zhang Yi, although I am a man, I would do anything for you. Zhang Yi felt his eyes burn at the declaration. Zhou Kuo, equally taken aback, felt a twinge of unease. In truth, whether as a doctor or as a woman, she was not irreplaceable. At the very least, when it came to romantic pursuits with men, she lacked experience. What if Zhang Yi were to encounter someone superior and subsequently neglect her? Biting her lip, Zhou Kuo silently resolved to demonstrate her worth and cling to Zhang Yi's side. The neighbors were consumed by envy and resentment towards Zhou Kuo, fervently requesting Zhang Yi to take them along for leisure. Particularly, Fang Yuqing was nearly driven to madness upon witnessing these developments. Zhang Yi, are you currently with Zhou Kuo? She inquired, desperation lacing her tone. Zhang Yi dismissed her with indifference, yet Fang Yuqing's urgency escalated. At that moment, she found herself ensconced in a fetid room, disheveled and resembling a madwoman. Sun Jichao, Zhou Ping, and Gu Jiaoliang had been deceased for several days, yet a flicker of light and hope persisted within Fang Yuqing's heart. She harbored the belief that one day she would reside in Zhang Yi's abode, relishing a splendid life. With trembling, cracked hands, she typed a message, Brother Zhang Yi. Now that Chen Jinghao is deceased, may I come to stay with you? Did you not promise to share a beautiful life with me? You vowed to ensure I was well-fed, warmly clothed, and blissfully happy. You gave me your word. You must have me. You cannot be with another woman. You belong to me, and all that you are is mine. Zhang Yi was taken aback to learn that Fang Yuqing was still alive. He let out a cold laugh and retorted, You're still alive? Fang Yuqing's eyes sparkled with realization. So, Zhang Yi had believed her to be dead, which was why he had allowed that wretched Zhou Kuo to reside in their home. Indeed, that must be the case. Now that he knew she was alive, he would surely choose her over Zhou Kuo. Her lips trembled with excitement as she spoke to Zhang Yi. Brother Zhang Yi, I am still here. You once cherished me. Your feelings have not changed, have they? Do not allow Zhou to remain in your home. Let me stay instead. I am the one who truly loves you. Expel her from the house. At that moment, the disheveled Wang Min and Lin Kaining noticed Fang Yuqing's unusual demeanor. Upon seeing the spark in her eyes, they immediately realized she was conversing with Zhang Yi. The two rushed over, their expressions twisted with fury, exclaiming, Fang Yuqing, do not think you can abandon us to live a better life on your own. The three of them grappled for a single phone, desperately sending messages to Zhang Yi. Lin Kaining declared, Zhang Yi, I am not inferior to Fang Yuqing. I can do everything she can do. I am far more considerate and would never treat you as a backup. Wang Min added, Zhang Yi, though I may be a bit older, age brings a deeper understanding of compassion. Young girls simply do not grasp the essence of tenderness and thoughtfulness. Please give me a chance. Zhang Yi, regarding the scene as mere entertainment, listened to their competing messages and the cacophony of their voices, unable to suppress a laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou, sensing a greater urgency, clung tightly to Zhang Yi's arm, fearing he might slip away. Chapter 71. Do not contact her. I fear she may misunderstand. Zhou's overt closeness evoked a flicker of happiness and warmth within Zhang Yi. Although he was not easily swayed by women, he too craved tenderness and affection. Without a doubt, Zhou was a beauty, and it was entirely reasonable for her to possess an alluring power over him. He relished the process of her approaching him with such intent. A wicked sense of amusement began to blossom in Zhang Yi's heart. If Fang Yuqing were to witness the intimate bond between Zhang Yi and Zhou, would she be driven to madness? With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi promptly seized his phone and sent a selfie to the two of them. In the frame, Zhou nestled beside him, her arms wrapped tightly around his. He then forwarded the photograph to Fang Yuqing. Qing'er, you are a good person. But alas, you arrived too late. I have now encountered someone far better. You will wish us well, won't you? Meanwhile, Fang Yuqing was desperately grappling for her phone. Ding dong. The three heard the notification sound and hastily turned their attention. Each of Zhang Yi's messages represented a glimmer of hope for their survival. However, they were met with the sight of Zhou and Zhang Yi, clearly displaying their affectionate connection as a couple. Zhou's education, talent, and beauty left them feeling profoundly inferior. Fang Yuqing, with modest academic credentials and merely a role as a warehouse clerk, was utterly eclipsed by the exquisite Zhou, a paragon of wealth and beauty. Consequently, a fierce jealousy ignited within her. Zhang Yi, no, you cannot treat me this way. Qing'er loves you. She loves you most of all. She must be deceiving you. Her feelings for you are not genuine. Give me a chance, and I will prove that I am the one who truly loves you. Zhang Yi scoffed, replying, there is no need for that. Qing'er and I share a genuine love. She far surpasses you. How could I ever forsake her for you? Do you believe you are worthy? Thus, let us cease all contact from this point forward. I fear she may misunderstand. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that his words would undoubtedly drive Fang Yuqing to the brink of madness. He understood that he represented her last glimmer of hope in this apocalyptic world. The act of extinguishing a person's hopes was a profoundly exquisite endeavor, particularly when executed in such a manner. Fang Yuqing had always perceived herself as a goddess, destined to be adored by men. Yet today, she found herself usurped by another woman who had claimed her man, at least in her mind. What compounded her agony was the undeniable fact that this woman surpassed her in both talent and beauty. The anguish and despair she felt were thus magnified. She lamented her past decisions, wishing she could punish herself for being blind to the virtues of Zhang Yi, a man of such remarkable worth. As Zhang Yi had predicted, Fang Yuqing was on the verge of insanity, emitting a frenzied scream from her throat. I refused to believe it. Zhang Yi, you were my devoted admirer. You adored me for 2 years, so why, now that I am so proactive, do you no longer crave my affection? That wretched woman. Why did she seize what belongs to me? She deserves to be damned. Yes, it was all that wretched Zhou's fault. Lin Kaining and Wang Min, upon seeing Zhang Yi's message, erupted into laughter, pointing at Fang Yuqing. Ha ha ha, you foolish woman, merely deluding yourself. This is your just retribution. How fitting that you find yourself in such a predicament. Lin Kaining, once Fang Yuqing's closest confidant, spat with vehemence, her eyes filled with disdain. As Fang Yuqing's eyes burned with fury and she attempted to send a message to Zhang Yi once more, she discovered that he had blocked her. This signified that Zhang Yi had completely severed ties with her. Soon, she would perish in this apocalyptic world, and Zhang Yi found satisfaction in her torment and humiliation. He set down his phone, a blissful smile gracing his face. The more anguish this wretched woman endured, the greater his delight. Zhou nestled closely against him, gazing up at him with curiosity. Their eyes met as Zhang Yi turned his head, and suddenly, his brow furrowed as he grasped her delicate hand tightly. Do you think I am cruel? Zhou's breath quickened, her face flushing with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. You must have your reasons for acting this way. Zhang Yi's gaze deepened, recalling how he had been treated by Feng Yuqing in his previous life. He had given everything for her, only to be betrayed. She had deceived him into opening his door, leading to his demise at the hands of neighbors. The excruciating pain he had endured was beyond human comprehension. After all, one must witness as they wielded a dull knife, severing one's limbs piece by piece. As long as you understand, he replied, reluctant to elaborate further, knowing that those events were irrelevant to Zhou Kuo. After Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuo eliminated Qin Zhenghao, their surroundings became considerably quieter. At least, there were no longer daily disturbances from next door or spies lurking about. Qin Zhenghao remained oblivious to the fact that Zhang Yi's motivation for his demise stemmed largely from his incessant annoyance. The atmosphere around them eased somewhat, losing some of its previous heaviness. Yet, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that this was merely superficial. As the apocalypse progressed, the human psyche would become increasingly distorted. Even in the absence of Qin Zhenghao, those who have tasted the thrill of violence might still resort to murder. Yet, what connection does this hold for him? That morning, after Zhang Yi rose from his slumber, he approached the door of Zhou Kuo and assisted her in opening it. Zhou Kuo, her cheeks flushed, hurried to the restroom and then returned to prepare breakfast for Zhang Yi. Her culinary skills were rather mediocre, yet they surpassed Zhang Yi's own. Occasionally, when he craved freshly prepared food, he would request her to whip something up. Naturally, before they dined, Zhang Yi would have Zhou Kuo sample the dish first, ensuring its quality before he himself indulged. During their meals, Zhang Yi would peruse WeChat and catch up on the scant news still circulating. Presently, only a minority of applications remained operational, primarily sustained by official efforts. In the frigid temperatures, most individuals found survival nearly impossible. However, the higher-ups invariably had contingency plans to weather the storm, allowing certain so-called important figures to endure. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face in the WeChat group, a certain Madame Lin, who had previously caused quite a stir. Madame Lin proclaimed, "The snow disaster will soon pass. My brother is a key official in Jiangnan province, and he informed me, you all must heed my words, or I shall have you all executed. Did you hear me? Bring me food at once." Yet, her frantic cries met with silence from the group. She had lost her mind. Nevertheless, her survival thus far was nothing short of miraculous. I recall that Qin Zhenghao's first target was indeed her, Zhang Yi remarked nonchalantly. Across from him, Zhou Kuo subtly exhibited a fleeting expression of sorrow upon hearing this. When I initially visited Lin Xiaohu for treatment, I felt pity for them and thus offered a small amount of supplies. Chapter 72. Uncle Yu borrows medicine. Zhang Yi glanced at her upon hearing this. Zhou Kuo, fearing that Zhang Yi might disdain her for her benevolence, quickly clarified, at that time, the snow disaster had just begun, and I thought it would soon pass. Zhang Yi chuckled dismissively, placing his phone on the table and interlacing his fingers. That's not the issue. The supplies you provided should have been consumed long ago. What has she been relying on to endure until now? With a piece of rib still in her mouth, Zhou Kuo silently set it back into her bowl upon hearing Zhang Yi's remark. Lin Xiaohu had succumbed to his fate nearly 10 days prior due to the lack of medication. Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging the logic in her statement. Suddenly, he laughed. In the past, Lin Chuanxia always declared that Lin Xiaohu was her cherished one, someone she wished to keep close at all times. She certainly did live up to her words. Zhou Kuo couldn't help but cover her mouth, playfully reproaching Zhang Yi. "I'm still eating." Haha. Zhang Yi, reveling in the success of his jest, couldn't contain his laughter. He suddenly felt that living alongside a woman truly enriched his experience. At least there was someone to converse with, alleviating the monotony. In the midst of their conversation, a sudden commotion arose from outside. Both turned to gaze out the window. Approximately 40 meters away, on the balcony of Building 18, a man stood completely naked, raising his arms and shouting into the wind. Suddenly, under the gaze of the two individuals, he plunged downwards like a diver. Zhou Kuo furrowed her brow slightly, and couldn't help but sigh. When will this snow disaster finally come to an end? In this apocalyptic world, numerous souls have chosen to end their lives due to the absence of hope for the future. Zhang Yi shook his head. Who knows? The changes in nature are beyond the mastery of humanity's current technological capabilities. As long as we can survive, that is enough. While they were conversing, Zhang Yi's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see that it was Uncle Yu, the doorman, calling, drawing from his past experiences in this life. Zhang Yi was only willing to trust two individuals. One was Uncle Yu, and the other was Zhou Kuo. Both had made sacrifices for others, adhering to the moral boundaries of humanity even unto death. This trust allowed him to welcome Zhou Kuo into his home as a servant. As for Uncle Yu, he was the second most resourceful person in the entire building after Zhang Yi, and his supplies remained relatively ample even now. A single man in his 40s, without children or a spouse, serving as a doorman, would naturally stockpile inexpensive items like instant noodles and sausages to economize on living expenses. Zhang Yi picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Uncle Yu." Zhang Yi, are you doing okay? Uncle Yu stammered. His speech punctuated with an awkward chuckle. Zhang Yi, having known him for many years, recognized that this was a typical sign of Uncle Yu needing something. Feeling embarrassed in his request, Zhang Yi pondered internally. If Uncle Yu were to borrow supplies, he could certainly spare a few. After all, this security guard had served as a soldier for 5 years and possessed commendable skills. In future encounters, he could summon him for assistance, perhaps even to shield himself from danger. Thus, Zhang Yi was more than willing to extend a few small favors. "Uncle Yu, I'm managing well. It's just that there's an additional mouth to feed at home, and the supplies are depleting rather quickly." He cast a glance at Zhou Kuo, who blushed and continued to pick at her rice. "Ah, indeed, that is a concern. With more people at home, the food consumption increases," Uncle Yu admitted, his tone gradually diminishing, as if he felt somewhat embarrassed to speak further. However, after a moment's hesitation, he finally said, "Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask." "Uncle Yu, please don't be so formal. Just say it. If it's within my capability, I'll certainly do my utmost to assist." Uncle Yu shyly explained, "It's about Xiao Mei. Her daughter, Tang Bao, has a fever, and we have no medicine at home. She is completely flushed, and both her mother and I are nearly frantic." Do you have any medicine?" As he spoke, Uncle Yu's voice trembled, filled with desperation. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in surprise, akin to a person who has stumbled upon a significant revelation. To his astonishment, Xiao Mei had sought out Uncle Yu as a fallback. This woman indeed possessed remarkable discernment, having pinpointed one of the few eligible bachelors in the building, second only to Zhang Yi himself. However, recalling Xiao Mei's circumstances from his previous life, Zhang Yi felt an immediate sense of understanding. She appeared pitiful, yet ultimately lived longer than Zhang Yi. Clearly not as simple as she seemed. Xiao Mei, still not yet 30, possessed a modest beauty, scoring a 6 out of 10, and her figure had become voluptuous after giving birth. Uncle Yu, having remained a bachelor his entire life, could hardly resist the allure of such a mature woman. Zhang Yi had no intention of meddling in others' private affairs. If Xiao Mei could manage to entice a resentful man to support her child, that was her own accomplishment. Zhang Yi remarked, "So that's how it is, Uncle Yu, congratulations." Uncle Yu, slightly embarrassed, responded, "What is there to congratulate? It's merely sharing a life together. You know my situation. Without this snow disaster, I wouldn't have been able to find a wife." Zhang Yi said, "I still have a few boxes of medicine here. You can come by later to pick them up." His tone was nonchalant. Yet the mention of a few boxes revealed a crucial piece of information. Zhang Yi did not possess much fever medicine himself. However, in the midst of this bitter cold and scarcity of supplies, he generously offered some to Uncle Yu. "Consider this. Reflect deeply on how noble Zhang Yi truly is and how good he has been to you. How could you not strive for him in return?" Indeed, Uncle Yu was so moved that he struggled to find his words. "Zhang Yi, how can I ever thank you? You have aided me twice in significant ways. You Jiguang, vow this here. If ever you require my assistance and I decline, I would deserve to be punished." Uncle Yu swore fervently. Zhang Yi chuckled. "Uncle Yu. Such words sound distant. We have been old acquaintances for many years. In my eyes, you are just like my own uncle. Do not speak to me with pleasantries. Come and fetch the medicine." Zhou Kuo pouted playfully, casting a mischievous glance at Zhang Yi and even making a face at him. It was then that she realized beneath Zhang Yi's stern and cautious exterior lay a cunning side. After Zhang Yi concluded his phone call, Zhou Kuo curiously inquired, "Is your relationship with Uncle Yu that close?" Zhang Yi picked up his bowl and chopsticks, responding in a nonchalant manner. The relationships between individuals are fundamentally established upon mutual interests. This is particularly evident in a post-apocalyptic world. Uncle Yu is a benevolent man with formidable strength. Having him owe me a favor may prove beneficial in the future. At this point, Zhang Yi paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, on a deeper level, I genuinely wish for the brilliance of his humanity to not fade away in this desolate world. Such qualities are exceedingly precious. Chapter 73, The Calculating Mother. After a while, Zhang Yi heard a knock at the door, followed by Uncle Yu's voice. "Zhang Yi, it is you Jiguang. Are you home?" Habitually, he glanced at the monitor to check outside. However, his brow soon furrowed as he realized it was not only Uncle Yu at the door, but also a woman cradling a child. Though she was bundled in a heavy down coat, Zhang Yi recognized her as the mother, Xiao Mei. What could she possibly want? Zhang Yi held a favorable impression of Uncle Yu, yet he had no acquaintance with Xiao Mei. Moreover, his experiences from a previous life led him to believe that this woman was far from ordinary. Zhang Yi rose from his chair and walked to the door. Zhou Kuo merely cast a glance but took no action. In this household, Zhang Yi was indeed the master. Approaching the door, he refrained from opening it, feigning ignorance. "Is it Uncle Yu?" "Yes, it is I," replied Uncle Yu. At that moment, Xia Lime interjected, "Zhang Yi, our Tangyao has a high fever that won't subside. Please help her." Her voice trembled with emotion. Zhang Yi retrieved a box of acetaminophen suspension and a box of little sunflower cold medicine, tossing them through the opening. "Quickly, take this medicine to the child. In times like these, illness is no trivial matter." Uncle Yu hastily picked up the medicine from the ground, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Zhang Yi, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it." Xia Lime accepted the medicine. Uncle Yu had initially intended to lead her away. Yet a peculiar glimmer flashed in her eyes as she spoke. "Zhang Yi, I have a favor to ask. Could you let the baby stay at your home for a while? I know you have a heater, and it's much warmer there. Our house is freezing. I'm worried she might catch a chill being sick. Could you assist us with this request?" Uncle Yu was taken aback. Xia Lime hadn't mentioned this to him during their arrival. He felt awkward, having not consulted Zhang Yi beforehand. Now, with Xia Lime's sudden proposal, he found himself caught in an uncomfortable position. Yet, upon encountering Xia Lime's sorrowful gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. In the room, Zhang Yi, having heard Xia Lime's plea, couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. Is it a matter of taking advantage of kindness? Surely, it must be Sister Xia. Regrettably, during such extraordinary times, I cannot permit anyone to enter. Furthermore, our supply of coal is nearly depleted. To be frank, the warmth within does not surpass that of the outdoors. Zhang Yi remained unmoved by her eloquent words, which were ostensibly for the sake of the child. However, neither he nor Zhou Kuer possessed any experience in childcare. Even if they did, he was disinclined to engage in such trivial matters. Allowing the child inside would inevitably enable Xia Lime to exploit the pretext of caregiving to gain entry. Inviting in a deity is far easier than sending them away. Should she harbor any ill intentions, Zhang Yi would be compelled to remain vigilant around the clock. He had no desire to expend such effort. Hearing Zhang Yi's words, Uncle Yu quietly remarked to Xia Lime, "Zhang Yi has been quite considerate, even providing medicine for the child. We should return and ensure the little one is warmly clothed to avoid the cold." Xia Lime wiped her tears and, with a quivering voice, retorted, "What do you, a man, understand about this? The baby is so small and incredibly fragile." She then addressed Zhang Yi within, saying, "Zhang Yi, I am aware that this request may seem inappropriate. Yet, I am truly at my wit's end. My sister knows of your kind heart, which is why she has the audacity to make this appeal. I implore you, for the sake of the baby and out of respect for Brother Yu, to allow the child to stay with you for a while." With her words having reached such a poignant point, she had also implicated the nearby Uncle Yu. Typically, only those with particularly hardened hearts would remain unyielding in such circumstances. When you make a substantial request of someone, it is often prudent to begin with a modest one. Once the individual concedes to the smaller request, it becomes awkward for them to refuse the larger one that follows. This illustrates the complexity of the woman in question. Xia Lime intentionally refrained from discussing matters with Uncle Yu in advance, waiting instead until Zhang Yi had delivered the medicine before proposing that the baby stay at Zhang Yi's residence. However, she underestimated the firmness of Zhang Yi's resolve. Leaning against the door with his arms crossed, Zhang Yi stated, "Sister Xia, had this been before the apocalypse, I would have certainly agreed to your request. But as you are aware, everyone in this building is eager to seize my home and threaten my life. I am genuinely terrified and cannot allow strangers to enter. I trust you can comprehend my position, correct? Uncle Yu, you must understand." Uncle Yu nodded repeatedly, finding himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Yet, his gratitude towards Zhang Yi dissuaded him from pressing the matter further. Indeed, Zhang Yi has already been exceedingly generous to us. Who else would be willing to provide us with medicine? Do you realize how difficult it is to acquire medication these days? Xia Lime bit her lip, refraining from contradicting Uncle Yu, her eyes brimming with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. Yet, had he not permitted Zhou Kuer to reside with them? Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully and replied, "Zhou Kuer is my girlfriend. Is there an issue with that?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuer, though aware that Zhang Yi was merely placating the other party, felt a subtle smile tug at her lips. In the realm of truth, women often place greater value on a man's sweet words. Even though she is fully aware of the deception, she indulges in self-hypnosis, convincing herself of its authenticity. Xia Lime furrows her brow slightly, seemingly contemplating her words. However, Uncle Yu lacks the audacity she possesses. After all, Zhang Yi has assisted him several times. He cannot afford to lose face. Thus, he firmly grasps Xia Lime's hand, his expression turning serious as he states, "Let us depart. Do not cause any further trouble. Zhang Yi has been generous enough to us. Let us not overstep our bounds." Upon noticing Uncle Yu's genuine irritation, Xia Lime immediately adopts a pitiful demeanor. "I understand. I do not wish to act in such a manner either. It is all for the sake of the child. Uncle Yu then addressed the room, saying, "My apologies. Zhang Yi, please do not hold her actions against her. I am grateful for your assistance in this matter." Zhang Yi responded, "It is of no consequence. Such emotions are easily understood. Let us continue to support one another." Through the surveillance, Zhang Yi observed Uncle Yu escorting Xie Limei and the child downstairs. He returned to the dining table and remarked to Zhou Kuer, "This woman appears to be rather troublesome." Zhou Kuer dismissed it nonchalantly. "Isn't it the case that there are plenty of such individuals?" Zhang Yi shrugged. "That is true, yet I share a good rapport with Uncle Yu. I fear she may disrupt our relationship in the future." Uncle Yu is indeed the ideal worker chosen by Zhang Yi, who wishes to avoid having a woman like Xie Limei whispering insidious thoughts into his ear. Zhang Yi's wariness towards Xie Limei deepened, at the very least. She harbored covetous thoughts regarding his family's home and resources. Chapter 74, Night Raid on Zhang Yi's residence. Uncle Yu returned home with Xie Limei and the child. After closing the door, he spoke with a displeased expression. "What kind of talk was that? How could you ask someone to help you take care of a child? The outside world is so chaotic, one cannot discern who is human and who is not. The fact that he can provide medicine for the child indicates that he is a trustworthy individual. How could you possibly take advantage of that?" Seated on the bed with the child in her arms, Xie Limei fed him medication while loosening her clothing to nurse him, allowing the medicine to flow down with her milk. Instead of arguing with Uncle Yu, she spoke softly, "Isn't everything I do for the sake of the child? You know that my only motivation for living now is the baby. If anything were to happen to her, what would be the point of my existence?" Tears began to fall once more as she spoke. Uncle Yu turned to see her delicate figure, feeling a pang of compassion mixed with firmness. His tone softened. "I understand your feelings, but one must at least practice gratitude." Reflecting on the two significant favors Zhang Yi had done for him, Uncle Yu pounded his thigh in exasperation. "If it weren't for Zhang Yi, I would never have considered stockpiling supplies in advance, and I certainly wouldn't be here now. Yu Jiguang, must find a way to repay this immense kindness." At that moment, he heard Xie Limei's soft voice. "Honestly, I don't think you need to feel so indebted to Zhang Yi. At the very least, he is wary of you, isn't he?" Uncle Yu was momentarily taken aback and replied with excitement. "What do you mean by that?" Xie Limei appeared delicate, pondering if he truly trusted you. "He should have opened the door for us when we arrived, allowing us to sit and converse. Instead, the medicine was merely tossed out of the window, leaving no room for face-to-face interaction. Wasn't he just being cautious of you?" Uncle Yu was visibly displeased, admonishing, "Do not speak carelessly. He meant well, and yet your words twisted into something else." Xie Limei remained unperturbed, continuing in a soft and measured tone, "I am not speaking thoughtlessly. I believe he has indeed assisted you, yet the cost to him was minimal. Perhaps he is merely bestowing small favors, hoping that one day you might serve as his enforcer. If he were truly a good man, could he employ such ruthless methods to eliminate dozens of neighbors? I would only believe him to be genuinely benevolent if he were to welcome us into his home. Moreover, his residence is spacious. The three of us would hardly be a burden." Before Xie Limei could elaborate further, a thunderous voice interrupted her thoughts. "Enough." Uncle Yu's face flushed with anger as he glared at her, startling Xie Limei. The baby in her arms began to wail. Swiftly, Xie Limei cradled the child, softly murmuring, "I apologize, it was my mistake. I spoke those words for your benefit. It is always prudent to exercise caution in times like these." Uncle Yu replied coldly, "Such words must not be uttered again. Yu Jiguang, can discern right from wrong. If I were to doubt my benefactor, would I still be considered a person?" Uncle Yu is characterized by his simplicity and straightforwardness, yet there exists a distinct difference between being simple-hearted and being foolish. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi's assistance is driven by ulterior motives, what does it matter? In this world, genuine kindness is rarely without reason. Having lived for over 40 years and worked as a security guard for more than a decade, he has witnessed the complexities of human nature. How could he possibly be oblivious to this truth? Xie Limei recognized that Uncle Yu was incensed and understood that further provocation would be futile. Thus she chose to remain silent. However, this did not signify her resignation from inciting Uncle Yu. The warm abode of the Zhang family was her deepest aspiration. Glancing down at her 8-month-old baby, she resolved within herself, "My dear child, no matter the cost, I shall ensure that we, as mother and child, persevere." That night, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the glistening earth, imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. The snow had been falling incessantly for nearly a month, sometimes heavy, at other times slightly lighter, yet never ceasing for a single day. In the Uelu community, the snow had piled up to the 4th floor, blanketing the ground in a pristine white. Habitually, most individuals were still fast asleep at this hour. The entrance of Building 25 was completely obstructed by tons of snow, rendering it impenetrable. Suddenly, the snow at the entrance appeared to shift slightly, with a few ice fragments tumbling to the ground. However, almost immediately, A large mass of ice and snow bulged outward and was forcefully pushed aside. From the gaping hole emerged a shovel. Subsequently, the opening expanded further, and a dozen individuals clad in heavy garments, wielding shovels, steel bars, and axes, emerged from within. The leader of the group was diminutive in stature, with a gaunt frame and deeply sunken cheeks. Yet, his eyes possessed a sharpness that instilled fear. Upon entering the corridor, he lowered his voice and commanded, "Let us proceed upstairs." A throng of individuals cautiously grasped their implements, ascending the stairs in a disorganized yet determined manner. Their formation remained remarkably orderly, with some wielding wooden planks and frying pans as makeshift shields. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered a resident who had ventured out under the cover of night to gather snow. Without a moment's hesitation, a burly man struck him on the head with a shovel. Blood splattered against the wall, and the victim fell without uttering a single cry. The robust man gazed at the lifeless body and turned to the diminutive leader, inquiring, "What shall we do now, Uncle Air?" Uncle Air replied, "Let us leave him here for the time being. We will take him back once our task is complete." Obediently, the group continued their ascent. Their objective for the day was room 2401 in building 25. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was deep in slumber, while Zhou Kuer was confined in the adjacent guest room. The intruders silently reached the 24th floor, having climbed so high without apparent fatigue. Clearly, they were not ordinary individuals, but rather professionals of a unique sort. They arrived at Zhang Yi's doorstep, yet none rushed to pound on the door. Uncle Air raised his hand to signal the group to halt and quietly called out, "Old donkey, come here." From the back of the crowd, a middle-aged man donned in a gray knit hat approached, his back burdened by a gray backpack. "Open the door," he commanded. Uncle Air pointed towards the door of Zhang Yi's residence, and the old donkey nodded, signaling, "Watch me." He approached Zhang Yi's door, set down his backpack, and swiftly retrieved an array of tools. Most conspicuous among them was a detonator, accompanied by several rectangular objects wrapped in yellow tape. After toiling for a considerable while, everyone hastily retreated into the corridor. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire building, rousing all from their slumber, Zhang Yi included. The blast, occurring right before his door, left his ears ringing incessantly, causing sharp pain to his eardrums. Chapter 75, The Power of White Phosphorus. Zhang Yi reacted with remarkable swiftness, clad only in his pajamas. He leapt from his bed and immediately retrieved a handgun from the alternate dimension, disengaging the safety as he gripped it tightly. He activated his phone to check the external surveillance. The living room appeared untouched, while in Zhou Kuer's room, she was in a state of sheer terror, tightly cocooned in her blanket, huddled in the corner. With the interior secure, Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention back to the surveillance. And upon doing so, he spotted a dozen or so shadowy figures. Their implements predominantly consisted of shovels, along with steel bars, wooden planks, and axes. Upon closer inspection, the wooden planks struck him as familiar. They were none other than the commonly used red 3-in-1 boards found at construction sites. Zhang Yi distinctly recalled that there were no construction workers in their building. However, in the adjacent building 26, a group of over 20 workers resided, all employed at a nearby construction site, sharing accommodations provided by their company. As the dust settled, those individuals hurried to the entrance to ascertain the success of the explosion. Their appearance unmistakably indicated that they had come prepared, with their sights firmly set on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's gaze was frigid, revealing that the abundance of resources within his home had evidently reached the outside world. Outside the door, his uncle and the others stood in astonishment before the intact heavy metal door. "Old donkey, what have you done? This contraption can't even blow the door open." An irate worker questioned Old Donkey. The latter had not anticipated such an outcome. "This doesn't seem right. The explosives I arranged were flawless. Perhaps they got damp." Old Donkey was a skilled demolitions expert within the engineering team, yet he relied on rudimentary methods. Thus, while the explosives produced a loud noise, their efficacy paled in comparison to those crafted by professional demolitionists. Otherwise, even if they could not breach Zhang Yi's door, they should have been capable of demolishing the surrounding walls. In essence, the damage was minimal, but the intimidation factor was substantial. Zhang Yi, through a mobile application, confirmed that his home remained unscathed, which relieved him slightly. However, simultaneously, a fiery rage ignited within him. These individuals wished for his demise. If that were the case, he would ensure their demise first. Outside, the group continued to grumble, with some resorting to attempting to smash the door with shovels. They remained oblivious to the small window that had opened above them in the iron door. Zhang Yi ignited a Molotov cocktail and hurled it outside. The flames erupted instantly. Not yet satisfied, Zhang Yi retrieved several small white bottles from his space, containing a nearly transparent liquid. "This is a few bottles of white phosphorus dissolved in carbon disulfide," representing the most rudimentary version of a white phosphorus bomb. Often referred to as the fire of hell, a white phosphorus bomb burns at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, capable of annihilating all living beings within a certain radius. The detonation of such a bomb produces blinding light and scattering burning fragments, which, upon contact with the skin, are exceedingly difficult to remove in a timely manner, resulting in grotesque wounds. This not only inflicts horrifying lethality but also generates intense psychological terror. The use of white phosphorus bombs is prohibited internationally. However, Zhang Yi remains unconcerned with such regulations. He is willing to employ any means necessary to effectively eliminate his enemies. As the incendiary bottle crashes to the ground, a fierce blaze erupts, though the lethality of this substance is not particularly substantial. The individuals present have traversed through layers of snow, their garments soaked and difficult to ignite. Yet, the flames from the bottle ignite swiftly, causing the sulfur dioxide to evaporate rapidly and thereby igniting the dissolved white phosphorus. In an instant, temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees are produced in the air. The flames leap onto their clothing, and no matter how they attempt to extinguish it, the fire persists. In a mere moment, the corridor outside transforms into a sea of flames. Zhang Yi's actions surpass the expectations of this group, leaving them unable to react in the brief span of a few seconds. Many individuals find themselves ensnared by the burning flames of white phosphorus. The down jackets and winter coats they wear serve as excellent fuel for the fire. Ah, help me. Save me. The piercing shrieks echo as if from the depths of hell. Being burned alive can be described as the most excruciating manner of death imaginable. Even an ordinary person, if merely singed by a match, would feel agonizing pain. How much worse it is when every inch of their skin is consumed by flames. Zhang Yi felt no sense of relief. Instead, he withdrew his handgun and unleashed a flurry of shots into the outside chaos. Bang, bang, bang. He paid no heed to conserving ammunition, firing as if celebrating with firecrackers. Before long, one corpse after another fell to the ground. Of the dozen assailants, only 8 bodies remained, while 5 or 6 managed to escape by a stroke of luck. Zhang Yi refrained from pursuing them, adhering to his principle of prioritizing safety. Once he confirmed their demise, he sealed the shooting aperture and activated the air filtration system to prevent the acrid smoke from infiltrating the room. He glanced at his firearm, realizing that he had exhausted all his bullets. He couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting the poor durability of the weapon. Fortunately, he had not purchased a machine gun. Otherwise, a single burst could have consumed hundreds of rounds. It appeared that he would need to devise a strategy for acquiring more formidable weaponry. Until now, his sense of crisis had not been particularly acute. However, today's encounter with the workers from the neighboring floors, who employed explosives, served as a stark reminder. In this apocalyptic world, those who survive are anything but ordinary. The adversaries he would face in the future would undoubtedly be formidable characters. If one day an engineer armed with an abundance of explosives were to appear, he could very well obliterate the entire building. Of course, this was merely an exaggerated notion. Such quantities are not easily accessible to the average person. Nonetheless, it compelled Zhang Yi to prepare for the worst. I will ensure that I eradicate every last one of you scoundrels. He cursed vehemently. He approached Zhou Kuo's room and opened the door. Zhou Kuo was curled up in the corner, her head buried tightly between her snow-white legs. It's all right now. Zhang Yi spoke to her. Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Kuo felt an immediate sense of reassurance in her heart. Despite the fact that this man was excessively cautious and often exhibited a demeanor of indifference, he was, at that moment, the greatest source of warmth in Zhou Kuo's heart. She lifted her gaze to Zhang Yi and retorted, I am not afraid. I merely thought it would be safer to hide in the corner during an earthquake. Zhang Yi chuckled silently. At the 24th floor, if an earthquake were to strike, hiding anywhere would hardly prevent you from being crushed. Zhou Kuo rose to her feet and inquired, what just happened? Zhang Yi seated himself on her bed. Prior to her arrival, the room had been rather barren, with the bed lacking even a quilt. However, since she had moved in, the space had been imbued with a cozy ambience. A pink velvet blanket adorned the bed, complemented by yellow sheets. On the windowsill hung her freshly washed black lace lingerie and black stockings, revealing her as a woman of refinement. It was evident that she took great care not only of her own room but also of the entire house, including Zhang Yi's bedroom, which she maintained in immaculate condition. Zhang Yi mused to himself, having a considerate woman by one's side is truly a blessing. In the absence of this apocalypse, a woman of such caliber would require a dowry of 88 million to marry. Chapter 76, The Harmony Gang of Building 26. Zhang Yi recounted the events that had just transpired to Zhou Kuo. It was the workers from the neighboring Building 26 who had caused the disturbance. A new residential community had recently been developed nearby, leading many workers to rent accommodations in the vicinity. Zhou Kuo expressed her curiosity. Our community is considered mid to high-end. Would they be willing to spend such a significant amount? Zhang Yi remarked, in a single room housing 10 individuals, how exorbitant do you think it could be? Zhou Ke responded with a soft acknowledgement, nodding her head. Soon after, a grave expression crossed her face. If that's the case, they are indeed more perilous than Chen Jinghao. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. Chen Jinghao was merely a societal ruffian. During more peaceful times, ordinary people refrained from provoking him due to fear. Yet now, as everyone faces uncertainty, if he weren't armed, he would have long since met his demise. However, these laborers are different. They engage in strenuous physical work daily, possessing far greater strength and combat prowess than the average person. Moreover, they are all familiar with one another, and their sheer numbers provide them with significant advantage in whatever they wish to undertake. Zhang Yi took a deep breath and lamented, fortunately, we eliminated that bombastic, obese man yesterday. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find peace during the night. Zhou Ke inquired, what shall we do next? Should we seek revenge against them? Zhang Yi's brows furrowed. Of course, we must retaliate. However, I cannot venture onto their territory. It would be unwise. Just look at them. Haven't I already taken out a substantial portion of their ranks? Zhou Ke exhaled in exasperation. But you have a gun. Even with a gun, it's not feasible, Zhang Yi asserted vehemently. Even if I were to annihilate them all, should I sustain even a minor injury, I would deem it a tremendous loss. Zhou Ke rolled her eyes. You are simply too cautious, too prudent. But if you do not seek them out, how will you enact your revenge? They appeared far from being fearful of death, resembling desperate fugitives instead. After all, which sane individual would engage in demolition activities within an apartment building? A moment's carelessness could entomb oneself. Zhang Yi stroked his chin, already formulating a plan in his mind. It seemed that to lead a tranquil life in the days to come, he would need to enlist some individuals as cannon fodder. Pondering this, Zhang Yi retrieved his phone and accessed the owners group for Unit 25. At that moment, the recent explosion had startled the neighbors awake, igniting a flurry of messages in the group chat. What was that sound? An earthquake? Or perhaps an artillery strike? The noise emanated from above. Could it possibly be a meteorite crashing down? It was certainly plausible. If not a meteorite, what could explain such an unusual temperature fluctuation? One could speculate about humanity facing extinction akin to the dinosaurs. The conversation was chaotic, with a myriad of theories being proposed. Zhang Yi interjected, stating, the workers from Unit 26 intruded into our building, intent on murder and plundering resources. I managed to detect their presence in time and drove them away. Zhang Meng, who resides on the 16th floor, has already been killed. As for that sound, it was the result of their use of explosives. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's account, the neighbors grew increasingly anxious. What? We just dealt with Chen Jinghao, and now those ruffians from next door are back? They are notoriously brutal. I've heard there are frequent brawls at that construction site. How did the people from Unit 26 manage to get here? Zhang Yi explained. They excavated a tunnel from below, traversing through the snow to ascend from the first floor. Soon, someone nervously exclaimed, quickly, collapse that tunnel and lock the door. Zhang Yi replied, it's futile. That kind of door will shatter with a single blow. Even if you barricade it, they can still climb in through the window on the 4th floor. The neighbors were filled with dread. That night, had it not been for Zhang Yi driving those individuals away, they might have invaded their homes and taken their lives. What can we do? How can we possibly contend with those laborers? Half of the people in our building have perished, and most of the survivors are the elderly, weak, and women. Indeed, more than half of those who could have fought are now dead near Zhang Yi's residence. At that moment, someone remarked, thank goodness we have Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, you are truly formidable, driving away so many on your own. With you here, our safety is assured. Zhang Yi, you are our hero. Following the encouragement from a few individuals, the others also came to a realization. Now, Zhang Yi represented the strongest fighting force in their building, and he was armed. Sending him to confront the workers from the adjacent building was undoubtedly the best choice. Zhang Yi found this scene rather amusing. Previously, they had berated him daily in their group chat, calling him selfish and shameless. Many had lost loved ones at Zhang Yi's hands, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards him. Yet now, they sought his aid and hailed him as a hero. Did they truly consider him a fool? With a smirk, Zhang Yi replied, I have already expended a considerable amount of weaponry dealing with them. It is difficult enough to ensure my own safety. You all should fend for yourselves. What a joke. Why should I protect you? What does it matter to me whether you live or die? Zhang Yi stated, falling silent thereafter. The individuals in the group became agitated, fervently imploring Zhang Yi to intervene on their behalf. Zhang Yi, you cannot merely stand by and watch us perish. If we all die, it will only leave the two of you alive. Won't that be a lonely existence? Once we are all gone, you will inevitably become targets yourselves. Countless eyes will be fixated upon you. Upon reading these messages, a chill coursed through Zhang Yi's gaze. The words rang true. He was acutely aware of the many who were watching him. After all, the video he had shared in the group must have been disseminated amongst the neighbors. Those on the outside would likely feel nothing more than envy. Yet, the residents of the surrounding units had the opportunity to invade 25 and seize everything he held dear. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. In contrast, Uncle Yu sent Zhang Yi a private message, expressing genuine concern and inquiring if he required assistance. I know those rascals from 26, I even had a drink with them once. How dare they come after you? I will not let them off easily. Zhang Yi. If you have any thoughts, let me know, and I will help you deal with them. Zhang Yi smiled. Uncle Yu, I presume they are quite numerous? Uncle Yu replied. Indeed, they originally had over 30 individuals. However, recently about 10 have perished, so there are roughly 20 left. I know their leader, Huang Tianfang. We were chatting not long ago. Yet, these scoundrels are utterly despicable, having caused the demise of many in 26. I would never associate with that group of scoundrels. Uncle Yu and those laborers hail from rural backgrounds. However, while the workers have mingled with society, Uncle Yu has spent many years in the military. Their mindsets are simply not on the same plane. Chapter 77. Zhang Yi, if you do not come out, I shall harm your neighbor. Thanks to Uncle Yu's introduction, Zhang Yi gained a slight understanding of those individuals. That group of laborers is employed under a construction company known as Tianhe Group. They are informal workers, contracted by a foreman, and they follow his lead. Yet, they boast of being employees of Tianhe Group to maintain a semblance of prestige. Thus, they refer to themselves as the Tianhe Gang, with the leader being a wiry, short man named Huang Tianfang. Zhang Yi, do you have any plans regarding them? If you require my assistance, simply call upon me, Uncle Yu remarked. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. It would be impossible for him to launch an attack on this so-called Tianhe Gang. His greatest reliance lay in this iron fortress. Once he stepped outside the room, confronting that small group of about 20 men, even with a firearm, would be exceedingly perilous. Uncle Yu, for the sake of safety, I currently have no plans for revenge. Primarily, I am alone, and even with your aid, there is no guarantee of victory. Unless, his eyes gleamed with insight, he could mobilize the neighbors within the building. Uncle Yu grasped Zhang Yi's intention. You mean to say that we should unite, just like Huang Tianfang and his gang, and stand together against external threats? Precisely. That is the sentiment. Uncle Yu remarked. Very well. I shall put forth this notion in the group and see how many are inclined to join. Zhang Yi chuckled. Uncle Yu, there is no need for such eagerness. If you push them to join the group, they may perceive your intentions as ulterior, perhaps even taking advantage of your goodwill. Uncle Yu inquired. Then what should we do? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. We are not in a rush, are we? Our supplies at home are ample. We can afford to wait. The Tianhe Gang has come once, and they will surely return. Not to mention, having slain so many of their members, they will inevitably seek vengeance. At that time, the neighbors in this building will naturally come to us for assistance. Uncle Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Yi, you are truly remarkable. The two reached a consensus and decided to temporarily disregard the Tianhe Gang's members. Within the homeowners group, the neighbors still sought to persuade Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu to take the lead against the Tianhe Gang. They were adept at moral coercion, simultaneously praising Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu as virtuous individuals, though Zhang Yi felt this was an insult, as if to say, you are the good ones. Your entire family is composed of good people, while concocting various excuses about lacking food and energy to fight, or claiming their status as elderly or women as reasons for their unwillingness to take action. Zhang Yi, well acquainted with the shamelessness of these neighbors, chose to ignore them entirely. After all, once the blade falls upon them, they will surely learn the sting of pain. In the following 2 days, Zhang Yi began to gather intelligence from the outside world. He would certainly refrain from inquiring himself, for there were numerous individuals preoccupied with his family's resources, and the information they provided was likely to be false. Thus, he enlisted the assistance of Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu to gather intelligence. One was a physician, and the other a doorkeeper, both possessing considerable connections. Zhang Yi sought to ascertain which individuals posed a threat to him within the 30 buildings of the Yuelu community. Such intelligence was not difficult to acquire. One merely needed to inquire about those responsible for the most killings and those wielding the most influence. Zhou Kuer eagerly produced paper and pen, assisting Zhang Yi in compiling a statistical chart. Zhang Yi glanced at it, noting the general descriptions of the adversary's manpower and armament. After reviewing the information, he felt considerably reassured. After all, the Yuelu community was positioned as a mid to high-end locale, devoid of excessively malevolent characters. According to the intelligence gathered by Zhou Kuer and Uncle Yu, the principal threats stemmed from 2 factions. The first was the Tianhe Gang from the adjacent Building 26, formed around a small engineering team affiliated with the Tianhe Group, renowned for their formidable combat capabilities. Their primary weapons consisted of shovels and steel bars, with no firearms in their possession. The bomb employed in the previous encounter with Zhang Yi had been crafted by a worker from their company skilled in explosives, though its potency was limited. That worker had since been incinerated by Zhang Yi, rendering them incapable of producing further improvised explosives. However, it remained uncertain whether they possessed any reserves. Caution was warranted. He muttered to himself, contemplating sending a few expendable pawns to deplete their stockpile. In addition to the Tianhe gang, another faction captured his attention. In Building 21, there existed a group of young individuals who called themselves the Wolf Pack. The name may sound exceedingly juvenile, yet their combat prowess is anything but lacking, according to the intelligence gathered by Zhou. Among these individuals are students and some idle street dwellers. Their average age hovers around 20, with a group comprising a dozen or so members. The leaders of this faction are two individuals named Wang Cheng and Xiao Lu, both of whom Zhang Yi is acquainted with. They are notorious street dwellers well known in the Yu Lu community. After graduating from a mediocre university, they have resorted to living off their families, neither quite wealthy nor destitute, but comfortably middle class. Their unwillingness to seek employment has led them to remain at home, ultimately aligning themselves with various unsavory characters in society. In previous times, they would not have measured up to even a mere toe of Qin Zhenghao. However, in their building, there is no one as formidable as Zhang Yi, allowing them to grow in influence. For Zhang Yi, these two factions represent the only significant threats to his safety. Other residential units have seen their populations dwindle to mere dozens, with many unable to withstand the horrors of the apocalypse, succumbing to despair and choosing to end their lives. Others have resorted to brutal infighting over scarce resources, resulting in complete annihilation. Zhang Yi felt a surge of confidence. He told Zhou to continue gathering intelligence, emphasizing the necessity of understanding the situation thoroughly to minimize danger, especially regarding the presence of firearms, which is absolutely crucial. Zhou nodded obediently and resumed her inquiries via her phone. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu reached a mutual understanding to remain indoors, avoiding any unnecessary outings. The members of the Tianhe gang, having suffered losses previously, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Yi. They had lost their brother for over 8 years, and the remaining ones had also been scorched by the flames, suffering grievous injuries. 2 individuals succumbed to their wounds that very night after returning home. Such a loss was unprecedented for the Tianhe gang. They vowed to exact a bloody revenge on Building 25 to eliminate Zhang Yi and avenge their fallen brothers. However, a twist awaited them. The person they detested most was also the one they feared the most, Zhang Yi. Having witnessed his methods and experienced the formidable defense of his household, they hesitated to take action against him. What, then, could they do? They resolved to target Zhang Yi's neighbors instead. Huang Tianfang contemplated. If I cannot kill you, Zhang Yi, can I not eliminate your neighbors? When you see them meet a tragic fate, will you not feel remorse? How will you face their accusations? By slaying your neighbors, I shall deliver the most profound revenge upon you. Huang Tianfang, embodying the spirit of AQ, understood the necessity of choosing soft targets. Thus, in the following days, he returned with a band of followers, launching surprise attacks on several households. After the bloodshed, he inscribed messages in the corridors with the victim's blood. Zhang Yi, if you do not emerge, I shall wipe out all your neighbors. Chapter 78. The neighbors seek protection. Huang Tianfang, in his misguided cleverness, believed that by killing numerous individuals from Building 25, he could compel Zhang Yi to reveal himself. In a cinematic portrayal, the virtuous protagonist would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming urge to confront Huang Tianfang for negotiations. Yet, regrettably, Zhang Yi felt no guilt. Instead, he was elated. His intention was for Huang Tianfang to slay even more neighbors, instilling panic among them, thereby forcing them to beseech his intervention. Indeed, merely 2 days later, the neighbors could no longer endure the situation. They beheld the bloodied message left by Huang Tianfang upon his departure and unanimously concluded that only Zhang Yi could confront him to resolve the pressing dilemma. Consequently, the group chat was inundated with fervent messages directed at Zhang Yi, while private messages and voice calls poured in incessantly. Zhang Yi glanced at the neighbors' reactions in the chat. Zhang Yi, the trouble you have caused is yours to rectify. The Tianhe gang was summoned by you, and they were slain by your hand. What concern is it of ours? Yes, indeed, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. Surely you cannot expect us to shoulder this burden on your behalf. They have declared that as long as you remain hidden, the killings will persist. Zhang Yi, if you possess even a shred of conscience, you must address this matter yourself. Can you truly bear to witness the demise of your neighbors because of your inaction? Upon reading these messages, Zhang Yi could not help but chuckle. He felt little anger, for he was well acquainted with the nature of his neighbors. He casually replied with several messages in the group chat. It was not I who summoned them. How is it my fault that they came to kill me and were ultimately vanquished by my hand? Your inability to resist them is of no consequence to me. You have acknowledged their perilous nature. Thus, I shall certainly not venture out. My abode is far safer. Hiki. After sending this, Zhang Yi appended a smiling emoji. This infuriated the neighbors within the building. Zhang Yi, you may be safe, but what are we to do? Have you not brought ruin upon us all? Why should we bear the consequences of your actions? Is there no conscience left within you? In response to the neighbors' accusations, Zhang Yi burst into laughter. He was well aware of their shamelessness. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, What concern is it of mine how you fare? Your lives hold no significance for me. Spare me your discussions of conscience. When you launched your attack on my household, who among you is innocent? It is only my magnanimity that spared you from a violent reckoning. You dare to raise your voices against me, and yet you presume to lecture me on morality? His tone turned ominous as he continued. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to eliminate you? With these final words, many found themselves silenced. Recalling that Zhang Yi was not to be trifled with, how had Chen Jinghao met his demise? He had been frozen solid and then shattered to pieces. This was the work of Zhang Yi. Choosing silence, Zhang Yi sent a message to Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu, it is your turn to take action. Uncle Yu replied. Rest assured, I shall handle it. In the homeowners group, those who had been scorned by Zhang Yi were left in a state of disarray. Their moral coercion had failed. Negotiations had collapsed, and they were now left to confront the imminent threat of the Tianhe gang, who could strike at any moment. With the man from Unit 25 having suffered heavy casualties, only Zhang Yi and Uncle Yu remained as their fighting force. What were they to do? They had thought that with Chen Jinghao's death, their survival was assured. In the end, the members of the Tianhe gang proved to be even more ruthless. Chen Jinghao committed murder to establish his authority and secure provisions, while Huang Tianfang and his accomplices killed out of vengeance, slaying indiscriminately without a second thought. Are we truly left with no choice but to await our demise? How wretched! What has transpired for the world to descend into such chaos? Is this barbaric society to become our new normal? The snow disaster is not likely to pass anytime soon, and we may all perish in its icy grip. Many find themselves engulfed in profound despair, believing their days are numbered. At this critical moment, the usually reticent Uncle Yu unexpectedly emerged. Do not panic. The Tianhe gang consists of only about 20 individuals. If we unite, we can stand against them. Uncle Yu's appearance sparked a glimmer of hope in many eyes. After all, this retired veteran and guardian exuded a sense of simplicity and reliability. Thank goodness you are here, Uncle Yu. We thought you might have perished in silence. How wonderful it is that Uncle Yu is present. Our safety is assured. Uncle Yu, please instruct us on how to proceed. We shall wholeheartedly support you. Upon hearing his neighbor's words, Uncle Yu could not help but feel a twinge of disbelief. Support me? Does that imply they wish for me to take the lead while they merely observe? He was utterly speechless. Uncle Yu replied, Alas, relying solely on me is futile. Our supplies have been depleted, and we have gone days without food. I am now too weak to fight. I suspect many of you share a similar plight. How can we possibly contend with the Celestial Alliance in our current state? Some neighbors remain silent, while others have recently enjoyed decent meals, indulging in barbecued delicacies. Once one's spirit becomes numb, the flavors of such fare can still be quite pleasing. Uncle Yu, what shall we do? Everyone is in need of sustenance and cannot assist you. Just moments ago, they vowed to offer unwavering support, yet now they hesitate to part with even a morsel. Do you have any suggestions to share? Everyone is inclined to heed your counsel. Once again, the empty flattery begins to circulate. Uncle Yu then stated, We must rely on Zhang Yi to confront the other building. Zhang Yi possesses an abundance of weaponry, and he is well fed daily, which affords him the strength we require. It is most fitting for him to lead us. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Just moments before, they had driven Zhang Yi away, and now they wished for him to lead them. Was that even conceivable? Yet, Zhang Yi had just declared that they should fend for themselves. He would not abandon his quarters, nor could they summon him. Nevertheless, if he were willing to take the helm, it would indeed be the most advantageous outcome. They acknowledged that although Zhang Yi was detestable, he was undeniably formidable. Half of their apartment building's residents had met their demise at his hands. What of the ruthless thug Chen Jinghao? Was he not reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Yi's wrath? Uncle Yu declared, Very well, I shall speak with Zhang Yi. I will approach him and see if I can persuade him to return to our aid. The crowd quickly responded, Uncle Yu, we are counting on you. Chapter 79. Subduing neighbors as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi observed the conversations within the group keenly. Uncle Yu turned to send Zhang Yi a private message. Zhang Yi, what shall we do now? Zhang Yi replied, The timing is nearly ripe. When the moment arrives, lend me your support, so that this group will obediently heed my words. By employing both kindness and severity, we can ensure our safety within this building in the future. Zhang Yi was uncertain about the safety of the others. Yet he was assured that his own security would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, many among these neighbors would be regarded by Zhang Yi as expendable pawns to be sent to the front lines. Most of them had family members who had fallen victim to his hands, and once an opportunity arose, they would surely seek revenge. Thus, it was best to eliminate them now. Having concluded their discussion, Uncle Yu and Zhang Yi returned to the homeowners group. Uncle Yu pretended to tag Zhang Yi, saying, "Zhang Yi, everyone is in dire need of your assistance right now. If you were the last household remaining in this building, you would surely feel lonely, wouldn't you? Therefore, I implore you to exhibit a bit of kindness and lend a helping hand to everyone. They will surely express heartfelt gratitude towards you." The neighbors eagerly chimed in, "Yes. Yes. If you can save us, we will be eternally grateful. From now on, this building will be under your command. Zhang Yi, the lives of my entire family depend on you." Flattering words poured in, yet Zhang Yi could only sneer in response. "I am only here to indulge Uncle Yu's request for a conversation. However, I have no interest in your affairs. I am doing just fine on my own. So why should I concern myself with you? The burden of venturing out, toiling under the threat of peril, leaves me feeling utterly disheartened." The more Zhang Yi expressed such sentiments, the more uncertain his neighbors became. "Zhang Yi, please. From now on, whatever you ask of us, we shall comply, all right?" In the face of despair, even when engulfed by hopelessness, they would cling to any glimmer of life rather than succumb to death. With a mocking smile, Zhang Yi inquired, "Oh, is that so? You will do whatever I ask. Do all of you concur?" The neighbors hesitated for a moment before one spoke up. "As long as you don't send us to our deaths, we are amenable to other conditions," Zhang Yi countered. "If I were to instruct you to arm yourselves and confront the Tianhe gang, would you dare to go?" A profound silence enveloped the group, each person waiting for another to break the stillness. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter. "So, what you truly desire is for me to face the danger alone, is it? Very well, I shall no longer concern myself with you. When Huang Tianfang arrives with his men, simply extend your necks and allow them to strike. Farewell, Uncle Yu." Alarmed, pleaded, "Zhang Yi, please. We will certainly heed your guidance. After all, death is inevitable. If we fight with all our might, there remains a chance to survive. I am with you." With that, he began to rally the others. "What are you all hesitating for? If we unite in our struggle, there is a path to survival. Must we wait to be singled out and executed one by one?" Uncle Yu's encouragement indeed bore fruit. Contemplating a desperate bid for survival, the assembly unanimously agreed to heed Zhang Yi's command. In a harmonious exchange with Uncle Yu, Zhang Yi thus secured dominion over the entire building. He spoke with a calm authority. "From this moment forth, all actions must align with my directives." The situation was dire. An enemy assault could ensue at any moment. Any sign of lethargy or negligence would be deemed as treachery against the collective of homeowners. Should such defiance arise, do not be surprised if I take decisive action against the offender. Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the list of participants. "I must not discover anyone lurking in silence, unwilling to join the fray. Should I find one, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. If you seek to hide away and reap the rewards, there will be no sanctuary." Zhang Yi's declaration stemmed from his rough calculation, realizing that only about 20 individuals were actively participating in the conversation. Clearly, some intended to adopt a cowardly stance, hoping Zhang Yi would lead the charge while they remained in the shadows. His proclamation irked those neighbors who had agreed to confront the danger alongside him. "Fang Lin, step forward. I know you are alive. I saw you shoveling snow yesterday. Liang Yulu, where are you? Do not conceal yourself, nor feign ignorance of the group messages. We shall come looking for you." With reddened eyes, the neighbors tagged those who were hiding. Human nature is inherently selfish. Having resolved to risk their lives, they were reluctant to witness others cower in the background. Reluctantly, those individuals began to show themselves. "Ah, I just dozed off and have only now seen the messages. Oh, what is happening? Are we preparing to fight back? How splendid. I am not afraid of death. I simply have not witnessed it." A group of individuals spoke with a hint of anxiety. Zhang Yi, undeterred by their trepidation, resolved that since the community had elected him as their leader, they must heed his commands. Those who dared to cower in the shadows would be betraying the collective, and such treachery would warrant dire consequences. The residents fell silent, acutely aware that Zhang Yi was capable of enacting fatal retribution. The 50-odd lost souls served as a grim testament to his resolve. After brandishing his metaphorical club, Zhang Yi paused for a moment, contemplating the introduction of a more benevolent incentive. "Rest assured, I, Zhang Yi, am a compassionate individual, loath to witness your suffering from hunger. As long as you comply, I shall venture forth to procure supplies for you." This notion had been brewing in his mind for some time. Given the presence of an engineering team adept in demolition, he could not dismiss the potential emergence of formidable adversaries in the future. Residing on the 24th floor, his abode, constructed entirely of metal, would still be vulnerable to any collapse occurring below. Thus, he sought to cultivate a cadre of expendable individuals to serve as sentinels, prepared to assist him when the need arose. However, sustaining them necessitated resources, which he was reluctant to part with from his own limited stockpile. Consequently, he felt compelled to seek provisions elsewhere. Moreover, the rapid depletion of his weaponry and ammunition was a pressing concern. He had expended 20 rounds in a recent skirmish and needed to acquire additional armaments. As for the means of travel, that dilemma was straightforward. The snowfall outside had accumulated to a staggering depth of over 10 meters, rendering conventional vehicles useless. Nevertheless, there existed specialized vehicles designed for traversing snowy terrains, known as snowmobiles. In Zhang Yi's space, there are 5 vehicles, 2 snowmobiles equipped with cockpits and 3 smaller snowmobiles. In this era of heavy snowfall that has sealed off the city, others expend tremendous effort merely to leave their homes. Yet, he glides freely through the cityscape. The owner group chat is in an uproar. Zhang Yi, can you venture out to procure supplies? With such deep snow, how can anyone drive? Do you intend to wade through the snow? Wouldn't that lead to freezing to death? Zhang Yi responds, no matter how harsh the external conditions, for the sake of everyone, I must attempt to go out. Rest assured, I have spent several years in warehousing. I am well acquainted with where the warehouses, large malls, and supermarkets are located in Tianhai City. Finding supplies will not pose a challenge for me. Chapter 80. Snowmobiles. The neighbors appear as though they have encountered a savior. Even those who had succumbed to despair, wrapped in blankets at home, now exhibit glimmers of hope in their eyes. Zhang Yi, can you truly go out and bring back supplies? If so, we might survive. Despite the snowstorms sealing off the city, the vast array of resources produced by our society over the decades is indeed sufficient for our survival. Zhang Yi, I am profoundly moved. Despite how we treated you in the past, you still. Some individuals find themselves choked with emotion. Once, nearly all their family members had perished due to Zhang Yi's actions. Yet now, their animosity has seemingly evaporated, leaving only gratitude in their hearts. Zhang Yi solemnly proclaimed, since I have taken on the role of the building leader, I must be accountable for each individual. Moreover, the supplies at my home are dwindling, and venturing out to seek resources is our only path to survival. Upon hearing this, the others felt a sense of reassurance. In the face of an apocalyptic world, proclaiming one's good deeds often elicits skepticism, as others may perceive it as insincerity. However, when one has their own needs, it is deemed entirely reasonable. After all, the apocalypse has loomed for nearly a month now, and several neighbors have experienced starvation within their households. Thus, they reasoned that even if Zhang Yi had stockpiled extensive resources, there would inevitably come a day when they would be exhausted. Furthermore, with only 2 people in his household now, the consumption of supplies would accelerate. The neighbors expressed their profound gratitude towards Zhang Yi, extolling him to the heavens, almost as if he were divine. In fact, Zhou even jested. If you were to establish a sect at this moment, you could easily become its founder. In times of calamity, religion flourishes rapidly, as humanity often seeks a spiritual refuge. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, considering it unnecessary to complicate matters with a group of expendables. With just a moldy bun, he could evoke a sense of familiarity that surpassed even that of their own fathers. Zhou, with curiosity, inquired, but are you truly going out? Her eyes reflected a trace of concern and guilt. Zhang Yi understood that she genuinely believed his supplies were scarce and felt she was a burden to him. Gently pinching her delicate cheek, he squinted with a smile and reassured her, rest assured, the provisions at home are ample enough to sustain you. I merely sought a suitable opportunity to venture outside and observe the conditions beyond. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Yi would hesitate to step out, fearful of a sudden attack from the deranged neighbors. However, now that he embodies the hope for survival for all, he is not likely to be assaulted. Zhou nodded in agreement, declaring, then I shall accompany you. Aware that Zhang Yi had not fully placed his trust in her, she proactively requested to join him. Zhang Yi gazed at her with profound eyes, slowly yet resolutely shaking his head. Given the nature of our current relationship, do you believe I would still harbor doubts about you? A woman ought to remain at home, awaiting her man's return. With that, Zhang Yi gradually rose to his feet. A wave of emotion surged within Zhou, though it was fleeting. This sentiment quickly dissipated when Zhang Yi began to gather the remaining food and coal from their home into his spatial storage. I trust you completely, Zhang Yi said with a cheerful smile. Zhou, taken aback, wore an expression of exasperation. Just moments before, Zhang Yi had touched her heart, only to revert to his usual demeanor. Ignoring Zhou's lamenting expression, Zhang Yi retreated to his room to change. This marked his first decision to leave the apartment building since the onset of the apocalypse. The heavy snowfall had rendered the city lifeless, diminishing the level of danger. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, Zhang Yi donned a leather jacket, knowing it would withstand a knife's thrust unless met with considerable force. After careful consideration, he retrieved 2 frying pans from his spatial realm, positioning one in front and the other behind him. Even when confronted with armed adversaries, a mere handgun would prove ineffective against his vital points. Ultimately, he donned a winter coat, which made his physique appear somewhat cumbersome. Yet it imbued him with a profound sense of security. Zhang Yi retrieved a pry bar exceeding 1 meter in length and tested its heft in his grasp. In the throes of an actual confrontation, such a substantial implement would be far more advantageous than a machete. A blade's incision may not immediately incapacitate an opponent, but a strike with this bar would assuredly bring them to the ground without delay. With the pry bar in hand, he ensured his handgun magazine was fully loaded before stowing it in his pocket. Only after equipping himself thoroughly did he step beyond his threshold. The external temperature was frigid. Despite being clad in the same professional sports attire as the national mountaineering team, he could still perceive a hint of chill. However, this slight discomfort would not deter Zhang Yi. A brief bout of exercise outdoors would soon warm his body. Firmly gripping the pry bar, he descended the stairs at a measured pace, always taking a moment to assess his surroundings beforehand. Caution begets safety. His descent was uneventful, as the number of the foolhardy remained exceedingly few. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he noted that, due to the actions of the Tianhe gang and others, most residents had vacated to higher levels, leaving the lower 10 floors devoid of inhabitants. Zhang Yi pushed open the door, revealing a scene of chaos within. Windows lay shattered, and even the flimsy security grille had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. The wind whistled through this aperture, filling the building with a chilling breeze. Zhang Yi meticulously climbed through the opening, his feet meeting the ground where the snow reached up to his knees. However, as the snow continued to accumulate, the ground beneath had become somewhat compacted, preventing him from sinking entirely. Nonetheless, traversing through this snowy expanse proved to be quite challenging. Zhang Yi lifted his gaze and scanned the surroundings. The vast Yulu community lay enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound save for the whisper of the wind. He noticed no prying eyes observing him. From an alternate dimension, Zhang Yi retrieved a snowmobile, which had been filled with fuel prior to his arrival. The operation of such a vehicle was not particularly complex. After a brief contemplation and perusal of the user manual, he quickly understood how to maneuver it. He mounted the snowmobile, turned the key, and was immediately greeted by the roar of the engine. Zhang Yi navigated the snowmobile towards the exit of the community. As he departed, he sensed a few individuals peering at him through the windows. This was hardly surprising. After all, the outside world was now largely devoid of human presence, and the noise of the snowmobile was notably jarring. It seemed inevitable that some would develop covetous thoughts regarding this vehicle. A faint smirk crept across Zhang Yi's lips. He harbored no fear of revealing the existence of the snowmobile. There were far too many who would covet it, especially in these times, where one might resort to murder over a mere biscuit. In Zhang Yi's own words, too many debts do not weigh one down. The heavy snowfall had submerged many of the smaller houses, rendering the streets nearly invisible. Yet, having lived here for over 2 decades, Zhang Yi could discern directions through the prominent high-rise landmarks. Thus, the prospect of losing his way posed no concern for him. Chapter 81. The Armory of the Police Station. The desolate city of Tianhe. The vast expanse of snow blanketed all that existed, and from a lofty vantage point, only the silhouettes of towering buildings could be discerned amidst the pristine white. Zhang Yi, astride a snowmobile, raced swiftly across the snow-laden landscape. After nearly a month of self-isolation at home, this was his inaugural venture into the exhilarating world of speed. The wind howled past his ears, an exhilarating sensation beyond compare. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Zhang Yi let out a series of jubilant shouts. The roar of the snowmobile was particularly captivating. As he traversed the terrain, he caught glimpses of figures flitting behind the glass of the high-rise buildings. Even in this apocalyptic realm, a resilient fraction of humanity would undoubtedly endure, much like locusts. The frigid atmosphere felt as though it had been doused with pesticide, yet in the aftermath of this calamity, the survivors would gradually acclimate. Zhang Yi's fingers brushed against the gun in his pocket, instilling a sense of security within him. Each soul still alive in the city could pose a potential threat. In a world like this, one must never trust in human nature. Zhang Yi's first destination was not the nearby supermarket. He steered his vehicle directly towards the Tianhe City Police Department, certain that it housed a cache of weapons. He recalled the adage that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Thus, an abundance of weaponry, particularly firearms, was essential. After more than half an hour of travel, Zhang Yi arrived at the site of the Tianhe City Police Department. At this moment, the majority of the structure lay submerged beneath the snow. The originally 6-story building had 3 of its lower floors entirely concealed. Fortunately, The police station was a standalone edifice, its single-story height surpassing that of residential buildings. Had he delayed his arrival by even a few more days, there would have been nothing left. Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle before the fourth-floor window. He dismounted, removed the key, and seized a crowbar to strike. Crash! The tempered glass shattered into 1,000 pieces. Withdrawing a firearm from his pocket, Zhang Yi entered the building. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Yet this posed no obstacle for him. He promptly summoned a miner's lamp from an alternate dimension. This compact device, typically used by subterranean laborers, emitted an astonishing brightness. Once activated, it illuminated the surroundings as if a miniature sun had risen, casting a brilliant glow. Unfamiliar with the internal layout of the police station, Zhang Yi had no choice but to search room by room. Upon reaching the frost-laden second floor, he forcefully pried open a locked door, revealing a scene that stirred his emotions. In the corner of the room, 7 or 8 officers huddled together, draped in thin blankets. Their bodies had turned whiter than the snow itself. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, a twinge of sorrow welling within him. These officers had been on the night shift, and when the blizzard struck, they were left without adequate clothing to fend off the cold. The expression on their faces suggested they succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Zhang Yi contemplated giving them a proper burial. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered that being interred in this place, to which they had devoted so many years of their lives, might be a form of closure. Bowing his head in respect, he paid homage to those who had safeguarded the city. Then, he carefully navigated around the bodies to continue his search. The police station was cluttered with numerous items, making the search rather time-consuming. Exhausted, Zhang Yi extracted a piece of pure cocoa chocolate from his space and devoured it heartily, replenishing his energy to continue his endeavors. After nearly 2 hours, he finally located the armory, only to find it secured with a formidable lock. Despite his persistent efforts to pry it open, he was met with frustration and, with a resigned slap to his forehead, decided to seek the key instead. Fortunately, he was well aware that the key would undoubtedly be in the duty room, making it an easy find. Upon retrieving the key, he successfully unlocked the door. As he entered the armory, Zhang Yi was greeted with an impressive array of firearms, both pistols and rifles, totaling in the dozens. To his astonishment, he even discovered a sniper rifle. However, this was the first time he had encountered such weaponry, and he could neither name them nor had he ever wielded them before. Dismissing these thoughts, he eagerly collected everything, planning to study them at his leisure upon his return. The sniper rifle, in particular, was a magnificent find. It would certainly prove advantageous for stealthy engagements in the future. Even if his aim was not impeccably precise, instilling fear was still within his capabilities. Zhang Yi believed he possessed a natural talent for shooting, considering himself a quasi-professional, particularly skilled with handguns. After his rebirth, perhaps due to a more resolute mindset, his shooting became increasingly decisive. During his confrontation with the members of the Heavenly Harmony gang, he had hardly missed a shot. "I am a shooting prodigy," Zhang Yi chuckled with pride, almost mocking himself. Moreover, he discovered over 1,000 rounds of ammunition within the armory, alongside some antiquated firearms that had been confiscated, their firing capability uncertain after years of neglect. Nonetheless, Zhang Yi did not hesitate to gather them all. This expedition had proven to be immensely rewarding for him. In addition to firearms and ammunition, Zhang Yi also discovered a dozen bulletproof vests along with a complete set of anti-explosive gear, including riot helmets, ballistic shields, and batons. With these items, he was well on his way to assembling a formidable team. Zhang Yi was elated. Having found these treasures made his outing worthwhile. His fruitful expedition at the police station also reaffirmed a crucial insight. There remained a substantial cache of supplies outside. After all, the heavy snowfall that blanketed the night of December 12th left more than a meter of snow by the time people awoke the following day, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero. During that time, most individuals were oblivious to the onset of the apocalypse and had yet to commence their frantic scrambles for resources. By the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late to venture outside. Having secured the items he sought, Zhang Yi departed the police station. Outside, his motorcycle was cloaked in a thick layer of snow, which made him realize he had been out for quite some time. It was time to procure some pig feed for his neighbors, whom he regarded with disdain. He circled the area and located a supermarket that had not been entirely buried beneath the snow. He then entered through a broken window, only to find the shelves nearly barren, as if they had just been cleared. The floor was littered with some frozen, decayed vegetable leaves. Zhang Yi stroked his chin and remarked, "Given its proximity to the residential area, it's no surprise that this convenience store has been stripped bare." However, the large shopping malls in the urban and suburban areas certainly remain devoid of visitors. Many newly constructed large shopping centers are typically situated at a considerable distance from residential neighborhoods due to exorbitant land acquisition costs. Zhang Yi, who is engaged in warehousing, is well aware of which large mall in Tianhai City is distanced from the populace. Consequently, he mounted his snowmobile and headed towards the economic development zone, where a Wanda Plaza had been established 2 years prior. The nearest residential building is 3 kilometers away, thus the likelihood of being ransacked is relatively low. Chapter 82. A meal for the neighbors. Zhang Yi arrived at the Wanda Plaza in the economic development zone. Upon his arrival, he could only see the rooftop. Employing the same method as before, he shattered the glass above and, using a climbing rope, descended into the interior. Once inside the mall, traces of its once vibrant splendor lingered faintly. The circular shopping center housed numerous stores, each displaying exquisite merchandise. Luxurious clothing, shoes, and various everyday items were now worthless and could be taken at will. Zhang Yi selected several useful items from the shops, stuffing everything from one store into his own space. The supermarket was located on the basement level. After casually gathering supplies, he proceeded to the lower level. As he had anticipated, this place, being far removed from human presence, still boasted an abundance of goods. However, the quality left much to be desired. A portion of the mall had succumbed to the weight of heavy snowfall, allowing frigid air to permeate the interior, resulting in frost covering the shelves. The cold had thoroughly ruined the food within. Some puffed snacks and biscuits were even encased in layers of ice, especially in the vegetable section. Although there was no rot or foul odor, the produce had suffered severe dehydration, likely rendering it tasteless. The meat section fared somewhat better, with everything frozen into solid ice clumps, resembling true zombie meat. As for the fish tank, it had burst due to the freezing, making any hope of consuming fish utterly futile. In summary, the food here, in normal times, would likely be discarded as refuse, or perhaps sent through connections to a food factory to be processed into ready-made meals. Zhang Yi shrugged, declaring, "I wouldn't eat these even if they were given to me for free." He was too indifferent to even store them in his own alternate space. After all, he lacked for nothing. Why would he desire such inferior goods? However, this was of little consequence. Even the poorest quality food would be considered a gourmet delight to neighbors who had not tasted anything normal in ages. Zhang Yi retrieved 2 large duffel bags from his space and carelessly tossed in some wilted vegetable leaves and zombie meat. He also stuffed in some bread and biscuits that had expanded due to dampness. Soon, both bags were filled to the brim. He decided not to touch the remaining items, leaving them behind for now, perhaps to save someone else's life in the future. In any case, he had no need to take them with him. Once he had completed these tasks, Zhang Yi glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. This luxury watch had been treated for cold resistance and continued to operate even in extreme temperatures. While the time may not be perfectly accurate, it offered at least a rough estimate. The Rolex indicated it was 3:30 in the afternoon. It would take approximately another hour to return to the Yuelu community, so Zhang Yi wasted no time. In any case, he would have ample opportunities to venture out again in the future, and there was no one to contend with him. The other areas could be explored gradually at a later time. Zhang Yi, having gathered the scavenged supplies, departed from the supermarket and mounted his snowmobile, hastening his return. By the time he arrived at the Yuelu community, the sky had grown somewhat dim. The rumble of the engine resonated conspicuously in the stillness of the neighborhood. Upon his return, faces began to appear at the windows of various buildings, all fixated on him. In room 26 on the 15th floor, Wang Tianfang, the leader of the Tianhe gang, squinted his small eyes, fixated on the brand-new snowmobile. Half of his face bore the scars of fire, rendering his appearance even more grotesque. That night, although he and a few others had managed to escape, the flames had grazed his face, leaving it in its current disfigurement. To think such a contraption existed, capable of traversing the snow. If we could utilize such a marvelous device, we would no longer have to resort to consuming that sour meat. A burly man beside him glanced over and remarked, "Second uncle, I know what that is. Back in our area, we call it a sled. This is an electric sled." Huang Tianfang's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yi's snowmobile as he spoke in a low tone. "Regardless of what it is, we must devise a way to acquire it." Huang Tianfang was not alone in his thoughts. Every individual gazing at Zhang Yi shared the same desire. After more than half a month of isolation, many had descended into madness, while the remaining few were merely a heartbeat away from insanity or death. They needed to escape this place in search of sustenance and a space to survive. The once relentless snowfall had impeded their progress. Yet Zhang Yi's snowmobile reignited their hopes. He could sense the insatiable greed and unabashed malice lurking within the multitude of gazes fixed upon him. However, as he felt the reassuring weight of the pistol at his waist and recalled the considerable cache of weapons he had discovered that day, a sense of calm enveloped him. Dismounting the snowmobile, Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to find the residents of Unit 25 watching him with palpable excitement. Their eyes were riveted on the 2 duffel bags he had brought back. A smirk crept across Zhang Yi's face as he pretended to maneuver the snowmobile into the underground garage, artfully evading their line of sight before concealing the vehicle within the confines of his space. Only then did he return, carrying the 2 bags. The weight of the cargo left deep impressions in the snow, igniting a fervor among the residents of Unit 25, who clamored at the windows, their excitement palpable. Next door, Huang Tianfeng and his companions were equally transfixed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Uncle, could that possibly be food?" the chubby man exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Yi. Huang Tianfeng retorted, "Of course. At a time like this, what else would one seek outside, if not provisions?" The workers from the Tianhe gang, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and gathered around him, their curiosity piqued. "Is there food? You found food out there? Wonderful. There is still sustenance available. We are saved. Enough talk. Let us seize it. Take everything he has, including that vehicle." A chorus of fervent voices rose, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious hunger. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Tianfeng coolly interjected, "Hold on. This lad is likely the one who eliminated Qin Zhenghao. This young man is indeed ruthless. The last time he caused the demise of so many of our brothers, we must tread carefully. Moreover, it is rumored that he possesses a firearm. If we are to act, it must be done with utmost stealth." Huang Tianfeng exercised great caution. Although the 2 buildings were adjacent, a distance of several dozen meters lay between them. Crossing that thick expanse of ice and snow would render one a sitting duck. Thus, while they were tempted by the supplies Zhang Yi had brought back, they refrained from taking any rash actions. However, where there are composed individuals, impulsive ones are sure to follow. A few workers were dissatisfied with Huang Tianfeng's strategy. After a brief discussion, they concluded that if they did not seize the opportunity now, they would have no chance once Zhang Yi returned to the building. Consequently, they stealthily descended the stairs, armed with knives and wrenches. Zhang Yi, carrying the supplies, entered the hallway through the window and took out his phone to inform Uncle Yu of his return, requesting his assistance. In truth, Uncle Yu had already heard the sound of the snowmobile and was hastily making his way to greet Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, you actually found so much." Uncle Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment and admiration as he beheld the 2 large bags in Zhang Yi's hands. Outside, the snow fell heavily. For anyone else, it might be impossible to even find their way. Indeed, such specialized tasks must be entrusted to those with expertise. Chapter 83, The Intruder. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, "The supplies outside are indeed difficult to procure. As soon as I stepped out, I scoured all the nearby supermarkets and malls I could recall. Unfortunately, the surrounding establishments had long been stripped bare, leaving nothing behind. However, I did not surrender. I am acutely aware that everyone is counting on me. In my quest to ensure that all can be nourished, I am determined to scour the entire city of Tianhe for sustenance, no matter the effort required to procure it and bring it back for all." Reluctantly, I found myself wandering through the city, and after considerable effort, I managed to acquire these provisions from a shopping mall. Zhang Yi handed 2 bags to Uncle Yu and returned to open the door for Zhou Ke, guiding her down the path. It was then that he sent a message in the group chat, calling the neighbors to come and collect the food. Before long, the neighbors flocked to him. The staircase was filled with people, their gaunt, hungry figures gazing at the bags of provisions with eyes filled with anticipation and greed. Some appeared restless, even contemplating snatching the bags. Yet, upon catching sight of the dark iron object in Zhang Yi's right hand, they were overtaken by trepidation. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "It took considerable effort to procure these supplies for you." He gestured for Zhou Ke to open the bags. Obediently, she unzipped the bags and emptied their contents onto the ground. With a clatter, a plethora of food items appeared before the crowd, vegetables, meat, as well as bread and biscuits. Although the quality left much to be desired, most of it would have been considered unfit for even a dog in the past. Yet now, these long-suffering neighbors, upon seeing the food, had their eyes gleaming with excitement. Uncle Yu raised his fist and shouted, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi!" The neighbors quickly grasped the sentiment and joined in, raising their fists and vociferously echoing, "Long live Zhang Yi! Long live Zhang Yi! Zhang Yi, you are truly our great hero. From this moment on, you shall be regarded as my elder brother. Please allow me to pay my respects to you." Now, even if Zhang Yi commanded them to crawl like dogs, they would obediently comply. The allure of food is simply irresistible. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning struggled to emerge. Their appearances were quite disheveled, hair unkempt and greasy, akin to 2 deranged women. Upon seeing Zhang Yi return with such an abundance of provisions, Fang Yuqing excitedly waved her hand and called out, "Brother Zhang Yi, it's me, Qinger." She gazed at Zhang Yi, who resembled a hero, her heart brimming with delight. At this moment, she fancied that Zhang Yi held affection for her. believing that despite the presence of Zhou Ke, he must still harbor lingering feelings. Thus, she was certain that he would share a generous portion of the bounty with her. Lin Caning, following closely behind, pleaded earnestly, "Yuqing, we are such good friends. When the time comes, could you kindly ask Zhang Yi for a little extra food on my behalf?" Fang Yuqing shot Lin Caning a disdainful glance and forcefully shoved her away, exclaiming, "Get away from me, you wretched woman." The commotion drew a frown from Zhang Yi. Immediately, someone barked at them, "Stop causing trouble and listen to brother Zhang Yi." The surrounding crowd glared at Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, prompting them to quiet down considerably. In a hushed tone, Fang Yuqing muttered, "Why are you glaring? Do you know what my relationship with brother Zhang Yi is?" Seeing that everyone had settled down, Zhang Yi finally spoke. "This time, I expended considerable effort to procure these supplies. My intention, of course, is to share them with all of you." His tone suddenly turned cold, "Yet in this moment of peril, I shall not tolerate idleness. Having consumed this sustenance, one must take up arms against the adversary. Should anyone dare to feast without contributing, I assure you, they will expel more than they have ingested." Observing the firearm in Zhang Yi's hand and the provisions scattered on the ground, everyone nodded in agreement, yielding to his authoritative approach of carrot and stick. "Very well. Let us distribute the food," Zhang Yi declared, preparing to call names. At that instant, 2 arms emerged from the window on the 4th floor. Several workers from the Heaven Alliance barged in, their eyes ablaze with exhilaration upon seeing the abundant food laid out before them. "Brother Zhao, there is so much food. We've struck gold," one worker exclaimed with enthusiasm. "What is there to discuss? Seize it." For workers brandished their weapons and charged at Zhang Yi. This group was truly ruthless. Even in the presence of dozens, they remained unfazed, recognizing that the others were mere sheep, with only a handful capable of combat. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted as he instinctively drew his gun to aim at them. However, in a sudden change of heart, he refrained from firing, retreating instead while calling out, "This food is for you. Do not let them take it away. Whoever eliminates a foe will be rewarded with 5 portions of food." Upon hearing this, the neighbors, who had initially been gripped by fear and the urge to flee, halted in their tracks. Indeed, this food had been procured by Zhang Yi for them. If it were to be snatched away, what would they eat? Food is life. Without it, they would surely perish. Moreover, Zhang Yi had proclaimed that for every individual eliminated, 5 would be provided with sustenance. The neighbors surveyed their surroundings, noting that they numbered in the dozens. Thus, they felt no fear. A few young men, resolute, drew their weapons and charged forward. In these perilous times, carrying arms had become second nature whenever one ventured outside, rendering it quite convenient. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi retreated to the rear, his pistol aimed ahead, vigilant against any opportunist who might seize the chaos to snatch food. The 4 members of the Tianhe gang were taken aback. They had anticipated that these timid souls would flee in terror. Yet, inexplicably, they surged forward as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. In the blink of an eye, chaos enveloped the scene. The 4th floor was cramped. With dozens of bodies jostling together, the clamor of shovels, steel pipes, and kitchen knives reverberating through the air. Driven by desperation for sustenance, the combatants fought with ferocity, and the biting cold rendered any injuries they sustained nearly inconsequential. It wasn't long before injuries were inflicted, yet those wounded continued to swing their weapons with fervor. Uncle Yu emerged as the primary force in the fray, wielding a metal rod with formidable vigor, bellowing as he struck down upon his adversaries. Although the members of the Tianhe gang were undaunted, they were simply overwhelmed by the sheer number of assailants. Soon, they found themselves sprawled on the ground. The air was thick with the echoes of rage, a cathartic release after enduring a prolonged period of fear and daily assaults from the Tianhe gang. Thus, dispatching the 4 gang members with such swiftness brought them a sense of relief, significantly alleviating their trepidation towards the Tianhe gang. When the dust settled, 6 individuals lay upon the floor. Aside from the 4 members of the Tianhe gang, there were also 2 neighbors from the building. Zhou Ke furrowed her brow upon witnessing this scene. As a professional surgeon, she understood that these 2 individuals might still be salvaged. However, this would require specialized surgical conditions, along with a substantial supply of medication and blood transfusions. Given the current state of their survival environment, such a feat was utterly impossible. She sighed helplessly. Is this what a desolate world looks like? Chapter 84. I, Zhang Yi, do not foster the worthless. Zhang Yi surveyed the neighbors before him, nodding in satisfaction. After taking lives, these neighbors could finally emerge as competent vanguards, mere cannon fodder. In the future, it would be far more convenient for them to assist him in fending off assaults from other buildings. All he needed to offer in return was a meager supply of scraps and an array of empty promises. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi applauded, a smile gracing his lips. Well done. Did you see that? As long as we stand united, What is there to fear from these individuals? He gestured towards the two most enthusiastic young men. Come here, you two. The young men, their faces alight with joy, rushed over to Zhang Yi, disregarding the blood smeared across their faces. Zhang Yi reached down, seizing a generous handful of food from the ground and thrusting it into one of their arms. One handful was insufficient. He went for another. Zhang Yi bestowed a considerable amount of provisions upon the two individuals, gently patting them on the shoulder. Do your best. And as long as you maintain this vigor in the future, I shall not treat you unfairly. The two young men were overcome with excitement, their bodies trembling with emotion. This bounty was sufficient to sustain them for several days. Tears streamed down their faces, having gone far too long without consuming proper meals. Brother Zhang Yi, we are determined to follow your lead and work diligently, they proclaimed, their voices raised in fervor. We will heed your every instruction. You are like a brother to us. These two young men, namely Qingbin and Jiang Lei, gazed at Zhang Yi with eyes brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, the other neighbors, witnessing this glimmer of hope, felt a twinge of regret for not having exerted themselves more. This scene was precisely what Zhang Yi had wished to behold. After rewarding the two most industrious youths, Zhang Yi addressed the others. Now, it is time to distribute the food. Step forward, one by one. He had observed everyone's performance closely. Those who had shown diligence were to receive a larger share, while those who had lagged would receive less. However, for most, the reward amounted to merely a piece of bread or 2 bags of biscuits no larger than a child's palm. Having raised dogs in the past, Zhang Yi understood a crucial principle. If a dog is fed too generously every day, it becomes lethargic and less obedient. Thus, the optimal approach is to ensure it does not starve, yet remains in a state of mild hunger. Only then will it remain obedient. The same principle applied to humans. Although the neighbors felt a sense of disappointment at the meager rations in their hands, they dared not voice their discontent. Zhang Yi presented 2 typical examples for their consideration. You lament the scarcity of your provisions. Thus, you have no one to blame but yourselves for your lack of effort. Observe Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei. Why do they possess such ample supplies? Instead of seeking faults in others, turn your gaze inward to find the reasons for your own shortcomings. Su Hao. Zhang Yi pointed at the wealthy scion Su Hao, who hurried over, extending his hands, exclaiming, "Where is my food?" Zhang Yi regarded him with a hint of disdain, then scraped the ground with his foot and casually placed a piece of fruit candy in his palm. This is your sustenance. The surrounding neighbors erupted in derisive laughter. Even those who had received meager rations felt a sense of equilibrium. Look, though my portion is scant, there are others with even less. Haha. Su Hao is truly unfortunate. Su Hao's eyes widened, a profound sense of humiliation enveloping him. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Are you jesting? Why do I only receive a single candy?" Zhang Yi retorted with a cold smirk. Do you even have the audacity to complain? While others were engaged in the fray, you merely lingered at the back, not daring to intervene. Granting you this one piece of candy is an act of kindness on my part. Su Hao was exceedingly cunning. When he approached, he bellowed loudly, brandishing a stick and shouting for bloodshed, yet his actions betrayed him, as he retreated instead of engaging in the fight. Before Zhang Yi, he truly regarded others as foolish. Su Hao protested with wide eyes, "Can you fault me?" There were 4 of them, and the crowd was impenetrable. I had no opportunity to join the fray. Zhang Yi remarked, "That is not my concern. I care not for the process. What I desire is merely the outcome." Su Hao, in a fit of frustration and indignation, exclaimed, "This is unjust. Your actions are exceedingly unfair, and it is evident that you are deliberately targeting me." Zhang Yi responded with a contemptuous smile. "Fairness? Have you mistaken the situation? What are you to discuss fairness with me? Do you truly believe I am reasoning with you? I am commanding you to comply with my demands. Do you understand, worthless fool?" Zhang Yi cast a glance at Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei beside him. How should one deal with such insubordination and lack of discipline? At that moment, Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei had transformed into Zhang Yi's loyal minions. At Zhang Yi's command, they carefully placed their food on the ground and advanced towards Su Hao, seizing him and delivering a brutal beating. Su Hao initially attempted to argue, but as a fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force, his entire body convulsed. In a world ravaged by chaos, those who still sought to reason were undeniably foolish. There was no need for further words. Only the lesson of a fist would suffice. After Su Hao had endured a relentless assault and lay nearly lifeless, Zhang Yi ordered Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei to cease their actions. Though Su Hao was a fool, he could still wield a weapon and serve as cannon fodder. Zhang Yi pointed at Su Hao and addressed the crowd. "This is the fate that befalls those who defy the master's orders. Do not accuse me of tyranny. I am, in fact, quite fair. If anyone present believes me to be tyrannical, you may now lay down your food and leave with dignity. I assure you, I will cause you no trouble." The neighbors exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. It was a jest, for food was their lifeblood. How could they possibly part with it? Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well, we have reached a consensus." He approached Su Hao, who, despite being reduced to a trembling, curled figure from the beating, still clutched tightly in his hand. A single piece of candy might very well be his lifeline. Zhang Yi's gaze was devoid of warmth as he forcefully stamped down on Su Hao's hand, clad in snow boots with a rough, sturdy sole. The pressure caused the skin on Su Hao's hand to tear, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Su Hao cried out in agony, involuntarily releasing his grip. Zhang Yi kicked the piece of candy away and, upon witnessing the despair in Su Hao's eyes, remarked, "I hope you learn your lesson next time. Zhang Yi, do not harbor incompetence." Following this display of authority, the crowd fell silent, obediently awaiting Zhang Yi's distribution of food, none daring to voice dissent. Soon, he had allocated the provisions, leaving only a handful without. Chapter 85. The humiliation of the White Lotus Well. The supplies have been distributed. Zhang Yi commanded Shouke to stow away the remaining items. Yet at that moment, a distressed voice called out from the crowd, "Brother Zhang Yi, I haven't received anything." "I haven't." The voice belonged to Fang Yuqing, who had long assumed that Zhang Yi would afford her special consideration, providing her with the most food. However, after waiting in vain for what felt like an eternity, her expectations remained unfulfilled. Beside Fang Yuqing, Lin Canning anxiously exclaimed, "Zhang Yi, how could you forget about me too?" Zhang Yi teasingly gazed at the two of them, responding, "I have not forgotten you at all." Their faces brightened, believing that Zhang Yi was granting them special consideration by placing them last. However, his subsequent remark plunged them into despair. "You two were never included." Fang Yuqing and Lin Canning stood there, dumbfounded, their eyes wide as if struggling to comprehend his words. Lin Canning blurted out, "Why not? Everyone else has it. Why am I excluded?" Fang Yuqing was even less able to accept this reality. She rushed to Zhang Yi, tears streaming down her face, and implored, "Zhang Yi, you were just joking with me, right? This isn't true. You wouldn't treat me like this. You said you liked me, didn't you?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I did say I liked you. However, you didn't take that seriously, did you? I treat many girls the same way. We all understand that this is just for fun. I've now lost interest in you. So please refrain from bothering me in the future. I already have a girlfriend." As he spoke, he deliberately pulled Zhou Ke into his embrace. The contrast between Zhou Ke and Fang Yuqing was striking. One was a graduate of a prestigious university, a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, flawless in figure, beauty, and demeanor, while the other was merely an employee at a small company, frequently engaging in flirtations with various men in nightclubs. Which choice to make is something that one understands deep within their heart. Moreover, at this moment, Fang Yuqing appeared disheveled and utterly disarrayed, while Zhou Ke was adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed impeccably. The contrast between the two was akin to that of a celestial being and a beggar. Fang Yuqing found it unbearable to endure such a blow. The beauty and charm she once took pride in were ruthlessly trampled upon by Zhang Yi. With tears streaming down her face, she pointed at Zhang Yi and exclaimed, "No, this cannot be true. Just a while ago, you invited me to stay at your home. Why are you treating me this way now?" Zhang Yi smirked disdainfully, replying, "Oh, that? I was merely toying with you. Just look at your ridiculous appearance now. It's utterly laughable." He then turned to Wang Min and Lin Canning, asking, "Tell me, doesn't she claim to you every day that I have feelings for her? Didn't she say I would let her through my door?" Wang Min and Lin Canning nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, this woman is utterly delusional, lost in her fantasies. Such a worthless person, unaware of her own limitations, even contributed to the demise of my cousin. She truly deserves condemnation." Zhang Yi publicly humiliated Fang Yuqing, exposing her vulnerabilities for all to see. The gazes directed at her were filled with contempt. Fang Yuqing's face turned pale as she clutched her head and pleaded, "No. Please stop. I beg you, don't say any more." Unfazed, Zhang Yi continued, "You, a woman of your sort, delude yourself into thinking you're a fairy, dreaming of ensnaring a wealthy heir. Yet you are infamously known within the circles of affluent heirs in Tianhai City. Who doesn't he know you are merely a cheap trifle, easily bought with a few coins?" He then looked at Su Hao, inquiring, "Su Hao, do enlighten us. What is her nickname?" Su Hao curled up on the ground, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Self-righteous gold digger." Laughter erupted in the vicinity. Who would have thought there was such a character in our building? I can't believe I once harbored a crush on her. Damn. It seems a few $100 would suffice. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered. He continued to lament. What a shameless woman. The waves of mockery and derision enveloped Fang Yuqing entirely. Despite her efforts to cover her ears, she could not silence the cacophony. In a moment of desperation, she screamed and fled the scene. Zhang Yi produced a small bag of cookies and tossed it in front of Su Hao. "Here is a reward for being sensible. Just like training a dog, one must offer rewards for good behavior." Su Hao's eyes sparkled with joy. He had not anticipated regaining the food. Even after being beaten moments before, his resentment towards Zhang Yi had significantly diminished. He now regarded Zhang Yi as a fair individual. Recognizing his own faults, he thought, "Thank you, brother Zhang Yi. I promise to behave from now on." At that moment, Lin Canning also stepped forward. "Zhang Yi, Fang Yuqing has offended me in the past, but we have no grievances, do we? I even spoke up for you just now. Shouldn't you share some food with me?" Zhang Yi glanced at her and replied, "No." Lin Canning immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "Why not? You're pursuing her, not me." Zhang Yi regarded her seriously and stated, "I simply find you bothersome, and I don't wish to give you anything. Is that unacceptable?" Lin Canning was rendered speechless by these words. "You," Zhang Yi asserted, "the items I retrieved are mine to distribute as I please. If you have objections, keep them to yourself." "This is unfair," Lin Canning exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Only a fool would speak of fairness. Zhang Yi dismissed her, and the others looked at Lin Canning with expressions of schadenfreude. Li Chongbin and Jiang Lei, understanding the situation, urged Lin Canning to leave, sparing themselves from her presence. Once the supplies were allocated, Zhang Yi stated, "Next, let us discuss how to fortify our defenses." Beside Uncle Yu, Xie Lime frowned and whispered in his ear, "Why were we not included? You have taken down 2. We deserve our share for 11. Uncle Yu replied, "Zhang Yi will not forget us. Hold your tongue for now." Xie Lime cast him a displeased glance, then looked at Zhang Yi, muttering softly under her breath. Zhang Yi continued, "In our building, excluding the immobile children, there are 47 individuals. I, Zhou, Uncle Yu, and Xie Lime are not included. That leaves 43 people, divided into 6 groups of 7 or 8 each. We will take turns on a 24-hour watch to prevent incursions from other buildings. Should you spot anyone approaching, sound the alarm by striking the staircase rail or any metallic object to alert everyone. Once the occupants of the other floors awaken, they will similarly notify those on higher levels." With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Yi spoke earnestly, "The rewards I mentioned earlier remain in effect. To eliminate an adversary brings a reward of sustenance sufficient for 5 individuals. In the absence of notable achievements, one may still receive a single ration daily, albeit subject to the whims of other selections and with no guarantee of quantity." As he spoke, Zhang Yi turned to Uncle Yu, saying, "Uncle Yu, I entrust this matter to your capable hands." Uncle Yu nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well, I shall take care of it." Chapter 86. The Sniper. Upon concluding his remarks, the neighbors fell into contemplative silence, weighing the pros and cons. One inquired, "Zhang Yi, it is understandable that you and Zhou are exempt from duty. But why is Uncle Yu also spared? He is undoubtedly the most formidable among us." Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the questioner, articulating each word with precision. "Precisely because Uncle Yu is a vital asset in our defense, it is imperative that he conserves his strength, poised for decisive battles ahead. Do you comprehend?" Though this reasoning seemed somewhat tenuous, no one dared to challenge Zhang Yi's pronouncement. In truth, Zhang Yi's underlying intention was to safeguard Uncle Yu's well-being. The others were on the front lines, tasked with repelling assaults from rival buildings, effectively serving as cannon fodder, or more euphemistically, expendable resources. Given Uncle Yu's exceptional skills and his honorable, steadfast nature, he was Zhang Yi's most trusted subordinate, and thus it was essential to ensure his survival for future endeavors. Once the arrangements were finalized, Zhang Yi instructed the neighbors to return to their respective homes, retaining only those on duty near the 4th floor. Any attempt to breach their building would necessarily traverse the 4th floor, whether through subterranean tunnels or by scaling its windows. Thus, by securing this vantage point, they could promptly detect any approaching foes. After the others had ascended, Zhang Yi accompanied Zhou back to their quarters. He would never turn his back on those he does not trust. At this moment, there were no others around. Xie Lime, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Zhang Yi, have you forgotten about the food for our family?" Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to meet Xie Lime's, a glimmer of cold amusement dancing in his eyes. Uncle Yu hastily tugged at her arm, cautioning her against her words. Yet, Xie Lime persisted, "Clearly, brother Yu has exerted the most effort, yet receives nothing in return. This is simply too." Zhang Yi interjected, "The supplies I brought back are far more than this. What I have given to others is of lesser quality. The best is being reserved." He continued, "Uncle Yu, please come to my house to collect them later." Upon hearing this, Xie Lime immediately donned a beaming smile. "I knew you would let in toil for nothing." Uncle Yu shot her a glance, saying, "I have long told you that brother Zhang Yi is a person worthy of trust." Zhang Yi smiled silently. After returning home, he retrieved a box of instant noodles from an alternate space and placed it at the door, notifying Uncle Yu to come and collect it in 10 minutes. Once inside his room, Zhang Yi hurriedly removed his cold weather gear. Clang! The frying pan hidden within his leather jacket fell to the ground. Zhou laughed as she picked it up, remarking, There is probably not a soul outside. You are being overly cautious. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. I won't need this anymore. He had discovered something far superior. The police-issued bulletproof vest was both snug and secure. Upon returning to his warm abode, the sense of happiness within Zhang Yi deepened profoundly. As he ventured outside, confronted by the biting chill of temperatures plummeting beyond 70 degrees below zero. Even clad in thermal attire, the cold was palpable. The sensation was particularly acute while riding a motorcycle. Zhang Yi retrieved some provisions from an alternate realm and placed them upon the table. Zhou Ke, having endured a day of hunger, joined him. Prior to his departure, Zhang Yi had confiscated all the food, leaving neither of them with anything to eat. Seated at the dining table, they indulged in a hearty meal. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ke inquired, "What is the situation outside now?" Zhang Yi replied, "What else could it be? The city is engulfed in a heavy snowfall, with low-rise buildings entirely blanketed." He continued, "If this trend persists, even when the snow ceases, it will take at least half a month for the snow to melt once temperatures return to normal." Zhou Ke nodded in acknowledgement. But winter is approaching swiftly, and the temperatures will only continue to drop. This is not a concern for us, Zhang Yi stated. What we must contend with now is humanity. The beings that inhabit this apocalyptic world are far more fearsome than demons. After their meal, Zhou Ke nestled against Zhang Yi, wrapping her arms around his shoulder. Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at her, questioning her intentions. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Zhou Ke replied, "I'm just trying to warm up." As she spoke, she pressed her ample figure against him. Since Zhang Yi had awakened something within her, she seemed to have transformed, clinging to him daily. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was youthful and vigorous. Otherwise, a typical individual might find it overwhelming. He chuckled and playfully slapped her well-rounded posterior, saying, "There is no time for this now. Go take a shower and then lie down in your room." Zhou Ke cast a flirtatious glance at Zhang Yi before obediently retreating to take a shower. What could possibly allow Zhang Yi to set aside even the allure of beauty? Certainly, it was a shared passion among men. From the alternate realm, Zhang Yi retrieved the firearms he had collected that day. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding weaponry, having previously joined the shooting association in Tianhai City, where he frequently visited the shooting range. The police firearms were undoubtedly superior to those he had procured from the black market. Thus, Zhang Yi decided to retire his previous weapon in favor of 2 police handguns, fully loaded with ammunition. The holster and tactical belt were readily available, allowing him to affix them to his waist with ease. He then turned his attention to studying the rifles, as well as the powerful sniper rifle he had acquired. While the shooting range in Tianhai City offered specialized rifles, it lacked sniper rifles. However, the modern internet was replete with comprehensive information regarding various firearms. Zhang Yi took out his phone to conduct an online search and was pleasantly surprised to find that the servers were still operational. Indeed, large corporations possess remarkable capabilities. Zhang Yi mused. Despite the apocalypse having caused many internet enterprises to collapse and numerous software applications to cease functioning, a select few major corporations maintain their servers, evidently in collaboration with the authorities. At least for now, humanity had not relinquished its efforts to rebuild in the aftermath of the apocalypse, preserving a flicker of civilization. Zhang Yi, momentarily distracted by his reflections, dedicated himself to studying the operational manuals for these firearms online. Thanks to his prior experience with weapons, he absorbed the information with remarkable speed. The precision of the shot is secondary. At the very least, one must know how to wield a firearm and change ammunition. Even in its most rudimentary form, a weapon can serve to intimidate, which is sufficient. The mere existence of firearms embodies the greatest deterrent. Zhang Yi contemplated this and filled all the magazines with ammunition, disengaging the safety before placing them in a different space. In the event of an emergency, he could swiftly retrieve a firearm to defend himself. However, he found himself particularly enamored with the sniper rifle. Firearms represent a certain romanticism for men. It is an intrinsic nature for them to cherish their weapons. Zhang Yi lifted the rifle, utilizing the scope to survey the adjacent building. Approximately 50 meters away, the window of a unit was distinctly visible. Even the lock upon it could be discerned. He yearned for an opportunity to test the capabilities of this rifle. It was indeed a tool for stealthy retribution. A smile crept upon Zhang Yi's lips. Engaging in direct confrontation was not to his liking. Lurking in the shadows and striking when the enemy was unaware brought him the greatest satisfaction. Chapter 87. The Revenge of the Tianhe Gang. Zhang Yi relished the thrill of the sniper rifle, observing the entire neighborhood through the scope. It was night, and most homes were devoid of light, rendering the apartment complex shrouded in darkness. However, the reflection of the snow illuminated the surroundings, allowing vague outlines of the scenery to emerge. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. As he directed his attention toward a nearby garage, he noticed 2 small, dark figures moving within his line of sight. The garage people. It appeared they were headed for my snowmobile. A mocking smirk graced Zhang Yi's face. When he returned during the day, he had feigned the act of placing the snowmobile into the garage. Indeed, during the night, individuals stealthily approached. Yet their efforts were destined to be in vain. After a while, Uncle Yu arrived. Upon seeing an entire box of unopened instant noodles at the door, his eyes glistened with excitement. To his surprise, it was from the White Elephant brand. How generous of you, Zhang Yi. This box of noodles, if rationed, would suffice for the three of them for an entire week. Considering that Zhang Yi's own household resources were limited, the fact that he offered such a bounty stirred profound gratitude within Uncle Yu. The instant noodles of this brand were scarce in Zhang Yi's home, with nearly over 20,000 boxes in the warehouse. Moreover, he had yet to consume even a single packet, as his family indulged in lavish feasts prepared by renowned chefs. Who would bother with such fare? Embracing the box of noodles, Uncle Yu knocked on the door and declared, "Zhang Yi, I shall take the noodles." "Thank you." Zhang Yi, setting aside his sniper rifle, approached the door and responded, "Uncle Yu, why would you still be so polite with me? It matters not what happens to others. I must ensure your well-being and that you can eat your fill. Only then can you serve as my invaluable ally and human shield." This is not a matter of cruelty on Zhang Yi's part. He would never allow Uncle Yu to sacrifice himself unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Yu scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. "Do not take to heart the words that Shirley May spoke to you during the day. She can be rather loose-lipped." Zhang Yi lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Oh, can I truly hold a grudge against a woman? I, Zhang Yi, am not that petty. However, Uncle Yu, are you truly considering raising someone else's child?" Zhang Yi's tone bore a hint of probing. He harbored no affection for Shirley May, yet he was reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Uncle Yu. Thus, he resorted to subtle manipulation. Uncle Yu chuckled, saying, "In this day and age, what more is there to say? It is already a stroke of luck for me to find a woman like her." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you have a point. In truth, Sister Xia is a good woman. She is not only attractive but also capable of bearing children. I mean no offense, but I believe you underestimate yourself, Uncle Yu. In today's world, a robust man like you, skilled in combat, is indeed quite sought after. To jest, it wouldn't be unreasonable for you to attract even a movie star." Uncle Yu, flattered by the compliment, responded with delight. "Am I truly as remarkable as you say?" Zhang Yi replied, "You have witnessed the current circumstances. Those dainty, effeminate fellows who can sing, dance, and rap are of little consequence. They cannot even sustain themselves. It is men like us who can provide women with a sense of security." At this juncture, Zhang Yi shifted the conversation. However, returning to the subject, "Sister Xia is genuinely quite commendable. If you both strive diligently, perhaps she could bear you a child in the future. After all, a man should have his own offspring. Raising another's child can be somewhat awkward." Uncle Yu felt a pang of discomfort within. Zhang Yi's words stirred certain thoughts in his mind. He did indeed have a fondness for Shirley May. Her ample figure and skills satisfied his needs as a solitary bachelor. Nevertheless, the child was not even a year old, and in these times, it felt like an encumbrance. In order to care for her, Uncle Yu often found himself awakened in the middle of the night, his rest disrupted. If it were his own child, it might have been bearable, but the truth remained that it was someone else's. Humanity is inherently selfish. Deep down, Uncle Yu harbored a sense of discontent, yet he stifled it, refraining from delving too deeply into his thoughts. Moreover, with Shirley May constantly filling his mind with notions suggesting he should regard the child as his own daughter, promising that she would show him gratitude when she grew up over time, Uncle Yu dutifully assisted in raising the child. However, it was Zhang Yi's words that sparked a revelation, prompting him to entertain different thoughts. The idea of having children is something I dare not consider now. Perhaps once things settle down in the future." Uncle Yu forced a smile, suppressing his inner turmoil. Indeed, that is true," he laughed. "I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart, Uncle Yu. I hold you and Sister Xia in the highest regard and sincerely wish for your happiness." With a nod, Uncle Yu replied, "I shall take my leave now. Do not hesitate to contact me if anything arises." After Uncle Yu departed, Zhang Yi filled the magazine of his sniper rifle and stowed it away in a hidden space. These rifles and sniper guns would serve as his secret arsenal. After a while, the sound of running water ceased from the bathroom. Zhou Kuo emerged, wrapped in a towel. Her skin as pristine as milk beneath the pink fabric. Her long legs, perfectly toned, displayed elegant lines, glistening enticingly under the light. Reclining on the sofa, Zhang Yi pinched the bridge of his nose and lazily remarked, "I feel rather fatigued today. Would you come over and give me a massage?" Zhou Kuo nodded gently and approached Zhang Yi, tenderly massaging his body. That night, having lost 4 of their members, the Tianhe gang launched another assault on Unit 25. The recent string of successes had led them to underestimate everyone in the building, aside from Zhang Yi. However, this time, they were unexpectedly met with resistance. Leading the charge was Huang Tianfang's nephew, Huang Wei, who excelled in stealthy night raids. Around 2 in the morning, he and 8 others stealthily infiltrated Unit 25. To their surprise, as they reached the stairwell, bricks were hurled down upon them. The defenders, having detected the intruders, immediately retaliated with whatever they could find at hand. Armed with kitchen knives, clubs, and other makeshift weapons, they obstructed the Tianhe gang from above, hurling stones, bricks, and any heavy objects they could grasp to buy time. Simultaneously, they banged on the stairs and windows to create noise and attract the attention of neighbors. Soon, the entire building was roused from slumber. Fueled by a desire for revenge and a shortage of resources, Huang Wei and his companions opted for a fierce offensive. Yet, their numbers were far too few. Despite their ferocity, they could not overpower the multitude. Moreover, due to Zhang Yi's bounty, one of their lives was worth the sustenance of 5. The neighbors, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, clamored to claim the intruders' heads. The skirmish lasted merely a few minutes, with all parties fighting to kill, leaving 3 bodies in its wake. Sensing the dire situation, Huang Wei quickly shouted, "Retreat! Let's go, let us go!" As they fled, the neighbors from Unit 25 erupted in joyous shouts, eagerly chasing after them. One worker, unable to escape through the window in time, felt a blade cleave into his backside, embedding itself nearly half its length. With a pained cry, he struggled awkwardly to extricate himself. Once outside, the neighbors hesitated to pursue further, wary of the nighttime uncertainty. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi had been awakened by the commotion. He stepped onto the balcony, observing the fleeing members of the Tianhe gang below. And a sudden thought struck him. Could he take them out with a sniper rifle from this distance? Chapter 88. Precision Shooting. Unerring aim. When a man encounters an alluring woman, his foremost inclination is to engage in deep conversation. Likewise, when presented with a fine weapon, one instinctively desires to test its might. This impulse is ingrained within us, even as a child. Finding a sturdy bamboo stick would prompt one to wield it as a sword. Thus, when Zhang Yi acquired a sniper rifle, an item practically unimaginable for an ordinary person in Huagua, let alone for use against others, he felt compelled to ascertain its efficacy. With the sniper rifle retrieved from the otherworldly space, Zhang Yi positioned himself on the 24th floor balcony, aiming downwards. The 8-fold magnification proved remarkably effective. What had appeared as mere ants from that height now came into sharp focus. Holding his breath to prevent his exhaled warmth from fogging the scope, he observed the 7 escaping individuals trudging through the snow, their pace slow enough to make aiming a manageable task. Zhang Yi restrained his inner excitement and aimed at the back of an individual before pulling the trigger. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. A conviction that the bullet would undoubtedly find its mark. Bang! The gunshot echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night, rousing countless souls from their restless slumber. Peering through the scope, Zhang Yi witnessed the figure collapse onto the ground, crimson blood staining the vast expanse of snow. Goodness, how is my marksmanship so precise? Am I truly a genius? A mix of surprise and elation coursed through him. He had merely intended to test the weapon's efficacy, harboring little hope. Yet, astonishingly, a single shot had struck true. What was that peculiar feeling that had just surfaced? Zhang Yi pondered, somewhat astonished. However, he had no time for contemplation. As several individuals nearby, startled by the gunshot and the sight of a fallen comrade, hastened their escape, Zhang Yi swiftly reloaded and set his sights on the next target. As he focused intently on an individual, that remarkable sensation manifested once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, and yet another person succumbed to the ground. This time, Zhang Yi comprehended that his ability to strike enemies from the height of the 24th floor was no mere coincidence. It was a gift. To be precise, it was a form of extraordinary capability. Zhang Yi murmured to himself, "It seems that the ability I have awakened is far more intricate than merely traversing different dimensions. It simply remained undiscovered by my former self. Yet, it is certain that my extraordinary powers are intrinsically linked to space, rendering me a born sharpshooter." Previously, utilizing crossbows and handguns, the battles were fought at close quarters, and he had not paid heed to this burgeoning capability, merely relishing the satisfying sensation of shooting. However, now with the transition to a sniper rifle, that sensation became profoundly apparent. Zhang Yi's heart surged with exhilaration in this apocalyptic world. Possessing an additional skill was tantamount to securing one's survival. He reloaded and raised his weapon once more, this time aiming for a man's head. Bang! As the shot rang out, he witnessed the man's skull erupt in a spectacular spray of crimson mist. Confirming the efficacy of his newfound prowess, he felt an overwhelming joy. Indeed, this was a formidable ability for precision shooting. With fervor, Zhang Yi targeted several others. Click, click, click. Each shot was swiftly followed by the rhythmic action of reloading, the gunfire echoing throughout the neighborhood. One shot per person, and those unfortunate souls had no time to flee, meeting their demise midway. 7 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the pristine white snow, their blood staining the ground a strikingly vivid red, a sight that was particularly jarring. A grin of unstoppable glee spread across Zhang Yi's face. From this moment onward, he could conceal himself as a master strategist, orchestrating the downfall of others. Meanwhile, the neighbors downstairs, hearing the gunfire and witnessing Huang Wei and his companions fall one by one as if summoned, were struck with expressions of horror. The gunshots emanated from above. Surely it was Zhang Yi responsible. At such a distance, it could not have been a handgun. It must have been the power of a sniper rifle. My heavens, with such range, a single shot could claim a life. Zhang Yi was indeed a sharpshooter. The crowd stood in stunned silence, simultaneously gripped by a sense of dread. Given Zhang Yi's remarkable skills, would it not be as effortless as crushing an ant to eliminate them? They engaged in their own imaginative speculation, believing that Zhang Yi might indeed be a concealed warrior within the city. After all, how could he possess such exceptional marksmanship otherwise? It seemed prudent to heed Zhang Yi's counsel moving forward. Indeed, our survival thus far can be attributed to Zhang Yi's restraint. The human capacity for imagination is truly formidable. At this moment, their reverence for Zhang Yi had soared to unprecedented heights, and they were not alone in this sentiment. The gunfire at midnight roused the entire community from their slumber, although Zhang Yi's sniper rifle was devoid of a silencer. Even those with a modicum of knowledge could discern that the sound was far beyond that of a mere handgun. In a world where a single pistol could dominate an entire building, the terror of possessing a more potent firearm, such as a rifle or even a sniper rifle, is readily imaginable. Zhang Yi stowed away his sniper rifle and rubbed his shoulder, which ached from the continuous shooting. Fortunately, his physical condition was commendable. Otherwise, he would have endured discomfort for several days. It was likely that many would find themselves restless this night. Uncle Yu sent a message to Zhang Yi, inquiring if he was the one who fired the weapon. Having served in the military, Uncle Yu promptly identified it as a sniper rifle. Zhang Yi chose not to conceal the truth and replied, "I acquired this from the police station today." Uncle Yu, intrigued, asked, "Did you previously serve in the military? What was your unit's designation?" Zhang Yi's marksmanship was remarkably sharp. In Uncle Yu's discerning eyes, he was undoubtedly at the level of a sharpshooter in the military. Zhang Yi chuckled, attributing it merely to his innate talent. Uncle Yu, thinking Zhang Yi was reluctant to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. "As long as it's you wielding the gun, we are safe. If it were someone else, we might find ourselves in peril." Zhang Yi engaged in casual conversation for a while before retreating to his room, sinking into the embrace of his warm, soft bed and drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke around 9 o'clock, refreshed, and proceeded to wash up before letting Zhou Kuer out of her room. "Let's prepare something to eat. I crave freshly made fare. How about you whip up 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles?" Zhang Yi suggested to Zhou Kuer. She smiled, replying, "But my cooking pales in comparison to that of the noodle shop." Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Then just practice more. After all, we have ample time." Having dined at restaurants for an extended period, he occasionally yearned for the comfort of home-cooked meals to diversify his palate. Zhou Kuer obediently made her way to the kitchen, and soon after, she emerged with 2 bowls of oil-splashed noodles. Zhang Yi took a taste and found it quite satisfactory. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Yi had installed surveillance cameras throughout the entire house, including the kitchen, and he provided all the ingredients. On her first day entering, Zhou Kuo was thoroughly examined by Zhang Yi, inside and out. To this day, he continued to inspect her daily, ensuring no corner was overlooked. This vigilance eliminated any possibility of her administering drugs, as he would never consume food presented to him by others. As she settled at the table, Zhou Kuo curiously inquired, "Yesterday, I heard gunshots. Were you the one firing on the balcony?" Chapter 89. Warehouse District. Zhang Yi glanced at her, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed." He took a bite of noodles, which were rather average in taste, though fortunately, noodles are inherently simple to prepare. "I found it while I was out. A sniper rifle." His tone was nonchalant. Excitement danced in Zhou Kuer's beautiful eyes. "A sniper? Can you actually use it?" "Not only can I, but I excel at it," Zhang Yi stated, gesturing towards the window. "Last night, I dispatched 7 individuals with 7 bullets." He took pride in this feat, as men often relish showcasing their conquests to women. Zhou Kuer regarded Zhang Yi with newfound admiration. Being alongside such a man afforded her a greater sense of security. "Zhang Yi, you are truly impressive." She cradled her chin in her hands, gazing at him with adoration. "What's the matter? Aren't you curious how I learned to wield a sniper rifle?" Zhang Yi countered with a smile. Zhou Kuer shook her head. "What does that matter to me? Even if you were once a murderer or a psychopathic fiend, I am committed to you now." She pondered for a moment before adding, "It's certainly better than facing death out there, isn't it?" Zhang Yi nodded. "You are truly astute. Unlike some foolish women who incessantly ask questions." 26. On the side of the Tiangang gang, Huang Tianfang discovered the bodies of Huang Wei and others only by morning. Last night, upon hearing the gunfire, he sensed impending doom. Yet, out of caution, he refrained from sending anyone to investigate, though he was well aware that Huang Wei and his companions would not be returning. In the morning, they discovered 10 lifeless bodies piled outside. In that instant, Huang Tianfang's pupils constricted, and a wave of intense anger surged within him. Yet the fear in his heart was tenfold stronger. Now, only 9 members remained of their Tianhe gang, significantly diminishing their fighting capacity. Even if they forcibly enlisted the surviving property owners, it would not compensate for the loss of their workers' combat prowess. Should a confrontation arise with another building at this juncture, they would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. They possessed firearms, and not just ordinary ones. I surmise they wielded rifles or sniper rifles. The density of the gunfire last night suggested they had ample ammunition. This adversary was indeed formidable. Huang Tianfang's expression was grave, mirrored by the fearful countenances of his subordinates. "Boss, what should we do? Dawei and the others are dead, and we've lost more than half our numbers. Shall we continue?" Huang Tianfang glared menacingly at the neighboring building 25, gritting his teeth as he replied, "What are we even to do? They have guns. How can we possibly confront them?" His subordinates grew anxious. "But if we do not seize their supplies and resources, the property owners in our building will struggle to survive for more than a few days." After a moment of silence, Huang Tianfang spoke in a low voice, "We will go tonight and retrieve Dawei and the others' bodies." The group exchanged glances, a flicker of struggle evident on their faces. They have been brothers for many years, sharing life and death. Now, however, they face a dilemma that weighs heavily on their hearts, yet none dare to voice their feelings. They understand that, in the grand scheme of existence, nothing holds greater significance than survival itself. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yi stood up and announced his departure. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuo hastily stuffed a bag of chips into her pocket. Zhang Yi refrained from saying much more, this time. He did not put away the 2 boxes of ingredients in the kitchen. Having lived together for an extended period, he possessed unwavering trust in Zhou Kuo's intellect. Unless a superior opportunity presented itself, she would never commit the folly of betraying Zhang Yi. As Zhang Yi descended to the ground floor, the duty personnel immediately stood at attention upon his arrival. "Brother Zhang, you're heading out?" they inquired. A brief glance from Zhang Yi revealed genuine respect in their eyes. His prowess had earned him unanimous acknowledgement. He nodded affirmatively, urging them to work diligently. He then climbed out of the 4th-floor window and, after a moment of contemplation, feigned a detour to the rear garage. Shortly thereafter, he mounted his motorcycle and departed the community. Many figures appeared at the windows of various homes. Watching Zhang Yi's retreating form, their expressions were intricate, some filled with excitement, others with envy, and some bore a menacing glare. At this moment, the building was under the control of an organization that referred to itself as the Tianlang Gang, comprised of a group of young men in their 20s. The gang leader, Wang Chang, stood by the window, a bloody machete, slightly rusted, resting at his side. He watched Zhang Yi leave the community and could not help but furrow his brow. Where, indeed, is his motorcycle concealed? Last night, he had someone sent to stealthily procure Zhang Yi's vehicle. Beside him, his second-in-command, Xiao Lu, remarked, "Our community is quite expansive. It is indeed challenging to locate his hiding spot." Wang Chang scoffed softly, crossing his arms as he declared, "Regardless, this motorcycle must remain under the control of our Tianlang gang. With the snowmobile, we can venture forth to seek resources. At that point, expanding our ranks and establishing a formidable gang will pose no challenge." Xiao Lu nodded earnestly in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, heroes emerge in turbulent times. This era presents a golden opportunity for us brothers." He gazed in the direction Zhang Yi had departed, his eyes tinged with fervor. "For now, let's figure out a way to procure some cigarettes. I haven't smoked in half a month. I feel like I'm going mad." In other residential blocks, the leaders were convening to strategize against Zhang Yi. His presence posed a threat to them, primarily due to his possession of firearms, particularly heavy weaponry. Yet, it also represented an opportunity, for Zhang Yi owned a snowmobile, granting him the ability to venture out for supplies. Some sought confrontation, others desired collaboration. But one thing was certain, they would inevitably come into contact with Zhang Yi. Upon his departure, Zhang Yi first visited a nearby supermarket. Regrettably, the nearby stores were not sufficiently elevated. Many smaller markets were but single-story edifices completely buried beneath the heavy snowfall. It appeared that unless the snow melted, the only places to procure food in the entire city would be a few standalone large supermarkets and warehouses. Zhang Yi suddenly recalled his previous workplace. To the southwest of the economic development zone, there once lay a vast expanse of barren land. which later transformed into a hub for various enterprises to establish factories and warehouses. Due to the low land prices, the city's warehouses predominantly congregated in that area. Zhang Yi had emptied out the Walmart warehouse, yet other companies' goods still remained: medical supplies, food, automobiles, toys, a veritable cornucopia. It was worth a visit. Perhaps there were items of use to be found. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yi turned his vehicle around, heading towards the warehouse district. The warehouses were merely about 10 kilometers away, and in less than 20 minutes, he arrived. The area was remarkably spacious, with the factories constructed at considerable heights, devoid of the snowdrifts that piled up in the city. Consequently, as Zhang Yi approached, he could still glimpse the rooftops of some warehouses. Chapter 90. The gas station. Zhang Yi was exceedingly familiar with this region. Within the entire Tianai city, hundreds of group warehouses were concentrated here, varying in size. If he could consolidate all the materials, it would not only suffice for himself but could also sustain thousands of people. However, the paramount question was whether those supplies still existed. Armed with a handgun and a crowbar, he approached the nearby RT-Mart warehouse for inspection. With the crowbar in hand, he smashed the window from the top. Peering inside, he was met with the disheartening sight of an eerily empty factory floor. Had it been cleared out by someone? Zhang Yi had mentally prepared himself for such an outcome. Thus he did not feel overly surprised. He proceeded to other warehouses, only to find the same desolation. The warehouses containing medical supplies, daily necessities, food, snacks, and even pet food have been completely emptied, just as I had anticipated. When disaster strikes, the officials and their experts promptly report the situation. Those in power will certainly prioritize the transfer of resources. This is precisely why Zhang Yi decided to empty the Walmart warehouse a week in advance. He understands that once calamity befalls, the influential will only consider their own interests, neglecting the plight of ordinary people. Zhang Yi did not abandon his search. With hundreds of warehouses at his disposal, there might be items left behind that could prove useful to him. Indeed, perseverance pays off. After a lengthy effort, Zhang Yi discovered a warehouse filled with automobiles. The expansive space spanned over 1 million square meters, remarkably vast. The vehicles were arranged on steel racks like sardines in a can. Among them were numerous luxury cars that could have fetched millions before the apocalypse. However, now they were rendered utterly useless, devoid of any practical application. Upon seeing such a multitude of vehicles, Zhang Yi felt a sense of frustration. After much contemplation, he resolved to take the plunge. There was ample space available, so he might as well store them away. Who knows when they might come in handy? Men have an inherent affinity for cars. Gazing at the array of exquisite luxury vehicles, Zhang Yi contemplated the idea of collecting them for enjoyment. Although he could not drive them at present, they would serve as a visual delight, akin to high-end models. Consequently, he selected a dozen of his favorite cars and placed them into his alternate space. For an entire day, Zhang Yi busied himself within the confines of the warehouse district. Most of the storage facilities had been emptied, leaving only items cumbersome to transport, such as large machinery or bulk quantities of construction materials. He found not a morsel of food or any useful supplies. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhang Yi scavenged various items with the fervor of a ragpicker. Heavy trucks, excavators, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, bulldozers. What if he might need them in the future? He reassured himself with this thought. Yet, he soon found his musings quite ludicrous. In this frigid, icy expanse, such vehicles would scarcely move an inch. What good would they serve? Fortunately, the alternate space was sufficiently vast, accommodating these vehicles without feeling cramped. After a prolonged effort, Zhang Yi felt he had gathered enough. There was little value in continuing to explore this desolate place, and presently, he had no other pressing needs. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from the alternate space and swiftly consumed it. However, as he ate, the biting wind rushed into his mouth, rendering the experience somewhat unpleasant. There was no hope of warm water. Once the lid was unscrewed, it would cool down in mere moments. Resorting to necessity, Zhang Yi scooped a handful of snow from the ground and ate it to quench his thirst. Soon, another destination came to mind. With all the vehicles he had collected, thoughts of gasoline and diesel naturally followed. Originally, the quantities of gasoline and diesel stored in the alternate space were sufficient for daily use. However, given the current circumstances, he anticipated a significant reliance on snowmobiles as his primary mode of transportation. Thus, the stored amounts might very well prove inadequate. Out of an abundance of caution, Zhang Yi ultimately resolved to visit the gas station, hoping to procure some fuel. He mounted his snowmobile and, after a moment of contemplation, steered towards the largest gas station in Tianai City. Before long, he arrived at the location etched in his memory. However, upon his arrival, the sight before him elicited a long puff of white vapor from his lips. The vast gas station lay completely buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. Zhang Yi could only discern its position through the towering edifices surrounding it. Though he had mentally prepared for this eventuality, a tinge of disappointment still lingered. After all, Gas stations do not typically boast lofty buildings. Could it be that he would be unable to find a place to refuel? How infuriating. Frowning, Zhang Yi felt a sense of helplessness regarding the situation before him. Given the current depth of the snow, excavating by hand was nearly an insurmountable task. Moreover, who could say how long this snow disaster would persist? Would he need to conserve fuel in the future? Based on the reserves from his otherworldly space and the fuel consumption of his snowmobile, it could be entirely depleted in a mere 20 years. This was hardly encouraging news. Humanity's frailty was palpable. If only he could employ heavy machinery for excavation. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face, just as he was about to turn the key and depart. A thought struck him. Excavation equipment? Could an excavator suffice? He had recently salvaged several work vehicles from the warehouse, including a few excavators. Initially, he had merely intended to collect them, anticipating that they might prove useful in the future. Little did he expect to require them so soon. Digging holes in the snow with an excavator would undoubtedly be a trivial endeavor. However, to speak candidly, this situation is indeed rather uncommon. After all, on the planets of Europe, one rarely encountered such profound accumulations of ice and snow. Moreover, it is unheard of for someone to operate an excavator in the Arctic, where icebreakers are typically employed. Nevertheless, after careful contemplation, Zhang Yi deemed this notion entirely feasible. Presently, the snow has only been accumulating for less than a month, and it has not yet formed a layer of ice that is excessively hard. An excavator can certainly penetrate it. The ice and snow beneath the surface extend merely a few meters deep. As long as he can reach an entry point, such as a door or window, he can gain access. Therefore, it should not require an excessive amount of time. Feasible indeed. With resolute determination, Zhang Yi set to work, summoning a large excavator from the alternate dimension. With a resounding thud, the nearly 20-ton machine crashed onto the ground, astonishingly sinking over a meter into the earth. Observing this scene, Zhang Yi chuckled softly. This works in my favor, saving me the effort of digging further. The surface snow, after all, is still relatively thin and cannot withstand such weight. However, the snow beneath should be more densely compacted. This was Zhang Yi's inaugural experience operating an excavator. But he harbored no significant concerns. During his previous employment in a warehouse, he had maneuvered cranes, forklifts, and large trucks. This machinery should pose no challenge. After a brief examination, he quickly grasped the mechanics of its operation. While he would not claim to possess exceptional skills, he at least had the capability to operate it. Chapter 91. A new path discovered. The operation of the excavator is quite straightforward, primarily involving 2 push handles and a control lever for the digging bucket. Zhang Yi located the fuel tank, retrieved a barrel of diesel from the alternate dimension, and poured it in. He then climbed into the control cabin and turned the key. With a thunderous roar, the machine came to life. Fortunately, the low temperatures exerted minimal impact on the new machinery, allowing the excavator to function smoothly. Zhang Yi skillfully maneuvered the machine, deftly casting the snow to either side. Initially, his pace was somewhat sluggish, but it gradually quickened. After half an hour, he had unearthed a substantial pit, 3 meters deep, and even the tracks could move with ease. Thankfully, the excavator was equipped with tracks rather than wheels. Zhang Yi mused that, in a pinch, this contraption could serve as a transport vehicle. While its speed was somewhat reduced, the excavator traversed the snowy terrain without difficulty. Remarkably, it could even plow through muddy marshlands with ease. Despite his limited experience, Zhang Yi toiled for nearly 2 hours before finally striking the solid structure beneath. Elated, he swiftly cleared the snow away from the edifice, gradually revealing the expansive rooftop platform of the gas station. Locating the gas station was a significant step forward. The next task was to clear the accumulated snow along its expanse. Due to his inexperience, Zhang Yi labored for 4 to 5 hours before he uncovered the convenience store window of the gas station. Fortunately, it was the excavator doing the work, not him. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted. Dismounting from the excavator, he stowed it away in a spatial pocket and then shattered the glass of the window to enter. Upon stepping inside the convenience store, he was taken aback. The snow had burst through the door, filling much of the interior space. Luckily, he could still discern the back door. Zhang Yi carefully navigated through the snow, determined to locate the oil storage area. The fuel storage tanks at gas stations are typically situated underground, thereby mitigating the risk of being buried beneath snow. It did not take long for Zhang Yi to locate the entrance to the storage room, despite the seemingly ample space in front of the gas station. The area behind it is rather confined, making it quite straightforward to find an entrance. Zhang Yi pried open the iron door with a crowbar and illuminated the surroundings with a miner's lamp. The sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath, for colossal fuel tanks stood within the storage room, containing approximately 200 cubic meters of oil. At first glance, it was indeed a magnificent sight. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yi quietly retreated outside. first taking a moment to dissipate any static electricity from his body before daring to venture inside. By now, the gas station had ceased operations, enveloped in complete darkness. With his miner's lamp in hand, Zhang Yi proceeded to seal the oil pipelines above. He meticulously wrapped the pipeline openings with several layers of plastic sheeting and cling film to prevent any leakage. Only then did he proceed to absorb all 4 massive tanks into his alternate space. Under normal circumstances, with these 3 tanks of gasoline and 1 tank of diesel, he would no longer have to fret about refueling his vehicle. Wait. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Zhang Yi. He realized something of great significance. If I can utilize an excavator to dig through the snow, does that not imply that I could also unearth other locations buried beneath the snow? If that were the case, the entire world could transform into a vast treasure trove, perhaps even a treasure trove solely for my own enjoyment. At this moment, Zhang Yi's imagination soared, and upon realizing this potential, his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Beneath the heavy snowfall, there remained countless treasures waiting to be uncovered. Truly, all were remarkable finds. Zhang Yi felt reassured. He would no longer need to worry about the scarcity of any supplies. The vast world was at his disposal. He climbed onto the snow surface along the path formed by the excavator's tracks, and then mounted his snowmobile. Time was of the essence. Today's search had reached its conclusion. He made another trip to the supermarket at Wanda Plaza, returning with 2 bags of junk food. As he emerged from the community, he noticed many people peering out from their windows, their gazes fixed upon him. Zhang Yi drove the vehicle to the back of the apartment building, feigning to park it in the garage before carrying the 2 bags of food back to Unit 25. Without needing to issue any commands, the neighbors had already gathered there. However, Fang Yuqing was notably absent this time. It seemed she had come to terms with the fact that Zhang Yi would no longer provide her with any food. Yet, Lin Canning remained undeterred, still intent on trying her luck. Zhang Yi did not spare her a glance. Everyone had endured hardships dealing with the invaders yesterday. Today's provisions were a reward for their efforts. Food distribution would proceed according to the rules they had previously established. He allocated the food based on contributions. After all, supplies were limited. Those who contributed less could not expect to partake generously. In short, those who worked less should not anticipate a substantial meal. The incident with the sniper rifle had only heightened the community's fear of Zhang Yi, rendering them reluctant to speak out. Moreover, they were well aware that he had eliminated the most enemies. Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei had not been on duty the previous night. Thus they received only a single portion of food. When Zhang Yi referred to a single portion, it implied an insufficiency. Disappointment was evident on their faces. Li Qingbin addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "Brother Zhang, if we simply wait for them to come, we do not know how long it will take. You have already eliminated over 10 of their men. They are likely too fearful to approach. At this rate, how can we secure our rewards?" Young men are often prone to impatience. Zhang Yi stroked his nose and replied with a faint smile, "Opportunities are bestowed upon those who are prepared. I have only stated that for each enemy slain, 5 portions of food will be rewarded. However, I never implied that you should merely await their assault." Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting that we can take the initiative?" They inquired eagerly. "So, if we eliminate individuals from other buildings, can we exchange their lives for rewards?" The two were filled with excitement. They were in dire need of sustenance and harbored a desire to demonstrate their worth, hoping to prove their capabilities and become Zhang Yi's trusted aides. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment. Thus far, apart from the Tianhe gang and Building 26, no one had made a move against Building 25. Yet, no one could predict what the future held, especially after Zhang Yi had revealed his snowmobile. It was certain that more individuals within the community would covet it. The proposal from Jiang Lei and Li Qingbin stirred Zhang Yi's interest. These individuals had been summoned as expendable assets, and if they sought to court danger, he would let them do as they pleased. After all, such worthless food held little value for Zhang Yi. A look of approval spread across his face as he nodded and said, "Of course. The outside world is filled with enemies. By eliminating them, we can ensure the safety of our collective. Now, regardless of which building it is, apart from ours, anyone can be hunted down, and their demise can be exchanged for rewards." While it is stated thus, the frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall dictate that they can only target a few nearby buildings. First and foremost, naturally, is the neighboring Tianhe gang's Building 26. Li Qingbin and Jiang Lei erupted in euphoric cheers. The expressions of others varied, their thoughts concealed. Yet, it was evident that some were tempted. For who wouldn't desire to procure more sustenance? Chapter 92. If you do not save my grandson, you shall perish. After the distribution of food, Lin Canning created another ruckus, but was brutally beaten down by Jiang Lei and Li Qingbin, the henchmen of Zhang Yi. Subsequently, Zhang Yi ordered them to return to their quarters. Zhou Kura walked beside him, linking her arm with his, and whispered, "The atmosphere in the community feels rather unsettling today." Zhang Yi silently withdrew his arm, casually inquiring, "Oh, what seems to be the matter?" Zhou Kuo paused for a moment, then realized that Zhang Yi wished not to be constrained. At home, it was tolerable, but outside, Zhang Yi remained utterly unyielding. She replied, "I can't shake the feeling that many eyes are watching us. The sensation is profoundly intense." Zhang Yi smiled lightly. "That is not surprising. The emergence of snowmobiles is bound to incite envy among others. After all, this is the southern region, where such modes of transport are exceedingly rare. Possessing one allows for the pursuit of resources, thus signifying the chance to survive. Who would not wish to live?" Zhou Kuo was somewhat apprehensive. She inquired, "Do you think the residents of the other units might also launch an attack? I'm fearful that it could become perilous." Zhang Yi, upon hearing her words, glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before lowering his voice to reply, "But there are still plenty of cannon fodder, right? Moreover, no matter how skilled they are, breaching our home would be an insurmountable challenge." Zhou Kuo chuckled. "Yet, when people are cornered, one can never predict what actions they might take." Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her perspective. As the two conversed, Zhang Yi habitually surveyed their surroundings. After all, it was preferable that their dialogue remain unheard by others. However, in doing so, he suddenly caught sight of a dark fissure at the periphery of his vision. They had just passed the 13th floor, and a narrow gap had appeared in the stairwell's iron door. A blood-red eyeball peered through the crevice, fixating intently upon him. "Who is it?" Zhang Yi's muscles tensed involuntarily. Despite his courage, the unexpected nature of the situation instilled a sense of unease. In an instant, the stairwell door was flung open with a resounding bang. A disheveled woman screamed as she emerged, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife aimed directly at his head. "Ah!" Zhou Kuo shrieked in terror. Zhang Yi swiftly shoved Zhou Kuo forcefully to the side, causing his own body to lurch in the opposite direction due to the momentum. The blade missed its mark, slicing through the air without finding its target. Yet the woman, in a frenzied state, continued to swing the knife menacingly towards Zhang Yi. Who would have thought that Zhang Yi would roll down the stairs in a swift motion, clad in thick clothing and fortified with a bulletproof vest? He was undeterred by the prospect of injury. After tumbling down several flights, he finally steadied himself and caught sight of the woman pursuing him. It was none other than the long-missing Aunt Lin. With relentless determination, she brandished a kitchen knife, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely as she advanced. "Zhang Yi, I will make you pay for my grandson's life." Cursed old hag. Zhang Yi, having regained his composure, summoned a stout crowbar from another dimension and swung it down upon her. The staircase was narrow, leaving Aunt Lin no room to evade. She had no chance to strike with her small knife. Instinctively, she attempted to dodge the blow, but the crowbar did not land on her head. Instead, it crashed into her shoulder. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Zhang Yi heard the sound of shattering bones. With her frail limbs, she could hardly withstand the force. Aunt Lin was instantly toppled onto the stairs, utterly drained of any resistance. Yet, even in her weakened state, she clung desperately to the bloodstained knife, her eyes burning with vengeance. "Kill? I will kill you. Avenge my grandson." Zhang Yi looked down at her coldly and raised the crowbar, striking her hand with ferocity. It was astonishing how fragile the human body could be in the biting cold. The blow sent 3 of her fingers flying, and the knife clattered to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ah!" Her screams echoed through the stairwell, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The patrolling guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over to investigate. Upon encountering Zhang Yi and Aunt Lin, one could not help but inquire, "Brother Zhang, what is happening?" Zhang Yi replied coldly, "This old woman wishes to kill me." The others, upon hearing this, erupted in vehement curses. "This wretched old woman deserves death. Brother Zhang is the hope of our entire building. If she seeks to harm you, it would be better to eliminate her altogether. She has already lost her sanity. Her continued existence is bound to bring trouble." Indeed, Aunt Lin had long since succumbed to madness, having previously rambled nonsensically in the group chat. Zhang Yi stated, "You all should return. I will handle this matter." The others, reluctant to oppose Zhang Yi, obediently departed. Zhou Kuo stood on the staircase, her hands covering her mouth, a look of deep concern etched on her face as she gazed at Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, are you unhurt?" Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin's head, coldly asserting, "She is incapable of inflicting harm upon me." Aunt Lin defiantly raised her head, her eyes filled with venomous hatred as she spat. "Zhang Yi, you deserve to die. You are the one responsible for my grandson's demise. You will surely descend to the 18th level of hell." Zhang Yi did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Your grandson's death was not caused by me. Why do you seek vengeance on me?" Aunt Lin's timing of the attack was exceptionally cunning, evidently premeditated. Aware that Zhang Yi would return at this moment, she had concealed herself behind the door, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Zhang Yi, engaged in conversation with Zhou Kuo, had momentarily let his guard down, thus granting her the chance. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi's vigilance, he would have noticed the peculiarities of the door. At this moment, Zhang Yi wished to question this madwoman as to why she had turned her aggression towards him. Aunt Lin glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, her teeth clenched and spittle flying. Resembling a frenzied she-dog. You are the one who caused my grandson's death. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I wish to drink your blood and devour your flesh, biting you to death piece by piece. Zhang Yi maintained a calm expression. However, I do not recall murdering your grandson. Strictly speaking, I am still your benefactor. It was Qin Zhenghao's men who caused your grandson's demise, and I assisted you in eliminating Qin Zhenghao. You ought to be grateful to me. Aunt Lin was momentarily taken aback, only to become even angrier upon realizing the validity of Zhang Yi's words. Yet, how could a woman, especially one as unreasonable as she, admit to being wrong? Do not pretend to be the good person here. My grandson was not dead at that time. He suffered and ultimately died due to the lack of medical treatment. It was you who refused to lend me the medicine, and that is why he perished. You are the true culprit. Aunt Lin spat venomous curses, her eyes reddened with rage, resembling a fearsome demon. Chapter 93. The wrong person is yourself. Zhang Yi finally understood the sequence of events. Oh, so that is how you perceive it. He nodded, however. Is there not some misunderstanding in this matter? He lowered his gaze to meet Aunt Lin's hateful glare. Then, in a subdued tone, he remarked, in truth, I am someone who appears tough but is soft-hearted. How could I bear to watch a child suffer to death? Thus, I had indeed delivered medicine to your home. Aunt Lin widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, You are speaking nonsense. No, I assure you, I am not fabricating anything. I have been to your house. Think carefully. Zhang Yi's eyes reflected a hint of regret. In truth, little Tiger was still alive at that time. I distinctly observed his chest rising and falling. Yet, how could you have? Sigh. He had a chance to survive, only to have it cruelly snatched away by you. What a splendid grandmother you are. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened, his tone chillingly indifferent. Aunt Lin's mind, already unsteady, became even more chaotic upon hearing Zhang Yi's words. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Could it be that little Tiger truly did not perish? Had she inadvertently caused his demise? No, that is impossible. Little Tiger was dead. You were the one responsible for his demise. Zhang Yi erupted into laughter, pointing at Zhou Kuer and declaring, If you doubt it, you may inquire with Dr. Zhou. Is there still hope for Lin Xiaohu? Aunt Lin turned her head in confusion, gazing at Zhou Kuer on the steps. Zhou Kuer, upon witnessing Zhang Yi's chilling smile, felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. No wonder Zhang Yi chose not to eliminate Aunt Lin directly. Instead, he engaged her in prolonged conversation. It became clear that he intended not only her death but also to inflict deep psychological torment, allowing her to perish in excruciating agony. Zhou Kuer cast a downward glance at Aunt Lin and slowly nodded. Indeed, there was a chance to save Lin Xiaohu. At that time, I contacted Zhang, who agreed to deliver the medicine. However, you did not wait for his arrival and mistakenly believed that Lin Xiaohu had already perished. Had you been more patient, perhaps he might have survived. The final words of Zhou Kuer remained unspoken, as she felt that her implication was already sufficiently devastating. Aunt Lin, in despair, covered her face and began to wail in agony. No, it cannot be. This is not how it is. I did not know he was still alive. I thought he was dead. Her mental state had long since deteriorated. Her memories were jumbled, and there were moments when she was even unclear about her own actions. Her existence thus far had solely been fueled by her hatred for Zhang Yi. Yet, the exchange between Zhang Yi and Zhou Kuer left her unable to discern reality. Could it be that the one responsible for her grandson's demise was not Zhang Yi, but herself? Suddenly, Zhang Yi bellowed, Ha! So this is how it is. This is the good grandmother of the Lin family, professing her love for her grandson, yet ultimately causing the death of her living grandson. How deeply you cherish him. Your son and daughter-in-law entrusted their child to you. Can you truly face them? Aunt Lin's gaze became vacant as she clutched her head, emitting a cry of torment. No. It is not like this, not like this. Yes. It is exactly this way. It is exactly this way. You are the one responsible. Aunt Lin wailed in anguish and despair, while Zhang Yi stood by, laughing as he delivered the final blows. Zhou Kuer felt a chill run down her spine. A person like Zhang Yi should never be trifled with, even in death. His torment was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, Aunt Lin let out a piercing scream and hurled herself violently against the wall. She had completely shattered, losing all hope of survival. To her, death seemed the only release. Yet, at that critical moment, Zhang Yi chose to be a good Samaritan. How could such kindness allow him to witness the demise of his neighbor? He shouted, No, and forcefully propelled Aunt Lin away. Thud. She tumbled to the side, rolling down the staircase to the lower level. Zhang Yi earnestly implored, Aunt Lin, one must look forward in life. Please do not despair. After all, your smile is more vibrant, and you survived at the cost of your grandson. If you die, how will you face your entire family down there? At that moment, Aunt Lin, blood spilling from her lips, was rendered speechless. Her eyes filled with a desperate plea towards Zhang Yi. Please, stop talking. I beg you, do not say another word. Meanwhile, neighbors from several floors above, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to witness the spectacle. Zhang Yi pointed at Aunt Lin and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, come quick. Aunt Lin is contemplating suicide." It was astonishing how she had survived so long. By the way, do you have any rations left? Upon hearing this, the neighbors' faces contorted in utter disgust. Even though some would go to great lengths to survive, not a single soul could commit such an act against their own kin. That was their final moral boundary. Aunt Lin was subjected to the scrutiny of these gazes, her mental state deteriorating further as she spat out mouthfuls of blood, her eyes filled with struggle and agony. She had little time left, at most half an hour before succumbing to the cold. Zhou Kuter approached Zhang Yi and remarked, Zhang Yi's strikes were indeed severe, causing her insides to rupture. Freeze to death? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. How can one be so cruel? In such frigid weather. To allow her to perish in the cold, I cannot bear to witness this. The neighbors looked at Zhang Yi in astonishment. Could it be that he intended to spare Aunt Lin? Only Zhou Kuter, who truly understood Zhang Yi, shot him a helpless glance and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Yi sighed deeply. The elderly have had a hard life. Let her at least feel warmth before she passes. He reached into his clothing, pretending to retrieve something, but in reality, he was extracting a bottle of alcohol from an alternate space. Unscrewing the cap, he poured it liberally over Aunt Lin. Upon witnessing this, the neighbors finally grasped Zhang Yi's intentions. While they were rendered speechless, they also found it oddly reasonable, after all. This was Zhang Yi. When had they ever seen him show mercy to others? Once the bottle was emptied, Zhang Yi swiftly retreated, igniting a cigarette with a lighter, taking a couple of puffs before tossing it over. In an instant, flames erupted fiercely. Soon, the stairwell was filled with heart-wrenching cries. Without casting a glance back, Zhang Yi turned and walked away, while the other neighbors hurriedly made way for him, their eyes brimming with fear.